Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the virtual world of Tianming continent, the reborn Lin Feng, armed with memories from his past life, embarks on a journey to defy fate. As a gaming prodigy, he is reborn on the day of the game's launch, vowing to rewrite history and prevent the arrival of cataclysmic monsters. In this battle between game and reality, Lin Feng quickly rises from an ordinary player to a mythical hero with a 10,000-fold amplification system. Lin Feng's path to success is filled with passion and challenges. He not only acquires top-tier equipment and skills early in the game, but also makes a name for himself during the undead invasion, becoming humanity's beacon of hope. His name, like a sharp sword, pierces the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of all other races. Through numerous battles, Lin Feng continually surpasses himself, evolving from a solitary warrior to the leader of a powerful legion. He dominates not only on the battlefield but also in politics and economics, establishing his own guild and amassing great wealth. He builds his own power base in the main city, becoming a true warlord. However, Lin Feng's rise is not without obstacles. He faces challenges from powerful opponents in the Dongying region and threats from allied enemy forces. Yet, each challenge becomes a stage for Lin Feng to showcase his strength. Single-handedly, he defeats countless foes and leads the Huaxia region's players to glorious victory in national wars. In the final battle, Lin Feng confronts the invasion of the demon race and the full-scale assault of the allied enemy forces. He does not back down. Instead, he steps forward to face the demon Lord Beige in an earth-shattering duel. In this battle, Lin Feng not only demonstrates his power, but also his wisdom and courage. Ultimately, Lin Feng successfully slays the demon Lord Beige, quelling the allied enemy forces and securing peace for the human empire. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. The world announcement echoed through the skies, declaring 3 times in a row, Yinhuang has been established. Players in this region will receive double experience for 3 days. Congratulations to Yinhuang. This shocking news instantly ignited heated discussions among players worldwide. Awesome, bro. Double experience for 3 days. I'm so jealous. Does that mean the Huaxia region now has 2 major zones? Huaxia is amazing. Xingtian is amazing. I can't wait for the day when all regions are connected. I'm joining the Xingtian faction. It's confirmed. Xingtian is the game's top dog, getting all the benefits. However, not everyone was thrilled. Some players were furious to find that the new region's name had already been changed. Lin Feng ignored the external clamor and focused on examining his recent gains. The rewards were rich and varied, including skill books, titles, and special items. He first took out the title and scrutinized it carefully. Master of Yinhuang. Rare and unique. Note: the original title has been changed. Special. Unique. Effects. 1. All Yinhuang players' attributes 10 stackable. 2. Yinhuang players experience 100 non-stackable. 3. Yinhuang players drop rate 30 non-stackable. Description: holding the title of a national leader, you can significantly enhance all players in the region. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The title's effects were specifically designed for Yinhuang players, and they were extraordinary. The 10 increase in all attributes meant a comprehensive boost in players' fundamental strength. The experience bonus and increased drop rate would directly impact players' growth speed and equipment acquisition. Simply put, the benefits from killing 1 monster in Yinhuang were equivalent to killing more than 2 in other regions. These 3 effects are enough to make players from other regions green with envy, Lin Feng thought to himself. However, the players of the Dawn Legion are still part of the Huaxia region. To enjoy these benefits, they'll need to switch their registration first. With this in mind, Lin Feng took out another crucial item. National Seal. Rare and unique. Restriction: Master of Yinhuang. Special: non-wearable, non-droppable. Effects: 1. National Stabilization. This item can change the rules of a nation. 2. Supreme. This item is of utmost importance, capable of commanding loyal subjects and mobilizing national resources. 3. Sovereign. The holder can issue tasks to all subjects. Task rewards are unlimited, task difficulty is unlimited, and the holder has the supreme authority to reward or punish all subjects. Description: this item represents national authority and is a crucial national treasure. Lin Feng carefully read through the description and understood its significance. With the national seal, he truly controlled the entire Yinhuang region, possessing absolute authority over both NPCs and players. Although this treasure couldn't be worn and had to be kept in his backpack, it could be taken out and used whenever needed. Next, Lin Feng took out 3 skill books, starting with one name, Divine Craftsmanship, a high-level mythical tome. Divine Craftsmanship, Mythical High-level. Level 1. Effects: 1. Grand Blueprint. This tome contains 180,000 manufacturing blueprints for various items. 2. Divine Craft. Can unlock technological development directions using indestructible materials. 3. Creation. Can automatically derive manufacturing blueprints using indestructible materials. Description. The foundation of a strong nation lies not only in powerful individuals, but also in national prosperity. This tome is a top-tier technological compendium. Wow, Lin Feng gasped. A tome that could determine the direction of technological development was nothing short of a miraculous gift. He recalled the technological explosion in his previous life, where humanity developed astonishing new technologies to counter frequent natural disasters, including magical element cannons and magical mechs, far more advanced than Iron Man's tech. This tome not only unlocked technological trees, but also derived various manufacturing blueprints, making it an extraordinary artifact. Lin Feng temporarily stored the tome back in his backpack, planning to use it when the time was right. He then turned his attention to the last skill book, Soaring Through the Void. Mythical High Level 1. Effects 1. After using this skill, consume 1 mana per second to free yourself from gravity, enabling void flight or walking. 2. After using this skill, consume 5 mana to accelerate flight, with a speed cap of 50 and a maximum speed of 6,500 meters per second. 3. Duration. Unlimited. Proficiency. 050,000. Description. Is flying important? No, looking cool is what matters. With this skill, you'll be the most dazzling one around. Lin Feng smiled slightly after reading it. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. Given his extraordinary mana regeneration rate, he didn't have to worry about running out of mana at all. As long as he wanted, he could stay in the sky forever. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't wait to check the details of the skill book, and his eyes lit up. The second effect was even more astonishing: accelerated flight. The initial speed was 500 meters per second, and at the maximum level, it soared to an incredible 5,000 meters per second. Lin Feng was stunned. This far exceeded the speed of sound. He quickly calculated in his mind and realized that this speed was even greater than most missiles in the real world. That's more than 10 times the speed of sound. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without any hesitation, he decisively shattered the skill book. The system's prompt immediately sounded. Ding, you have learned the skill Ling Kong Su Du. A new skill has been added to your skill bar, please check. Lin Feng took a deep breath and immediately activated the newly acquired skill. In an instant, he felt his body lighten and slowly rise off the ground. He tentatively stepped in the air, surprised to find that the void beneath his feet was as solid as the ground. After adapting to this strange sensation, Lin Feng hovered in midair and took out the last skill book. Ibu Tianya, just the name was enough to captivate the imagination. Lin Feng carefully read the skill description. Mythic High Level. The level 1 effect allowed free movement within a 1,000 meter by 1,000 meter range, consuming only 1 of mana. Isn't this the ultimate version of a mage's blink skill? Lin Feng exclaimed. At maximum level, the range reaches 10,000 meters, which is nearly 1/10th the speed of light. With that thought, Lin Feng unhesitatingly used the skill book. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding, you have learned the skill Ibu Tianya. A new skill has been added to your skill bar, please check. After learning the skill, Lin Feng immediately opened the potential points interface and upgraded both new skills to their maximum levels in one go. The system issued continuous prompts. Ding, you have used potential points to upgrade the skill Ibu Tianya to level 10. Ding, you have used potential points to upgrade the skill Ling Kong Su Du to level 10. Lin Feng eagerly reopened the skill bar to check the effects of the fully upgraded skills. Indeed, Ibu Tianya's range had expanded to an astonishing 10,000 meters by 10,000 meters. Meanwhile, Ling Kong Su Du's base acceleration had reached 5,000 meters per second, and by consuming 50 of his mana, it could even hit an extreme speed of 6,500 meters per second. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Feng realized that his strength had skyrocketed with the addition of these two skills. A confident smile crept across his face as he looked forward to the challenges ahead. After mastering his new skills, Lin Feng immediately activated the Resurrection Altar. In a burst of dazzling light, hundreds of mythical warriors were reborn from the void. With the addition of these formidable fighters, Yinhuang District's mythical combat power rose to over 300, making its strength comparable to other major districts. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the current complexities. The Dongying district lay in ruins after his conquest, requiring time for restoration. More troubling were the rebellious NPC citizens. Without timely appeasement, even basic tax collection would be challenging. At present, Yinhuang district resembled an out-of-control machine, needing careful calibration to function smoothly again. Lin Feng decisively opened the Yinhuang district interface. Faced with a myriad of functional options, he first selected Repair All City Buildings. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to spend 2 trillion gold coins to rebuild all destroyed cities? Lin Feng confirmed without hesitation. As the system notification sounded, Lin Feng watched as the cities on the virtual map gradually restored to their original state. Yet he remained unsatisfied. He disliked the architectural style of Dongying and decided to overhaul the city's appearance. With another confirmation, 1 trillion gold coins were instantly deducted, and all cities were transformed to showcase elegant huaxia designs. Next, Lin Feng focused on restructuring the currency system. He devised a more complex exchange rate: 10,000 gold coins for 1 platinum coin, 100 platinum coins for 1 purple coin, and 10,000 purple coins for 1 magic crystal coin. This meant that 1 magic crystal coin was equivalent to 1 billion gold coins. As soon as the setup was completed, the gold coins in Lin Feng's backpack were automatically converted into magic crystal coins, causing his wealth to skyrocket, increasing at an astonishing rate every second. In terms of personnel, Lin Feng appointed Luo Ping as the Hall Master of the Gods, overseeing all divine warriors. Instead of establishing traditional court ministers, he directly hired a team of top-tier administrative NPCs to manage the district's daily operations. Militarily, Lin Feng continued to serve as the commander of the 2 major legions. Lin Feng then proceeded to handle 3 critical matters. First, he opened the border between Yinhuang District and Huaxia District, allowing free movement between the two. Second, he opened the household registration for Yinhuang District. Considering the current benefit of 3 days of double experience and the additional perks from the Yinhuang Lord title, Lin Feng set strict application criteria, prioritizing life skill players, and capped the number of registrants at 500 million. Lastly, Lin Feng issued a household registration notification to the Dawn Guild. Through this series of actions, Lin Feng not only rebuilt Yinhuang District's infrastructure, but also laid a solid foundation for future development. He believed that with these measures in place, Yinhuang District would soon regain order and become a prosperous new major district. The Dawn Guild's announcement flashed on the game interface, capturing the attention of numerous players. The message was straightforward. Guild leader Xingtian invites you to join the Yinhuang District and become a citizen. Click here to apply for citizenship. The guild channel erupted with excitement as players expressed their enthusiasm. Guild leader Xingtian has finally opened citizenship applications. Double experience. Here I come. Leader, you're awesome. You're forever a legend. Love you so much. Wow, there's even a drop rate and buff increase. This is amazing. Xingtian is the best. Let's give him a big thumbs up. Lin Feng sat in front of his computer, eyes fixed on the number of citizenship applications. Only after confirming that all members of the Dawn Guild had successfully become citizens of the Yinhuang District did he send the application link to all players in the Huaxia region. The Huaxia region announcement popped up instantly. Player Xingtian invites you to join the Yinhuang District and become a citizen. Click here to apply for citizenship. The public channel exploded. Everyone, come out quickly. Xingtian is giving out benefits. Double experience. Let's go. Thanks Xingtian. I've applied. I can't believe I can join even at my low level. So happy. Xingtian, why can't I join? I think I'm pretty strong T.T. Xingtian coldly replied. It's not about what you think. It's about what I think. Yinhuang District, wow. Can't wait to check it out. Anyone want to team up? Lin Feng had anticipated that players in the Huaxia region would scramble to apply. However, the outcome still exceeded his expectations. Within less than a minute, the system notified. All 400 million citizen slots have been filled. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Next, he had to handle one last task: appeasing the NPC citizens of the Yinhuang District. This should have been a tricky issue, typically requiring spending, tax cuts, or personal appeasement, all time-consuming and troublesome. But Lin Feng detested hassle, so he directly opened the National War Exchange interface. The National War had already begun, and would continue until an empire achieved unification. With his massive score of several trillion points, Lin Feng didn't bother selecting items and directly purchased 10 national fortune gems, 1 for each of the 7 major cities and 3 for the capital. These gems could boost national fortune and unify public sentiment, quickly quelling any unrest among the citizens. Having done all this, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Managing a large region was indeed challenging, even more so than fighting. He shook his head, thinking about the upcoming Celestial Battlefield event, and began browsing the exchange interface. Currently, he lacked nothing. Lin Feng turned his attention to the pet skill book section. Without hesitation, he used his points to redeem all the mythic level skills. These skills were varied, including active, passive, beneficial, and detrimental effects. However, to Lin Feng, who possessed forbidden spells, these skills were trivial and only suitable for his pets. Lin Feng summoned his phoenix, having it learn all the skill books in one go. He then used experience points to level the phoenix up to 60 before returning it to the pet interface. Lin Feng rarely used the phoenix because it couldn't share his buffs. This meant that the phoenix would follow the standard penalty mechanism when killing players, a benefit Lin Feng was reluctant to give. After all, the difference between them was astronomical. Hence, he preferred to fight personally. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the celestial battlefield entry ticket in his inventory, readying himself for the upcoming new challenge. To complete the job transition task, Lin Feng needed to head to the celestial battlefield. Conveniently, he had over 100 tickets for the celestial battlefield in his backpack, just enough to meet the entry requirements. He was filled with curiosity about this mysterious place, which, according to the task description, seemed to be located in another realm. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that this task offered 2 rewards for the first time. In addition to the usual job transition scroll, there was also a new version unlock scroll. This meant he would have control over the entire game's progression, an unprecedented situation. Realizing the importance of the celestial battlefield, Lin Feng decided to give it his all. Suddenly, the space trembled, and the special formation in the reception hall of the celestial domain in the chiming realm was activated. A powerful divine aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. Wu Pengyi, the emissary in charge of reception, watched this scene with excitement, his eyes fixed on the reception array. Such a powerful divine aura signaled the arrival of a mid-tier mythical being. Wu Pengyi was secretly delighted. His luck was indeed good to encounter such a strong figure while on duty. He knew that as long as he maintained a good relationship with this mid-tier being, the benefits would be endless. After all, the chiming realm was just a small world, and attracting such a powerful figure was already quite rare. A figure suddenly appeared within the reception array. It was a demon with 2 horns on his head, a nose ring, and blue skin. He looked around with an aloof and suspicious expression. Wu Pengyi's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to greet him. Sir, I am Wu Pengyi, the reception emissary of the chiming realm. How should I address you? The demon replied arrogantly, I am Niu Jiao, a prodigy who reigns supreme among my generation in the demon realm. Wu Pengyi immediately flattered him. My lord, you truly are the #1 in the demon realm. I'm sure you will emerge victorious in the celestial battlefield, overshadowing all other races. News of the arrival of a demon prodigy quickly spread throughout Chiming City. Countless noble families were stirred into action, preparing to bring precious treasures and outstanding women from their families to visit him. Although Wu Pengyi was the first to contact Niu Jiao, it did not prevent other families from trying to win over this powerful figure. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Yinhuang City, Lin Feng was using replication gems. The system notifications kept flashing. You used a replication gem and successfully obtained 10,000 fragments of immortal matter. You used a replication gem and successfully obtained 10,000 fragments of immortal matter. You used a replication gem and successfully obtained 10,000 fragments of immortal matter. Lin Feng looked at the mountain of immortal matter fragments before him and calculated in his mind. This time, he had used 9 replication gems, copying a total of 90,000 fragments of immortal matter. These fragments could be synthesized into 1,800 points of immortal matter, which would provide strong support for his next plan. The celestial battlefield is a place where the prodigies of all races compete fiercely. Lin Feng knew that each opponent was a Ancient Millennium genius, so he decided to be fully prepared. His preparation involved acquiring immortal material, a rare substance also known as divine material. It is well known that those who possess immortal material are considered gods. Mythical-level powerhouses can refine immortal material through their divine essence, while others can only obtain it by merging fragments of immortal material. The amount of immortal material that a mythical powerhouse can refine varies by their level. Lower-tier powerhouses can refine up to 500 units, mid-tier around 800 units, and high-tier up to 1,000 units. Super-tier powerhouses are unique, divided into regular super-tier and peak super-tier. The former can refine between 1,000 and 1,200 units, while the latter can reach up to 1,500 units. Lin Feng had not yet fused with the divine essence, as this process could only occur after reaching level 100 and undergoing a rebirth. Therefore, he had to rely on fragments of immortal material to synthesize the substance. Although this method was more costly, for instance, to break free from strong control, a mythical powerhouse might need only 500 units of immortal material, while Lin Feng would require 1,000 units. She had the support of 10,000 replica stones, which could trigger a 10,000-fold amplification. After careful calculation, Lin Feng used only 9 replica stones to merge 1,800 units of immortal material, a quantity that even surpassed peak super-tier mythical powerhouses. More importantly, he could synthesize more anytime he wished. Lin Feng meticulously organized his backpack, ensuring everything was ready. He gave brief instructions to his subordinates and prepared to set off for the celestial battlefield. At this moment, the only remaining force in the Yinhuang region was the Scourge of the Undead, which Lin Feng had intentionally left for the players. He had the ability to eradicate these undead, but decided that allowing Yinhuang players the chance to grow stronger was more valuable, so he chose to keep them around. With the situation in the Yinhuang region stabilized, Lin Feng had no more worries. He took a deep breath, grasped the ticket to the celestial battlefield, and activated the mission without hesitation. An epic adventure was about to begin. Lin Feng's vision blurred, and he found himself standing in a grand palace. A system notification sounded in his ear. You have discovered the chiming realm. You have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification, gaining 1 billion prestige points. He looked around and realized he wasn't on the heavenly domain battlefield but in a place called the chiming realm. As he pondered this, a young man with the name Guide Li Yun above his head approached quickly. Sir, I am Li Yun, the guide responsible for welcoming distinguished individuals from other worlds. May I know your name? Li Yun asked respectfully. Lin Feng suddenly understood that the guide was akin to a beginner's guide. He replied calmly, My name is Xing Tian. Li Yun immediately responded, Lord Xing Tian, welcome to the chiming realm. I will explain the rules of the heavenly domain battlefield to you. Lin Feng nodded, signaling him to continue. Li Yun elaborated that entry to the heavenly domain battlefield required 100 tickets, which could be purchased individually or cooperatively. He also mentioned that life and death within the battlefield were determined by fate, and the challenges were ever-changing, only becoming clear upon entry. After the explanation, Lin Feng directly asked, Where is the heavenly domain battlefield? Li Yun handed him a map, explaining that it was a special tool to track the battlefield's location. As Lin Feng accepted the map, the system notified him that he had obtained the rare unique heavenly domain battlefield tracking map. Opening the map, Lin Feng saw a flashing circular mirror icon indicating the battlefield's location. Without hesitation, he put away the map and headed in that direction. As he took a step forward, his figure suddenly vanished. Shortly after Lin Feng left, the guiding formation lit up again. Before Li Yun could react, a young boy stepped out of the formation. As soon as the boy emerged, the entire hall shook violently. A terrifying aura emanated from the boy, causing surrounding ceramics and pottery to shatter. Li Yun was so overwhelmed by the power that he fell to the ground in fear. The boy seemed to realize he had exposed his strength and quickly restrained his aura, smiling sheepishly as he asked if Li Yun had seen anyone from the Shinkong clan. Upon learning that the Shinkong clan had already entered the heavenly domain battlefield, the boy smiled contentedly and gradually faded away. Li Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, momentarily forgetting to stand up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had followed the map to the entrance of the heavenly domain battlefield. He saw a massive irregular mirror floating in the sky. Lin Feng flew up to the mirror and placed his hand on it. The system immediately prompted, asking if he wished to enter the heavenly domain battlefield and reminding him that it required 100 tickets. After confirming his entry, the system detected that he had 8 luck points and instructed him to allocate them to a faction. The faction interface showed that the Divine Kingdom faction had no luck point requirement, while the Sky faction required a minimum of 20 points. Lin Feng had no choice but to select the Divine Kingdom faction, investing all 8 of his luck points into it. The system then opened the luck leaderboard and updated his mission. Lin Feng checked the mission interface and found that his new task was to eliminate the Sky faction. He accepted the mission without hesitation. The system notified him that the heavenly domain battlefield map was now accessible. Lin Feng was about to check the detailed information on the luck leaderboard. On the destiny leaderboard, Jones highly tops the list with an astonishing 21.2 million destiny points. Following him closely is Lucian from the Divine Clan, with 10 million destiny points in second place. In third place is Norsegna from the Infernal Clan, boasting 9.89 million destiny points. The list extends all the way to the 100th spot, occupied by Xingtian of the Human Clan with a destiny point of 0. Lin Feng's eyes quickly scanned the leaderboard, calculating silently in his mind. A note at the bottom of the list caught his attention. Failing a mission will result in negative destiny points, while completing a mission will earn destiny points. Whenever destiny points exceed 10, 100, or 1000, the respective clan will receive a reward. Conversely, if destiny points are negative and reach multiples of 10, 100, or 1000, the clan will face punishment. After reading the leaderboard, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. The Human Clan had a mere 8 destiny points, a stark contrast to the other clans. Is this the harsh reality of betting on clan destiny? He realized there was no turning back for him. Shaking his head, Lin Feng opened the map of the celestial battlefield. The territories of the Divine Kingdom and the Skyscape Kingdom were clearly marked, but he couldn't discern any useful information. So, he directly brought up the mission interface. On the mission interface, the words, Eliminate the Skyscape faction, stood out prominently. The mission objectives were divided into 3 tiers. Preventing the Skyscape faction's advance would earn 10 destiny points. Maintaining the Divine Kingdom's rule would reward 20 destiny points. And completely annihilating the Skyscape faction would grant 50 destiny points. It was specifically noted that the reward threshold for this mission was 30 points. Exceeding this threshold would trigger a more difficult advanced mission, with the difficulty increasing as more destiny points were earned. The mission introduction revealed the background of this world. The Divine Kingdom and 18 vassal states ruled the land, but the tyranny of the new emperor had brought suffering to the masses. This led to the rise of the Skyscape Kingdom, which raised the banner of rebellion and garnered support from numerous vassal states and powerful individuals, vowing to overthrow the Divine Kingdom's rule. The mission would continue until either the Divine Kingdom or the Skyscape faction was completely eradicated. After carefully reading the mission details, Lin Feng's face darkened. It turned out that the Divine Kingdom was the antagonist in this conflict, while the Skyscape faction represented justice. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder there were no restrictions on joining the Divine Kingdom's faction. The mission's difficulty was extremely high. In contrast, joining the Skyscape faction seemed easier to succeed, hence the higher destiny point requirements. Everything became clear. For a strong individual like him from a small clan, there was no choice but to join the Divine Kingdom's faction. Meanwhile, the powerful clans from across the heavens would undoubtedly choose the Skyscape faction without hesitation. Lin Feng thought coldly that small clans were merely pawns in this celestial battlefield, tools to enhance the enjoyment of the mighty clans. With this realization, a fierce determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew the upcoming battles would be extraordinarily difficult, but he had no other choice. Lin Feng closed the interface and pondered for a moment. The map clearly showed that the Sky Kingdom was rapidly encroaching on the Divine Kingdom's territory. At this rate, the heartland of the Divine Kingdom would soon fall, and the entire nation was on the brink of collapse. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng made up his mind. Following the map's guidance, he swiftly flew towards the capital of the Divine Kingdom. Inside the imperial palace, a grand banquet was underway. The emperor of the Divine Kingdom sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his ministers. Fine wine and gourmet food were in abundance, with music and dance adding to the festivities. Servants moved in and out in long lines, carrying exquisite dishes. Hovering above the palace, Lin Feng frowned at the scene below. No wonder he's the ruler of a doomed nation, he muttered, shaking his head. Then, with a swift dive, he landed directly in the middle of the palace. His sudden appearance immediately alarmed the palace guards. The sound of swords being drawn echoed around him, as dozens of guards pointed their weapons at Lin Feng. "Who are you? And why have you trespassed in the palace?" the guards shouted sternly. Lin Feng ignored their threats, his gaze indifferent as he scanned the hall, finally locking onto the emperor. He spoke coldly, "I'm here to see your emperor. How dare you?" Such insolence towards his majesty. The guards roared in fury. The emperor cleared his throat and looked arrogantly at Lin Feng, frowning. "Many powerful beings have joined my ranks, but none as audacious as you." After a pause, he added, "However, I am magnanimous and won't hold it against you. But if you can't prove your worth, I won't spare you." Immediately, the ministers chimed in with flattery. "The emperor seeks talent, truly a wise ruler. The emperor's magnanimity is unparalleled, worthy of a great emperor. With such a wise ruler, our divine kingdom will surely flourish again." Listening to these sycophantic remarks, Lin Feng felt a wave of disgust. He walked forward with a smirk. "You want to see my skills? That depends on how much treasure you have." Hearing this, the emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I rule the entire realm. My treasury is filled with countless treasures. If I wished, I could cover the entire palace with them." Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he pulled out his staff, smiling. Very well, very well." The emperor looked puzzled. "What's so good about that?" Lin Feng grinned wickedly, waving his staff. "Taking an entire nation's treasure for free is very good. Meteor shower, frozen wasteland, wrath of thunder." In an instant, apocalyptic spells manifested out of thin air, engulfing the entire palace. "How dare you? Are you mad? Protect the emperor." The elite guards, several of whom were at the peak of mythic power, sensed the overwhelming destructive force and were visibly shaken. They couldn't believe someone would dare attack a sovereign ruler. Several mythic peak warriors immediately shielded the emperor, trying to escort him away. "You won't escape," Lin Feng declared coldly, imbuing his skill with 1,500 points of indestructible essence. Wind's restraint. With the addition of 1,000 points of indestructible essence, this binding spell became so powerful that even mythic peak warriors couldn't break free. At this moment, the skill was unstoppable. The mythic peak warriors could only watch helplessly as countless meteors rained down, leveling the entire palace and killing numerous elite warriors of the Divine Kingdom. System notifications rang out. "Ding. You have slain mythic peak warrior Pang Ji. Triggered 10,000-fold amplification. Gained 210 billion gold coins. Moonin will blade mythic peak." "Ding. You have slain mythic peak warrior Wang Gang. Triggered 10,000-fold amplification. Gained 210 billion gold coins. Sky-piercing helmet mythic peak." "Ding. You have slain mythic peak warrior Xiang. Triggered 10,000-fold amplification. Gained 210 billion gold coins. Silver dragon armor mythic peak." At that moment, the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom was suddenly enveloped in an earthy yellow glow. However, as the spells continued, the glow gradually weakened. Seeing that everyone in the palace except the Emperor was dead, Lin Feng ceased his spellcasting to conserve his mana. The Emperor, now pale and terrified, was a far cry from his former self-assured demeanor. Lin Feng coldly demanded, "Where is my treasure vault?" The Emperor was stunned. "Ugh, that's my treasure vault. When did it become yours?" But seeing Lin Feng's icy expression, he quickly realized that his survival was not due to any divine protection, but simply because Lin Feng wanted to keep him alive. Trembling, the Emperor said, "It's in the palace, here. This is the key." He threw a key towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's focus was entirely on the key. Step of Infinity. He instantly appeared at the key's landing point and caught it smoothly. Meanwhile, the Emperor used some secret technique and vanished without a trace. A sovereign ruler with some escape methods was not surprising. Lin Feng didn't mind. The task was clear: target the Sky Kingdom's forces. However, it didn't specify how to deal with the Divine Kingdom. He believed most would choose to join the Divine Kingdom and serve the Emperor. But Lin Feng thought differently. With enough power, he didn't need to concern himself with the Divine Kingdom. Rules are shackles for the weak. The strong not only disregard rules but can even change them. Lin Feng deeply understood this at the moment. He thought to himself, so what if I kill the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom? The kingdom won't collapse because of it. Since that's the case, why not take all the wealth of the Divine Kingdom for myself, and then plan my strategy against the Celestial Camp? The treasure vault of the Divine Kingdom was indeed hidden within the palace. The entire palace had been ravaged by forbidden spells, leaving ruins everywhere. Only the vault remained intact. With the secret key in hand, Lin Feng gently pushed open the door to the treasure vault. With a thunderous sound, the doors swung open. Lin Feng was completely stunned by the sight before him. Piles of treasures glittered like mountains, including many rare and exotic items he had never even heard of before. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began a thorough plundering. Just then, a series of system notifications flooded his ears like a tide. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Ultra Divine Level Domain Source Crystal 1W. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Sealed Saint Level Endless Star Map 1. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Sealed Saint Level Starry Sky Teleportation Array 1. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Sealed Saint Level Starry Sky Beast Egg 1. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Sealed Saint Level Space Expansion Array 1. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained Sealed Saint Level Time Reversal Array 1. This string of notifications filled Lin Feng with immense joy. Saint Level. That was a realm above the Ultra Divine Level, a legendary existence. The items in the treasure vault were initially at most Ultra Divine Level, but with the 10,000-fold amplification system, they had all been upgraded to Saint Level. Lin Feng thought to himself that in this otherworldly realm, he wasn't restricted by game versions and could theoretically obtain unlimited treasures. In contrast, on the Destiny continent, it was impossible to acquire items above the mythical level. However, just then, an announcement from the celestial battlefield echoed. Human tribe member Xingtian massacred the Divine Kingdom Palace and assassinated the Divine Kingdom Emperor. The Emperor of the Divine Kingdom now declares Xingtian a permanent enemy of the kingdom. All Divine Kingdom warriors are authorized to kill him on sight. Another announcement quickly followed. Human tribe member Xingtian, ferocious beyond compare, unmatched in killing intent, is hereby awarded the title Mythical Level Supreme Fiend. Lin Feng's system notification chimed in again. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained title Ultra Divine Level Supreme Demon. Listening to this series of announcements, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. These threats and rewards only served to further validate his growing power. He was ready to face even fiercer challenges ahead. Ding dong, Lin Feng completed the Human Destiny branch of his Class Change quest and earned a God level title. He eagerly checked the details of his new title. Supreme Fiend. Super God level, Tier 1. Effect. Wearing this title allows the creation of a Fiend realm within a 1000 by 1000 range. Passive effects of Fiend realm. 1. Reduces all attributes of specified targets or multiple targets by 10. 2. Increases attack power by 20 for every 20 of health lost. A bright smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Wow, this super god level title is amazing. He immediately equipped the title. The system prompt sounded. Ding dong, you have equipped the title Supreme Fiend. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. This class change quest required him to complete 3 stages, and obtaining the god level title was just the first step. Next, he needed to achieve the Suppress the Era accomplishment and ascend to the peak of the Top Cloud Summit. Lin Feng then began to inventory the other rewards from this quest. He found many saint level items, but unfortunately, they were all sealed. He randomly selected one to inspect. Endless Star Map. Saint Level. Sealed. Tier 1. Effect. This item records the major star realms and star domains of the endless starry sky, marking the major forces within. Special. Sealed. Description. Want to travel far? You need a map. Lin Feng pondered. This star map not only contained information about star realms and star domains, but also marked the numerous forces within the endless starry sky. He realized the game's world was incredibly vast. In his previous life, all players were busy fending off various calamities and didn't have the chance to leave their planet. Now, he not only stood at the pinnacle of players, but was also one of the top powerhouses on the Destiny continent. Perhaps in the future, he might truly explore even farther worlds. With such hopes, Lin Feng attempted to unseal the star map, but found that it required special items or super god level peak strength to do so. He had no choice but to store the map in his backpack for now, along with the other sealed saint level items. Lin Feng then turned his attention to other items. There were not many super god level items, mostly equipment and currency, which were not very practical. There were quite a few god level items, including various building blueprints, tools, treasures, and pet eggs, but most did not catch his eye. As for items below the mythic level, although numerous, Lin Feng only gave them a cursory glance, planning to later stock them in chain stores or guild and legion warehouses for Huaxia and Yinhuang players to purchase. At that moment, an unusual event occurred in the Heavenly Domain Battlefield's Sky Kingdom camp. Countless powerhouses felt an inexplicable unease and turned their attention toward the direction of the Divine Kingdom Palace. A burst of destructive power had just erupted there, its intensity comparable to a full-force strike from a high-tier mythic powerhouse. The location of this power's emergence puzzled many. It was the most central and dangerous part of the Divine Kingdom. Who would dare to act so recklessly in the Divine Kingdom's palace? The Sky Kingdom's powerhouses would immediately detect anyone approaching the palace. The palace was guarded not only by multiple peak mythic powerhouses, but also by numerous prohibitive spells, deterring even super god-level powerhouses from making a move. Unless it was an extraordinary prodigy from another world within the Divine Kingdom. But why would such a prodigy destroy the Divine Kingdom's palace? It made no sense. Logically, they should gain the Divine Kingdom Emperor's approval, receive an official position, and then lead troops to attack the Sky Kingdom camp. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the prodigies from other worlds were left bewildered and uneasy. Just then, an announcement from the celestial battlefield suddenly echoed through the skies. Xing Tian of the human race has slaughtered the palace of the Divine Kingdom and assassinated the Divine Emperor. The announcement sounded like a thunderclap. The Divine Emperor has declared that Xing Tian is a permanent enemy of the Divine Kingdom. Any strong being of the Divine Kingdom who encounters him is free to kill him. Immediately following, another announcement came. Xing Tian of the human race, with unparalleled ferocity and unmatched killing intent, is awarded the title Supreme Fiend, Mythical Tier. This sudden news hit the hearts of the alien prodigies in the celestial camp like a sledgehammer. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? Is there really an alien prodigy bold enough to make a move in the Divine Kingdom's palace? Not only that, but to slaughter the palace and assassinate the Divine Emperor. Are they insane? Wait, Xing Tian? Isn't he a powerful figure from the human race? The one at the bottom of the fate rankings. The alien prodigies who frequently monitored the rankings quickly recalled Lin Feng's background. They originally thought Xing Tian was just cannon fodder. After all, even among prodigies, there are varying degrees of strength. In the grand scheme of things, prodigies from lesser-known clans and regions often don't measure up to those from dominant clans. But now, it seemed that Xing Tian was different. Is Xing Tian really that fierce? He just entered the celestial battlefield and already caused such a commotion, slaughtering the palace and assassinating the emperor. That's impressive. Xing Tian, could he be our undercover agent? An alien prodigy from the celestial camp speculated, confused. Meanwhile, the alien prodigies from the Divine Kingdom camp were even more bewildered. Who is this Xing Tian? Destroying the palace? Isn't that like having your home robbed? Can the Divine Kingdom's array still function properly? Damn it. Xing Tian better hope he doesn't run into me, or he'll regret it. Wait, which camp is he from? The celestial camp, right? Otherwise, why target the Divine Kingdom? He might be from the Divine Kingdom camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into the palace. Geez, a fierce one indeed. From the Divine Kingdom camp and still went to kill the Emperor. What a wild move. As everyone was discussing fervently, a childlike figure suddenly stopped in his tracks somewhere on the celestial battlefield, looking in the direction of the Divine Kingdom palace with surprise. The power of a forbidden spell? The child murmured in amazement, then revealed a meaningful smile. This celestial battlefield is really getting interesting. There's me, disguised as a super god level being, the prodigies of the Star Clan, the greatest clan of the infinite cosmos. And now this hot-tempered little guy from the human race. SK. We better not provoke the upper realm experts too much. However, as the child's thoughts drifted to the upper realm, his relaxed expression instantly froze, replaced by a look of undeniable gravity. After collecting the treasures, Lin Feng pondered briefly. The differences between the heavenly domain battlefield and the main world surfaced in his mind. There was a power limit in the main world, with the strongest being no more than the pinnacle of the supertier. Here, however, he might encounter beings of supergod level or even stronger. He glanced at the dwindling amount of indestructible material in his hand and decided to synthesize more. Lin Feng quickly took out the replication gems and fragments of indestructible material. With the prompts flashing consecutively, 20 replication gems were converted into 200,000 fragments of indestructible material. Skillfully, he synthesized them into 4,000 units of indestructible material, adding to the existing 300 units, bringing the total to 4,300 units. Looking at this ample supply, Lin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. With these indestructible materials, he felt confident even if he encountered a supergod-level opponent. A plan for the next action began to take shape in his mind. Lin Feng opened the real-time updated map, carefully observing the power distribution between the Divine Kingdom faction and the Skydome faction. The Skydome faction currently had the upper hand, having advanced to the Divine Kingdom faction's Yinhuang city, while the Divine Kingdom faction was struggling to hold on. After memorizing the route, Lin Feng used his ability to traverse the void and instantly disappeared from his original spot. Outside Yinhuang city, hundreds of mythic-level warriors had gathered, tensions high. The Divine Kingdom faction had over 60 prodigies from other worlds and dozens of local mythic warriors, while the Skydome faction had over 40 prodigies from other worlds and a similar number of local warriors. Lin Feng quietly appeared 100 miles away, silently observing the standoff. As a prodigy from another world wanted by the Divine Kingdom, he was an enemy to all. However, this did not prevent him from watching coldly, waiting for the opportunity when both sides would be weakened. Suddenly, a high-tier local mythic warrior from the Skydome faction stepped forward. I am Longchuan, a general of the Skydome. Does the Divine Kingdom have any strong warriors willing to fight? He challenged arrogantly, wielding a giant sword. Among the Divine Kingdom faction, the prodigies from other worlds sneered. Unless it's a supertier, I can't be bothered, someone muttered. Let me handle this. A voice rang out, firm and powerful. A young prodigy from another world with deep purple skin and dual hammers stepped forward. Renan of the Rock Tribe. Lin Feng squinted, pondering. Rock Tribe? That's a new one. Lung Chuan scrutinized Renan, who was only at the initial mythic level, but didn't dare underestimate him. He had experienced the terrifying power of prodigies from other worlds and knew that those who appeared weaker were often the most formidable. Without a word, Renan swung his massive hammers and charged at Lung Chuan. Facing the fierce attack, Lung Chuan raised his sword to block. However, with a resounding clang, his giant sword bent, and the hammer landed on his shoulder unimpeded. With a thunderous crash, Lung Chuan was sent flying, half of his body already mangled. Renan's eyes flashed coldly as he followed up. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. This Rock Tribe kid's casual strike was as powerful as a full-force blow from a high-tier warrior. He recalled Luo Ping's performance at the high-tier level without using indestructible material. It was about this level. With it, the output easily surpassed 100 million. So, this is the strength of a prodigy who can dominate their era and suppress an entire realm? Lin Feng silently remarked. Not bad at all. Lin Feng's most potent offensive capability lies in his ability to deliver continuous, unrestricted damage, stacking up to massive amounts. While his individual strikes may seem unremarkable, the cumulative damage can reach staggering levels, even into the hundreds of billions. It's this formidable strength that allows Lin Feng to confidently evaluate those who are on par with him in the realm of otherworldly prodigies. At that moment, Lenin caught up, his massive hammer enveloped in a layer of terrifying, immortal divinity. It was clear that his target was Longchuan. Longchuan's face turned as pale as paper. He was well aware of the prowess of otherworldly prodigies, but he had never imagined the disparity would be so vast. Facing Lenin, a mythical lower-tier powerhouse capable of obliterating higher-tier opponents, Longchuan felt as weak as a defenseless child. At the brink of life and death, he gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating blinding golden light, enveloping himself completely. He channeled all his immortal divinity into bolstering his defense, hoping to withstand the impending fatal blow. Sky-shattering strike. Lenin roared, his hammer humming with intense energy, glowing with golden light. In an instant, a colossal hammer shadow that seemed to encompass the entire sky appeared behind him. As Lenin's hammer swung down, the gigantic shadow hammered towards Longchuan with devastating force. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the hammer shadow dissipated into nothingness. Longchuan's figure vanished completely from the world in that moment. Longchuan, a mythical higher-tier powerhouse, was obliterated with a single strike. The mythical powerhouses of the Tianqiong camp were all visibly shaken, staring in disbelief. Lung Chuan, gone with just one hammer strike? The power of this prodigy from the Yin clan was truly terrifying. However, the otherworldly prodigies remained indifferent, as if they had anticipated this outcome. They were called prodigies because they possessed the strength to defeat higher-level foes effortlessly. Each was the favored child of their respective realms, claiming invincibility in their era, armed with various trump cards, heavenly treasures, and supreme talents. To them, this result was entirely expected. The Yin clan's secret techniques are indeed remarkable. I wonder how far Lin has advanced in his training. One of the otherworldly prodigies commented. It doesn't matter how far he's come. Once Jones Heller arrives, everyone on the opposing side is doomed. Another prodigy sneered. Exactly, Jones Heller of the Shinkong clan is the prodigy among prodigies. He aims to conquer the summit of Yinhuang, a peak untouched for 1,000 years. Forget about him for now. We, from the endless starry clans, won't let a mere Yin clan act recklessly. Calm down, everyone. I'll take on Lenin in the next battle. Lin Feng watched all this with a cold gaze. The otherworldly prodigies had numerous trump cards, and defeating higher-level foes was a routine matter for them. The next move would depend on how the prodigies from the Tianqiong camp responded. Lin Feng was secretly looking forward to it, hoping a prodigy would step up to face Lenin, allowing him to better understand the true capabilities of these prodigies. The clash between the prodigies from another realm and the native powerhouses of the celestial battlefield was like a steamroller. The real spectacle lay in the duels between the prodigies. Lin Feng closely monitored the engagement between the two factions, his gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, a green flame shot skyward, and a formidable warrior, wrapped in chains, stepped out from the crowd. His eyes were piercing as he looked directly at Lenin and spoke calmly. From the prison clan, Wu Gang. Upon hearing this, Lenin raised his massive hammer defensively, his expression unchanging. Wu Gang eyed his opponent with interest, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless chains, serpent-like, erupted from Wu Gang's body, sweeping toward Lenin like a tidal wave. Faced with this overwhelming assault, a fierce determination flashed in Lenin's eyes. In his mind, he recalled the elder's words before he left. Lenin, as you step onto the celestial battlefield, you no longer represent just yourself, but the fate of countless Rock clan members. The destiny of our clan is now in your hands. You may face danger and adversity, even the brink of death. But remember, if you think of the Rock clan and the endless calamities they would endure after your death, you will find strength. This is the power of protecting your kin. It will make you invincible. Lenin's vision was filled with the deadly chains. His eyes turned blood red, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. His two hammers shot forward, aimed directly at Wu Gang. Wu Gang sneered, pointing a single finger. A chain, like a tentacle, lashed out and effortlessly deflected the hammers. Snap! Golden light burst from Lenin's body as he charged toward Wu Gang without hesitation. A chorus of sighs arose from the Divine Kingdom faction. They could see the vast disparity in strength between Lenin and Wu Gang, realizing that Wu Gang was only using a fraction of his power to put Lenin in a desperate situation. Someone murmured, "This is the tragedy of our small world and minor clans. We come to the celestial battlefield with insufficient fortune points to choose our faction, and are left with no choice but to join the Divine Kingdom." Exactly. The major realms and great clans have enough fortune points to choose the Celestial Kingdom faction. Are we destined to be mere cannon fodder? Lenin's going to lose. Who's going to face Wu Gang from the prison clan next? Wu Gang is too strong. We can't match him. In contrast, the Celestial Kingdom faction remained composed. They were not surprised by Wu Gang's dominance. Someone whispered, "We're going to win this battle." Throughout history, the Celestial Kingdom faction has never lost, and this time is no exception. Wu Gang from the prison clan alone could probably defeat all the prodigies from the other realm. And Wu Gang isn't even the strongest among us. We still have powerful warriors from the Divine Clan. On the battlefield, the endless chains whipped at Lenin, each strike drastically reducing his health. Soon, the chains tightly bound his limbs and swarmed around him like a hive. Lin Feng watched, frowning slightly. The prison clan? I've never heard of them, he thought. But Wu Gang's strength does indeed surpass that of Rock Clan's Lenin. Lin Feng could see that Wu Gang hadn't even used his full power yet, while Lenin was already completely overwhelmed. Die! Wu Gang shouted, and the chains glowed with golden light, clearly intending to crush Lenin completely. Boom! A loud explosion came from the chains' enclosure, and as they dispersed, Lenin's figure was nowhere to be seen. Wu Gang's triumphant smile froze on his face. Both the Divine Kingdom and Celestial Kingdom factions gasped. Lenin's not dead. How could that be? Wasn't he killed? Amazing, Linen. What a brilliant move. Lin Feng also witnessed this astonishing scene. One of the hammers that had been knocked away had transformed into Lenin's likeness. The other hammer flew back into his hand. Swish. Lenin, now a streak of golden light, charged at Wu Gang, once again using the Rock Clan's secret technique. A giant apparition of Lenin and his hammer appeared in the void, mirroring his movements as they struck Wu Gang. Upon closer inspection, the hammer in the apparition's hand had turned blood red. At this moment, Lenin was engulfed in golden flames, burning his immortal divinity. His face twisted with rage. He swung his hammer with all his might and roared, "Die!" Wu Gang barely had time to shield himself with his immortal divinity. The hammer, without hesitation, struck Wu Gang heavily. Boom! Crash! A shattered chain fell from the sky. In an instant, Wu Gang from the prison clan was pulverized, dead on the spot. However, as the apparition behind Lenin faded, his aura plummeted. With a piff, golden blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he wavered in the air, on the brink of collapse. Lenin stood tall and firm, despite being covered in wounds and barely able to breathe. His eyes gleamed with an unyielding spirit, and though his voice was weak, it was resolute and powerful. "We are not the weaklings who can be bullied by your great clans and realms. The Yin clan may be small and frail, but we have never lost the courage to challenge fate. I will prove with my life that even someone as insignificant as me can overcome the mighty clans and realms. Even an ant has the potential to topple a giant beast." After saying these words, Lenin mustered the last of his strength and slowly scanned the opposing camp. His gaze was filled with determination and pride, as if declaring to everyone the indomitable spirit of the Yin clan. Then, he turned around with great difficulty, taking one step at a time back to the Divine Kingdom's ranks, each step a battle against exhaustion and pain. At this moment, countless eyes from different realms were fixed on this young man from the Yin clan who had created a miracle. Lenin's presence, his deeds, and his words struck like lightning into the hearts of his fellow warriors. Many of them began to ponder. If we can't choose our fate, why not strive to conquer it? Weakness might just be an excuse for failure. If we give our all, even in the face of formidable opponents, there might still be a chance to fight. Since the opening of the celestial battlefield, the Divine Kingdom had been at a disadvantage, never achieving victory. This situation largely stemmed from the fact that the powerful clans and realms of the endless cosmos banded together. The prodigies from smaller clans and realms had no choice but to join the doomed ranks of the Divine Kingdom. Unlike the strong from the great clans and realms, these prodigies from smaller clans and realms bore greater pressure. The elite from the great clans had superior luck points. They could afford to fail, losing only a fraction of their luck. But for the prodigies of smaller clans and realms, the consequences of failure were unbearable. They represented not just themselves but millions of their kin. Death was not the fear. The fear was that their kin would suffer endless calamities for eternity after their demise. The situation for the human clan was similar. Lin Feng took a deep breath, realizing he couldn't afford to lose either. He represented the entire human clan. If their luck points fell into the negative, the human clan would face dire consequences. Lin Feng would never let that happen. The countless disasters he had endured in his past life were ones he refused to let the human clan experience again in this life. Those disasters were like nightmares that could never awaken, too terrifying to recount. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng made a silent vow. He would lead the human clan to conquer all calamities and enemies. He would guide them to witness the boundless expanse of the cosmos. For even an ant has the right to look up at the stars. Faced with the ambush and death of Wu Gang, the prodigies of the Skyscape faction remained silent. Although Wu Gang of the Infernal clan was powerful, he met his end at the hands of Lunong from the Rock clan. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure. To them, Wu Gang's strength was merely average within their ranks. In the Divine Kingdom faction, how many warriors would dare to risk their lives for a strike like Lunong did? Lunong's success was seen as a fluke, a stroke of luck. Now that the Skyscape prodigies were on guard, the prodigies from the Divine Kingdom would find it hard to replicate such an attack. A tall, imposing figure stepped out from the Skyscape faction, exuding an aura of confidence and power. The prodigies from the Divine Kingdom gasped in shock. Luo Shaoan, a prodigy from the Divine Clan. Someone whispered in awe. He didn't follow Jones Heller to the summit. Jones Heller's daring climb to the peak without completing the mission made sense. Now Luo Shaoan had stayed behind. The prodigies of the Skyscape faction looked on with anticipation, fully aware of Luo Shaoan's exceptional prowess. He had once single-handedly breached the Divine Kingdom's border fortress, slaying countless mythical warriors, including prodigies from other realms. Luo Shaoan is eager to join Jones Heller at the summit, someone murmured. With Luo Shaoan in the fray, the outcome is certain. Unless there's a dark horse on the opposing side that can match his strength, another person said confidently. Be cautious, they might go all out and attack together, someone warned. Luo Shaoan walked through the air, each step feeling like a hammer on the hearts of the opposing prodigies. His eyes gleamed with a divine light, as dazzling as the sun. No one from the Divine Kingdom faction dared to meet his gaze. Divine Clan, Luo Shaoan, he announced calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The Divine Kingdom faction erupted in commotion. It's Luo Shaoan, someone exclaimed. I know his achievements. He once took down an entire fortress alone, instantly killing 3 prodigies from other realms. Unbelievable. This guy is terrifying. Another person gasped. Instantly killing native warriors, even at the peak of mythical power, wouldn't have shocked them too much. But slaying 3 prodigies? That was truly terrifying. Lin Feng watched everything closely. The Divine Clan? He thought, memories flooding back. After the fusion of the game and reality in his past life, humanity had faced relentless catastrophes, suffering heavy losses and teetering on the brink of extinction. Many strong individuals had sought help from the divine realm, but their pleas went unanswered. Eventually, humanity gave up on seeking aid and struggled to survive on their own. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng scrutinized Luo Shaoan more closely. Despite his overwhelming presence, Lin Feng wondered why the Divine Clan, if so powerful, never helped humanity. Why did they stand by while humanity faced annihilation? Was it because, in the eyes of the divine realm, humans were insignificant, less than ants? He recalled how humanity had guarded the gates of the divine realm, fending off invasions from the demon realm, yet received no aid in return. This thought left Lin Feng with a complex expression. In the Divine Kingdom faction, someone suggested, let's attack together. Luo Shaoan cannot be defeated by one person alone. Yes, we carry the hopes of our tribes. Individual lives are insignificant compared to the expectations of millions. Another person responded passionately, I might never return, but let me shed my last drop of blood for our people. Someone else said solemnly. As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of prodigies suddenly surged forward. They led the native mythical warriors like a tidal wave towards the Skyscape faction. The Skyscape prodigies, well prepared, met them with disdainful expressions. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield erupted with deafening explosions. The melee had begun in earnest. Lin Feng watched indifferently. To him, the life and death of the Divine Kingdom prodigies were irrelevant. He was only responsible for humanity and owed nothing to anyone else. He thought, it would be best if both sides were severely weakened, saving me some effort. The battle raged on for a long time. The battlefield was filled with agonizing screams, and bodies fell from the sky at intervals. Among the dead were native mythical warriors and prodigies from both the Divine Kingdom and the Skyscape faction. Eventually, the battlefield fell silent. As the dust settled, the victors emerged. Unsurprisingly, the Skyscape faction had won. However, their native mythical warriors were all wiped out. Only about 10 prodigies survived, many of them wounded. Despite this, their eyes still shone with the light of victory. Only the prodigies like Lu Shaoxin from the Divine Clan and Shanru from the Infernal Clan remained unscathed. On the battlefield, the two stood proudly, their aura radiating like a rainbow, starkly contrasting with the other bedraggled prodigies. The prodigies from the divine realm are truly formidable. Aside from their lack of deep foundations, they're not much different from us. One prodigy murmured. There is a gap, another added, but it's not as wide as that between us and the top-tier clans. Exactly, a third chimed in. The Infernal Clan had 2 prodigies. Wu Gang is dead, but Shanru is unharmed, and so is Lu Shaoxin. The crowd buzzed with discussion but quickly reached a consensus. No matter what, this mission should be a sure win. From here on, we just need to push through. At that moment, Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared before them. A faint smile played on his lips as he softly said, one step to eternity. Swish. Lin Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear high above in the sky. The prodigies of the celestial camp instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Feng. Their expressions were a mix of curiosity, astonishment, shock, and a hint of panic. Lu Shaoxin opened his mouth in confusion and asked, Heavenly Man Clan? Lin Feng blinked and replied calmly, You can tell my origin? Lu Shaoxin sneered arrogantly, as a master. If I don't know the background of my servants, wouldn't I be quite incompetent? The surrounding prodigies of different realms began to murmur. Lu Shaoxin, is he a servant of your divine realm? So, he's an ally, not an enemy? Not necessarily. He doesn't seem to have good intentions. Lu Shaoxin explained with a cold laugh. Our divine realm governs dozens of worlds, among which there is a lineage called the Heavenly Man Clan. This lineage of humans fled from the endless starry sky. If our divine realm hadn't granted them a continent, they wouldn't even have a place to survive. Shanru from the Infernal Clan suddenly understood. I see. Humans are a second-rate race in the endless starry sky. They don't fare too badly, so how did they become your servants? Turns out, they are just a branch of the human race. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt enlightened. It was the first time he had learned such a secret. Lu Shaoxin looked down at Lin Feng and said, "Without the Divine Realm's order, the Heavenly Man clan is not allowed to participate in the celestial battlefield. This has been an ironclad rule since ancient times. Your clan has violated this rule by participating in the battlefield without permission. I will report this to the Divine Realm, and you will face severe consequences." Lin Feng frowned and responded coldly, "Why can't our human clan participate in the celestial battlefield?" Lu Shaoxin snorted disdainfully, "Because your clan signed a servant contract with us. As servants, how dare you defy your master's orders? Are you planning a rebellion?" Lin Feng raised his staff slowly and said, "Rebellion? You've reminded me. I didn't even know about this humiliating contract." His eyes flashed with killing intent as he coldly declared, "Now that I know, so what if I rebel against you? I, Xingtian, declare rebellion. What can you do about it?" With a sinister smile, Lin Feng continued, "What a ridiculous servant contract. One day, if I conquer the Divine Realm, I'll make you sign such a contract. You will be the servants, and my human clan will be the masters." A sudden commotion erupted in the celestial camp. Xingtian. He's Xingtian, the one who slaughtered the Divine Kingdom's palace and assassinated the Emperor. He's the infamous warrior. No wonder he's from the Divine Realm camp. Someone shouted to Lu Shaoxin, "Lu Shaoxin, if you don't kill him now, he might one day truly conquer the Divine Realm." Lu Shaoxin's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Man clan to produce such a defiant prodigy. Brimming with murderous intent, Lu Shaoxin coldly stated, "Rest assured, I'll kill him now. I won't let him grow any further." Lin Feng had finally obtained the information he sought. The hidden ties between the gods and humans made this journey worthwhile. He was secretly delighted and immediately activated his cloning ability. In an instant, 9 figures appeared, surrounding the elites from the other world. Lu Shaoxin scoffed disdainfully, his body trembling as hundreds of his clones materialized. "Die!" Lu Shaoxin shouted coldly. All his clones radiated golden light, unleashing a barrage of skills toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't back down, launching his ultimate technique simultaneously. Fierce God Domain, Wind Confinement, Source of Darkness, Meteor Shower, Frozen Lands, Thunderous Calamity. The sky and earth changed color instantly. Countless flaming meteors with blazing tails crashed to the ground. Icy winds howled, freezing everything in their path, and countless lightning elementals rampaged through the air. Lu Shaoxing's skills were equally formidable, but they couldn't match the sustained power of Lin Feng's attacks. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. Damage numbers floated above the heads of the otherworldly elites, and 2 severely injured ones collapsed immediately. The system notification sounded. "Ding dong, you have killed the otherworldly elite Felton Mike. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, obtaining Mythical Archer Skill Book, Meteor Secret Technique, and 120 billion gold coins. Ding dong, you have killed the otherworldly elite GE. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, obtaining Mythical Warrior Skill Book, Spirit Armor, and 115 billion gold coins." As Lin Feng listened to the system prompts, he continued to unleash his skills. One step to the horizon. His figure flickered, easily dodging Lu Shaoxing's attacks. In contrast, Lu Shaoxing's health plummeted under the relentless barrage of forbidden spells, forcing him to constantly expend immortal material to break free from Lin Feng's confinement skills. Damn it! Is this a forbidden spell? Is he even human? Lu Shaoxing's face turned pale. He had encountered many who could use forbidden spells, but none who could cast them instantly and sustain them indefinitely. He couldn't fathom the amount of mana required to maintain so many forbidden spells simultaneously. It was beyond human limits. Sensing the threat of death, Lu Shaoxing decided to use his trump card. "Divine Golden Body," he shouted with a grim expression. This secret technique from the Divine Realm was reserved for exceptionally talented individuals. Lu Shaoxing had mastered it even before becoming a mythical-level warrior, capable of surviving attacks from super-god-level warriors. Suddenly, Lu Shaoxing's whole body glowed with golden light, transforming into a golden statue. Lin Feng's forbidden spells hit him, but only miss indicators appeared. Lin Feng frowned slightly but wasn't surprised. As a representative of the Divine Realm in the celestial battlefield, Lu Shaoxing naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. In fact, all the elites present were top talents of their respective races. They wouldn't have made it this far without true abilities. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He continued to slaughter the otherworldly elites. Using immortal material, he quickly took down several more injured elites. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. The system notifications rang out again. "Ding dong, you have killed the otherworldly elite Michael Demos. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, obtaining Mythical Assassin Skill Book, Hidden Star Secret Technique, and 195 billion gold coins. Ding dong, you have killed the otherworldly elite GE. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, obtaining Mythical Warrior Skill Book, 10,000 blades, and 225 billion gold coins. Ding dong, you have killed the otherworldly elite Hanson Joe. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, obtaining Mythical Warrior Skill Book, Blood Flow Technique, and 220 billion gold coins. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. All the otherworldly elites had been slain, leaving only Lu Shaoxing in his golden body state. Lin Feng wasn't worried. He knew his forbidden spells could last indefinitely. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoxing was growing increasingly anxious. Although the golden body could last a long time if cultivated to a high level, his skill hadn't reached that point yet. He felt he was nearing his limit. Once the golden body dissipated, desperate, Lu Shaoxing used a secret technique to transmit his voice. Xingtian, you can't kill me. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He replied slowly, I don't choose my targets. I can kill demons, and I can kill gods. Lu Shaoxing urgently said, if you kill me, the gods will wage an endless war against your people. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a change in Lu Shaoxing's demeanor. He felt immense joy, as if he had grasped at a lifeline. Lu Shaoan urgently continued, I am the son of the high god of the celestial temple. If you kill me, your human race will face divine retribution. Lin Feng watched Lu Shaoan coldly, a sneer forming in his mind. These prodigies from different realms had come to the heavenly domain battlefield for the sake of their respective races. Lu Shaoan thought his words would make Lin Feng back down, not realizing that Lin Feng had already seen through such tricks. Having lived through the most harrowing years of the human race in his past life and perished amidst endless calamities, how could Lin Feng be swayed by such threats? His eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a chilling tone, Are you threatening me? In that instant, Lu Shaoan's golden form suddenly vanished. Immediately, countless apocalyptic curses surged toward him like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. 1 billion. Critical hit. Amidst this storm of attacks, Lu Shaoan let out his final roar. Xing Tun, you will regret this. Then, the system notification sounded. Ding, you have killed Lu Shaoan, a prodigy from another realm. You triggered a 10,000-fold amplification and obtained the mythic level ultra-tier special item Divine Golden Body and 395 billion gold coins. Ding, you have killed 12 prodigies from another realm. You triggered a 10,000-fold amplification and achieved the Suppress the Era achievement. Current job advancement quest progress 23. Ding, you have completed the side quest of repelling the Celestial Camp's attack in the Heavenly Domain battlefield. Triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Gained 1 million fortune points. Ding, comprehensive assessment of the Heavenly Domain battlefield. Reward. Human race Xing Tian World Fragment Floating World. Ding, your fortune points have exceeded the threshold. Quest difficulty increased by 10,000 times. Ding, intermediate scene quest in the Heavenly Domain battlefield has changed. Intermediate battlefield powerhouses will descend to hunt you. Prepare yourself. A series of system notifications left Lin Feng somewhat overwhelmed. He quickly processed the information, realizing that this haul was indeed substantial, a massive gain. However, the impending crisis also made his heart tighten. The intermediate powerhouses of the Heavenly Domain battlefield were about to descend to the beginner battlefield, and their target was him. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had played this round a bit too big. The system's notification sound rang in Lin Feng's ears, delivering exhilarating news. Your clan's fortune points are now ranked second on the fortune leaderboard. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled his recent predicament of being at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Now, with a 10,000-fold increase in task rewards, he had achieved his initial goal, propelling the human clan's fortune points to a staggering 1 million and earning an incredibly extraordinary reward. However, amidst the joy was a hint of concern. The leap in ranking meant that the points earned had surpassed the 500-point threshold of the celestial battlefield. This implied that the difficulty of future tasks would skyrocket by 10,000 times with the increase in fortune points. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Cross that bridge when you come to it. Despite this, the gains were undeniably a huge win. Eager to examine his spoils, Lin Feng first took out the most unexpected reward, the floating realm. He retrieved a palm-sized sphere from his backpack, resembling a miniature watermelon. The system instantly displayed detailed information about the floating realm. Floating realm, rare world fragment. Level 1. Restriction, Destiny Human Clan exclusive. Effect 1. Upon use, it can generate a small world in the main world, with the world structure being randomly selected. 2. After the world is generated, only Xingtian will have control over the world's entrance and mission system. 3. The world can be upgraded and has a chance to mutate. Upgrade requirements: World Tree Branches, Genesis Tree Leaves. Description: the most enviable profession in the world isn't a landlord, but the landlord of an entire world. With this, you own the whole world. Lin Feng carefully read through the details of the world fragment and had to take several deep breaths to calm his excitement. This wasn't just an undeveloped world. It represented a true homeland for the human clan. Compared to the Destiny continent, which was essentially a rental from the gods, the floating realm was genuine human property. It was akin to acquiring an undeveloped version of the Destiny continent, and it was the most extraordinary item among the 1 million fortune points rewards. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder what kind of astounding rewards awaited if the fortune points reached 10 million. He shook his head and temporarily set aside this thought. Next, he took out the second treasure he had acquired, a super-tier skill book, the only one of its kind he had obtained so far. Divine Golden Body. Level: Mythical Super-tier. Effect: grants a golden body buff, making the user immune to all attacks. Consumption: 10,000 points of eternal matter per second. Special: increasing the skill level can reduce the consumption requirement. Proficiency: 0100000. Description: I have become enlightened, and now I am invincible. Lin Feng gasped. The invincibility buff was powerful, but the consumption of 10,000 points of eternal matter per second was daunting. However, the possibility of reducing consumption by leveling up the skill gave him hope. Considering he possessed a duplication gem capable of replicating eternal matter fragments, the short-term consumption pressure wasn't too severe. But in the long run, he would need to reach level 100, undergo reincarnation, and fuse with a divine core to continuously generate eternal matter. After weighing his options, Lin Feng decided to keep the skill as a trump card and immediately chose to learn it. The system prompt appeared, and he quickly opened the skill panel, upgrading the skill to its maximum level without hesitation. At max level, the Divine Golden Body's consumption dropped to 1,000 points of eternal matter per second, significantly improving its practicality. Lin Feng checked his backpack and found he had 2,000 points of eternal matter left, allowing him to maintain the Divine Golden Body for just 2 seconds. Although brief, those 2 seconds of invincibility could be the difference between life and death in critical moments. Lin Feng calculated silently, determined to find more ways to acquire eternal matter and prepare thoroughly for future challenges. As a crucial last resort, Lin Feng was dissatisfied with the 2 seconds of invincibility granted by the Golden Body. Without hesitation, he took out 1,970 replicated gems and created 19.7 million fragments of indestructible material. With a flick of his finger, the fragments danced in the air, quickly merging into 394,000 points of indestructible matter. Adding what he already had, he now possessed a total of 394,200 points of indestructible matter. A glint of calculation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he thought to himself, with the golden body, I can now remain invincible for a full 394 seconds, which is over 6 minutes. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although the quantity of this gain wasn't overwhelming, the quality far exceeded his previous achievements. The floating realm alone was enough to overshadow all his past rewards, not to mention the counterfeit golden body that offered an invincibility buff. Lin Feng didn't dwell in his joy for long. He quickly turned his attention to the rewards he had previously acquired. He took out a Dominator's emblem, which could bypass all player limitations, increasing his output damage to 100 million, both as a maximum and minimum. At this moment, he was benefiting from the boost provided by this item. However, a sense of unease crept into Lin Feng's heart. He had a premonition that the upcoming tasks would be extraordinarily challenging. On the beginner battlefield, top-tier experts were as common as street vendors. What horrors awaited in the intermediate battlefield, where even top-tier experts might be mere cannon fodder? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng thought, even if a group of super god-level experts appeared now, I wouldn't be surprised. The less I know about super god-level experts, the more I want to arm myself to the teeth. Without hesitation, Lin Feng decided to upgrade the Dominator's emblem. The system prompt immediately appeared. You are consuming a mythical skill book to upgrade the Dominator's emblem. Please confirm. Confirm. Lin Feng responded decisively. Ding, you have consumed a mythical skill book? The Dominator's emblem is now level 2. Lin Feng continued upgrading. Ding, you have consumed a mythical skill book? The Dominator's emblem is now level 3. At this point, Lin Feng stopped. He knew that the upgrade mechanism for the Dominator's emblem was quite stringent, with level 3 being a significant threshold. Beyond level 3, the number of mythical skill books required would skyrocket. Lin Feng quickly checked the upgrade conditions for the Dominator's emblem and found that the next upgrade required 500 mythical skill books. He then opened the detailed attributes of the Dominator's emblem. Dominator's emblem. Mythical level 3. Tier. Mythical. Special. Growth potential. Effect. When worn, bypasses all personal limitations, setting all damage to a current maximum of 300 million points. Final output damage is influenced by the target strength. Upgrade requirement. Mythical Skill Books 0500. Description. The Dominator's Emblem, a top-tier growth potential special item. After reading the description, Lin Feng took a deep breath. With this upgraded Dominator's Emblem, he currently had no obvious weaknesses. On the other side, a towering mountain soared into the clouds, seemingly linking heaven and earth. At its peak lay the legendary battlefield of the celestial realm, known as the Summit of Clouds. For 1,000 years, no one had reached the top. Only the strongest prodigies of the heavens were deemed worthy of the challenge. At this moment, two figures were struggling to climb. Just halfway up the mountain, leading was a young boy, drenched in sweat, seemingly carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Lagging behind was the top-ranked talent of the fortune list, the prodigy of the greatest clan in the endless starry sky, Jones Heller. He had to pause for breath every few steps, already nearing his limit. The two moved forward in silent agreement, with a single goal in mind: to reach the summit and become the strongest prodigy of this era. Suddenly, an announcement echoed across the battlefield of the celestial realm. Xing Tian of the human clan has repelled the attack of the Skydome faction. Both Jones Heller and the boy were stunned. The Skydome faction had been defeated? This had never happened in the annals of history. Jones Heller's face darkened as he thought to himself, Xing Tian, it's you again. You destroyed the Divine Kingdom, and now you've thwarted the Skydome faction's attack. The boy, however, burst into laughter and looked back at Jones Heller. You've paid the price for your arrogance. Your Skydome faction has failed. He shook his head and continued, if you weren't so eager to challenge the Summit of Clouds, Xing Tian wouldn't have defeated the Skydome faction so easily. Humph. Jones Heller snorted coldly, declaring proudly, my starry clan's fortune is unparalleled. This minor setback means nothing. His eyes burned with determination as he stared at the mountain peak. Reaching the Summit of Clouds is my true goal. I've already crushed my peers in the endless starry sky. I just need this final proof. Jones Heller turned to the boy and sneered, aren't you, a peak transcendent, also here to make up for the regrets of the previous generation by repeatedly challenging the Summit of Clouds? The boy's face flushed, and he retorted, what do you know, you little brat? He then defended himself. If I had participated in the celestial realm battlefield back then, I would have reached the summit. Huh. Jones Heller scoffed, lowering his head to continue climbing. The boy, feeling slighted but not angry, fixed his determined gaze on the mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Summit of Clouds, I, Jonah Alvin, will reach the top. The two formidable climbers ceased their conversation, focusing on their arduous ascent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng heard a system prompt in his ear. Ding! A powerful pursuer will arrive in 5 minutes. Lin Feng's heart stirred. 5 minutes left. This pursuer is the key to the increased difficulty of this mission. Although the task of destroying the Skydome Kingdom has become more challenging, completing it will yield 1,000 fortune points, which with a multiplier will be 10 million fortune points. After the Skydome Kingdom is destroyed, maintaining the Divine Kingdom's rule will earn an additional 100 points, equating to 1 million fortune points. A total reward of 11 million fortune points. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately flew towards the Skydome Kingdom. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared above the Skydome capital. Time was of the essence, so he quickly summoned 9 avatars and wielded his staff to cast forbidden spells upon the capital. Meteor Fire Rain, Frozen Wasteland, Thunderous Cataclysm. Destructive forbidden spells descended instantly, with flames, frost, and lightning creating a scene of devastation. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. The damage numbers kept flashing. However, a defensive array suddenly unfolded over the capital, blocking all the attacks. Lin Feng's face darkened, realizing the difficulty had indeed increased. With time running out, Lin Feng decisively used indestructible matter to amplify his attacks. The damage immediately increased tenfold. 3 billion. Critical hit. 3 billion. Critical hit. 3 billion. Critical hit. Under such terrifying continuous damage, the defensive array over the capital finally couldn't hold. With a crisp pop, like glass shattering, the defensive array collapsed with a resounding crash. The sound was like heavenly music to Lin Feng's ears. His heart raced with excitement. He was just one step away from destroying the capital of the Skydome Kingdom and completing his mission. However, at this critical moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding, the pursuers have entered the primary celestial battlefield. Before he could react, several dazzling lights burst into his vision. The pursuers had arrived. Reluctantly, Lin Feng glanced at the soon-to-be-destroyed Skydome capital, gritted his teeth, and injected more indestructible energy. 30 billion. Critical hit. 30 billion. Critical hit. 30 billion. Critical hit. With a deafening explosion, The entire Skydome capital was instantly leveled by Lin Feng's attack. The vast city, with its millions of inhabitants and countless powerful warriors, was wiped out as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, the system notifications kept coming. Ding, you have completed the mission to destroy the Skydome Kingdom, maintaining the Divine Nation's rule. You have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification, earning 11 million luck points. Ding, comprehensive evaluation of the celestial battlefield, rewarding the human race with the special item World Tree Seed. Just as Lin Feng finished listening to the system notifications, 3 terrifying presences suddenly filled the entire sky. These were the auras of super god-level beings. In an instant, 3 beams of light transformed into 3 figures, each scrutinizing Lin Feng with interest. The first to speak was an elder who appeared to be a powerful demon. He chuckled. Interesting, interesting. It's my first time encountering a prodigy like you who doesn't regard us at all. The second figure had a human-like appearance, but was noticeably different from Lin Feng. He was tall with double-pupiled eyes, white hair, and mysterious tattoos covering his exposed skin. He sneered. Knowing we were coming, you didn't even try to hide. Are you looking down on us? The last figure was a beast from the demon race, its true form a majestic black ape. It wielded a golden staff and slowly approached Lin Feng. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant prodigy, it said, baring its teeth. If you can withstand 3 strikes from my staff, I'll spare your life. Faced with the threats from the 3 super god-level beings, Lin Feng simply smirked. In the next moment, his 9 bodies frantically scattered in all directions. Lin Feng turned and fled, a move that was entirely expected by the 3 supreme beings. They knew well that a supreme being could easily crush a mythic-level opponent, and staying to fight would have been foolish on Lin Feng's part. However, Lin Feng's speed left them astounded. It was almost on par with an ordinary supreme being. Even more surprising was the fact that Lin Feng had multiple clones, each identical in strength, making it nearly impossible for the 3 to identify the real one. The situation forced the 3 supreme beings into a defensive stance. They had to keep an eye on every fleeing clone, fearing they might let the real Lin Feng escape. The Demon Clan Supreme being chuckled and remarked, "This kid is quite slippery." The Human Clan Supreme being shook his head and said, "These tricks are useless against supreme beings." The 2 seemed more interested in watching the spectacle than in catching Lin Feng. Suddenly, Jiang from the Demon Clan's eyes narrowed, and a massive rift, spanning 10,000 miles, tore open in the void. A colossal, almost tangible ape arm emerged from the rift. Its 5 fingers spread wide as it reached for all of Lin Feng's clones, as if grasping the heavens. Though Lin Feng's one step to the horizon was fast, covering 10,000 miles in a second, the ape arm enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. The Human Clan Supreme being casually commented, "A mythic-level being without a divine realm can't possibly defeat us." The Demon Clan Supreme being, equally intrigued, added, "Indeed. The gap between mythic and supreme is like night and day. The most crucial difference is that we have divine realms, while they do not." However, Jiang's divine realm seems more suited for combat than for capturing. Meanwhile, controlling his clones and main body with a single thought, Lin Feng sensed the changes in the world around him. The omnipresent pressure was suffocating. A system prompt chimed in. "You are within the divine realm of the supreme being Jiang." Lin Feng's face turned pale. Although he didn't know much about supreme beings, he was no stranger to divine realms. In his previous life as a peak mythic-level warrior, he had touched the threshold of a divine realm. He knew that only mythic-level beings with divine realms could ascend to supreme status. This was the case after the fusion of the game and reality. In a pure game setting, continuous leveling up would naturally lead to becoming a supreme being without the need for breakthroughs. Lin Feng realized that a divine realm required indestructible material for support. The effect of his legendary fiend title could be considered a mini-divine realm, providing overwhelming advantages in certain areas and significantly weakening targets. But compared to a true divine realm, it was like a child's play. Sensing imminent danger, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to use his newly acquired skill, Divine Golden Body. Instantly, some of his clones were enveloped in a golden glow and halted. Jiang's divine realm hand grabbed these glowing clones, while the other clones continued their frantic escape. Seeing this, Jiang gritted his teeth. "Damn, this kid is slippery. You two, stop watching and help catch him." The demon and human supreme beings exchanged surprised glances, clearly not expecting Jiang to struggle. Their expressions turned serious as they transformed into streaks of light, chasing Lin Feng's other clones. Jiang looked at the captured glowing clones, feeling a headache coming on. Divine Golden Body. Damn it. What's this kid's connection with the gods? Jiang cursed under his breath. The golden body was invincible, and he couldn't break it. Was he supposed to waste time here? He didn't dare to let go of the clones, fearing one of them might be Lin Feng's main body. Gritting his teeth, Yinhuang suddenly opened his mouth, which expanded to an enormous size in the blink of an eye, swallowing the glowing clones whole. "I'll eat you," he snarled, then extended his divine sense to scan the surrounding 10,000 miles, transforming into a streak of light to continue the chase. Lin Feng didn't dare to pause for a second, pushing his speed to the limit. A system prompt sounded. "You have used indestructible material." With a thunderous boom, Lin Feng's speed skyrocketed, generating a sonic boom. The miraculous properties of indestructible material, whether in resurrection, regeneration, attack, defense, weaponry, or speed, were limitless. At this moment, Lin Feng spared no expense in using indestructible material to boost his speed, leaving the pursuing supreme beings speechless. Even they, as supreme beings, wouldn't dare to squander indestructible material so recklessly. But Lin Feng had no other choice. He had thought of a way to escape heading to the Summit Cloud Peak. The Summit Cloud Peak was the nearest location with special restrictions, the only place where Lin Feng could escape. With this in mind, he directed his remaining clones toward the Summit Cloud Peak. In the blink of an eye, the Summit Cloud Peak came into view. Lin Feng's eyes burned with determination as he urged himself, "Faster, faster, faster." The system prompts echoed. "You have used indestructible material. You have used indestructible material." Lin Feng's frantic acceleration left the supreme beings chasing him in a daze. Damn, how much indestructible material does this kid have? He hasn't even reached the god level, so where did he get the divinity? Suddenly, they realized a more pressing issue. Oh no, he's heading for the Summit Cloud Peak. The Summit Cloud Peak, a place where geniuses prove themselves in the endless starry sky. It was said that only those who reached the summit truly belonged to the invincible among their era. The three supreme beings panicked. The Summit Cloud Peak had special restrictions. Regardless of the level of the being, entering its range would suppress their power. The stronger the being, the greater the suppression. "We all tried to reach the summit back then, but we couldn't get past the halfway point. I never thought we'd have to revisit this place," the three supreme beings mused. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng finally plunged into the Summit Cloud Peak. He felt a sense of relief, but didn't dare to relax. To be truly safe, he had to reach the summit. Climbing to the top was the only way. "Perfect. My class advancement mission only requires me to reach the Summit Cloud Peak." At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng felt no pressure and began his ascent. He had already completed the other two parts of his class advancement mission. Reaching the summit would complete it. Whether he could reach the summit or not, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Reaching the summit meant safety. Failing meant death. At that moment, three figures appeared like phantoms at the foot of the mountain. They looked up at Lin Feng's climbing figure, their faces dark with displeasure. It was clear that this peak was under a special restriction set by a supreme being, the stronger one's power, the greater the limitation. Conversely, the weaker one's power, the less the restriction. Here, their prideful strength had become their greatest hindrance. Yinhuang glanced at his two companions and said in a low voice, "Should we make a move now?" The demon race expert shook his head and replied gravely, "Fighting here would consume energy at a rate thousands of times higher than in the outside world." The human supergod concurred. "If we expend too much energy here, it'll be even harder to catch up with him." Yinhuang snorted. "So we just have to grit our teeth and climb?" After a brief discussion, the three had no choice but to start climbing. However, it wasn't long before they realized that Lin Feng wasn't the only one on the mountain. "Jonah Alvin?" Yinhuang exclaimed. The human expert explained, "He often stirs up trouble in the mid-air battlefield and comes here to climb whenever he gains special privileges. That's Jones Heller from the Starry Sky clan." The human expert continued, "It's said that the Bronze Tree organization has taken an interest in him and plans to cultivate him as a seed talent. Once he reaches the supergod level, he'll be eligible for the Star Region Hidden Dragon list. At that point, various major forces will vie to recruit him. The Bronze Tree organization certainly has a keen eye." Yinhuang scoffed. "What's so great about him? He's just relying on his background. If I were from the Starry Sky clan, I'd be even stronger." His two companions merely shook their heads. The universe is inherently unfair. The Starry Sky clan, though having only a few members each generation, can awaken their bloodline over time and gain their inheritance, becoming the strongest of their era. Other races can hardly compare. Lin Feng glanced back and indeed saw three supergod-level experts following him. However, their speed was noticeably slower than his. This gave Lin Feng some relief. Although he didn't know what mysteries lay at the peak, the difficulty of climbing suggested many restrictions. It seemed his gamble had paid off. With this thought, Lin Feng buried his head and continued to sprint upward. But the higher he went, the more he felt an invisible force hindering his progress. Checking his status, everything seemed normal, yet the inexplicable resistance persisted. Shaking his head, he pressed on. As time passed, Lin Feng began to feel exhausted. Every step felt as if invisible shackles were dragging down his legs, requiring all his strength to move forward. Then, he saw two strong figures struggling to climb not far ahead. Jones Heller? Lin Feng didn't know him personally, but had heard of this formidable figure from players in the Celestial Alliance. Surprisingly, their pace was even slower than his own. At this moment, Jonah Alvin was nearing his limit. Sweat poured down his body, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Jones Heller was in no better shape, with veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth to press on. Despite the immense difficulty, neither had shown any sign of giving up. They continued to push forward relentlessly. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of resolve. Life, too, is like this. No matter how arduous the path, one must persevere. True strength lies in never giving up. Like himself, reborn with regrets and unwillingness, he vowed to fight for the future of humanity in this lifetime, persisting no matter the obstacles. With that in mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace. In no time, he overtook Jones Heller and was right behind Jonah Alvin. Jones Heller stared in shock at Lin Feng's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. After climbing so arduously for so long, he had been overtaken. What was more unbelievable was that the one who surpassed him was a human prodigy. Jones Heller, hailed as an invincible presence of his generation across the entire Gaia universe, found it hard to accept. Staring in disbelief, he muttered, "How is this possible? Who is he? Could he be Xingtian?" At that moment, Jones Heller's confidence shattered. Up ahead, Jonah Alvin also sensed someone had overtaken Jones Heller. With his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, he found himself unable to take another step. Suddenly, a smug smile spread across his face, and his voice echoed in the distance. "Jones Heller, do you still dare to call yourself invincible among your peers? That must be Xingtian. Haha, getting slapped in the face doesn't feel so good, does it?" Hearing this, Jones Heller's face turned red in an instant. He snorted coldly, trying to maintain his composure, but a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Lin Feng, listening to Jonah Alvin's words, curiously glanced back at Jones Heller, thinking to himself, "So, that's Jones Heller." Lin Feng easily overtook Jones Heller without feeling anything special. For him, it was just normal, even expected. After all, Jones Heller was moving so slowly. However, Lin Feng noticed that the boy was walking even slower. He glanced at the boy indifferently, quickened his pace slightly, and soon surpassed Jonah Alvin. Jonah Alvin stood there, stunned, watching Lin Feng effortlessly surpass him. His cheeks burned as if slapped by an invisible hand. "Impossible!" he roared internally. "How could Xingtian surpass me so easily? This is outrageous." Jonah Alvin blinked, bitterly watching Lin Feng's figure grow more distant. You have the nerve to talk about me. Didn't Xingtian overtake you too?" Jones Heller's gloating voice came from behind. Despite his sharp words, Jones Heller's eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, filled with intense jealousy and envy. Lin Feng's successive overtakes left the three superpowered warriors at the foot of the mountain in shock. That kid overtook Jones Heller? And now Jonah Alvin too, one of them exclaimed. "My God, what kind of monster is he? He's almost 2/3 of the way up." Another said with a wry smile, "It's over. We can't catch up with him." The three superpowered warriors were at a loss, fully aware of Xingtian's extraordinary abilities. Now, even reaching Jonah Alvin's level was a challenge for them, let alone catching up with Xingtian. It was pure fantasy. Ha ha ha, Jonah Alvin, weren't you so arrogant on the mid-air battlefield? Catch up to Xingtian then. Ji Jiang couldn't help but mock. Jonah Alvin shot a dark look at the base of the mountain and warned coldly, "Don't mess with me, or none of you will make it back." He then turned to look at Lin Feng, suddenly showing a hint of a smile. "Jones Heller is out of the game. Xingtian, let's see if you can create a miracle and reach the peak of the clouds." Although he regretted not being able to reach the summit himself, witnessing a prodigy make history was an honor in itself. At this moment, Jonah Alvin's obsession with reaching the peak seemed to fade, replaced by hope for Lin Feng's success. After all, it had been 1,000 years since anyone had reached the summit. If Lin Feng succeeded, he would become the first in a millennium. Lin Feng continued his ascent up the peak shrouded in clouds, each step becoming increasingly arduous. With tens of thousands of meters still to go, his pace slowed, but his resolve remained unshaken. 35,000 meters, 32,000 meters, 30,000 meters. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and glanced back, seeing Jones Hiley still relentlessly pursuing him from behind. At this moment, Jones Hiley was burning his indestructible essence, but each step consumed an enormous amount of energy, making his progress agonizingly slow. Lin Feng thought to himself that if this continued, once Jones Hiley exhausted his indestructible essence, he would likely be unable to continue. Shaking his head, Lin Feng pressed on. However, the final 30,000 meters were 100 times more challenging than the previous 300,000. Lin Feng felt as if he were trapped in an invisible quagmire, each step requiring 100 times his usual energy. 27,000 meters, 25,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Each step was accompanied by the creaking of his bones as he gritted his teeth and forged ahead. Finally, Lin Feng made a decision to burn his indestructible essence. Instantly, he felt the shackles on his body vanish, and an unprecedented sense of lightness filled him. His steps became swift and powerful as he sprinted toward the summit. Halfway up the mountain, three supreme beings watched Lin Feng in stunned silence. They exchanged astonished glances and whispered among themselves. If Xingtian can maintain this momentum, he might actually reach the summit. But does he really have that much indestructible essence? Usually, those who summit only start burning their indestructible essence in the last 10,000 meters. Don't compare Xingtian to ordinary prodigies. His performance is beyond our imagination. 8,000 meters behind Lin Feng, the flames of Jones Hale's indestructible essence were dimming. His complex gaze fixed on Lin Feng's retreating figure, filled with doubt. As a standout of the Starry Sky clan, he had always believed his race possessed the most powerful indestructible essence cultivation. Yet, Lin Feng's performance was shattering his understanding. Jones highly fell into deep self-doubt. Is the Starry Sky clan truly the strongest? If so, how do I explain Lin Feng? He even began to ponder whether Lin Feng's advantage in the climb stemmed from not yet reaching the god level. Meanwhile, 15,000 meters from Lin Feng, Jonah Alvin came to a halt. This prodigy, hailed as the most unfathomable among supreme beings, chose to give up. Before encountering Lin Feng, summiting had been an unshakable obsession for him. But now, he seemed to find a reason to let go. Jonah Alvin reflected on his journey from an unknown nobody to a rising star, from weak to strong, from god level to supreme, and finally to the pinnacle of the supreme. For 1,000 years, his world had been consumed by battles and the climb. Yet, despite everything, he had never reached the summit. The towering peak remained insurmountable, a torment that made life unbearable. However, witnessing Lin Feng's performance brought Jonah Alvin a sense of peace. He realized that the wheel of time never stops turning, and new prodigies will always emerge. This understanding allowed him to release his obsession and accept that he might have been left behind by the era. Jonah Alvin let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with the weight of time. He watched as Lin Feng climbed higher, murmuring softly, "The previous era has passed, like a dream that can't be relived. Life is full of regrets, but Xingtian, the hopes of this generation rest on your shoulders." His voice grew steadier as he called out to Lin Feng, who was nearing the summit. "Don't let regrets follow you your whole life. Push forward, stand at the peak. Announce to the endless stars that you, Xingtian, are the strongest of our time." By now, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, the beads on his forehead glistening like gold in the sunlight. He continued to burn his immortal substance, but each step became increasingly difficult. The summit was in sight, the distance steadily decreasing. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Lin Feng panted heavily, struggling with every step. He could clearly feel the accelerated depletion of his immortal substance, now consuming at several times the previous rate. At this pace, it might be exhausted any second. Yet, the summit was within reach. Lin Feng suddenly paused, retrieving a replication gem and fragments of immortal substance from his backpack. He had already used 2,000 replication gems, leaving him with 8,000. Despite the mere 2,000 meters left, he knew the consumption rate would only increase as he neared the top. Lin Feng didn't know how the prodigies of the past had reached the summit. Perhaps each had their unique talents and secret techniques. But at this moment, he understood that without replenishing his immortal substance, he wouldn't make it. Resolutely, he used 2,000 replication gems, synthesizing a total of 400,000 points of immortal substance. "Burn!" Lin Feng roared. With a booming sound, the once dwindling immortal flame on his body flared up like a beacon in the darkness. Bearing immense pressure, Lin Feng broke into a run, the flames on his body blazing brightly in the dark world. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. At that very moment, Jones Heller stopped climbing. Jonah Alvin's mouth dropped open as he stared dumbfounded at the flame nearing the summit. Halfway up the mountain, three supreme beings watched Lin Feng with complex expressions. "A peerless prodigy of our time is finally emerging," the demon race warrior muttered. "We were the pursuers, but now we are witnesses to history," the human race warrior said with a bitter smile. Jiang, with a grim face, said, "Xingtian is indeed extraordinary, but if he grows, he will be a nightmare for all the strongest across the multiverse. If there's a chance, we must kill him here." The two other supreme beings fell into deep thought. Jiang was right. The endless stars were merciless. Even among the three of them, it was a life-and-death struggle. But due to their equal strength, none could defeat the others. And now they had a common enemy. In Lin Feng's view, the summit was clearly visible. Only 50 meters remained. However, the consumption rate of the immortal substance suddenly surged, now 100-fold. Hold on. Reaching the summit means completing the task. Lin Feng's eyes reddened, blood vessels prominent. With each step, he felt massive amounts of immortal substance draining away. For the sake of humanity's stability, 30 meters left. For humanity to freely explore the endless stars, 10 meters left. For eternal survival, just one step away. Lin Feng finally reached the summit, but before him appeared a single step, the only step of the entire mountain. Stepping on this would mean truly reaching the top. Lin Feng slowly lifted his leg, but just then, boom. The immortal substance on Lin Feng's body suddenly dimmed, completely exhausted. At the same time, his foot descended towards the step. Lin Feng's footsteps lightly touched the steps, and in an instant, a radiant seven-colored glow enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on a lofty pedestal that pierced the sky. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it felt like he was in a celestial realm. This was the legendary Cloud Summit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's gaze swept over the vast land below. From this height, everything seemed so insignificant. A surge of indescribable accomplishment welled up in his heart. Is this what it feels like to reach the summit? At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his ear. Ding dong, you have completed the class change quest, Fate of Humanity. Please submit the quest promptly. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Reaching the Cloud Summit was the final small objective of his class change quest. Now that he had completed all 3 minor objectives, he only needed to return and submit the quest to obtain the long-awaited new version scroll and the Forbidden Spell Mage class change scroll. However, the system notifications didn't stop there. A series of alerts made Lin Feng's expression even more delighted. Ding dong, you have obtained the achievement, Dominating the Era. You triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired the special item Mythic Elemental Heart of Earth from the Monster Creation Chamber. Excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The Elemental Heart was of great significance to him, directly relating to the unlocking of the time-space Forbidden Tome. This was already the 4th Elemental Heart he had collected. He was now one step closer to gathering all 7 and unlocking the time-space law magic. He quickly shifted his attention to another reward, the Monster Creation Chamber. This achievement reward, amplified 10,000-fold, turned out to be a Mythic-tier special item. Lin Feng immediately retrieved the item and carefully examined its attributes. Monster Creation Chamber Mythic Tier. Level: Tier 1. Effect: upon use, it can refresh phantoms within a 10,000,10,000 range, with a fixed number of 10,000 phantoms refreshing every 60 minutes. The phantoms tier cap is mythic, and their level cap is the current world version level. Killing phantoms grants basic drops. Special: the user gains full control over the item, and the phantom's strength can be adjusted. Description: a mysterious item that significantly enhances the strength of outsiders. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful leveling tool. Not only could it spawn endless monsters, but it also allowed for the adjustment of their strength, providing immense help in rapidly boosting players' power. Yet, the system's surprises weren't over. More notifications followed. Ding dong, you represent the fate of humanity and have earned supreme glory, receiving 1,500 destiny points. You have received a special item, Guardian Map of the 100 Miles? Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have received 15 million destiny points. You have received a special item, Guardian Map of the Vastlands? Ding dong, your current destiny points rank first on the destiny leaderboard. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. This wave of destiny points, amplified 10,000-fold, had propelled the fate of humanity to the top of the destiny leaderboard, surpassing Jones Heller of the Starry Sky clan. Even more thrilling was the arrival of seemingly extraordinary special items. He eagerly retrieved the item to inspect it. Guardian Map of the Vastlands? Level: Tier. Effect: can be used within the user's world to instantly obtain 100 Guardian Temples, 100 Guardian Steels, and 100 Guardian Statues. Guardian Temples: suppress all foreign races within a 10,000,10,000 range. Immovable. Guardian Steels: each steel can offset 100 points of lost clan destiny. Guardian Statues: each statue can manifest an ancestor for 6 hours. Movable. Description: every major clan has its own guardian treasures. This is an extremely rare guardian artifact. Lin Feng gasped, deeply shaken. The value of this treasure was immeasurable. With it, even in the face of great calamity, the human race would not be exterminated. For the human race of his previous life, this was nothing short of a miracle. As Lin Feng reveled in his joy, the final system notification rang out. Ding dong, you have ascended to the Cloud Summit. You are now the invincible prodigy of this era. Would you like to broadcast this achievement widely? Lin Feng pondered briefly. Since so many strong players already knew, Why not go all out and publicize it? With that thought, he decisively answered, yes. In an instant, the entire Destiny continent echoed with the world announcement. Player Xing Tian has ascended to the Cloud Summit and become the invincible prodigy of this era. This announcement resounded 3 times, shocking all players. They speculated about what incredible feat Xing Tian had accomplished. Though they didn't fully understand, everyone could feel the weight of this honor. Meanwhile, this news even reached the gods above the 9 heavens. Countless deities simultaneously heard this earth-shattering declaration, heralding the dawn of a new era. The destiny of humanity, Xing Tian. This phrase thundered through both the divine realm and the demon realm simultaneously. In the divine realm, the gods were furious. Is it that Xing Tian who killed Lu Shaoyin? One deity roared. How dare the chosen of humanity defy us? Xing Tian has slain our divine prodigy. His crime is unforgivable. The gods debated fervently and ultimately reached a consensus. We cannot allow Xing Tian to grow stronger. He must be eradicated, suppressed. The chosen of humanity are beyond our control and must be eliminated. Meanwhile, the demon realm was gripped by fear. Countless demon gods heard the familiar name of Xing Tian once more and recalled past events. Xing Tian? The human prodigy who suppressed our demonic chosen. One demon god murmured. In ancient times, the Destiny continent was our domain. The divine realm tempted humanity's chosen with benefits, pitting them against us, suppressing our demonic chosen for millennia. This grudge must be avenged. The entire demon realm agreed. Xing Tian must die. We cannot let him grow, or our realm will be in danger. However, they recognize the challenge ahead. This matter requires careful planning. The Destiny continent is a fragment of the world, and saint-level beings cannot descend. The scene shifts back to the primary celestial battlefield. Jonah Alvin's eyes sparkled as he gazed enviously at the figure atop the cloud peak. He murmured to himself, I can't believe I witnessed the birth of an invincible prodigy of this generation. Xing Tian is so dazzling. Only a prodigy like him could reach the summit. Jonah Alvin gave a bitter smile. I was mistaken. I have long lost the most precious thing. He sighed softly. I might as well never climb this cloud peak again. As his words faded, his figure vanished, leaving behind a faint lament. What I lost was time. Jones Heller stared intently at the peak of the cloud, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and reverence for Lin Feng. As the prodigy closest to Lin Feng, Jones Heller knew he could never reach Lin Feng's heights. His gaze locked onto Lin Feng, as if he wanted to etch the figure into his very being. Suddenly, the complex emotions in Jones Heller's eyes vanished, replaced by pure battle intent. He smiled slightly and whispered, Xingtan, I have a feeling that you and I are destined to clash. I'll be waiting for you in the endless starry sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Jones Heller's figure also disappeared. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, 3 super god-level beings who had given up the chase fell silent. They had witnessed firsthand how a prodigy ascended the cloud peak step by step, and now their target was basking in glory that shook the entire endless starry sky. One of them spoke in a deep voice. From now on, the name Xing Tian will be known by all. We should find his world. Such a monstrous prodigy should be suppressed early. Another added, it's not just us who want Xing Tian dead now. Countless races will be after his life. The last one sighed, very well, we failed this mission. Let's return and accept our punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 figures soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Ding! The system notification chimed as Lin Feng completed the beginner-level task in the celestial battlefield. With a slight smile, he chose to teleport back to the Destiny continent. As the scenery around him blurred, Lin Feng found himself back in the familiar surroundings of Destiny continent. A wave of relief washed over him as he looked around. Next up was the job advancement task. This was the only hidden classes level 60 advancement task, and the rewards were extraordinary. Lin Feng was particularly excited about the new version scroll, eager to see if the new game version would match his past life. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Feng teleported to the job mentor hall in Tianqi City. The system notification chimed again, congratulating him on completing the Human Destiny job advancement task and awarding him both the new version scroll and the unique Forbidden Spell Mage advancement scroll. Carefully storing the new version scroll in his backpack, Lin Feng then tore open the advancement scroll with both hands. Golden light flashed as the scroll fragments dissolved into tiny specks of light and merged into his body. The system notified him that the job advancement was successful and that the experience bar seal was lifted. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to level up. His level swiftly increased from 61 to 65, then to 70, with each level up granting him 20 free attribute points. However, since he hadn't completed the job advancement, the experience bar was sealed again at level 70, and any excess experience was stored in the experience pool. Cautiously, Lin Feng allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. Thanks to the attribute replication medal, his other attributes also increased. At the same time, Mentor Liu Yin injected a beam of golden light into his body. The system asked if he wanted to accept the Forbidden Spell Mage Advancement task, forming a Dragon Knight regiment. Lin Feng accepted the SSS level difficulty task without hesitation. The task required him to find the entrance to the Dragon Realm, acquire at least 100 dragon mounts, and train at least 100 dragon knights. The task description revealed the deep connection between humans and dragons, and how the dragon god Tenable had used world fragments to create the Dragon Realm. Lin Feng realized that the entrance to the Dragon Realm would only appear after the new version was activated. Despite feeling a bit uneasy given his rocky relationship with the dragon race, Lin Feng wasn't too worried. He remembered possessing the Dragon God's token, a world event reward that could be used to make a wish to the Dragon God. He hoped the Dragon God would be wise enough to at least grant him entry into the Dragon Realm. However, before using the new version scroll, Lin Feng had another important matter to address using the world fragment. Knowing that the Dragon God had created the Dragon Realm with a world fragment, Lin Feng decided to first deal with his floating realm. Using his skywalking skill, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters and took out the floating realm. The system notified him that using the world fragment would randomly evolve a new world, but he would only have task issuance rights and access rights, needing to conquer it to gain full control. Lin Feng wasn't concerned about these limitations. Compared to Destiny Continent, conquering the floating realm seemed like a piece of cake. Moreover, with his fourth calamity, a single task could completely overrun the floating realm. The operational potential here might be more valuable than simply gaining a new world. Having figured this out, Lin Feng chose to use the world fragment without hesitation. The system notified him that the Star Realm interface had been activated, followed by a world announcement declaring that player Xingtian had activated the Star Realm interface. Lin Feng opened the Star Realm interface, revealing a star map. Only Destiny Continent and the floating realm were highlighted, with other areas shrouded in mist. He first checked the information on Destiny Continent and found it to be what he already knew. Then, he turned his attention to the floating realm. Unlike Destiny Continent, the floating realm belonged to the human race, not the gods. This discovery sparked a new idea in Lin Feng. He remembered having a world tree seed in his backpack, initially intended for Destiny Continent. Now, he decided to use it in the floating realm, as it truly belonged to the human race. With this new plan in mind, Lin Feng took out the world tree seed. Lin Feng took out a mysterious item from his backpack, the seed of the world tree. He carefully examined its description. Level, Tier 1. Effects, can be planted in any sentient world. 1. As the seed grows, the current world's space expands, its structure becomes more stable, and the world's level increases. 2. As the seed grows, beings in the current world gain additional mysterious power. 3. As the seed grows, beings in the current world develop more and stronger talents. Upgrade requirements: Life Spring Water 10, Sacred Soil 10, Sacred Pet 10. Description: it is said in the endless cosmos that the laws of time and space formed the tree of the universe, the source of the cosmos. The tree of the universe transformed into countless seeds of the world tree, evolving into numerous dimensions. It is said that every major dimension has a complete world divine tree. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he pondered the seed's potential uses. He knew that both Tianming Continent and the floating realm met the criteria of sentient worlds. What excited him even more was that the world tree seed had growth attributes, meaning the entire world would evolve along with it, possibly even reaching the level of a divine realm. Considering that the reward for his class change quest included life spring water, Lin Feng wasn't too worried about upgrading the seed for now. Since the floating realm was still in the process of evolving, he decided to store the world tree seed in his backpack for the time being, waiting for the right moment to use it. Next, Lin Feng turned his attention to two pending tasks, using the clan stabilizing map and unlocking the new version. He first took out the clan stabilizing map, intending to use it on Tianming Continent to secure 2 world territories for the human race. Lin Feng had no concerns about divine realm interference, as small worlds couldn't withstand the descent of saint-level beings, and the threat of super god-level beings could be countered through version upgrades. Ding, are you sure you want to use the clan stabilizing map? The system prompt sounded. Yes. Lin Feng answered firmly. Ding, success. You've triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You've obtained 1 million clan ancestral temples, 1 million clan steel, 1 million clan statues. As the system prompt echoed, the clan stabilizing map trembled in Lin Feng's hand, transforming into countless golden lights that scattered across Tianming Continent. From high above, he could clearly see the golden lights turning into ancestral temples, clan steels, and clan statues, establishing numerous indestructible territories for the human race on Tianming Continent. After completing this step, Lin Feng took out the new version activation scroll. Although he wasn't sure if history had changed due to his presence, he was ready to face any situation. Ding, do you want to use the new version activation scroll? Please note, Using this scroll will update the game progress to the new version. The system prompted once more, and Lin Feng responded without hesitation, yes. Ding, you have used the new version activation scroll, activating the new version, Human Flame. Immediately, a world announcement echoed globally. Player Xingtian has activated the new game version, Human Flame. The Human Flame version is now live. Note: players are encouraged to explore the changes in the world on their own. Players worldwide were stunned by this sudden announcement, and discussions erupted in the chat about Xingtian's latest world-changing feat. Some joked about how the new version might affect daily life, while others were curious if they could find their ideal partners. However, when Lin Feng heard that the new version was named Human Flame, he furrowed his brows. This version didn't exist in his past life's memories, indicating that the world had significantly changed because of his presence. Despite this, Lin Feng remained calm. No matter the challenges ahead, he was determined to protect the human race and prevent the regrets of his past life from repeating. Just then, the system prompted again. Ding, the floating realm has successfully evolved. This news came sooner than expected, and Lin Feng decided to explore this new world belonging to the human race. He opened the Star Realm interface, found the entrance to the floating realm, and chose to enter without hesitation. Ding dong, welcome to the floating realm. Lin Feng appeared out of thin air, suspended in the sky of this newborn world. He hovered high above, overlooking the exclusive domain of humans. The azure sky was dotted with white clouds, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of leaves. However, the most striking feature was the colossal monsters roaming this world. Among these peculiar creatures were birds with wings spanning thousands of miles and beasts moving like walking mountains. In this nascent world, they roamed and soared freely, as if it were their personal playground. Lin Feng frowned as he observed this scene. He knew well that if a world were dominated by a single species, especially one without civilization, it would spell disaster for the world. He flew above one of the beasts and cast a detection spell. Information surged into his mind. Desolate Beast Jiaokong. Mythical tier, special type, refreshable level, 99 world limit tier, mythical level health, 5 billion defense, 1.5 million skill, bloodline power, mountain crushing roar. Drop: bloodline stone, chance to inherit desolate beast bloodline upon use, color crystal, magical crystal, desolate soul, valuable weapon and equipment material. The description also mentioned that these desolate beasts were unique to the floating realm, divided into herbivores and carnivores, and spread across the world. Once their bloodline awakened, they typically reached the god tier, with the current world limit being the peak of god tier. They were the apex of the food chain, with every part of their bodies being treasure. Lin Feng carefully read through the description and gained a preliminary understanding of the desolate beasts. Just from the drop items, he found them quite valuable. More importantly, the desolate beasts contained no indestructible material, meaning their bloodline power could partially substitute for the indestructible material. This discovery excited Lin Feng immensely. For other players, this was practically a shortcut to becoming a god. He already started seeing the desolate beasts as his personal livestock. However, as Lin Feng scrutinized the beast was also warily eyeing him. Roar! Roar! The desolate beast growled lowly at Lin Feng, its eyes filled with unease. Lin Feng decided to observe the beast's combat patterns first, which was crucial for devising a strategy for players to farm these creatures. He deliberately lowered his altitude, facing the beast head-on, his gaze disdainful as if looking at mere livestock. The beast's eyes flared with immense anger. A blood-red glow flashed over its body, and it charged at Lin Feng like a mountain. Lin Feng stayed in detection mode, noting that the beast's stats doubled after the red glow. So this is the use of bloodline power, he pondered. Step across worlds. Lin Feng effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the beast's charge with ease. Roar! Roar! The beast roared furiously, shaking its body. Suddenly, a tiny phantom resembling the beast appeared in the void, shooting towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. Interesting, this void phantom. Could it be the desolate soul? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he dodged again with ease. No matter how the phantom attacked, Lin Feng could easily avoid it. He felt he had seen enough of the beast's abilities. It was time to strike back. Lin Feng instantly summoned 9 clones and waved his staff. Fierce God Domain. Source of Darkness. Windbind. Thunderous Myriad. Boom. Amid the thunderous roar, hundreds of forbidden spells engulfed the beast. Ding dong, you have slain the desolate beast. You triggered a 1000-fold amplification. You obtained Bloodline Stone 10,000, Color Crystal 10,000, Desolate Soul 10,000. Lin Feng carefully examined the loot. First, he picked up a red stone the size of a pebble. Bloodline Stone. Mythical tier, level 1. Mythical effect, 1 chance to obtain Desolate Beast bloodline upon use, enabling bloodline inheritance. Bloodline inheritance. Transform into a desolate beast, with a higher chance to comprehend the beast's innate skill. Desolate soul, the thicker the bloodline power. Bloodline stones can be stacked to increase bloodline power concentration. Lin Feng was enlightened. Bloodline stones could be stacked, but required transforming into a desolate beast for inheritance, which he found distasteful. He would never turn into a beast during battle. It was too unbecoming. However, players wouldn't mind. They would do anything for power, no matter how unappealing or ridiculous it might be. Next, he picked up the color crystal. Color crystal, mythical tier, level 1, mythical effect, 1. Universal auxiliary material for secondary professions, increases success rate by 7. 2. Universal energy material, specific use depends on the situation. Current energy storage is S. Color crystals are unique to the floating realm. They come in 9 colors, with 7 color and above being mythical tier drops. Besides drops, there are color crystal veins. Lin Feng gasped. This item was a treasure. Firstly, it could increase the success rate of secondary profession training, which alone would drive all players crazy. Even if it sold for 1,000 gold coins apiece, people would scramble to buy it, and they would want as many as they could get. More importantly, the color crystal's energy storage was S, far surpassing the grade energy of magic crystals. Lin Feng recalled the magic crystal era in his previous life, where magic crystals had become the main energy source and material, with prices skyrocketing. The color crystal not only had higher energy but could also be infinitely refreshed, making it the best of the best. Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully stored the color crystal. Just these 2 items alone made him extremely satisfied. Now, there was one last highlight left: the Desolate Soul. Lin Feng conjured a mysterious mist in his hand, known as the legendary Desolate Soul. He observed this enigmatic entity closely, marveling at its existence. A system prompt appeared in his vision. Desolate Soul. Mythical Grade. Tier 1. Mythical Effect. Fusion with the Desolate Soul enhances one's own Desolate Soul. Description. Dropped by beasts of the floating realm, it is a top-tier crafting material. Absorbing the Desolate Soul increases its level and power. Lin Feng blinked, savoring the information. The beasts of the floating realm were indeed as valuable as rumored, their entire bodies precious. The value of the Desolate Soul rivaled that of colorful crystals and bloodline stones. Even more exciting was its synergy with bloodline stones. Using a bloodline stone could awaken a beast talent, the Desolate Soul, which could then be enhanced by absorbing more Desolate Souls. This is a perfect ecological cycle. Lin Feng thought excitedly. The key was that these beasts could respawn, meaning this place held endless treasures. To exploit these resources, the best tools were millions of players and his own group of mythical powerhouses. With proper planning, Lin Feng could profit immensely with little effort. With this thought, Lin Feng continued exploring the floating realm. He flew over vast oceans, astonished to find sea beasts inhabiting them. The largest sea beast had peak superior strength, its body stretching over 10,000 miles, resembling a moving continent. Passing through mountains, Lin Feng encountered many low-level, low-tier beasts. He left several teleportation arrays there to facilitate future exploration. This world was still in its infancy, with few signs of civilization. It wasn't until he flew over plains, hills, rivers, and great waterways that Lin Feng discovered traces of civilization: humanoid NPC natives living in primitive tribes. These human tribes struggled to survive in a world dominated by beasts, making humans a rare sight. Lin Feng scoured the entire world, finding only about 1,000 human tribes, the largest housing no more than 1,000 people. Rough estimates put the total human population in the floating realm at less than 1 million. After some thought, Lin Feng began to envision a blueprint for becoming the ruler of the floating realm. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a tribe called Black Flag. In a nameless mountain, hundreds of human warriors in crude animal hides were fleeing in panic. "Run. We've angered the big one," an old hunter panted. "That monster can shatter the ground with a single step and destroy forests with a roar. We were too reckless to invade its territory." However, a group of young people charged forward, led by a young man named Yu. Warriors of the Black Flag tribe fear nothing but the sun not rising. Yu declared loudly, "I will challenge that beast." The surrounding youths echoed, "Black Flag tribe is invincible. Yu has awakened a high-tier desolate soul. We believe in him." Ignoring the old hunter's warnings, the passionate youths pressed on. Finally, they saw the big one, a beast as colossal as an ancient mountain, its eyes like blazing suns. Yu, undaunted, shouted, "Beast transformation." In an instant, Yu transformed into a beast. Yet compared to the giant in front of him, he was like a baby facing a giant. Yu charged at the beast with all his might. The beast casually swatted him away, sending Yu flying. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he refused to give up. "Desolate soul." Yu roared again, a phantom bursting from his body. The beast seemed unimpressed, swatting away Yu's soul projection. Unable to maintain his transformation, Yu collapsed, coughing up blood. As the beast approached, the ground trembling, despair was etched on the young warriors' faces. In this critical moment, a towering figure suddenly appeared, standing between the youths and the beast. Lin Feng smiled calmly, unflinchingly facing the colossal creature. This wild beast is merely at the initial stage of the divine level. Lin Feng swung his staff, unleashing a torrent of powerful spells like a tidal wave. Domain of the fierce god, source of darkness, bind of the wind, arrow of light. With each incantation, it felt as though an invisible force was gathering in the air. Suddenly, a blinding light lit up the sky, and a series of numbers flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. At that moment, the world seemed to change color. Under Lin Feng's control, countless meteors and shooting stars rained down on the wild beast, seemingly endless. The beast fell instantly under the overwhelming attack, without even a chance to struggle. Lin Feng thought to himself, without any indestructible material, killing these wild beasts is simply a breeze. As long as their health is depleted, they will die completely. He didn't even need to summon his doppelganger or bother with forbidden spells. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain the wild beast. You triggered the 10,000 times amplification. You obtained Bloodline Stone 10,000, Rainbow Crystal 10,000, Wild Soul 10,000. Lin Feng was not surprised by this outcome. He recalled the various tiered wild beasts he had slain while traveling in the floating realm. Whether they were ordinary, legendary, epic, or mythic tier, the drops were always consistent. This meant that for regular players, without the 10,000 times amplification, each wild beast would only drop one of each item. Lin Feng attributed this to the unique nature of the floating realm, as it was a nascent and unfamiliar world. He didn't mind, thinking about the benefits the 10,000 times amplification would bring when harvesting players later. While Lin Feng was lost in these thoughts, he didn't notice the young members of the human tribe behind him, who were looking at him with eyes full of reverence and admiration. Among them, Yu mustered the courage to kneel reverently and asked in a trembling voice, "Honorable deity, were you sent by the heavens to help us?" Hearing this, Lin Feng turned around and carefully examined the vibrant young people before him. He admired their brave and fighting spirit, and an idea formed in his mind: to cultivate a human proxy and establish an ideal civilized world. These young people would become the tools to achieve this goal. With this thought, Lin Feng shook his head at Yu and said, "No, I am not a god, because even gods will eventually be trampled underfoot by us humans." He revealed a mysterious smile and continued, "You can call me the prophet." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a collective rustling sound as all the young people knelt down in unison and respectfully said, "Greetings, prophet." Lin Feng gazed at the young tribesmen before him. Their eyes were filled with both admiration and fear. He felt a sense of satisfaction his display of power had worked, and now he could proceed with his plan. Without revealing any emotion, Lin Feng took out 3 items from his spatial ring: bloodline stones, color crystals, and wild souls, each in quantities of 10,000, and arranged them neatly on the ground in front of the young men. The faint glow from the items was particularly striking in the dimly lit environment, drawing curious glances from Yu and the others, their eyes darting between the prophet and the treasures on the ground. "Shall we make a deal?" Lin Feng asked, his voice calm yet commanding. "Agree to my terms, and all of this will be yours." Yu bowed respectfully, his voice trembling slightly. "Prophet, please tell us your conditions." Lin Feng spoke slowly, each word carrying an undeniable authority. "With these items, you should be able to grow and secure a safe haven." Yu's gaze returned to the treasures on the ground. As someone who had awakened his beast soul, he understood the value of these items. Bloodline stones could grant power to humans, color crystals were precious sources of energy, and wild souls could strengthen the powerful even further. With these, the Black Flag tribe was destined to rise. Sensing the desire in Yu's eyes, Lin Feng continued, "The condition for obtaining these items is simple. For every 10 wild beasts you kill, you must leave a portion of the spoils for me." Yu was almost jumping with excitement as he quickly responded, "Understood, prophet. Thank you for your generosity." Despite his youth, he understood the stakes well. Without these items, the tribe's survival was uncertain. With them, they could at least defend themselves and secure a stable food supply to grow their population. It was a straightforward survival logic. The young men around him quickly echoed their agreement, eager not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng nodded slightly, calculating the profitable trade in his mind. Before the players could grow, he would already have a steady income from the floating world. With the 10,000-fold amplification system, these items would multiply in value in his hands. As humanity developed, his profits would grow exponentially. These native humans were merely crops he had carefully cultivated. By investing a mere 10,000 sets of mythical wild beast drops, he would gain an endless supply of wild beasts. As the population grew from millions to billions, Lin Feng's gains would fill the entire world. Next, Lin Feng turned his attention to the player community. Though they couldn't yet handle mythical wild beasts, they could easily deal with ordinary wild beasts and, if well organized, even challenge legendary beasts. To accelerate their growth, Lin Feng had an ace up his sleeve, the Monster Creation Room, a tool that would significantly speed up the player's power development. The terrifying monster farming ability of the fourth calamity would undoubtedly surpass the local natives. No matter what, Lin Feng was set to make a huge profit from this deal. After finalizing the details, Lin Feng left. To him, the floating world had been thoroughly explored. This world was like a blank canvas, promising more opportunities in the future. Yu Tu returned to the human settlement with the hope of the tribe's rise. He truthfully recounted all his experiences and the details of the deal to the elders. Faced with the mountain of divine items before them, the elders couldn't help but believe the young men's words. It turned out that the strongest being in this world was known as the Prophet, and he was also human. The elders, more than the young men, understood the value of the Prophet's existence and believed he was the guardian of humanity. They quickly made a decision to replace the Black Flag tribe's guardian deity with the human Prophet. They first built a temple for the Prophet and then sculpted a statue based on the young men's description, enshrining it in the temple. After completing these tasks, they declared this day the tribe's greatest festival, Prophet's Day. The tribe's leader then gathered the strongest young men and began using the bloodline stones to awaken their bloodline powers. Those who had already awakened their wild souls consumed more to enhance their strength. At the same time, they used the color crystals to forge incredibly sharp weapons. In just a few days, the Black Flag tribe grew to become the most powerful tribe. The number of wild beasts and wild souls they hunted increased daily, but they never forgot their agreement with the Prophet. For every 10 wild beast drops, they would place a set in the Prophet's temple, awaiting his return. By this time, Lin Feng had returned to the imperial capital of the Yinhuang district on the Destiny continent. As soon as he stepped through the city gates, his top executives surrounded him, clearly with urgent matters to report. The head of the Hall of Gods, Luo Ping, spoke slowly and steadily. Master, the Hall of Gods has 2 slots for promoting super god-level warriors. How would you like to allocate them? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The emergence of super god-level slots in the new version was of great significance to him. Compared to his previous life, he now stood at the pinnacle of the world, making him the biggest beneficiary of these slots. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng looked around, his gaze falling upon the hundreds of mythical warriors in the Hall of Gods. Finally, he said calmly, let's promote you and Mochi to super god-level warriors. Luo Ping bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Lin Feng nodded and continued. Once I finish dealing with the recent backlog of affairs, I will take you to the floating realm. After that, we will arrange for mythical warriors to go there in turns to hunt wild beasts. Rather than letting them idle, it's better for them to gain some experience in the floating realm. Understood, Master. I will take my leave, Luo Ping said as he retreated slowly. To Lin Feng's surprise, the next person to enter was an envoy sent by the Emperor of Huaxia. The attendant smiled respectfully and said, Lord Xingtian, His Majesty the Emperor has sent me to inquire about your arrangements for the promotion of the 2 super god-level warriors in the Hall of Gods. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned but then smiled. He was well aware of his supreme status in both the Yinhuang and Huaxia regions, to the extent that even the Emperor dared not make such major decisions on his own. With that in mind, Lin Feng didn't hold back and said directly, Thank His Majesty for me. The 2 super god-level slots in the Hall of Gods will go to Lin Yi and Lin Air. Understood, Lord Xingtian. The attendant responded perceptively and quickly returned to the Huaxia region. Watching the envoy's departing figure, Lin Feng felt pleased. The 4 super god-level slots from the 2 regions were now in his grasp. He began to plan for when mainstream players reached level 50 and the national war commenced. The super god-level warriors from other regions would also fall under his control. But Lin Feng's ambitions extended beyond that. His eyes were set on the super god-level warriors of other races on the Destiny continent. As long as he controlled their life and death, they would have no choice but to obey him. This was why Lin Feng had the confidence to challenge the Divine Realm. Even if the Divine Realm sent more god-level warriors, they were nothing more than fodder in his eyes. Moreover, the world fragments couldn't support the descent of saint-level warriors, and even super god-level warriors couldn't arrive in large numbers. Lin Feng calculated that as long as the super god-level warriors didn't come in droves, he could take them down one by one. For now, everything was calm, and Lin Feng wasn't inclined to guess the Divine Realm's intentions. His immediate priority was to develop his own forces. Next, Lin Feng said lazily, Mu Yun requests an audience. Upon hearing it was Mu Yun, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. Mu Yun controlled the Legion players and must have a wealth of secrets about exploring the new version of the game. Lin Feng's interest peaked as he anticipated the upcoming conversation. Mu Yun stepped into Lin Feng's study and respectfully bowed. Mu Yun reporting, sir. Lin Feng glanced up and got straight to the point. Tell me your progress. Mu Yun took a deep breath and began to report on the player-related matters he was responsible for, especially focusing on the situation with the former players from the eastern region. This was Lin Feng's primary concern. Following your plan, Mu Yun said, we have successfully converted over 90% of the former eastern players into lifestyle-oriented roles. The few stubborn ones are being dealt with rigorously. Soon, there will be no combat players left in the eastern region. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Transforming the eastern players into non-combat roles was precisely his strategy. Considering the growth potential of players, allowing over 100 million eastern players to develop into combatants would pose a significant threat. The best solution was to convert them entirely into lifestyle roles, stripping them of the means to cause any trouble. This way, the eastern players were effectively turned into Lin Feng's labor force, completely under his control. What about the undead? Lin Feng continued. Mu Yun grinned with pride. Sir, the undead passage in the eastern region is now guarded by over a dozen elite epic squads from our Dawn Legion, blocking any escape routes for the undead. These undead have now become tools for our players to level up and farm treasures, entirely at our disposal. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The undead plague that once ravaged the eastern region had not been exterminated immediately after he took over. Instead, he used them as fodder for players to level up. To prevent the undead from returning to their realm, Lin Feng stationed troops to block their retreat. Now, these undead had become leveling targets for players from Huaxia and Yinhuang regions. Taming a catastrophe into a resource was an unprecedented feat in the history of gaming. You've done well, Lin Feng praised. Now, what about the intelligence on the new version? Mu Yun's expression changed to one of seriousness. Sir, we've gathered a substantial amount of intelligence on the new version, but it's all very peculiar. Peculiar? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, motioning for Mu Yun to continue. Mu Yun explained, at night, players hear inexplicable sounds. Some claim to hear the bustling of a busy market, others hear family conversations, and some even hear the clamor of a tea house or tavern. There are also reports of hearing the clash of weapons and the neighing of warhorses on a battlefield. This isn't an isolated phenomenon, Mu Yun emphasized. Almost every player has reported hearing some strange noises. However, based on our analysis, there are no such sounds near the clan ancestral temples and statues. Lin Feng pondered. Could there be something unusual about the clan ancestral temples and statues? Indeed, Mu Yun confirmed. Many have witnessed glowing shadows identical to the clan statues at night. These shadows even carry weapons outside, sometimes with bloodstains on them. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The core function of the clan statues was to protect the clan. If these shadows, armed with bloodied weapons, were venturing out at night, did it mean the statues were autonomously eliminating threats to humanity? Do you have any conclusions? Lin Feng pressed. Mu Yun hesitated for a moment before replying. We do, but it's rather unbelievable. Go on, let's hear it. Lin Feng encouraged. Mu Yun solemnly stated. We believe that one of the secrets of the new version is that the world at night belongs to another realm. Lin Feng felt a thunderous realization in his mind, as if he had grasped something yet was still in the dark. Strange sounds, statues that eliminate evil, and a night belonging to another world? Was this the new face of the game version? Excellent work. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Continue investigating these secrets. Don't overlook any detail. Understood, sir. Mu Yun respectfully exited the room. Lin Feng watched Mu Yun's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with interest. The new version was this intriguing? A second world overlapping with the main one, distinguished by day and night? It seemed necessary to investigate personally. With this in mind, Lin Feng took out the monster creation room item. This item was crucial for him, not only to help complete the job transfer tasks to train 100 Dragon Knights, but also to rapidly enhance player strength, benefiting the development of the floating realm. Lin Feng carefully reviewed the upgrade conditions for the monster creation room. It required the sacrifice of 10 god-level pet eggs. He immediately used his remaining national war points to exchange for a batch of god-level pet eggs and upgraded the monster creation room to its maximum level without hesitation. The fully upgraded item could be used 10 times simultaneously, with the refresh time reduced from 60 minutes to 6 minutes. Lin Feng quickly set up 5 monster creation rooms each in the Yinhuang and Huaxia regions, adjusting the monster levels and tiers for optimal player leveling, setting entrance fees, and limiting usage to guild players. This way, he could earn a small profit while helping guild players quickly enhance their strength. By the time Lin Feng finished the setup and released the guild announcement, it was nearly dusk. He thought it was the perfect time to explore the secrets of the night. The sky had already turned dark. Lin Feng stood atop a mountain on the outskirts of the imperial capital, his clothes and hair fluttering in the night breeze. He waited silently, recalling Mu Yun's words. At night, you might hear illusions, and the clan's guardian statue will act strangely. This meant that the new version of the world had overlaps, with day and night acting as boundaries. Daytime belonged to the Tianming continent, while night was the domain of another mysterious world. Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears twitched. The illusionary sounds began, a mix of crackling and thudding noises interwove, intermittent yet rhythmic. Some sounds were prolonged, others brief, some loud, others faint. Lin Feng found it difficult to discern their origins. He frowned and thought, what is the purpose of creating such a world in the new version? Could the secret of the human race's legacy be hidden within it? As Lin Feng pondered, he was startled to see faint, blurry shadows appearing around him. These shadows, like misty landscape paintings, flickered in and out of existence in sync with the sounds. Sometimes they formed the outlines of cities, other times, scenes of bustling crowds, but all were too ethereal to identify clearly. Lin Feng wondered, am I the only one who can see this? Why didn't Mu Yun mention it? Suddenly, a distant light flashed. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he focused on the increasingly clear glow. It turned out to be the shadow of the clan's guardian statue, a knight wielding a lance, charging forward on a warhorse, emanating a faint white light. Lin Feng watched intently as the shadow disappeared mid-gallop and reappeared in another direction, the lance still stained with fresh blood. At that moment, a phantom abruptly appeared in front of Lin Feng. His hair stood on end. It was a girl, about 10 years old, curiously examining him. They were so close that it seemed he could reach out and touch her. The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her hand. Lin Feng held his breath. Her ethereal hand passed right through his body, and she looked surprised, mouthing words he couldn't hear. The scene felt like beings from two worlds trying to communicate through some barrier. Lin Feng took a deep breath and extended his hand, only to find it also pass through the air. Suddenly, the girl's expression turned anxious. She quickly removed an earring from her ear and tossed it at Lin Feng's feet before hurriedly leaving. Lin Feng blinked and cast a detection spell on the earring. Unknown earring? He was astonished to find that the earring could be detected, indicating it was a physical object. He bent down and picked it up. It was cold to the touch, with an ancient design similar to the jewelry of the Tianming continent. Lin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Is this a quest item? An artifact from another world? Or some kind of token? As he pondered, the unusual activity in the guild channel caught his attention. The Dawn Guild channel was abuzz with discussions about strange events happening tonight. Players had repeatedly sighted the phantom of the clan's guardian statue in a cave at coordinates 1241.231 in the Yinhuang region. Some players had inexplicably died, with the death notifications being vague. Lin Feng opened the map and found that these coordinates were near a small town at the northernmost part of the Yinhuang region. Lin Feng took a step forward, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. Moments later, he reappeared in front of a cave. As night began to fall, a group of guild members had already gathered in front of the cave. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they enthusiastically greeted him. The guild leader is here. Leader, this cave is really strange. Yeah, weird things have been happening here since nightfall. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Lin Feng asked, what kind of strange things? A player stepped forward to explain. There are shadows appearing and disappearing, clawing at us. Even more bizarre, the phantom of the clan's stone statue keeps appearing and disappearing. It's definitely not normal. Lin Feng inquired further. Have you gone inside to investigate? Of course, another guild member replied. We've gone in several times, but found nothing. The cave isn't very big. It only takes a few minutes to reach the end. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Feng decided to investigate personally. Seeing this, the players eagerly requested, Leader, can we go with you? Yeah, Leader, let us come along. We might not find anything on our own, but with you, it could be different. After a brief pause, Lin Feng agreed to their request. After all, they were all part of the guild, and since they had explored multiple times without results, it was unlikely he would find anything special on his own. All right, let's go in together. The players cheered. Thank you, Leader. You're the best leader. Finally, a chance to fight alongside the leader. Lin Feng chuckled. What are you thinking? We're just going in to take a look, not to fight. With that, Lin Feng led hundreds of players into the cave. The players followed closely behind him, not daring to speak loudly, afraid of annoying their leader. As they entered the pitch-black cave, a priest player immediately cast a light spell, illuminating their surroundings. The inside of the cave appeared ordinary, but suddenly, a buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. What's that noise? What is it? Look, the space ahead is changing. It's a spatial ripple. Standing at the front of the group, Lin Feng focused his gaze on the space ahead, where ripples were suddenly forming. The previously calm space now resembled a lake disturbed by waves, with ripples spreading outward. Frowning, Lin Feng cautiously stopped. He slowly extended his hand towards the rippling space ahead. Ding dong, you've discovered a special dungeon from 120,000 years ago. Do you want to enter? Lin Feng heard the system prompt in his ear but didn't make a choice right away. He turned to the players behind him and asked, "Did any of you receive a system notification?" The players responded excitedly and with surprise in their voices. "Yes, guild leader, it's a special dungeon." "Yeah, we got it too. Something about 120,000 years ago." "Guild leader, you're amazing. We've been in and out of this cave so many times without triggering anything, and you do it on your first try. Incredible. No wonder you're the guy who dominates the world announcements." Someone couldn't wait and asked, "Guild leader, are we going in?" Lin Feng smiled slightly and said calmly, "Of course." Despite his composed appearance, Lin Feng felt a bit puzzled. Why did the dungeon trigger as soon as he arrived, while the other players who had been in and out of the cave multiple times never did? He thought about the mysterious earrings he had just obtained on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Could it be because of those? Shaking off his doubts, Lin Feng decided to explore the special dungeon. He decisively chose to enter. In an instant, Lin Feng and the hundreds of players behind him vanished into thin air. The next second, Lin Feng heard the howling wind as his body plummeted rapidly. Below him was a valley with a lake in the middle. If he continued falling, he would definitely land in the lake. Air step. Lin Feng quickly used his skill to stabilize himself and slowly descend. He looked around and noticed something strange. While it was nighttime in Destiny Continent, here it was broad daylight with the sun shining brightly. What surprised him even more was that none of his guild members had arrived with him. As Lin Feng carefully observed his surroundings, he soon spotted a simple-dressed girl with a pale face sitting by the lake, her feet in the water, staring blankly at him. Lin Feng approached the girl and asked, "Where's this place?" The girl blinked and answered softly, "This is Soul Eater Valley." Soul Eater Valley? What a peculiar name. Lin Feng frowned. "What's your name?" The girl timidly replied, "My name is Qing. And you?" Lin Feng was surprised by her boldness in asking him back. He smiled and said, "I am Xingtian, from the human race." He emphasized the words human race, hoping to trigger some special quest. However, Qing showed no special reaction to the term human race, instead falling silent. Lin Feng wondered if he might have used the wrong keywords, or if the quest trigger mechanism was more complex. He decided to keep probing and sat down on a nearby rock, asking, "Qing, why are you here?" Qing lowered her head, seemingly recalling some unhappy memories, and softly said, "The people here don't want to play with me, so I play by myself." Suddenly, she looked up with a smile and said excitedly, "But I found many fun places here." Sensing a clue, Lin Feng immediately asked, "Can you tell me more?" Qing nodded earnestly and began to describe, "I found that the forest is the most beautiful in the morning. There are lots of flowers, and it's the place where rainbows appear the most. In the afternoon, the lake here is the most beautiful, with cool water and gentle breezes. And at night, the cliff edge is the most beautiful spot, where you can see the most beautiful moon and countless fireflies flying around." Lin Feng listened carefully, analyzing her words to find any mission-triggering keywords. Suddenly, Qing reached out swiftly, grasping something in the air. "Guess what I caught?" she asked with a smile. "What?" Lin Feng played along. "It's a gift, and I want to give it to you." Qing grinned, showing her neat, white teeth. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Can I see it?" Qing slowly opened her palm, revealing a rainbow. Lin Feng, focused on finding the dungeon quest, didn't pay much attention to the rainbow. If not for his intuition that Qing was a quest trigger, he might have lost patience. Maintaining his smile, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you." Qing blushed, showing two shallow dimples and said, "You're really nice, just like the legends say." In the legends, they say a monster lives in Soul Eater Valley. It can take on any human form and befriend many people. Then, when they least expect it, it devours them in one bite. Qing looked at Lin Feng with fear and said, "If you're going to eat me, could you do it in one bite?" "Because I'm afraid of pain." Lin Feng's smile froze upon hearing this. Soul-eating valley monsters? Eating humans? Did Qing mistake him for some mythical creature? He shook his head, half amused and half exasperated. "I'm not a monster. I'm not even from this world." Qing was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, you say you're not from this world? Then which world are you from? The divine realm? The demon realm? Or maybe the spirit realm? The monster realm?" Lin Feng was surprised to find that Qing seemed quite familiar with these realms. Could this special instance involve a world where multiple races coexist? He shook his head again. "I'm not from any of those realms. I'm human, just like you." Then he asked curiously, "What's this about soul-eating valley monsters?" Qing's expression grew complicated as she looked at Lin Feng and said, "This is Soul-Eating Valley. It's the territory of the Soul-Eating tribe. They demand that every major human city sends 300 young men and women here each year to feed their spirits. If we don't comply, they attack us." Her eyes showed a hint of sorrow, and I was chosen as one of the sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his blood began to boil. Human sacrifices? Outrageous. But just then, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. You've triggered a special instance chain quest. Guide the sacrifice Qing to reveal her background. Hint. Check your quest log for details. With a grim expression, Lin Feng opened his quest log and quickly scanned the new task. When he looked at Qing again, his gaze had changed. He realized that Qing might be a key character closely tied to the unfolding storyline. Keeping his anger in check, Lin Feng asked, "What about your parents? Didn't they try to protect you?" He couldn't fathom parents abandoning their child. Qing gave a bitter smile, her eyes reddening as she looked up at the sky. The wind blew, lifting the strands of hair from her forehead. Her voice trembled as she said, "My parents said they were taking me to the big city to have fun and buy lots of treats. But they couldn't fool me. I knew they planned to leave me there, to be captured and sent here." She continued, "I didn't expose their lie because I knew no amount of crying or resisting would change the outcome. So, I pretended to be happy and went along with them to the city. They told me they were going to buy something to eat. I knew they wouldn't come back. So I watched their figures blend into the crowd, growing smaller until they disappeared." Qing's voice softened. "I hope they won't be too sad about losing me. I wanted to leave them with the memory of my happiest self. Then, I was brought here to await the soul-eating tribe taking my spirit." She suddenly turned to Lin Feng, smiling wryly. "Adults think they're so clever, hiding things from me. But I knew everything." Lin Feng finally understood. "So, when you first saw me, you mistook me for one of the soul-eating tribe?" Qing smiled sheepishly and nodded. Lin Feng stood up, his voice resolute. "Don't worry. Even if the soul-eating tribe comes, we won't fear them. From now on, anyone who comes here will face certain death. I promise." Qing's eyes sparkled with hope as she nodded firmly. Ding dong, the task completion notification sounded, and Lin Feng's system interface displayed that he had completed the Qing task, simultaneously unlocking a new Soul Devourer task. He opened the task panel and carefully examined the details of this SSS level special instance task. Objectives: 1. Eliminate the Soul Devourers and rescue the human sacrifices. 2. Escort Qing to Tianqing City. Notes: during the task, Qing's strength will fluctuate. Ensure she does not die or sustain serious injuries, and avoid making her dislike you. Time limit: 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 58 seconds. Reward: next stage task. Lin Feng scanned the task description and understood the key points. Qing was obviously the pivotal character in this special instance, and he was fortunate to have found her right away, saving him the trouble of searching like other players. To ensure everything went smoothly, Lin Feng immediately took out a replication gem and synthesized hundreds of thousands of points of indestructible material. Qing watched his every move with curiosity but did not interrupt, quietly observing. After stockpiling enough resources, Lin Feng turned to Qing and asked gently, "Are the other human sacrifices also in this valley?" Qing nodded in response. "Yes, they are all gathered near the wooden huts." "Take me there," Lin Feng said. Qing led Lin Feng to a specific area within the valley. A row of large wooden huts came into view, surrounded by hundreds of young boys and girls. These youths looked numb, their faces haggard and spirits broken. Even upon seeing Qing and Lin Feng, they showed no reaction. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Qing with confusion. Understanding his puzzlement, Qing explained, "They feel abandoned by their clans and families. So they are in constant pain and sorrow, which is why they look like this." Lin Feng was even more perplexed. Qing was also a human sacrifice and had been abandoned by her parents. So why didn't she share the same despair as the others? Instead, she often smiled. Even when she mistakenly thought Lin Feng was a soul devourer, she didn't seem particularly sad. Lin Feng didn't ask directly but suddenly realized what Qing meant earlier when she said, "No one wants to play with me?" In such a dire situation, those who could still hold on to hope often seemed out of place. At that moment, a group of dark clouds suddenly flew in from the sky. Qing's face turned pale instantly, and she exclaimed, "Soul Devourers!" Lin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent as he flew towards the dark clouds without hesitation. Qing clasped her hands together, nervously watching Lin Feng's receding figure. As Lin Feng reached the front of the dark clouds, he saw that they were filled with soul devourers in black robes, surrounded by dark fog. They were taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng. "Who are you?" One of the black-robed figures shouted sharply. "Your executioner." Lin Feng replied coldly, summoning his power. 9 clones appeared around him instantly. "Dare to oppress my people? You court death." Lin Feng swung his staff, unleashing a barrage of forbidden spells. Fiend's Domain, Source of Darkness, Meteor Shower, Thunderous Might, Icebound World. The power of hundreds of forbidden spells was terrifying. Damage numbers kept flashing in Lin Feng's vision. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. The soul devourers suffered heavy casualties in the ferocious magical storm, dying in confusion. How could this be forbidden magic? How could humans have a forbidden spellcaster? The human race barely had any god-level experts, and this person could cast forbidden spells? A few seconds later, Lin Feng's ears were filled with kill notifications. In the blink of an eye, this group of soul devourers was annihilated. Only then did the killing intent in Lin Feng's eyes slightly subside. He recalled his experiences in the Destiny continent and the Heavenly Domain battlefield. No matter who he faced, he dared to kill, even the gods. These soul devourers, who appeared out of nowhere and dared to demand human sacrifices, were courting death. Anyone who posed a threat to humanity, even in thought, was guilty. Lin Feng flew back to the Soul Devourer Valley, and the system prompt followed. Ding dong, you have completed the stage task. The first stage task, eliminate the Soul Devourers, was completed. Next, he needed to escort Qing back to the human world. Returning to Qing's side, Lin Feng calmly said, from now on, humans no longer need to offer sacrifices to the Soul Devourers. Qing smiled with relief upon seeing Lin Feng return unharmed, nodding repeatedly, Brother Xingtian, you're amazing. The Soul Devourers are nothing before you. I want to be strong like you too. Boom. As soon as Qing finished speaking, her aura changed dramatically. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he quickly cast a detection spell. Qing, epic level. Epic level already? Although Lin Feng was prepared for Qing to become stronger, her sudden leap to this level still shocked him. The task description mentioned that Qing would grow stronger during the mission, but he hadn't expected such a sudden qualitative change. It seemed as though Qing had also completed some task with Lin Feng. This special instance truly lived up to its name, with instance characters evolving so significantly with the storyline. Upon reaching this point, Lin Feng decided to commence the second phase of his mission. He turned to Qing and calmly said, let's go. I'll take you all back to Tianqing City. Qing's eyes lit up instantly, as if ignited by a spark of hope. Tianqing City, the great city of the human race. Returning there meant rejoining the human world, no longer having to live in constant fear of the soul devourers. Yes, home, Qing declared resolutely, then turned to gather the other human sacrifices. Lin Feng quietly observed the scene. He noticed that Qing had a knack for leadership, skillfully leveraging his recent victory over the soul devourers to easily persuade the young men and women, becoming their leader in the process. However, Lin Feng keenly observed that these young individuals, now convinced by Qing, had significantly improved their strength. While they hadn't reached Qing's epic level, they had all ascended to the legendary tier. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly marveling at the complexity of this special instance. Qing quickly assembled a group and approached Xingtian. She spoke softly, Brother Xingtian, we're ready to go. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response. Let's move out. Meanwhile, in another corner of the special instance, several players stood dumbfounded, staring at a village before them. The terrain and the village's name strikingly resembled a major city in the main world. Xianming, are you sure you're not mistaken? One player asked, puzzled. Xianming replied excitedly, of course I'm not mistaken. When have I ever been wrong? He raised his voice and shouted, this is Tianqi, the main city. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding players. If they didn't know Xianming well, they might have been tempted to laugh in his face. How could one of the 7 main cities, Tianqi, be this small village? However, the village was indeed named Tianqi Village. Xianming, aren't you an expert in game history? Yeah. Xianming, tell us what happened 120,000 years ago. Xianming took a deep breath and began. 120,000 years ago, the human tribes were scattered and were seen as puppets by various alien races, leading to internal strife and endless wars. It was a time of great chaos, with widespread suffering and constant conflict. During this period, the soul devourers were annihilated by a mysterious force, and one of the major human strongholds, Tianqing City, was suddenly struck by a meteor, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Lin Feng led a group of people out of the valley, and immediately, a system notification sounded in his ear. You have discovered Tianqing City? In this instance, the scene transition was so seamless that it focused directly on the main point. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the majestic and colossal city before him. The first impression Tianqing City gave was one of ruggedness, wildness, and roughness. He quickly recalled the cities of the Destiny continent, realizing that there was no such name among them because cities starting with Tian were typically one of the 7 main cities, and Tianqing City was not among them. However, at this moment, Tianqing City was embroiled in a fierce battle. Inside and outside the city, swords clashed and shadows flickered as countless human warriors fought ferociously, their war cries thundering in his ears. This was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such internal bloodshed among humans, and he couldn't help but frown. Qing suddenly exclaimed, the Molu tribe is attacking. The young men and women behind her immediately fell into a panic, worried about their homeland. Lin Feng turned to Qing and asked, Qing, what's the deal with the Yaoxing tribe and the Molu tribe? Qing sighed and explained. The Yaoxing tribe is the main tribe of Tianqing City, with a population in the millions, supported by the demon realm. The Molu tribe is backed by the devil realm. She continued, in fact, this world also has the god realm, the undead realm, the void realm, and others. They all manipulate us humans. We are like puppets to these other realms, our lives and deaths controlled by them. After hearing this, Lin Feng's face turned ashen, and his eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and said, humans should not be like this. We should not be so degraded. Qing cautiously asked, then what should humans be like? With a hoarse voice, Lin Feng replied, humans should be united and strong, with dignity. We should face all races equally and have the ambition to conquer everything. At that moment, a system notification suddenly announced that Lin Feng had completed the Soul Devourer quest and received a new quest, Soul of Humanity. Lin Feng opened the quest log and found that it was an SSS-level special instance quest, with the objective of cultivating Qing to become a leader of the human race and imparting his vision of the human spirit to her. Lin Feng looked deeply at Qing and suddenly asked, look at this battlefield. If you had absolute power, what would you do? Qing thought for a moment and then smiled. If I had absolute power, I would stop the war. How would you stop the war? Lin Feng pressed. Qing earnestly replied, I would negotiate with the leaders of both tribes. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head. You're wrong. There's an even simpler and more direct way. Qing looked at Lin Feng curiously, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. His voice echoed in Qing's ears like a clap of thunder. Use your strength to conquer them. Conquer them until they fear, until they tremble, until they despair. Break everything down and then rebuild it anew. Lin Feng's figure slowly rose and he continued. The old human race must be destroyed for the new human race to be reborn. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards the sky above Tianqing City like a streak of light. Immediately, the two mythic-level human warriors stopped their battle and looked up at Lin Feng. They shouted warily, who are you? What are you? But Lin Feng ignored them, his gaze fixed on Tianqing City below. To minimize human casualties, Lin Feng did not summon his clones. He raised his staff high and instantly unleashed a terrifying skill, Meteor Shower. In an instant, the azure sky was dotted with countless fireballs, resembling a meteor shower. These fireballs rained down on Tianqing City like a torrential downpour, the roaring sound echoing continuously. The human warriors who were fighting couldn't help but look up, and they were stunned by the hellish scene before them. The once impregnable tall walls crumbled to dust in an instant. Countless powerful warriors, who were the nightmares of others, were reduced to ashes under this forbidden spell. The two mythic human warriors trembled with fear, looking at Lin Feng in terror. They stammered, this is a forbidden spell. A forbidden spellcaster. Aren't they only supposed to exist in the divine realm? Countless system notifications rang in Lin Feng's ears like a tsunami, but he ignored them. He looked coldly at the two mythic warriors and commanded, submit or die. The two mythic warriors immediately knelt, their voices trembling. We submit. They knew that a forbidden spellcaster possessed the terrifying power to destroy the world, and they didn't even have the courage to challenge him. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Qing, pointing his staff at her. He slowly said, not to me, but to her. From this day forward, she is your queen. The Green Emperor. The two mythic warriors looked at Qing in astonishment. At that moment, a god-level aura suddenly erupted from Qing, but she still looked bewildered, gazing up in admiration at the dominant figure in the sky. The two mythic warriors dared not disobey and immediately knelt before Qing, exclaiming, Hail the Green Emperor! Hail the Green Emperor! The scene shifted to the front of Tianqi village, where players were asking Xianming about the game's history. Tianqing City was destroyed by a meteor shower? That meteor must have been something else, probably a forbidden spell, one player exclaimed. What happened next? What's recorded in the game's history after that? Another player asked. Xianming sighed and complained. All this information is on the official game website. Don't you guys ever read it? The players immediately retorted. Who reads such obscure history stuff? Yeah, we only look at current events. Who cares about ancient history? The game's history files are hundreds of thousands of words long. I'd forget the start by the time I reached the end. Exactly. So what happened next? Xianming, growing impatient, said. Let me think. After a moment, he continued. Then came the rise of the Green Emperor. This human sage has a somewhat mysterious background. How to put it? Xianming chuckled. Reading the history, it seemed like she was cheating. Hearing this, the players became even more curious, their ears perking up, eager to hear more about the mysterious Green Emperor. In Tianqing City, Lin Feng descended like a deity. Holding a staff, he pointed it at Qing, exuding an aura of authority. Instantly, all beings bowed. chanting in unison, "Hail Emperor Qing." Even the divine warriors knelt, as did the young men and women present. Flashes of light surged, and the strength of these youths skyrocketed to epic levels in an instant. On the battlefield, the remaining warriors of the two human tribes knelt as if guided by an unseen force. At the same time, Qing's aura surged, reaching divine levels in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng flew back to Qing's side, observing her slightly bewildered expression. "Brother Xingtian, this? Qing stammered. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You already know the world I want for the humans. Didn't you say you wanted to help me?" Qing was taken aback, but then nodded firmly. "Brother Xingtian, I am willing to help you. Then you shall become Emperor Qing," Lin Feng said calmly. "Yes, from today onwards, I am Emperor Qing." Qing responded with a determined look in her eyes. Hearing her agreement, Lin Feng smiled and said, "These people are now your subjects. You need to settle them. I will take them back to our hometown, Tianqi village. We will build a new city there," Qing said excitedly. Lin Feng blinked at her words, thinking to himself, "Tianqi village? This name sounds familiar. Could it be the precursor to Tianqi city?" He shook his head, dismissing the thought. With the assistance of the divine warriors Shirley and Ling Su, Qing swiftly gathered the remaining troops. Lin Feng watched as Qing transformed from a naive girl into a capable and astute leader, her growth truly astonishing. "Brother Xingtian, let's go," Qing said with a bright smile, maintaining the innocence she had when they first met. Lin Feng nodded, and the scene instantly changed. The crowd disappeared, leaving Lin Feng standing alone before a newly emerged small city, Tianqi City. This small city bore a faint resemblance to the main city of Tianqi in the primary world, evoking a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, guild players rushed in from all directions, excitedly shouting, "Guild Master! Guild Master! We've finally found you!" Lin Feng chuckled. "So you all made it? It seems we've reached the pivotal point of the instance." A player suddenly realized, "Guild Master, are you saying that this instance scene is the key to the entire mission?" At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed, and a series of announcements followed. Emperor Qing is about to ascend the throne. Emperor Qing's ascension has angered the heavens and all realms. God Realm. Emperor Qing is a rebel and must be killed. Demon Realm. Emperor Qing is the enemy of all heavens and must die. Void Realm. Emperor Qing seeks to unify the human race and challenge the heavens, and must be destroyed. Lin Feng's face darkened upon hearing the announcements. Among the players, Xianming exclaimed, "So that's it. 12,000 years ago, Emperor Qing emerged and became one of the three great human emperors. We are witnessing a historical era firsthand." A flash of insight crossed Lin Feng's mind. Meanwhile, in Tianqi City, Qing was making final preparations for her ascension. Palace maids adorned her with the imperial attire and the emperor's sword. However, Qing's expression was distant. "What time is it now?" Qing's voice was cold and authoritative, causing the maids to fall silent. "Your Majesty, there are 10 minutes left before your ascension ceremony begins," a brave maid replied, trembling. Qing bit her lip, thinking, "Brother Xingtian, why aren't you here yet?" She suddenly ordered, "Prepare the dragon mount." The maids were bewildered, not understanding why she needed a mount before the ceremony. Qing scolded, "Hurry up." Soon, dragon roars echoed through the palace. Qing stood up and left, despite the attempts of the tribal elders and divine warriors Shirley and Ling Su to stop her. Qing firmly declared she was going to find someone, and when questioned, she unhesitatingly admitted that this person was more important than millions of human subjects and vast territories. Qing mounted the dragon, casting one last glance at the people in the city, and flew away without hesitation. Outside Tianqi City, Qing landed in front of Lin Feng. Although the instant scene had changed, making it seem as if they had never been apart, Lin Feng knew that the Qing before him had grown into a peak mythological warrior. Her eyes were still clear, and her smile was as bright as ever. "Brother Xingtian, you're here," Qing smiled. Lin Feng nodded. "Today is your ascension ceremony." "Of course, I had to be here." Qing's smile widened. "With you here, Brother Xingtian, I fear no enemy, even if it means opposing all the realms." Lin Feng took a deep breath. "You've done well, keep going. Today is your coronation as Emperor Qing, and my celebration of slaying gods and demons. Can you handle this role?" Qing responded firmly, "I can." With Qing's confident reply, Lin Feng led her back to Tianqi City. The players followed, chatting amongst themselves. "Our guild master is amazing, directly connecting with the most mysterious emperor in history, Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing seems to have a bit of a crush on our guild master, don't you think?" "Stay serious, this is an instance. Emperor Qing is from 12,000 years ago, and we're like modern people traveling back to ancient times. Get ready for battle. There's bound to be an enemy wave soon." "Ready for what?" "They're all divine level. Can you even fight them?" "Even if I can't, I can still act like it. This is what you call stealing the show." Lin Feng lightly stepped into the air, entering the range of Tianqi City. A system prompt sounded with a crisp ding-dong, notifying him of the completion of the Soul of Humanity quest. Immediately after, a new quest titled Battle Until the Final Chapter was unlocked. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he quickly opened the quest log to check the details. In the quest log, Battle Until the Final Chapter was prominently listed. Chain Quest Special Dungeon. Difficulty: SSS. Objective: defeat all invading enemies. Description: the Green Emperor has rejected the coercion of the heavens, becoming the only human force not controlled by otherworldly powers. If humanity does not serve the otherworldly forces, they will become the enemy of all realms. Protect the Green Emperor and defeat all invaders. Time limit: 9 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Reward: scroll to unlock the special dungeon Humanity's Flame, level 80 Forbidden Spell Mage Transition Scroll 1. Lin Feng quickly grasped the essence of the quest and closed the quest log. He realized this was the final stage of the dungeon, and the reward was the starting point for the next Dungeon new game version called Humanity's Flame. The unexpected bonus was the Forbidden Spell Mage Transition Scroll, meaning he wouldn't need to take on additional tasks. However, being currently at level 70, he needed to complete the Dragon Knight Transition quest before he could use the level 80 scroll. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly halted. Qing looked at him quizzically, and Lin Feng calmly said, "I will wait here for the enemies of the heavens. You go prepare for the coronation ceremony." As a forbidden spell mage, he knew his destructive power could potentially obliterate the entire Tianqi city, so he could only stand guard at the city gates. Qing smiled slightly, nodded, and then rode her dragon into the city. Her appearance brought relief to the human warriors in the city, who had feared that the Green Emperor would not return. Qing looked down at the crowd and commanded firmly, "Continue with the ceremony." The ceremonial officer sprang into action. "Commence the ceremony. Sound the battle drums." The thunderous sound of drums echoed throughout the city. Hovering in midair, Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Rolling black clouds loomed, and an overwhelming army of soul devourers surged across the land like a tide, numbering in the millions. The players below the city, seeing this, shouted excitedly, "Brothers, leave the ones in the sky to the guild leader. We'll handle those on the ground. No more talking, just fight." Hundreds of players brandished their weapons and charged bravely at the soul devourer army, despite the overwhelming odds. Lin Feng smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Today, the soul devourers will be no more." With a flash of his figure, he vanished into the black clouds. Within the clouds, countless mythic-level soul devourer warriors surrounded him. Courting death. Surround and kill him. Attack. Various attacks came at him from all directions. Lin Feng instantly evaded with a step that seemed to cover miles, summoning 9 clones simultaneously. Meteor shower. Frozen world. Thunderous phenomenon. Forbidden spells were cast one after another, changing the very color of the sky. The soul devourer warriors were plunged into despair, and dense system prompts sounded like a tidal wave. 3 billion. Critical hit. In almost the blink of an eye, the soul devourer warriors were annihilated. Exiting the divine battlefield, Lin Feng saw the demon army approaching, with several mythic-level pinnacle warriors among them. "Who dares to block our way?" a demon warrior shouted from afar. Lin Feng responded calmly, "The one who will take your lives. Kill." The demon warriors wasted no more words. Lin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent as he flew towards them. Meanwhile, in Tianqi City, the Green Emperor ascended the high platform step by step, facing a million human citizens. "Hail the Green Emperor!" The crowd's voices roared like waves. Qing's gaze turned toward the distant battlefield, where countless corpses and blood rained down from the divine realm. "Please, Green Emperor, deliver your speech." The crowd fell silent, countless eyes fixed on their emperor. The Green Emperor's eyes burned with intense battle spirit as she prepared to speak. She swiftly drew her sword and coldly declared, "We, the human race, pursue the ideals of equality and freedom, and we will never stop. Anyone who obstructs this ideal, we shall fight. Anyone who enslaves us, we shall fight. We are born fearless and will fight until the end." As the words of the Azure Emperor fell, the earth seemed to tremble, and the cries of the human race echoed like rolling thunder. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and his figure flitted across the battlefield like a ghost. He raised his staff and chanted, "Domain of fiends, source of darkness, meteor shower, descent of frost, thunderous phenomena." In an instant, the sky changed color. The power of the forbidden spell surged like a tidal wave, rendering the mighty demons insignificant. Lin Feng's attacks were like precisely guided swords, each strike hitting its mark flawlessly. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. 300 million. Critical hit. Damage numbers danced in the air. And at this moment, Lin Feng seemed like a supreme being who controlled life and death. Under his forbidden spell, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and countless demon elites found no escape within its range. These once lofty demon elites, who usually enslaved countless beings and looked down upon the heavens, were now as fragile as infants before Lin Feng. The players were amazed. When did the human race produce such a powerful figure? Without a supreme deity, this person is invincible. In just a few seconds, the group of demon elites was annihilated. The players' understanding of Lin Feng's combat prowess was once again refreshed. They had been fighting fiercely with the minor soldiers on the ground, paying a significant price. But compared to Chairman Xingtian, their skirmishes were like children's play. Is this the chairman's forbidden spell? Amazing! Our chairman can cast hundreds of forbidden spells with just one spell. The key is, there's no cooldown, and it seems like he has infinite mana, plus instant casting. This is the power of our chairman, the legendary nuclear peacemaker. Lin Feng walked out of the demon battlefield, only to see the strong from the divine realm, the monster realm, the undead realm, the void realm, and other celestial realms arriving in droves, creating a scene of overwhelming grandeur. They had thousands of god-level powerhouses, presenting a formidable lineup. The players were abuzz with discussion. With so many god-level powerhouses, even against a super deity, they could overwhelm them, right? However, they had no worry about their chairman. To them, numbers meant nothing to the great Xingtian. Seeing this, Lin Feng tightly gripped his staff. He transformed into a stream of light and charged forward. In his heart, what did thousands of powerhouses matter? Those high and mighty beings had never considered the humble races beneath them. Today, he would make these arrogant powerhouses bow their proud heads. Charge! Countless powerful beings swarmed in, their various skills lighting up the sky like fireworks as they besieged Lin Feng. Unfazed by the overwhelming assault, Lin Feng waved his staff and unleashed a terrifying forbidden spell. In an instant, the sky was dyed red by flaming meteors, millions of fiery balls raining down like a storm. Simultaneously, icy snowflakes fell, each as sharp as a blade, slicing through the enemy's flesh. Lightning spirits flickered in the air, their violent bolts striking the bodies of divine warriors. 3 billion. Critical hit. 3 billion. Critical hit. 3 billion. Critical hit. Damage numbers cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a scene both spectacular and brutal. At some point, a strange red rain began to fall from the sky. Qing stood at a distance, bathed in the blood rain. As a peak-level divine warrior, she could have easily avoided it, but chose to let the rain soak her. Her gaze never wavered from the distant divine battlefield in the sky. That was the ultimate battleground where the fate of the human race would be decided. Victory meant a chance for humans to rise, while defeat meant becoming slaves to the heavens. And at this moment, everything hinged on one person, Xingtian. Lin Feng's forbidden spell was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly annihilating myth-level warriors. Faced with such terrifying might, the divine warriors fell into despair. How can humans use forbidden spells? Did you gods actually teach the forbidden arts to humans? Ha ha ha, the gods are foolish, hoisted by their own petard. In their final moments, warriors from various races cursed the divine beings. They couldn't comprehend how humans could wield forbidden magic, a secret of the divine realm. Naturally, the gods were the first to be suspected, as they had supported 2 of the 3 human emperors and were the most powerful force in this world. However, the divine warriors themselves were equally baffled. Forbidden spells were the highest secret of the divine realm and not easily imparted to humans. Yet here was a human using a forbidden spell to decimate their forces. Damn it! The divine warriors gritted their teeth, powerless to explain. In truth, arguing was pointless, as they would soon all be dead. Boom! A massive explosion signaled the end of the divine battlefield. Lin Feng reappeared, his gaze sweeping over the remaining players. Only a few peak players held on for a few more seconds before being slain by warriors from various realms. With an expressionless face, Lin Feng waved his staff and cast another forbidden spell, freezing everything in an instant. 3 billion. Critical hit. 3 billion. Critical hit. Crash. Every living being on the ground turned into ice sculptures, then shattered into pieces. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding, you have completed the quest, battle to the final chapter. Notice, you have obtained the special dungeon scroll, Human Flame. Notice, you have obtained the forbidden spell Mage Class Change Scroll, level 801. Finally, this chain quest was complete. Lin Feng ignored the class change scroll for now and took out the dungeon scroll. Human Flame Special Dungeon. Exclusive to Xing. Requirement. Myth level. Current. Inaccessible. After reading it, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The dungeon had a power requirement. It needed a divine level to enter. It was useless for now, so he put the scroll into his bag. Lin Feng hovered in midair, surveying the surroundings. No enemies were left alive. It's over. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the space began to tremble. The scene started to change. Accustomed to such occurrences in dungeons, Lin Feng remained calm. The dungeon scene shifted, and Lin Feng found himself back in Soul Devourer Valley. It was still a sunny afternoon, the lake water clear and the breeze gentle. But the girl who once sat by the lake washing her feet was nowhere to be seen. It all felt like a dream. Ding, the dungeon will close in 3 minutes. Ding, the dungeon will close in 1 minute. Lin Feng quietly listened to the system notifications. Suddenly, a golden streak of light flew towards him, leaving a golden trail in its wake. Swish. Qing, clad in golden armor, appeared before Lin Feng. Ding, the dungeon will close in 50 seconds. Sweat beaded on Qing's forehead, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. She smiled brightly and said, Brother Xingtian, are you leaving? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Yes, I have to go back. Qing's smile froze, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Will I ever see you again? You will. Lin Feng said confidently. Really? Qing's eyes lit up with joy. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Divine warriors have long lifespans. As long as you live well, we will meet again. Then let's promise to meet here again, Qing said with hope in her eyes. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Qing's face lit up with joy, and she suddenly extended her hand, palm down and clenched into a fist. Brother Xingtian, I have something for you. Curious, Lin Feng asked. What is it? Take it. Qing smiled shyly. Lin Feng extended his hand and felt a warm object drop into his palm. Ding, the dungeon will close in 5 seconds. Ding, the dungeon is about to close. Lin Feng's last sight in the dungeon was Qing's shy, smiling face. Swish. Lin Feng returned to the main world. He looked around and found that it was daytime in the Destiny continent, and he was just outside Tianqi City. Whether this location was a coincidence or random, Lin Feng couldn't say. He shook his head. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a strange sensation in his heart. The item Qing had given him didn't trigger any system notifications. Even the 10,000 times amplification system remained silent. What was so special about this gift? With curiosity, he slowly opened his palm, his gaze falling on the wristband made of colorful threads. Despite its rough style, every strand of the wristband revealed a meticulous craftsmanship. As Lin Feng examined it closely, he suddenly noticed a few strands of hair skillfully woven into the threads. It was Qing's hair. This realization left him silent, his heart filled with complex emotions. Just then, a world announcement rang out like a thunderclap. Player Xingtian has activated the special dungeon 120,000 years ago. The announcement also mentioned that players could obtain dungeon keys by completing prerequisite tasks, allowing them to experience the life and culture of humans 120,000 years ago. This news instantly set the player community ablaze. A dungeon, and a special one at that. Excited voices echoed everywhere. Just one trip inside is worth it. Players sprang into action, with some obtaining dungeon keys through routine tasks and others lucky enough to find keys while defeating monsters. Those who got the keys eagerly rushed into the dungeon. However, when these players emerged from the dungeon, their faces were filled with astonishment. They soon discovered a pattern. The experience in this special dungeon varied from person to person, with each player having a unique journey. The only common element was that everyone saw 2 statues when entering and leaving the Soul Devourer Valley. Wait a minute, doesn't that male statue look familiar? One player exclaimed. Isn't it the spitting image of our guild leader, Xingtian? Take a closer look at the female statue next to it. Another player chimed in. Isn't that the Qing Emperor? The discussions grew louder. Xingtian is amazing. He must have a strong connection with one of the ancient 3 emperors, the Qing Emperor. But speaking of which, what happened to the Qing Emperor in history? Someone asked. She mysteriously disappeared, explained a player who prided himself on his historical knowledge. About 100,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor vanished suddenly, and her forces crumbled. Later, the Black Emperor unified the human race and acknowledged the Celestial Clan as their overlords. Mysteriously disappeared? Someone scoffed. The game's writers are so lazy. What a cliché ending. Lin Feng stood outside the Dragon Temple, reflecting on the rewards he had just gained from the special dungeon. The Forbidden Spell Mage Job Scroll and the exclusive Human Fire Dungeon rewards were invaluable, even though he couldn't use them for the time being. He set them aside for now and began to plan his next steps. With the all-out national war approaching, Lin Feng was determined not only to participate fully, but also to reap all the benefits. He aimed to conquer the major temples and the super god-level entities of the alien forces in each district. The development of the floating world could wait until players reached a bottleneck in their levels. His immediate priority was the job change quest, forming the Dragon Knight Legion. This required going to the Dragon Realm, and Lin Feng just happened to possess the Dragon God's order. Without hesitation, He used the Dragon God's order and was instantly teleported to the Dragon Temple in the Dragon Realm. A system notification chimed, awarding Lin Feng a massive reputation boost. He looked around and found himself in a magnificent crystal palace. The walls, ceiling, floor, sculptures, and even the lampstands were made of crystal, glittering under the light. In front of Lin Feng stood a Dragon God statue. He quickly used his detection skill and discovered it was an avatar of a peak-level super god dragon. Understanding the limitations of this small world, he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the temple. The dragon avatar quietly opened its eyes and snorted coldly. It recognized Lin Feng but chose to feign sleep, unwilling to grant the wishes of someone who harbored deep hatred for the dragon race. Lin Feng flew over the dragon realm, noting its similarity to the Destiny continent. He recalled information from his past life. The dragon realm housed at least 1,000,000 war dragons, all of them god-level powerhouses. This formidable force stemmed from the innate nature of the dragon race, achieving mythic status upon reaching adulthood. Soon, Lin Feng arrived above Dragon City. Hundreds of dragon guards roared towards him, demanding his identity and pass. Lin Feng remained silent, carefully scrutinizing these god-level war dragons. They were young, seemingly ideal as mounts. Seeing Lin Feng's silence and the sly look in his eyes, the dragon guard captain grew instantly wary. It roared in fury, commanding the guards to prepare for battle. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself how temperamental the dragon clan was. He spoke calmly, courting death. Before his words even settled, his staff was already in motion. Windbind, fierce god domain, source of darkness, divine light arrow. In an instant, arrows glowing with divine light shot out, piercing through the dragon clan leader dozens of times in a split second. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding, you have slain the dragon clan elite Arthur Galley, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained mythic dragon armor of the highest tier, mythic dragon scales of the highest tier, mythic dragon claws of the highest tier. Gold 256.5 billion. The moment the dragon clan leader fell, the guards were momentarily stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. For countless years, no one had dared to act so ruthlessly in the dragon realm, let alone kill an elite on their own turf. Such an act was unheard of. The dragon clan elites, coming back to their senses, glared at Lin Feng and roared, "Seize him! How dare he kill our elite? Unforgivable! Arthur Galley! Why did you kill Arthur Galley? Kill him!" The dragon clan guards shouted in unison, casting magical skills in an attempt to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself how fearless these guys were. He swung his staff again, casting the same combination of skills. Windbind, fierce god domain, source of darkness, divine light arrow. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, several more dragon clan elites fell. Ding, you have slain the dragon clan elite Mallory Kane, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained mythic dragon gauntlets of the highest tier, mythic dragon scales of the highest tier, mythic dragon claws of the highest tier. Gold 220 billion. Ding, you have slain the dragon clan elite Wells Yahin, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained mythic dragon blade of the highest tier, mythic dragon scales of the highest tier, mythic dragon claws of the highest tier. Gold 250 billion. Ding, you have slain the dragon clan elite Sherwood Devon, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained mythic dragon staff of the highest tier, mythic dragon scales of the highest tier, mythic dragon claws of the highest tier. Gold 232 billion. Lin Feng deftly dodged the enemy's attacks using teleportation while continuously swinging his staff. Before him, the dragon clan elites fell like paper figures, one after another. After killing dozens of dragon clan elites in one go, Lin Feng finally stopped. He noticed that the remaining dragon clan elites now had fear written all over their faces. By the dragon god, this human is too powerful. Dragon god, where did this demon come from? He's terrifying. I am a battle dragon. I must not be afraid. Lin Feng coldly surveyed the dragon clan elites before him and said chillingly, "Submit or die?" At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the dragon realm. Immediately following, countless responding dragon roars filled the air. The heavens and earth reverberated with an angry roar. "Human scum! How dare you massacre in my dragon realm? You deserve death." Upon hearing this voice, the dragon clan guards showed expressions of relief and joy. It's the dragon god. The dragon god is here. Damn human, the dragon god will surely kill him. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. So what if the dragon god had arrived? It was just an avatar. The roar was earth-shattering, as if the entire dragon realm awakened in an instant. Dragon cries echoed from all directions, reverberating through every corner. In the blink of an eye, countless war dragons sped in from all over the dragon realm, gathering densely together. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the dragon god descended with an unmatched presence. Its massive body blocked out the sun, and its scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Feng stood calmly, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, thousands of divine war dragons had surrounded him. These dragons varied in size, but each exuded a powerful aura. The dragon god was especially imposing, having reached the pinnacle of the superdivine realm. Yet, faced with such a formidable array, Lin Feng's expression remained as calm as still water. The dragon god's voice thundered through the dragon realm, "Human, how dare you kill my kin?" Its eyes blazed with fury as it roared, "Insignificant human, who gave you the courage? Prepare to die." Lin Feng frowned slightly and responded in a flat tone, "Insignificant? You dragons are quite arrogant." His gaze swept over the millions of war dragons before him, a cold smile playing at his lips. The dragon god's eyes gleamed with intense killing intent. It spiraled in the air and shouted, "Kill him!" Thousands of war dragons, long poised for action, moved at the command. Some chanted in low voices, manipulating the surrounding elemental forces to cast dragon magic, while others relied on their formidable bodies to charge directly at Lin Feng. Even a super divine being would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. However, Lin Feng was more formidable than an ordinary super divine. Countless negative effects fell upon him, only to be purified in the blink of an eye. He calmly used a displacement skill, instantly appearing in an open area. Lin Feng quickly summoned 9 clones and wielded his staff. Fierce God Domain, Source of Darkness. With these 2 skills, the dragon's power was halved. Immediately after, Lin Feng cast 3 forbidden spells: Meteor Shower, Ice Age, Thunderstorm. These spells generated hundreds of attacks, covering all the war dragons. The dragon god was shocked by the scene. This human is no ordinary warrior, it thought, realizing the dire situation. In an instant, countless war dragons perished under the bombardment of fire, ice, and lightning. 300 million. 300 million. 300 million. The system notifications rang in Lin Feng's ears, and with the 10,000-fold amplification, just defeating these divine beings earned him a tidy sum. The dragon god, now powerless to save its kin, watched as Lin Feng's swift and powerful skills decimated the dragons like weeds, causing the dragon god's heart to ache. Dragon God Realm. In a fit of rage, the dragon god unleashed the divine realm exclusive to super divine beings. A tear appeared in the void, and an enormous dragon god phantom, spanning thousands of miles, emerged, blocking all elemental forces of the forbidden spells. The dragon god roared, "Today, I will fight you to the death." Lin Feng's forbidden spells ceased as the thousands of war dragons were already annihilated. Faced with the dragon god's threat, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He calmly said, "If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Aren't you afraid I'll turn your dragon realm into chaos?" The dragon god bellowed, "If you annihilate my dragon kin, I will annihilate your human kin." Lin Feng's expression grew serious. Although the situation had deviated from his expectations, he had long prepared a backup plan. The dragon god was bold and fierce? Very well, let's see. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, "Come forth." As soon as he spoke, his spatial ring flashed brightly. With a few swishes, 4 super divine human warriors appeared out of thin air. Luo Ping, Emochi, Lin Yi, and Lin Air. "Master." The 4 super divine warriors saluted Lin Feng in unison. Seeing Lin Feng summon 4 super divine warriors as if by magic, the dragon god felt a sinking feeling. The situation had just taken a turn for the worse. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he ordered, "Kill the dragon god." The 4 super divine warriors responded, their eyes coldly fixed on the dragon god. Their loyalty to Lin Feng was so high that they would not hesitate to die for him, let alone deal with a peak super divine dragon god. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 super divine human warriors decisively unleashed their divine realms. Although their powers had not yet reached their peak, they were all elite warriors meticulously trained by Lin Feng, equipped with top-notch gear and skills. "Attack!" Luo Ping shouted, charging toward the dragon god. The other 3 super divine humans followed closely, each showcasing their own divine abilities. Faced with the fierce assault from the human super divine warriors, the dragon god gritted its teeth and braced for battle. Although the small world could not accommodate a holy level being, the dragon god's true form roamed the starry domain, leaving only a clone here. But even a clone of a holy level being was no trivial opponent. Lin Feng wielded his staff, pouring out the immortal essence without hesitation to amplify his skills. Fury Domain, Source of Darkness, Windbind, Divine Light Arrow. His voice thundered, each skill name accompanied by the staggering damage number of 30 billion. With the boost from the immortal essence, Lin Feng's skills increased in power 100-fold, reaching a terrifying level. The negative statuses on the Dragon God became nearly impossible to cleanse, requiring more and more immortal essence with each attempt. Lin Feng resembled an untiring magic turret, consuming hundreds of points of immortal essence every second. Although the Dragon God was immensely powerful, it still fought tenaciously against the 4 human supergods and Lin Feng's assault. However, these newly ascended supergods began to show signs of fatigue and suffered injuries under the peak-level Dragon God's relentless attacks. Lin Feng remained calm and composed, continuously channeling immortal essence into the 4 supergods. No matter how severe their injuries, they instantly recovered. At this moment, Lin Feng had become the core of the battle, fulfilling the roles of damage dealer, healer, and support, much like an all-around character in a game. With Lin Feng's comprehensive support, the 4 supergods quickly cornered the Dragon God. The Dragon God let out a painful roar, unable to believe that after countless years of complacency, it would find itself in such a dire situation. The Dragon Clan, a noble race that even the gods and demons dared not easily provoke, was now being driven to the brink by the humans it had always considered insignificant. The humans are audacious. No, they're lawless. The Dragon God raged inwardly. In its final moments, it pondered a question it had never considered before. If I die, what will become of my Dragon Clan? Not even during the ancient apocalyptic wars had the Dragon God felt such worry. Seeing the Dragon God weaken, Lin Feng immediately commanded, "Give it everything you've got. Kill it." The 4 human supergods, still at their peak condition thanks to Lin Feng's near-infinite supply of immortal essence, felt unprecedentedly powerful. Their ultimate skills rained down on the Dragon God like a storm. As the Dragon God reached the brink of defeat, Luo Ping suddenly shouted, "Master!" He and the other supergods swiftly retreated from the battlefield. With a knowing smile, Lin Feng unleashed his final strike, Meteor Shower. Exaggerated damage numbers flashed above the Dragon God's head, and with a thunderous crash, like a clear sky being torn asunder, a system notification rang in Lin Feng's ears. "Ding, you have slain the Dragon God's supergod-level avatar." Ding dong, the system notification sounded as Lin Feng defeated the Dragon God. Instantly, a flurry of reward information flooded his mind. Special item, Innate Spirit Supergod Level 1. Special item, Elemental Law Essence Supergod Initial Stage 1. Forbidden Spell, Great Holy Light Supergod Initial Stage 1. Lin Feng's heart raced. He quickly filtered out the bulk of materials, currency, and experience rewards, focusing only on these core items. Just as he was about to ponder their significance, the system chimed again. Ding dong triggered 10,000-fold amplification. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as the rewards skyrocketed. Special item, Innate Spirit Supergod Level 10,000. Special item, Elemental Law True Essence Supergod High Stage 1. Great Forbidden Spell, Holy Light Commandment Supergod High Stage 1. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly with excitement, but the surprises were far from over. The world announcement echoed 3 times. Player Xingtian has slain the Dragon God, becoming the first player to kill a super god pinnacle boss. Reward, Reputation 1 million. Gold 1 million. Special reward, Eternal Heart Super God Pinnacle. The entire game world was shaken. Players marveled at Xingtian's strength and luck, feeling their own legendary boss kills pale in comparison. However, Lin Feng's ears rang again with the system prompt. Ding dong triggered 10,000-fold amplification again. Gold 10 billion. Reputation 10 billion. Special item, Immortal Heart Saint Level. Lin Feng's eyes widened as the words Saint Level echoed in his mind. He eagerly checked the attributes of this rare item. Immortal Heart Saint Level, Growth Type. Level 1. Grade, Saint Level. Effects 1. Used to condense immortal matter. 2. Use Innate Spirit to upgrade Immortal Heart. The higher the level, the faster the condensation and the greater the capacity. 3. Sacrifice Innate Spirit to the Immortal Heart. Reaching the critical point can awaken Divine State, Saint State. Special, Immortal Matter Condensation Speed, 1.60 minutes. Immortal Matter Capacity, 500 points. Current upgrade requirement, 5,000 points. Innate Spirit 10 levels. Current sacrifice, unknown. Please sacrifice cautiously. Description. Obtaining this item is about as difficult as discovering your parents have been hiding that you're a billionaire heir. Lin Feng gasped, realizing the item's terrifying potential. It could make someone a god instantly and had infinite growth potential. Without hesitation, Lin Feng invested 5,000 points of Innate Spirit to upgrade the Immortal Heart to level 10. The item's attributes instantly improved. Immortal Matter Condensation Speed became 1.6 minutes, and capacity increased to 5,000 points. The system asked again, "Do you want to use the special item Immortal Heart?" Lin Feng chose without hesitation, yes. Boom. A surge of powerful energy erupted within Lin Feng, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. However, he didn't rush to fuse the godhead. He knew that becoming a god wasn't solely dependent on godhead fusion. Countless races in the vast cosmos naturally possessed unique talents similar to the immortal heart, enabling them to become gods without godhead fusion. Lin Feng still had 5,000 points of innate spirit left, but he needed another 5,000 points for the next upgrade to level 20. He wasn't worried, though. Continuing to defeat super god-level innate beings would yield more innate spirit. Next, Lin Feng checked the Holy Light Commandment Super God, High Stage, Great Forbidden Spell from his rewards. Level 10. Grade, Super God High Stage. Effects. When used, it summons an immensely terrifying light element force, purifying all filth in the world. Deals 300 million damage per second depending on character's damage output, and provides absolute defense, with a shield absorbing 300 million damage per second damage output converted to shield. Special. Consumes 10 of character's mana per second. Description. You said, "Let there be light." And there was light in the world, banishing all evil. Lin Feng was thrilled. This was not only a powerful offensive skill, but also provided an equivalent defensive shield. He couldn't wait to learn this skill and look forward to his future strength. Ding! The system notification chimed, and Lin Feng realized he had just learned the grand spell True Word of Holy Light. He quickly opened his skill panel and, sure enough, found this newly added skill. Feeling a surge of joy, Lin Feng continued to examine his latest gains. He carefully took out a book radiating a mysterious glow, The True Understanding of Elemental Laws. The grade of this book was astonishingly high, reaching the level of Supreme Divine Tier. Holding his breath, Lin Feng meticulously read through the book's description. This item allows you to deduce various elemental magics, including forbidden and taboo magics. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Deduction effects. 1 million points of innate spirit can deduce forbidden magic. 10 billion points of innate spirit can deduce taboo magic. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness. This book was practically an encyclopedia of magic, far more powerful than any other magical tome. It not only contained ordinary magic, but also the secrets of forbidden and taboo magics. This was the second time Lin Feng had encountered an item with the word taboo. He knew that anything labeled taboo must be extraordinarily powerful. Just like the Chronicles of Time and Space, a top-tier taboo magic book that delves into the laws of the universe and the truths of time and space, the ultimate goal for any mage. However, the universe holds more than just the laws of time and space. Lin Feng recalled the player-created rankings on the official forums. Although they were mere flights of fancy, they surprisingly brushed close to the truth. Besides the supreme laws of time and space, there were also the Great Fate magic, Great Prophecy magic, Great Reincarnation magic, and Great Causality magic forces of taboo laws. And this true understanding of elemental laws could deduce these taboo magics. Lin Feng's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully stored the book in his backpack. Although the deduction conditions were stringent, 10 billion points of innate spirit was an astronomical amount. The book's value was immeasurable. Calming himself, Lin Feng set the treasure aside for the moment. He knew that this haul had already far exceeded his expectations. It was a massive win. However, what excited him even more was that the Dragon Realm was currently unguarded, like a treasure trove waiting to be plundered. With this thought, a smile curved at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He knew that even more treasures awaited him. The Dragon God is dead, leaving the Dragon Realm in chaos. Lin Feng stood at the peak of the Dragon Realm, his eyes gleaming with ambition. To him, this once glorious dragon territory was now just a lamb to the slaughter. Who knows how many treasures the dragon race has accumulated? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He then ordered his 4 subordinates, all of them super divine level warriors, to subdue the entire Dragon Realm. His command was simple and direct: submit or die. Take everything of value, every blade of grass, every brick and stone. Lin Feng knew that the Dragon God's true form, far off in the endless cosmos, must have sensed the destruction of his avatar. However, the true form couldn't descend directly. It could only send avatars. Creating an avatar wasn't easy, and to deal with Lin Feng, it would take hundreds of them. This gave Lin Feng ample time to strengthen himself. By the time the Dragon God's army of avatars reaches Destiny Continent, my power will probably be enough to crush super divine level beings, Lin Feng said confidently. No matter how many avatars come, they'll just be fodder. After dispatching his 4 super divine level warriors to plunder, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Dragon City, the only city of the dragon race and the home of the Dragon God's descendants. He descended unceremoniously into the city, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. Anyone who dared to block his path was mercilessly cut down. Soon, Lin Feng stood before the Lord's monument. With one palm strike, the monument shattered. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, you have shattered the Lord's monument. Choose to occupy or destroy it. Occupy. Lin Feng made his choice without hesitation. Ding, you have occupied Dragon City? A smug smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he pushed open the doors to the city's treasury. The sight before him made his pupils contract piles of dragon crystals gleaming with a strange light. The system quickly provided detailed information about the dragon crystals. Mythical consumable. Level 1. Grade. Mythical. Effects. 1. Universal auxiliary material for subprofessions, increasing success rate by 10. 2. Universal energy material, specific uses vary. Current energy storage, SS. Description, dragon crystals, a specialty of the dragon realm. Lin Feng was elated. These dragon crystals were not only top-tier energy sources, but their grade was even higher than the rainbow crystals dropped by wild beasts. With an energy storage level of SS, they far surpassed magic source crystals. Without further ado, Lin Feng looted the entire treasury. The wealth accumulated by the dragon race over countless years now belonged to the human race. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng pulled out the Dominator's emblem and eagerly began upgrading it. Ding, Dominator's emblem is now level 4. Ding, Dominator's emblem is now level 5. Ding, Dominator's emblem is now level 10. In one go, Lin Feng upgraded the Dominator's emblem to level 10, boosting his damage output to 1 billion. This meant that even with an ordinary mage's staff, he could deal 1 billion points of damage. This figure far exceeded that of mythical level beings, and even super divine level beings would feel the pain. At that moment, Lin Feng's 4 super divine level subordinates hurried back to report their findings. Master, we discovered the dragon washing pool and the ascension platform. Master, we also found Dragon Valley and Dragon Island. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately set off. The dragon washing pool and the ascension platform were adjacent structures. The so-called dragon washing pool was actually a massive lake. To understand its effects, Lin Feng jumped right in. System prompts echoed continuously. Ding, you have gained 1 free attribute point. Ding, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase, gaining 10,000 free attribute points. In just 10 seconds, Lin Feng had to leave the water, having reached the pool's limit 10 attribute points. With the 10,000-fold increase, this converted to a staggering 100,000 attribute points. Lin Feng unhesitatingly allocated all of them to his intelligence. Next, Lin Feng approached the ascension platform, a high platform made of crystal. As soon as he stepped onto it, the system prompt sounded. Ding, you have gained 1 point of indestructible matter. Ding, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase, gaining 5,000 points of indestructible matter. You have exceeded your capacity for indestructible matter, and the excess will overflow. Hearing this prompt, Lin Feng shook his head. It's good not to be too greedy, he said softly, though he couldn't hide the satisfied smile on his face. Do you realize what it means to have 5,000 points of incorruptible matter? That's a level only transcendent beings can achieve. Lin Feng, who has just ascended to godhood, already possesses such an astonishing capacity, surpassing the 2,000 point limit of the peak mythic beings. It's truly a defiance of the heavens. After exploring 2 treasure sites, Lin Feng's ambition grew even more. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. These precious sites the perfect tools for reaping rewards? Thinking about using them to harvest players in the future, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. He turned to the 4 transcendent beings, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Can you move these treasure sites? The 4 beings smiled wryly and shook their heads in silent resignation. They explained that these sites were precious because they were intrinsically linked to the dragon realm, thriving due to the dragon race. Although Lin Feng understood this, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. If they couldn't be moved, why not dismantle them? He quickly brought out 2 transcendent artifacts, extra-large containers looted from the divine treasury on the heavenly battlefield. Fill these with all the water from the dragon washing pool, Lin Feng excitedly ordered. And don't miss any of the surrounding soil. Also, dismantle the dragon ascension platform crystals, stones, soil 3 feet underground. Take it all. The 4 transcendent beings exchanged looks, but swiftly carried out his orders. Soon, 2 containers filled to the brim were handed over to Lin Feng. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng declared, "Next stop, Dragon Island." Dragon Island, though an island, was incredibly unique. It was covered with dragon eggs and dragon treasure chests, practically a mobile treasure trove. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, as if seeing endless wealth beckoning him. "Scour everything clean," Lin Feng shouted, his eyes red with fervor. As he plundered madly, system notifications kept ringing. Ding, you have obtained a dragon pet egg 1. Ding, you have obtained a dragon treasure chest 1. Ding, you triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained dragon pet egg 10,000. Ding, you triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. Obtained dragon treasure chest 10,000. Lin Feng seemed possessed, tirelessly stuffing the spoils into his infinitely capacious backpack. His 4 subordinates watched the madness unfold, thinking to themselves, "At this rate, when the master returns, there probably won't be a single grain of sand left in the entire dragon realm. At this moment, the pet eggs and dragon treasure chests on Dragon Island had been completely looted by Lin Feng. These treasures possessed the ability to multiply their value 10,000 times, making Lin Feng's haul equivalent to the treasures of 10,000 Dragon Islands. Such an astonishing fortune made it hard for Lin Feng to contain his excitement. He almost burst out laughing. Originally, the class advancement task required only 100 battle dragons, but Lin Feng ended up capturing the entire dragon realm. He lamented inwardly that he couldn't take the dragon realm with him. Otherwise, he would have done so without hesitation. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Feng suddenly remembered another place. "What is this Dragon Valley?" he asked. Luo Ping immediately responded, "Master, Dragon Valley is equivalent to our army's barracks, home to countless battle dragons." "Battle dragons?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Let's go to Dragon Valley." Moments later, the overwhelming presence of 4 Godder powerhouses loomed over Dragon Valley. Their aura was as heavy as a mountain, suppressing the millions of battle dragons in the valley, making them tremble in fear. Lin Feng looked down at these dragons, his eyes filled with scrutiny and calculation. The battle dragons had already learned that the avatar of their dragon god had been slain by these humans. Some were terrified, some were furious, and others were confused. Lin Feng took in their expressions, calculating his next move. With so many god-level battle dragons, if I can recruit them all, my power will skyrocket again, Lin Feng thought. This is an incredible opportunity. With this force, I could challenge any major power. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Lin Feng decided to subdue the battle dragons immediately. He turned to Luo Ping and instructed, "Luo Ping, ask them if they are willing to sign a life and death contract with me." "What if they refuse?" Luo Ping asked. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "If they refuse, kill them." Luo Ping obeyed and, along with the other powerhouses, flew in front of the battle dragons, announcing loudly, "Dragons, submit or die." The battle dragons fell silent. As an innate race, they had a natural pride. But in the face of life and death, pride seemed worthless. With the dragon god dead, the millions of battle dragons had no confidence in fighting against the 4 Godder powerhouses. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence. A battle dragon raised its head and roared angrily, with the dragon god above, "We dragons will never submit. Don't even think about it." Luo Ping frowned and coldly stared at it, ordering, "Suppress it." Upon hearing this, Imochi immediately acted. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the defiant dragon was instantly sliced in half. Dragon blood rained down like a storm, staining the land of the dragon realm. Luo Ping coldly scanned the remaining battle dragons and asked again, "Who else refuses?" The battle dragons remained silent. But suddenly, a group of dragons erupted, charging towards the 4 Godder powerhouses. They roared in despair, "Humans, trying to enslave us dragons? Ridiculous. We'll take you down with us." Luo Ping narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Humph. You think you can self-destruct in front of Godder powerhouses? You underestimate us." Divine Domain. With Luo Ping's shout, a colossal phantom of himself appeared in the void. The phantom reached out with a gigantic hand, effortlessly capturing the charging battle dragons. With a squeeze, the sound of explosions echoed as the dragons were crushed like insects. Witnessing this, the remaining battle dragons shivered in fear. They hid their vengeful looks, their expressions turning numb. Luo Ping asked once more, "Submit or die?" "Submit? We submit. I don't want to die." The battle dragons cried out. They were now like fish on a chopping block, awaiting their fate. To survive, they had no choice but to submit. Luo Ping nodded and said, "Sign the life and death contract, and you will live. Refuse and you die." The battle dragons, having no other choice, signed the life and death contracts. Once signed, their lives were no longer their own. With a single thought, their master could end them. But to stay alive, they had no other option. Lin Feng watched coldly, wondering if humans had once faced a similar situation. Had their leaders once signed such humiliating contracts with the gods, surrendering their lives and those of their people for survival? But now, the situation was different. The rise of the extraordinary was inevitable. Those races and beings who once looked down upon others would soon face an uncertain fate. "Master, all the battle dragons have signed the life and death contract," Luo Ping reported. "We have a total of 1 million battle dragons. That's equivalent to 1 million myth-level warriors." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, take them back." Thus, the expedition to the Dragon Realm came to a successful conclusion. The gains far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He not only completed the class advancement task but also captured the entire Dragon Realm, acquiring unimaginable wealth and power. Just the loot from the Dragon God's avatar alone was worth it. Lin Feng looked at the spoils in front of him with satisfaction. Countless dragon eggs and dragon tribe treasure chests sparkled enticingly. This haul was no less than earning a small world. Lin Feng immediately arranged for 4 super powerful warriors to escort the grand procession of battle dragons back to the main world. When the sky of the main world was filled with a dense swarm of western dragons, the entire world erupted in excitement. Players stopped in their tracks, gazing upward in awe, their exclamations echoing. Holy crap, what's going on? So many dragons? The guild leader is amazing. How many underlings has he recruited? Can't even count them. Unbelievable. Xingtian, did he empty the entire dragon realm? Players excitedly discussed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Even though they were Western dragons, they were still symbols of power. Such a formidable dragon tribe being subdued by players made everyone feel a sense of pride. Lin Feng stationed this million-strong dragon army in several of his cities within the Huaxia region. This move immediately raised the alert of various foreign forces. The last battle had already severely weakened them, and Lin Feng cities were conveniently located within their territories. 1,000,000 battle dragons were equivalent to 1,000,000 mythic warriors, a power that made the surrounding foreign forces tremble. Fortunately, the new version had also introduced super powerful warriors among the foreign factions, sparing them from a life-or-death crisis. Upon returning to the Yinhuang region, Lin Feng set up the Dragon Washing Pool and Dragon Ascension platform in the capital. Both NPCs and players could boost their strength there, but at a cost they had to sign a contract to serve Lin Feng for 3 to 5 years. If they breached the contract, they would face a hefty fine, an astronomical amount that could ruin them for life. Lin Feng's stance was clear. No one could take advantage of him for free. As for the dragon eggs, which were essentially dragon pet eggs, Lin Feng listed them in the Legion and Guild stores to form a Dragon Knight regiment. However, to obtain a dragon pet, players had to sign a rental contract. Yes, rental. The ownership of the dragon pet eggs belonged to Lin Feng, while the hatching and nurturing costs were borne by the players. If they couldn't pay the rent, they had to return the painstakingly raised pets. However, the rent was not expensive, practically a giveaway. After all, Lin Feng's intention was to cultivate players, not exploit them. Once they signed the rental agreement, players could obtain pet eggs by spending money and earning points. Lin Feng arranged it this way to prevent some players, who thought they were doing well, from forming their own factions to compete with him for control over the players. With the number of player guilds skyrocketing, Lin Feng had to ensure that his guild always maintained a crushing advantage over other player guilds. Lin Feng's class advancement quest required 100 battle dragons, but he ended up acquiring 1,000,000 in the dragon realm, exceeding the requirement by an enormous margin. Without hesitation, he handed these dragons over to the Heavenly Tribulation Corps for management. The Corps quickly selected 1,000,000 elite players from among them, all of whom had at least an grade talent and were top tier in level. Lin Feng immediately announced the formation of the Dragon Knight Order, appointing these elite players as Dragon Knights. Generously, he distributed top-tier Dragon Knight gear obtained from the treasure chests on Dragon Island to each new knight. Although the battle dragons were bound to Lin Feng by contract and did not belong to the players, the members of the Dragon Knight Order were still thrilled. Riding such majestic creatures was already a significant status symbol. The system notification chimed, congratulating Lin Feng on completing his class advancement quest and forming the Dragon Knight Order. Among the rewards was a Forbidden Spell Mage class advancement scroll and a bottle of mysterious life spring water. Upon checking its properties, Lin Feng discovered that this water could accelerate the growth of the world tree or its branches, making it a crucial item for his world tree seed. Wasting no time, Lin Feng used the Forbidden Spell Mage class advancement scroll. Golden light shimmered as the scroll dissolved into tiny particles and fused into his body. The system notified him that the experience seal was lifted, and Lin Feng rose to level 80, gaining a significant number of free attribute points. He then used the level 80 class advancement scroll, pushing his level up to 90 in one go. Although he was only 10 levels away from reincarnation, the allure of godhood was less significant to Lin Feng, who already possessed an immortal heart. Nonetheless, he planned to continue down this path to earn the first player to become a good reward. At that moment, the system prompted that the post-90 level Forbidden Spell Mage class advancement quest had been unlocked. Lin Feng accepted it eagerly and checked the quest details. The new quest, Grand Forbidden Spellcaster, had an SSS difficulty rating and required him to acquire Grand Forbidden spells of 3 different magic elements. The quest description mentioned that Grand Forbidden spells were divine secrets, never before seen on the Destiny continent. After reading the quest description, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued by the highly challenging task ahead. This time, the reward for the Class Change quest not only includes a Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change scroll, but also a Great Forbidden Spell skill book. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What thrilled him even more was that the skill book belonged to the wind element. Awesome! Lin Feng muttered in admiration. He carefully reviewed the quest requirements and discovered that he only needed to acquire Great Forbidden spells from 3 different elements to complete it. Lin Feng calculated that he already possessed the light element's Great Forbidden spell, Holy Light Incantation. which meant he only needed 2 more. No pressure. Lin Feng nodded confidently and closed the quest panel. He then summoned his pet, the Undying Phoenix, and rapidly leveled it up to 90 using the accumulated experience in his experience pool. However, Lin Feng didn't let the Phoenix participate in battles. Instead, he put it back. Pet kills don't benefit from the 10,000-fold multiplier, Lin Feng thought to himself. I'm not stupid. Why wouldn't I want that multiplier for myself? Pets are just for show, for fun. The scene shifted to the Yinhuang district. Lin Feng gathered a group of Legion executives to discuss the current situation. What's the status of the alien races? Lin Feng inquired. Mu Yun, responsible for intelligence gathering, immediately replied. The alien races are all behaving very well. Even those with super god-level powerhouses are cautious and dare not provoke us. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Although the alien races seem to be behaving, he couldn't shake off his unease. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? He pondered. I won't rest easy until I unify the alien races in both districts. Considering that each alien race had a super god-level powerhouse, Lin Feng made up his mind. With a determined look, he announced to everyone, prepare for war. Attack the alien races. No alien force on Destiny continent should be allowed to exist without submitting to our human race. At these words, the eyes of the 2 Legion's executives lit up with excitement. Finally, it's time for war again. They responded in unison, yes, sir. A slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He calculated that each alien race would have a super god-level powerhouse, and if he could control them, his forces would be unrivaled on Destiny continent. Moreover, even against invasions and attacks from the myriad worlds, Lin Feng would have enough power to retaliate. At this moment, Lin Feng's ambitions extended beyond mere defense. He silently vowed that if those otherworldly forces dared to invade, he would ensure they never returned. The first step in realizing this grand vision was to unify and control all the super god-level powerhouses within his domain. Lin Feng knew this was something that had to be done. At Lin Feng's command, his war machine roared to life. Scouts shot out like arrows, swiftly gathering intelligence. The 2 massive legions, comprising millions of soldiers, began to assemble, their iron hooves thundering and banners fluttering. This campaign allowed players to witness the awe-inspiring sight of the million-strong dragon cavalry and gain a clearer understanding of Lin Feng's formidable forces. His legions were composed entirely of elite special units, with each soldier rigorously trained and superbly equipped. Their levels, gear, and formations reached the pinnacle of excellence, forming an invincible army capable of sweeping all before them. As Lin Feng's army set out, the superpower beings from the Yinhuang region's various races convened with unusual solemnity. They were well aware that the most formidable figure on the Destiny continent was none other than Xing Tian. This self-made powerhouse commanded millions of troops and was virtually undefeated in battle. His record was a litany of blood-soaked victories without a single loss. The non-human superpower beings whispered anxiously among themselves. A dwarf superpower sighed. We're here to discuss countermeasures. Does anyone have any ideas? An orc superpower snorted. What's there to discuss? You think we can face Xing Tian Hedon? The dwarf superpower was rendered speechless by the retort. Confront Xing Tian? With what? The human superpowers were already terrifying enough, let alone Xing Tian, who was even stronger. An elf superpower reported the latest intelligence with a grave expression. Xing Tian has mobilized a 1,000,000-strong army, including a 1,000,000 god-level dragon cavalry. Even more alarming, for superpower beings are accompanying the expedition. This news hit like a sledgehammer, nearly shattering the remaining hope of the non-humans. They deliberated for a long time but couldn't reach a consensus. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's army arrived at the dwarven territory. Mu Yun reported with a smile, Master, the dwarf superpower being has come to negotiate. Lin Feng sneered, you go talk to them. My bottom line is that all non-human superpowers must sign a life and death contract with me. If they refuse, I'll erase their race from the Destiny continent. If they obediently sign, I can guarantee their race's survival. Sure enough, the dwarf superpower being quickly bowed and submitted. Samuhali of the dwarves, at your service, Master. With the dwarves leading the way, other non-human races quickly surrendered. Within just 2 days, the number of superpower beings under Lin Feng's command surged to 10. After unifying the Yinhuang region, Lin Feng led his 10 superpower beings straight to the Huaxia region. He unceremoniously declared, non-humans on the Destiny continent, you either submit to the humans or die. Submit, and your race will continue. Resist, and your race will perish. Facing such overwhelming power, the non-humans in the Huaxia region dared not resist and reluctantly signed the contracts, acknowledging Lin Feng as their master. From then on, their lives and deaths were at Lin Feng's discretion. With this wave, the number of superpowerful beings under Lin Feng's command increased to 16. This harsh reality of the world proved itself once again. Lone wolves might be unburdened, but any powerful being with a group must bow to a stronger force. This is an unchanging truth. Lin Feng had just unified all the alien races in the two major regions when a world announcement thundered through the air. The voice echoed 3 times, with a shock no less than that of an atomic bomb. Currently, there are 1 billion players over level 50. The full-scale national war is officially beginning. All national border teleportation arrays are now activated. This announcement exploded in the hearts of the players like a bomb. However, what truly shocked them was not the announcement itself, but the terrifying presence they linked it toxing Tion. A full-scale national war meant that there would no longer be guards at the national borders, and any region could freely use the national border teleportation arrays. At that moment, players and NPCs alike had no time to consider traveling abroad. Their minds were consumed by one frantic thought. What would Xing Tian do? Which region would he target first? If it were their own region, should they resist or surrender? The world channel erupted instantly, with voices rising and falling in a chaotic chorus. We're doomed. My beautiful country will surely be the first to suffer. Oh boy, it's national wartime. Xingtian, come to our place, I'll show you the way. Maybe if all the super powerful beings in the world gathered together, they could stand a chance against Xingtian. Stop dreaming. You'd better not resist. Xingtian, please come to South U first and destroy this rotten world. Xingtian, can I reserve a spot in your army? I'm really brave. You shameless people. Have you no morals or principles left? Where's your courage and integrity? Ahem. Xingtian, are you recruiting? I'm available. Meanwhile, at the moment Lin Feng heard the world announcement, a confident smile spread across his face. The full-scale national war meant he could conquer any region at will. However, conquest was not his ultimate goal. The real key was to gather more super powerful beings. Lin Feng blinked and quickly calculated. If each region had 8 super powerful beings, then he could potentially add dozens more under his command. This thought deepened his smile, as if he could already see the glorious blueprint of the future. Lin Feng underestimated his own influence. At this moment, players from around the world were watching intently, focusing on the strongest player. It wasn't just his extraordinary personal prowess, it was also the formidable alliance of top players and NPC factions under his command. On the global ranking board, among the billion players over level 50, Yinhuang Huaxia astonishingly dominated 99.999. Yet, without Lin Feng's orders, players from the two regions dared not act rashly. Other regions were even more silent, not even daring to entertain thoughts of united resistance. Yinhuang Huaxia is unbeatable. Xingtian is unbeatable. This had become the consensus among players and NPC factions worldwide. Lin Feng decided that this national war would involve only the elite. He excluded ordinary players and NPCs, bringing only the Dragon Knights. The reason was simple. He preferred decisiveness and efficiency, disliking unnecessary complications. Mobilizing millions of troops was not only exhausting and wasteful, but also less effective than allowing players to continue strengthening themselves. Besides, with super powerful beings on his side, sheer numbers had lost their significance. To underscore the formality, Lin Feng planned to follow the unwritten rules of national wars from his previous life. He posted a concise and powerful declaration on the game forum. First target, ASIN. The post instantly ignited the global player community, with views skyrocketing to billions in no time. The world was shaken. Xingtian's first battle was aimed at the ASIN region in the same continent. Indo-Pacific players flooded the post with comments. Some shouted, arrogant, conceited. Others boasted, we're not like the players from the Eastern region. Our numbers are 10 times theirs. Some were more pragmatic. Although I'm an Indo-Pacific player, I'm not stupid. If you want to fight Xingtian, go ahead. I surrender. The Indo-Pacific players' reactions were peculiar, as if they were born with an innate SS-level confidence. Had Lin Feng not emerged, they might have even claimed to be the world's strongest. Most Indo-Pacific players decided to teach Xingtian a lesson, while a minority chose to stay out of trouble. Players worldwide sneered at the confident Indo-Pacific players. How dare you? Exactly, Xingtian alone could take you all down. Guys, let's bet on how long it will take Xingtian to conquer the Indo-Pacific region. I say one day. With Lin Feng's command, the million-strong Dragon Knights had assembled at the border teleportation zone. 16 super powerful beings also joined the expedition. Although their presence alone could determine the outcome, Lin Feng wanted to flaunt his strength. Move out. With Lin Feng's order, the teleportation array at the border lit up. A world announcement followed. Yinhuang Huaxia Alliance officially declares war on the ASIN region. As Lin Feng hovered above the border teleportation array in the ASIN region, the scene before him was surprising. A sniper army of millions of Indo-Pacific players awaited, but now they all looked up at Lin Feng in the sky, faces filled with shock. Xingtian has become a god? However, an even greater shock was yet to come. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the deafening dragon roars, Huaxia players rode war dragons out of the teleportation array. 10,000, 100,000, a million. A million war dragons formed a tight, orderly formation in the sky, like a heavy punch landing hard on the Indo-Pacific players' heads. Damn, dragon knights. And a million of them. How are we supposed to fight this? The Indo-Pacific players instantly fell apart, scattering faster than they had gathered, with even their leaders unable to stop the rout. Players posted what they saw and heard on the forum, and those formerly inexplicably confident Indo-Pacific players began to eat their words. They started discussing how to negotiate with Xingtian, striving to secure their interests. Lin Feng wore a faint smile as he calmly watched the Indo-Pacific players scatter. Lin Feng's past experiences in national wars had given him a deep understanding of the behavior of Indo-Pacific players. He shook his head and sighed, having already anticipated their actions. At present, players still couldn't control the main resources of the large regions and had to rely on NPC forces. In the power structure of this world, players hadn't yet entered the top tier. The truly influential forces were the NPC factions of each region, who were often more rational than the players. Lin Feng decisively waved his hand and ordered, "To the imperial capital." The imperial capital of the Indian subcontinent region was in chaos. The emperor, under the pressure of the powerful beings from the Temple of Gods, looked pale and indecisive. "Your Majesty, surrender," one of the Temple of Gods powerhouses advised. Another chimed in, "Yes, Your Majesty. Xingtian's forces now have over 10 supergod powerhouses. We only have 2. How can we possibly compete with him?" The emperor clutched his head in agony, his voice trembling. But I can't accept it." The Temple of God's powerhouses shook their heads, their tones filled with helplessness. "There's no choice, Your Majesty. For the sake of the people, we must surrender." Hearing this, the emperor's throat tightened, leaving him speechless. He was secretly astonished. Unbelievable. The Temple of Gods, as the backbone and strongest military institution of the empire, had always been a tough and unyielding presence. This sudden 180-degree turn left him completely unprepared. Shouldn't it be him, the emperor, who was weak and constantly seeking peace, while the Temple of God's powerhouses berated him for his incompetence? Why had the roles reversed, with the Temple of God's powerhouses now eager to push him to surrender to Xingtian? This is too difficult. The emperor sighed deeply, his eyes full of helplessness and bitterness. At this moment, Lin Feng descended upon the imperial capital. He was surprised to see the powerhouses from the Temple of Gods greeting him with smiles, showing no hostility at all. Even more surprising, a supergod powerhouse was forcing the emperor to approach, as if saying, "Brother, you've come a long way. Please accept this gift." Thinking of this, a meaningful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He could understand the NPC's desperate desire to survive, but if they thought they could get away so easily, they were in for a disappointment. Lin Feng bluntly laid out his terms. "First, the emperor must abdicate, and I will take the throne. Second, all powerhouses from the Temple of Gods must sign a life-and-death contract with me and become my slaves." His tone carried an undeniable authority. "Agree, and we're all on the same side. Disagree?" He let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a knife. Heh. Lin Feng's demands were simple and straightforward: become the master of the Indo-Pacific region and hold the highest authority. His stance was firm. Negotiate if possible, fight if not. Possessing a resurrection altar, Lin Feng had no fears. Even if he fell in battle, he could come back to life at the cost of some resources. Faced with this ultimatum, the human NPC factions in the Indo-Pacific region hesitated, while the powerful non-human entities quickly pledged their allegiance. In front of the Pantheon and the Emperor, Lin Feng signed a life-and-death contract with the Indo-Pacific region's non-human supergods. Immediately, over 20 supergod beings glared menacingly at the human NPCs, eagerly awaiting their new master's command to unleash their might. Surrender or die. Confronted with such overwhelming pressure, the supergods of the Indo-Pacific had no choice but to submit. The emperor was forced to abdicate, and all members of the Pantheon signed the life-and-death contract. At that moment, a world announcement echoed through the game. Player Xingtian has occupied the Indo-Pacific region. This brief announcement hit like a sledgehammer, shocking all players. In just half a day, the once formidable Indo-Pacific players had been conquered. It wasn't that the Indo-Pacific players were weak, it was that Xingtian was terrifyingly powerful. After gaining the highest authority in the Indo-Pacific region, Lin Feng did not rest. He immediately began formulating policies targeting Indo-Pacific players, which would later become the template for his conquest of other regions. Lin Feng spoke, and the administrative NPC beside him quickly took notes. First, only Indo-Pacific players registered with the Mercenary Corps can continue to level up and increase their power. This Mercenary Corps is my foreign legion, primarily recruiting combat players from other regions. The registration requirements are stringent, with the core condition being absolute loyalty to me. Those who disobey will be stuck in the beginner village, burdened with insurmountable debt. Second, encourage Indo-Pacific players to shift to lifestyle professions. Upon the release of these policies, Indo-Pacific players were furious. Some denounced them as castration clauses, claiming Xingtian intended to neuter the Indo-Pacific player base. They even took the issue to the game forum, but it did not garner sympathy from players in other regions. Instead, players from Dongying shared their own grievances, complaining that they had no choice but to become lifestyle players and be exploited. Despite the outcry, no player dared to defy the rules. Without registering with the Foreign Legion, they couldn't even enter the beginner village and would be left to fend for themselves in the wild. Having dealt with the Indo-Pacific region, Lin Feng posted a declaration of war on the game forum, announcing his next target, the Korea region. Korean players, unusually united, responded to the post with defiance. We would rather die than live in dishonor. If Xingtian wants us to surrender, we'll drag the world down with us. They actively communicated with NPC factions and successfully convinced them to fight Lin Feng to the death. However, when Lin Feng arrived in the Korea region, the border teleportation zone was eerily empty. To his surprise, the non-human supergods of the Korea region had been waiting for him, ready to pledge their allegiance. Lin Feng accepted their loyalty without hesitation. As he approached the heavily guarded Korean capital, ready to strike, an astonishing turn of events occurred. The Pantheon strongmen and some players slaughtered their own compatriots and brought the Korean emperor to Lin Feng as a gift. Lord Xingtian, we pretended to be persuaded by these rebels to resist you, but it was all to better eliminate your enemies. We sincerely pledge our loyalty to you. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. The Korea region had surrendered without a fight. The treatment of all players would be the same as in the Indo-Pacific region. Meanwhile, the system notification sounded. Xingtian had conquered the Korea zone. Immediately, a flood of world notifications followed, one after another without pause. Xingtian's unstoppable momentum left everyone in awe. The America zone, the European zone, the Russia zone, the Southeast Asia zone, the Vietnam zone. Each major zone fell like dominoes. Lin Feng, a name that instilled fear, swept through 12 global zones in just one day. However, behind this seemingly effortless path of conquest were hidden dramatic scenarios. Take the America zone for example. The local NPC forces attempted to ally with the European zone to confront Xingtian. This decision, however, triggered an unexpected chain reaction. The streets were filled with protesting players, foreign supreme beings switched sides, and a massive uprising erupted, surrounding the imperial capital. The players' anger wasn't directed at Xingtian, but at the NPC forces attempting to resist. Even before Lin Feng's arrival, the zones were in turmoil. Players preferred to wage war against their local NPC forces rather than oppose Xingtian. The painful lessons from the small nation battles in secret realms were still fresh, and Lin Feng's continuous conquests of other zones were mythologized into unbelievable legendary tales among the players. Facing the enraged players, the NPC forces were helpless and had no choice but to surrender. Thus, on the very first day of the national war, Lin Feng unified the global zones with overwhelming force. The spoils of this conquest were staggering. The number of supreme beings under his command surged to 96. He controlled all resources of the 12 major zones, and he brought billions of players under his banner. As Lin Feng returned to the Yinhuang zone, an unexpected message arrived. The emperor of the Huaxia zone hastily sent an envoy to announce his abdication. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, imagining the emperor, terrified by his reputation, hurriedly relinquishing his throne without even daring to meet him. Thus, Lin Feng truly became the ruler of the 12 global zones. At that moment, system rewards poured in like snowflakes, as if celebrating the birth of this new king. At the moment when Lin Feng unified all the regions, a world announcement echoed like thunder. Congratulations to player Xingtian for conquering all player regions and becoming the first player to achieve this feat as a reward. The player receives a top-tier skill book selection chest for their current profession in the latest version. Immediately following, another announcement shook the entire server. The second phase of the new version, Twilight of the Gods, is about to begin. The countdown started right away. Twilight of the Gods countdown, 11, 59, 58. These intense and explosive announcements invigorated all the players. Not only did Lin Feng receive a reward, but the sudden arrival of the second phase of the new version was even more astonishing. Players had not yet fully grasped the first phase, and the second phase was already imminent. With the backdrop of global unity, players exhibited unprecedented optimism. The risk of internal conflicts was eliminated, allowing them to focus more on progressing in the game. Their primary tasks became strategizing for the new version, dungeons, and class configurations. The emergence of the second phase sparked endless curiosity among the players. At that moment, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Feng's ears. Ding, you have achieved World Conqueror. Ding, World Conqueror achievement rewards. Random class skill chest X1. Random special item chest X1. Random Talent Chest X1. Ding, you have received the World Rewards Skill Book Selection Chest X1. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He eagerly checked the rewards, with the talent reward being the most exciting. The significant impact of talents was evident from his existing infinite firepower and endless aura talents. These two talents alone were enough to catapult any player to the pinnacle. Filled with anticipation, Lin Feng opened the random talent chest. The system notification followed. Ding, are you sure you want to use the random talent chest? Please note, this item will disappear once used. Confirm. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Ding, you have obtained the unyielding battle bodies level talent. Ding, you have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification, obtaining the War Saint Body SS level talent. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. A battle body talent. Although the name suggested it was suited for warriors, it was actually applicable to all classes, far beyond just melee players. He quickly opened the talent panel to examine the newly acquired talent. War Saint Body SS level unique. Level. Rank. Effects. 1. Can merge weapon attributes, eliminating forced casting intervals. Weapon and person become one, instant cast with unlimited skills. 2. Immortal material acquisition speed 100 times. Immortal material capacity 10 times. 3. Four-dimensional attributes can be freely converted and stacked on a single attribute without limits on number or duration. 4. Health and mana can be freely converted and stacked without limits on number or duration. 5. Can freely dismantle all self-cast skills. Description. Do you know how the sky was shattered? It was broken by battle. The War Saint Bodies battle. Lin Feng trembled with excitement, unable to suppress his inner joy. This talent was simply gaudier. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and couldn't help but marvel. The battle body is unbeatable. He immediately took out his staff and attempted to use the battle body effect. Amazingly, the staff gradually merged into Lin Feng's body. Despite this, he could still cast spells effortlessly, no longer needing the staff for casting. This was just the tip of the iceberg for the first effect of the battle body. Even more incredible was the elimination of the forced casting interval. In this game, there was originally a mandatory 1-second interval, meaning even at the fastest speed, casting 8 skills in a row would take 8 seconds. But now, Lin Feng could cast millions of skills in a single second. As long as his mana was sufficient, he could cast skills infinitely. This ability made Lin Feng feel immensely powerful. He realized that he could now destroy the entire world with a single thought. And this was just the second effect of the War Saint Body talent. The rate at which Lin Feng acquired indestructible matter suddenly skyrocketed 100-fold. Feeling this astonishing change, he couldn't contain his excitement. What used to take 6 minutes to gain a single point of indestructible matter now yielded 100 points in the same amount of time. Such a speed would make even the most powerful beings envious. What was even more exhilarating was that the capacity for indestructible matter had increased 10-fold, bringing Lin Feng's reserves to a staggering 50,000 points. This wasn't the result of any duplicated gem, but rather true indestructible matter obtained through Lin Feng's own abilities, fundamentally different in nature. With just this single improvement, Lin Feng's power had already surged 10-fold. And yet, this was only the beginning. The third effect of his talent was even more jaw-dropping. Four-dimensional attributes could be converted into specific attribute points. An electrifying thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If he transferred his million total four-dimensional attributes entirely into defense and combined them with the indestructible matter, even the most powerful beings would struggle to harm him. The fourth effect was even more astonishing. Health and mana could be interchanged and stacked. Lin Feng's mana had already exceeded 1 trillion points. If all of it were converted into health and combined with the third effect, his defense would reach an unimaginable level. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine that even if a group of supreme beings attacked him from dawn till dusk, from Monday to Sunday, they likely wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his head. The fifth effect, while seemingly less intuitive than the previous ones, felt to Lin Feng like the essence of the Battle Saint physique. How to unleash its full potential was something he would need to explore gradually. As he pondered, Lin Feng snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, blue rings of light appeared in the sky, with ice elements rapidly gathering to form sharp ice spikes. This was the Heavenly Frostfall skill, but unlike before, Lin Feng found that he could control these ice spikes at will. Holding his breath, he focused intently on manipulating the ice elements. In the blink of an eye, a towering ice giant materialized, standing firmly behind him. With a gleam in his eyes, Lin Feng made the giant dissipate instantly, transforming into a set of crystalline ice armor that enveloped his entire body and formed massive ice gauntlets on his fists. Lin Feng looked down at his transformed state, feeling an unprecedented level of skill control. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A battle mage, huh? I like it. His eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit, eager to put his newfound abilities to the test. Lin Feng's thoughts shifted. and the icy elemental power within him dissipated. He was astonished to realize just how formidable the fifth effect of the Battle Saint body weighs. It could dismantle and reassemble any active skill. With the more powerful the skill, the greater the effect. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine the terrifying potential of using this ability to break down and reassemble high-level curse spells. Even more impressive was that this ability could stack skills at will while retaining their special effects. Lin Feng looked down at the box in his hands, the first of his achievement and world rewards. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened the special item random loot box. The description indicated it was a super god level, tier 1 box, which could randomly grant a special item upon opening. Lin Feng understood that these special items had incredibly game-breaking effects, potentially disrupting the world's balance if used wisely. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Lin Feng clicked to open the box. The system notification sounded. Ding dong, you have obtained the special item. Regeneration Elixir, Super God Initial Stage. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but the surprise wasn't over. Another notification followed. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification, obtaining the item. Undying Elixir, Super God Peak. Lin Feng's mind went blank for a moment before a wave of ecstatic joy surged through him. He quickly took out the elixir and examined its properties. This Undying Elixir, at Super God Peak level, Tier 1, had Super God effects. Once consumed, it granted a buff for 60 minutes, allowing full-state resurrection from a single hair or drop of blood. For Lin Feng, this elixir was perfect. With his endless aura talent, any beneficial buff he received would automatically become permanent, immune to purification or dispel. Without hesitation, Lin Feng drank the elixir, and the system immediately confirmed the buff's activation, displaying it as permanent. Brimming with excitement, Lin Feng remembered he still had 2 skill loot boxes to open. He took out the first random skill box, which was Super God level for mages. Upon opening it, he was delighted to receive the high-level curse spell, Cold Flame Ember Burn, Super God Peak. This blue cold flame froze on contact and burned upon freezing, capable of attacking souls. Lin Feng promptly learned the skill. The last box was a skill selection loot box. Lin Feng chose a Dark Mage skill, acquiring the high-level curse spell, Eternal Nightfall. This skill summoned an eternal night over a vast area, causing mandatory sleep, spiritual pollution, and shutting down all 5 senses for all life forms within the range. After learning the final skill, the system notified Lin Feng that he had completed his class advancement quest. He successfully advanced his class, unlocking his experience bar to continue leveling up. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng felt the powerful energy surging within him, ready for the upcoming challenges. In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, within the Jialan Star region, a grand celebration was underway. The Dragon God entered the venue, forcing a smile as he exchanged pleasantries with familiar formidable figures. Dragon God, you're here too? Long time no see. Come over to my place later, one of the strong men warmly invited. The Dragon God politely agreed, but his heart was clouded with worry. His troubles stemmed from a recent emergence of a chaotic demon king named Xing Tian in his homeland. This Xing Tian not only antagonized the Dragon Clan but also invaded the Dragon Realm, killing one of the Dragon God's avatars. However, Xing Tian's ambitions went beyond this. He aimed to enslave the entire Dragon Clan. Such heinous acts infuriated the Dragon God, making him wish to tear Xing Tian apart. Unfortunately, as a saint-level powerhouse, the Dragon God couldn't descend into the small world. Even if he wanted revenge, he first needed to cultivate a new avatar. As the Dragon God was lost in thought, a familiar voice interrupted his reverie. Dragon God, why the long face? Is it because Jingxi broke through to the Tribulation Saint level before us? The Dragon God snapped back to reality and quickly denied it. Don't talk nonsense. That's not it. His gaze inadvertently fell on a robed young man surrounded by people Jingxi, who had just advanced to the Tribulation Saint level. The Dragon God sighed softly. It's just some issues back home. Today is Senior Jingxi celebration. Let's witness his prowess. Following the crowd, the Dragon God arrived at the city center. The place was already filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, with many strong figures taking their seats. Although the Dragon God was a saint-level powerhouse, in this boundless starry sky, saint-level powerhouses were merely slightly stronger ants. He humbly chose the seat at the far end, quietly waiting for the celebration to begin. Jingxi slowly walked to the center, floating in midair. He glanced around, a slight smile on his lips, and softly said, I want flowers to bloom in this realm. As soon as his words fell, flowers of all kinds and seasons blossomed simultaneously throughout the world. The crowd gasped in amazement, applauding continuously. With an unchanging expression, Jingxi continued, I want snow in this realm. Instantly, the scorching heat faded, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Finally, he declared, I want the wind to be spoken in this realm. In that moment, 80% of the saint-level powerhouses present found themselves unable to control their mouths, involuntarily chanting, "Wind, wind, wind." Even the dragon god was not spared. Every creature in the city, no matter what they were doing, repeated the word with expressions of shock. Only a handful of tribulation saint-level powerhouses and higher beings remained unaffected. Jingxi, satisfied, waved his hand, and all anomalies vanished as if they had never occurred. The dragon god stared intently at Jingxi, his desire for power stronger than ever. If he could become a tribulation saint, he could directly erase Xing Tian's existence through the causal line, without needing an avatar or personal descent. But becoming a tribulation saint was an arduous task. After the celebration, the dragon god sought out Hua Qi, who was even stronger than Jingxi. Dragon god, the world of life is protected by laws. You want me to follow the causal line to kill Xing Tian, but the success rate is uncertain. Moreover, I would have to endure the backlash of the laws. Hua Qi implied that he would require a substantial reward. For tribulation saint-level powerhouses, beings below their level were like ants. The dragon god knew his status wasn't enough to earn Hua Qi's respect, or even to qualify for a favor. But for the sake of revenge, he was willing to pay a great price. After all, in this boundless starry sky, only tribulation saint-level powerhouses could unravel the causal line. The powers of a Jiesheng warrior are truly fearsome. They can trace the threads of karma to locate beings they've never met, and with a single thought, they can obliterate their souls. However, the truly terrifying Jiesheng warriors are even more enigmatic. Their names cannot be spoken, their images cannot be seen, and even their belongings cannot be touched. The most frightening aspect is that even the slightest thought of them can alert them to your presence. This is the terror of a Jiesheng warrior. For them, erasing a being is as effortless as wiping away dust. A powerful Jiesheng can not only eliminate a target in the present time and space, but can also traverse through time and dimensions, erasing the target from any point in existence, as if editing a video. Hua Qi, though not the strongest Jiesheng, can easily erase an ordinary being. He can trace the karma line from the dragon god to Xingtian and make him disappear in an instant. However, the world of life is protected by laws, making this process extremely difficult. Even if Hua Qi manages to find Xingtian, erasing his existence is no easy feat, not to mention the backlash from these laws. Unless the dragon god can find a higher-tier Jiesheng stronger than Hua Qi, but such a being is far beyond the dragon god's reach. Faced with this predicament, the dragon god frowned and asked, "Hua Qi, would 1,000,000 dragon crystals be enough?" Hua Qi glanced at the dragon god indifferently. "Not enough." The dragon god took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What about 5,000,000? A faint smile finally appeared on Hua Qi's face. "That might be worth a try." The dragon god immediately took out a card made of star source crystals. "Here, this is 5,000,000 dragon crystals." Although the dragon clan isn't short of dragon crystals, this amount requires a long time to accumulate, and even the dragon god felt the pain of parting with it. Hua Qi nodded and accepted the card. His eyes suddenly glowed white, and a smile crept onto his lips. "I found him, Xingtian." With that, he prepared to erase Lin Feng. However, at the critical moment, Hua Qi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and golden liquid streamed from his eyes. He cried out in pain, "Dragon god, you've ruined me." The dragon god was bewildered and at a loss. Hua Qi, gritting his teeth, explained that Xingtian possesses immense luck. Coupled with the protection of the world of life's laws, I can't erase him. Instead, I've suffered from the double backlash of luck and laws. What? The dragon god was shocked. Xingtian is that formidable? He possesses immense luck? He then realized that his 5,000,000 dragon crystals were wasted. Xingtian was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, unless he could find a Jiesheng warrior stronger than Hua Qi. Thinking of this, a look of deep worry clouded the dragon god's face. Ding! The system notification sounded in Lin Feng's ear, and he couldn't help but smile. The final reward for his job change quest included not only a job change scroll but also a grand forbidden spell. As he was about to check the details, a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread washed over him like an electric shock. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, or as if countless eyes were watching him from all directions. This ominous premonition made Lin Feng tense up, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. However, just as he was about to take action, the eerie sensation receded as quickly as it had come. Lin Feng took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and became even more vigilant. Pushing aside this unsettling episode, Lin Feng took out the job change scroll he had obtained. With a ripping sound, the notification of a successful job change rang out. The system then informed him that his experience bar seal had been lifted, allowing him to continue leveling up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to level up. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, his level quickly rose. Level 91, level 95, finally stopping at level 100. Each level up granted him 20 free attribute points. However, the system reminded him that he had not yet completed his job change, and his experience bar was sealed again. Level 100. Lin Feng was thrilled. As long as he could undergo rebirth and fuse with a divine essence, he would become an officially recognized mythical tier powerhouse and receive the reward for being the first player to reach God tier. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his impending breakthrough, the system issued a new quest prompt, the Grand Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Quest. Lin Feng accepted it without a second thought. Opening the quest log, Lin Feng carefully reviewed the details. This SSS level difficulty quest aimed for him to become a mythical tier powerhouse, requiring him to undergo rebirth at a temple and fuse with a divine essence. The key was to collect 100 divine essence fragments to form a complete divine essence, with a superior divine essence being the optimal choice. The quest rewards made Lin Feng's eyes light up, a blueprint for constructing a rebirth pool and a Grand Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll. With the rebirth pool blueprint, he could mass-produce mythical tier powerhouses and players, making it an invaluable item. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of glee, as he already had a superior divine essence ready in his inventory. All he needed to do was go to the temple for rebirth and fusion, and the quest would be easily completed. However, a slight sense of unease crept up again. Setting aside his doubts for now, Lin Feng turned his attention to the other reward. The Grand Forbidden Spell, Wind Spirit Puppet. This ultimate skill could summon countless wind spirits to control targets and turn them into puppets. Lin Feng clicked to learn it, and the system confirmed that he had mastered this powerful debuff skill. Next, Lin Feng opened the National Warpoints interface and exchanged all his points for mythical tier skill books and equipment. These mythical tier items could be used to enhance his forbidden spell staff, preparing him for the challenges ahead. Though many mysteries still lay before him, Lin Feng was eager to head to the temple to complete the rebirth and divine essence fusion process. He knew that once he became a mythical tier powerhouse, he would unlock the long-awaited exclusive Dungeon Humanities Flame. The mythical skill book shimmered with a mysterious light in Lin Feng's hands. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade two growing items, the Sovereign Badge and the Forbidden Magic Staff. As he operated, the system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Forbidden Magic Staff is now level 50. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Forbidden Magic Staff is now level 80. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Forbidden Magic Staff is now level 100. A level 100 Forbidden Magic Staff. Lin Feng felt a surge of immense power within him. This meant he inherently possessed the effects of the Forbidden Magic Staff, significantly boosting his skill power. Next, he turned his attention to the Sovereign Badge. The system notifications chimed again. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Sovereign Badge is now level 21. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Sovereign Badge is now level 25. Ding, you have successfully used the item. Sovereign Badge is now level 30. As the Sovereign Badge leveled up, Lin Feng felt a torrent of powerful energy coursing through his body. His base attack power had reached an astonishing 3 billion points. And this was just the base value. If he used continuous damage skills, the damage numbers would increase exponentially. Of course, having acquired the Battle Saint physique, Lin Feng would need to rethink how to deconstruct and recombine his skills to maximize their power. Despite the significant boost in strength, Lin Feng didn't indulge in the euphoria. He was fully aware that the Destiny continent was merely an insignificant fragment of the universe, not even qualifying as a minor world. Compared to the vast cosmos, it was as minuscule as a hair on an ant's leg. Even the entire universe, in the boundless starry sky, was like a speck of dust. Lin Feng reminded himself not to become arrogant or complacent, lest he be ridiculed for having a narrow view of the world. Taking a deep breath, he decided to proceed with his next planetary incarnation and merging with the divine essence. Opening the map, Lin Feng input the coordinates and quickly pinpointed the temple's location. However, an uneasy premonition flickered through his mind, and he frowned slightly. This job transfer quest seemed too simple, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Was there some hidden danger? Shaking his head, he temporarily dismissed the thought. He activated his flying skill and sped towards the temple, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Lin Feng raced towards the coordinates and finally arrived at his destination. The sight before him made him pause slightly. A temple bathed in golden light stood at the edge of the continent, resembling a magnificent cathedral. A thick golden beam shot down from the sky, enveloping the entire temple in a sacred glow. A system prompt suddenly sounded. You have discovered the edge of the world, reputation 1000 points. Then another prompt followed. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000x multiplier, reputation 10 million points. Lin Feng only gave the spectacular scene a quick glance before flying directly towards the temple. As he approached, he noticed something unusual at the entrance. Two stone statues stood guard on either side. After briefly examining them, he stepped into the temple. As soon as he entered, a voice echoed in his ear. Lost traveler, you need the guidance of the gods. Before the voice faded, the space in front of Lin Feng distorted, and an elderly man with a benevolent smile slowly emerged. The old man's eyes locked onto Lin Feng, a gleam flashing within them. Lin Feng immediately cast a detection spell, and the results made him wary. LV? Temple Priest. Super Divine level. Divine Race Priest? Without showing his concern, he said, I came for reincarnation. In my previous life, Lin Feng knew he had never reincarnated in a temple before. Since the fusion of the game and reality, reincarnation had become a simple process where players only needed to obtain fragments of divine essence to become gods. This was his first time reincarnating in a temple. The priest nodded with a smile. The gods are pleased when their followers become powerful. Then, his tone changed. But before that, you need to show your reverence to the gods, and they will bestow their blessings upon you. Lin Feng replied calmly. What do I need to do? The priest's smile turned seductive. Kneel, become the most loyal servant of the gods. Swear never to betray the gods, no matter the dire circumstances. His voice was filled with temptation. After the oath, the gods will grant you eternal life and immense power. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, and a system prompt sounded. Ding dong, do you wish to sign a servant contract with the gods? Note, signing the contract grants you a divine blessing buff. Kneel? A servant contract? A servant of the gods? Divine blessing buff? Lin Feng sneered inwardly and unhesitatingly rejected the system prompt. As the embodiment of humanity's destiny and the ruler of the Tianming continent, if he knelt, it would signify that the entire continent and all of humanity would submit to the gods. Signing a servant contract would mean that the entire new group of aliens would be subservient to the divine race from then on. Even if it were a god, or an entity beyond time and space, it was impossible to make Lin Feng kneel and submit. Humanity shall not be enslaved. The god's realm was not that influential. No. Lin Feng refused resolutely. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding dong, you have refused to sign a servant contract with the gods. Lin Feng coldly observed the priest and asked indifferently, what if I don't take the oath? The priest was taken aback and blurted out, without becoming a servant of the gods, you cannot reincarnate. Lin Feng's aura of killing intent began to gather. The priest solemnly said, Lost soul, I can sense your spirit has been tainted by demons. The gods will forever reject you. Lin Feng sneered. Rejecting me comes with a high price. Boom. A terrifying aura burst forth from Lin Feng. He coldly declared, Let there be light. Grand Curse Technique. Holy Light Incantation. Buzz. The temple was instantly filled with blinding light. A transparent white glow enveloped Lin Feng, dazzlingly bright. In an instant, a blood-red damage number appeared above the priest's head. Divine Realm. The priest was shocked and decisively unleashed the power of a super divine level being. The void tore open, and an 8-winged angel wielding a spear appeared, standing in front of the priest to shield him from the tremendous damage. An archangel? Lin Feng blinked. This was his first solo challenge against a super divine level being from the divine race. Yet he felt no fear, only immense confidence. Grand Curse Technique. Eternal Nightfall. Sleep. Lin Feng cast another spell, causing the priest and the archangel to fall into a deep slumber instantly. At that moment, Lin Feng's left hand gathered a ball of black flame, its aura surging rapidly. The flame flickered, warping the very space around it. This was the world-ending flame, an unquenchable fire capable of incinerating everything. Lin Feng infused 1,000 points of indestructible substance into the flame, dramatically increasing its power, causing the surrounding space to collapse. It was as if he held a black hole capable of annihilating everything in his hand. Die! Lin Feng spread his fingers, and the world-ending flame descended upon the sleeping priest and archangel. Boom! The priest and archangel's figures vanished instantly, completely obliterated. System prompts rang out in quick succession. Ding dong, you have killed the temple priest? Notice your relationship with the divine race has reached a state of deep enmity. Ding dong, you have obtained innate spirit 1. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000x multiplier, obtaining innate spirit 10,000. Lin Feng ignored the experience points, gold, and equipment drops, focusing only on the core item, the innate spirit. It was one of the essential items he urgently needed. As for the worsening relationship with the divine race, he didn't care. Deep enmity? Lin Feng sneered. Even if it meant a fight to the death, so be it. Suddenly, 2 booming sounds echoed. 2 beams of light descended from the sky, precisely striking the 2 stone statues guarding the temple entrance. In an instant, the statues turned into flesh and blood, their aura surging to mid-super divine level. Human Lin Feng, you have committed a great blasphemy and must be punished. The voices of two super divine beings from the divine race echoed within the temple. Lin Feng felt two immense pressures suddenly appear, and then saw two super divine beings from the divine race enter his field of vision. Die! The divine beings, upon seeing Lin Feng, immediately launched their attacks, simultaneously expanding their divine realms. Their divine realms fused, forming an image brimming with endless power. The energy continuously flowed towards the two divine guards, their strength showing signs of breaking through to the mid-super divine level. Facing the attacks from the divine realm's guards, Lin Feng stood unafraid, brimming with fighting spirit. The recent acquisition of the ultimate four-element forbidden spells and his unparalleled battle saint physique had exponentially boosted his power, infusing him with an unshakable belief in his invincibility. This belief drove him to challenge the gods themselves, his heart roaring, "I am invincible in this world. If not against the gods, then who?" In that moment, Lin Feng's blood boiled with excitement as he activated one step to the horizon, vanishing from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the two divine guards. Despite possessing countless skill combinations, Lin Feng opted for the most straightforward approach: direct confrontation, taking on both guards head-on. "Die!" Lin Feng shouted, as his fist became enveloped in lightning. The punch tore through the air like a meteor crashing into earth, leaving a trail of shattered space in its wake. His fist struck one of the divine guards with such force that it obliterated him on the spot. A system notification immediately followed. "Ding, you have killed a divine realm guard. Notice your relationship with the divine clan has reached a level of deep enmity. Ding, you have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained 10,000 innate spirits." Lin Feng coldly observed the other divine guard's attack. The opponent's spear, charged with terrifying power, was within a meter of piercing him in a blink. At this critical moment, a transparent ice wall appeared out of nowhere. Although the spear easily pierced the first layer, countless more layers of ice walls rapidly formed, creating millions of barriers in an instant. The divine guard's expression shifted from anger to joy, then to surprise and hesitation, finally settling into despair. He realized with disbelief that this human was overwhelmingly powerful, and he himself was as insignificant as an ant trying to shake an elephant. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the last divine guard and shouted, "Wind, come!" Instantly, an invisible force immobilized the guard. With eyes brimming with killing intent, Lin Feng conjured a long sword burning with blue flames, an ultimate forbidden spell, Cold Flame Incineration. Approaching the divine guard with a cold demeanor, Lin Feng said, "One day, I will ascend to the divine realm and crush you all. Enslaving humanity is a crime. I, Xingtian, will judge this crime." The sword pierced through the divine guard's body slowly but decisively, and the blue flames consumed him, reducing him to ashes. The system notified again. "Ding, you have killed a divine realm guard. Notice your relationship with the divine clan has reached the point of mortal enmity. Ding, you have triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained 10,000 innate spirits." Simultaneously, a world announcement resounded. World announcement. Player Xingtian has slain the temple priest and divine realm guards at the borderlands, reaching a level of mortal enmity with the divine clan. The divine realm is enraged. They call upon all deity followers on Destiny Continent to hunt down this fiend and uphold justice. This announcement struck Destiny Continent like a thunderclap, shocking all its inhabitants. Yet, the players were unusually excited, cheering in the world channel. "Amazing! Our guild leader is incredible. The boss is truly a boss, fighting heaven, earth, and air. Awesome. The divine realm is nothing. If they show their health bars, well, kill them." Exactly. We're not called the fourth calamity for nothing. The boss is my idol. I bow to you. To the players, the divine realm was just a high-level map, and gods were merely stronger monsters. They had long been accustomed to pushing their limits, even looking forward to the day they could conquer the divine realm. Lin Feng listened to the world announcement without a flicker of emotion. The divine realm's call to hunt him down was met with a disdainful smirk. To him, such threats were meaningless. He even hoped the divine realm would take action personally, giving him the chance to unleash carnage, aiming to slay 1,000,000 ultra-powerful beings. Lin Feng's ambitions extended far beyond Destiny Continent. His sights were already set on the divine realm above. Gathering 10 billion innate spirits to deduce a forbidden spell, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intense emotions. He pondered to himself that this was far from enough to incite the hatred of the divine realm. If the mighty beings of the divine realm did not come, he would take action himself. Determination burned in Lin Feng's gaze as he silently vowed to himself, "Ascend to the divine realm and challenge the heavens." The divine realm had the audacity to oppress players, demanding they kneel and forcing them to sign servant contracts for reincarnation. Such behavior was utterly despicable. With this thought, Lin Feng clenched his fists in anger, but quickly calmed himself, deciding to wait until he became a mythic-level powerhouse before seeking revenge. Lin Feng analyzed the situation coolly. The temple's priest had been killed, but he remained unperturbed. The reincarnation pool was fixed and could not escape. The temple existed precisely because the reincarnation pool was located there. He swiftly located the reincarnation pool, only to find it shrouded in a complex barrier. Breaking this barrier was no easy task, but for Lin Feng, it was a piece of cake. He stared at the forbidden spell in front of him and shouted, "Break for me!" With a deafening boom, the barrier around the reincarnation pool was torn apart like paper. It was as if a door that required a key was forcefully kicked open by Lin Feng. The system immediately chimed in, "Ding, you have broken the barrier of the reincarnation pool. Note, the barrier's destruction will trigger a self-destruct mode in 5 minutes. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng calmly stepped into the reincarnation pool. He sighed inwardly, realizing the divine realm's far-reaching schemes. The reincarnation pool even had a hidden self-destruct mechanism. No wonder this job change task felt somewhat off. At this moment, Lin Feng had an epiphany. The reward for this job change task was indeed extraordinary. It was the reincarnation pool itself. It was simply unbelievable, but now he understood the deeper meaning behind it. The system seemed to have predicted Lin Feng's thoughts, or rather, it provided him with a hidden choice. If he chose to submit to the divine realm, there would be no need for the reincarnation pool reward. This pool could be used to cultivate his own forces. But if he chose to reject the divine realm, then this reincarnation pool would become the only option for players. Lin Feng realized that he had grasped the sole means for players to become gods. Rejecting the divine realm would mean the inevitable destruction of the reincarnation pool here. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, the system prompt sounded again. "Ding, congratulations on your successful reincarnation. Note, you can now fuse with the divine core. Once fused, you will become a mythic-level powerhouse." Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped out of the pool and retrieved a high-level divine core from his backpack. His eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to embark on the path to becoming a mythic-level powerhouse. In Lin Feng's hand, the divine shard glowed with a dazzling light. It was a top-tier divine shard. The system prompt sounded, "Please confirm if you want to fuse the top-tier divine shard. Once confirmed, the shard will disappear." With a calm expression, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, "Confirm." As soon as he spoke, the system prompted again. Top-tier divine shard successfully fused. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky. A powerful mythic aura erupted from Lin Feng, sweeping through the surroundings. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Feng knew he had officially stepped into the mythic level, becoming a true deity. At that moment, the world announcement sounded 3 times, shocking all players. Player Xingtian has successfully fused a top-tier divine shard, becoming the first player to reach the mythic level. Special rewards: 1 million reputation, 1 million gold coins, and a special item random treasure chest. This news was like a bombshell, causing a massive uproar among the players. Reactions varied. Mythic level. The first player to reach the mythic level. Xingtian did it. This is a groundbreaking milestone. I hereby dub him the god of war. We need to work harder. We can't fall too far behind. Don't compare us to him. I choose to relax. You've got to have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference between us and a salted fish? Amidst the buzz, Lin Feng received an even more shocking system prompt. You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase, 10 billion reputation, 10 billion gold coins. You have obtained a rare, unique, special item random treasure chest. Lin Feng immediately took out the treasure chest and carefully examined its attributes. Rare, unique, special item random treasure chest. Level. Grade. Effect. Open to receive a random rare item. Description: badge, title, talent, potion, skill book. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened the chest. The system prompt rang out. You have opened the rare, unique, special item random treasure chest. You have obtained the unique rare item Slayer's badge. Lin Feng took out the badge and carefully examined its attributes. Slayer's badge, unique, rare. Level. Grade. Effect. When wearing this badge, any deity level or higher entity you kill will drop divine blood crystals, divine souls, and divine bones. Divine blood crystal, special material, can be used to fill the rebirth pool. Divine soul, special material, can be used to fill the rebirth pool. Divine bone, special material, can be used to fill the rebirth pool. Description: if gods demand our submission, then let them witness the pride of humanity. Use the blood, souls, and bones of gods to forge our rebirth and strengthen our race. Lin Feng took a deep breath, realizing that this item was a perfect match for the rebirth pool. With it, filling the rebirth pool would be easy. If materials were lacking, he would simply hunt down deity-level beings. It was the perfect solution. If the gods see us as slaves, then I will see them as livestock. Lin Feng thought, and without hesitation, he chose to wear the badge. The system prompt sounded again. You have equipped the Slayer's badge. Your class change task is complete. Congratulations on successfully changing class. You have received Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change Scroll 1, Rebirth Pool 1. Lin Feng immediately took out the Rebirth Pool and carefully examined its attributes. Rebirth Pool Unique Rare. Level. Grade. Effect. Used to obtain the Rebirth Pool. Rebirth Pool. Used for player rebirth, fusing divine shards. Description. The Rebirth Pool, also known as the Deification Pool, is akin to the Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation Pool. Lin Feng temporarily put the Rebirth Pool into his backpack, planning to use it later in the Floating Realm. For now, he needed to complete his class change. Lin Feng took out the Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change Scroll and tore it open. The system prompt immediately sounded. Your experience bar seal is lifted. You can continue to level up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to level up. The system prompts came one after another. Your level has increased. Current level is 101. You have received 20 free attribute points. Your level has increased. Current level is 105. You have received 20 free attribute points. Your level has increased. Current level is 110. You have received 20 free attribute points. You have not completed the class change. The experience bar is sealed. Excess experience will be stored in the experience pool. Please complete the class change to lift the experience bar seal. Lin Feng quickly allocated his attribute points, feeling a surge of joy. Level 110. Only 90 levels away from the super deity level of 200. The system prompted again. You have received the Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change quest. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Feng answered without hesitation, feeling a tinge of excitement. You have accepted the Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change quest. The Mystery of the Green Emperor 1. A new quest has been added to your quest log. Please check the details in the quest log. The Mystery of the Green Emperor? Lin Feng was momentarily puzzled, then realized it might be related to Qing. He quickly opened the quest log to examine the details. The Mystery of the Green Emperor. Forbidden Spell Mage Class Change Quest. Restriction. Forbidden Spell Mage. Quest difficulty. SS level. Quest objective. 1. Go to the human race's Ember Dungeon and uncover the truth behind the Green Emperor's disappearance. Quest description. The Green Emperor, one of the 3 great emperors of the human race during the Age of Chaos. Lin Feng stared at the quest description, filled with anticipation for the new adventure that lay ahead. She emerged out of nowhere 120,000 years ago, and within just 20,000 years, she had conquered 2/3 of the Tianming continent. Known as the Qing Emperor, her reign was celebrated as the Qing Emperor era, a time of great prosperity. However, 100,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor mysteriously vanished without a trace and was never seen again. With her disappearance, the once glorious Qing Emperor era came to an end. The mystery of the Qing Emperor's disappearance has become an enduring enigma that historians have tirelessly pursued for tens of thousands of years. All the intricate clues seem to point to a single moment, a point in time 100,000 years ago. Lin Feng silently closed the task panel that had appeared before him. It displayed information about a long-term mission. Upon completion, he would receive a letter from the Qing Emperor and a Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll. He raised his hand, his gaze falling on the wrist where a colorful braided bracelet, as vibrant as a rainbow, was tied. Memories surged like a tide. He could almost see the scene by the lake again. A young girl extending her hand, grasping the air lightly, then smiling and saying, "I have a gift for you. Look." She opened her palm, and the rainbow's light reflected in it. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, shaking his head to dispel these thoughts. Now, the Qing Emperor was gone. The clues to unraveling this mystery lay within the Human Torch dungeon. Completing the mission would not only reveal the truth, but also grant him a letter left by the Qing Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng made up his mind. He planned to visit the floating realm first, then proceed to the dungeon. It was time to unlock the floating realm. In the next instant, Lin Feng's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was hovering in midair within the floating realm. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Ding dong, would you like to use the World Tree Seed on the floating realm? Once used, this action cannot be undone. Please choose carefully. Lin Feng weighed his options internally. The World Tree Seed was an incredibly precious treasure, capable of fostering the growth of a world of life, revered even in the endless cosmos. Using it in the floating realm would undoubtedly propel its development beyond that of the Tianming continent. Although Lin Feng was now the ruler of the Tianming continent, he had not obtained the highest authority there. In contrast, within the floating realm, he held primary authority. The choice was clear. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made his decision. Yes. Ding dong, you have used the World Tree Seed on the floating realm. The system prompt sounded again, heralding the beginning of a new era. The moment the seed of the World Tree sank into the ground, the entire realm trembled. Amidst the deafening roar, the earth shook violently, and the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. Creatures in the floating realm were instantly thrown into panic. Wild beasts halted their running, and humans stopped their tasks. Countless eyes looked around in bewilderment, instinctively sensing that a monumental change was imminent. The chief of the Black Flag tribe made a swift decision, immediately gathering his people and bringing their meticulously prepared offerings as they hurried to the temple of the prophet. Kneeling before the temple, they prayed devoutly to the great prophet who had brought hope to humanity, seeking protection against the unknown upheaval. Meanwhile, Lin Feng appeared silently at the spot where the seed of the world tree had landed. Everywhere his gaze fell, the hard ground softened like cotton, withered grass regained its vitality, and budding flowers began to bloom. A small sapling broke through the soil, its tender green shoots swaying gently in the breeze. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he took out the life spring water from his backpack. He knew that the growth of the world tree required the nourishment of three treasures: the life spring water, the book of creation, and the sacred pet. Even one of these treasures alone could foster its growth. A system prompt sounded at the right moment. Ding Dong confirmed the use of life spring water. Please note, this item is extremely precious and will disappear once used. Without hesitation, Lin Feng confirmed. No matter how valuable an item is, its worth is only realized when used. Watering the world tree with life spring water was definitely worth it. As the life spring water was used, the system prompted again. The current world tree can amplify the upper limit of this realm to a complete small world. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although it was just a small world, it was a complete one. This would be the first exclusive complete world in human history. It might start small, but its future was promising. He gazed at the world tree sapling growing before him. The system showed it was growing at a minuscule yet steady pace. 0.000001, 0.000002. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng found another spot and took out the rebirth pool. The system confirmed once more. Ding Dong, please confirm the use of the rebirth pool. Once confirmed, this item cannot be relocated. Lin Feng took a deep breath and resolutely chose to confirm. The rebirth pool instantly transformed into a vast pool spanning hundreds of miles. Though currently empty, Lin Feng knew it would become the starting point for countless players on their path to godhood. However, activating it required materials, and the only way to obtain them was to slay gods. Having arranged everything, Lin Feng returned to the Yinhuang district and, for the first time, issued a world announcement as the king of the world. Player Xingtian has unlocked partial access to the floating realm. This access is currently limited to Huaxia Yinhuang players. The floating realm is an independent world where players can gain many rewards. Embark on your otherworldly adventures. This announcement caused an immediate uproar. Players buzzed with discussions. Some marveled at Xingtian's power, others were dissatisfied with the access restrictions, but most were filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventures. Lin Feng then briefed his top executives on several matters, mainly concerning the sudden arrival of the divine realm and issues related to the floating realm. After giving his instructions, he took out a special dungeon activation scroll, the Human Torch Dungeon, a unique dungeon only Lin Feng could enter. Lin Feng pondered the meaning of the term torch. Though the body perishes, the spirit is passed on. He hoped to gain something valuable from this dungeon, as the new version shared its name, indicating a connection. More importantly, Qing's mysterious disappearance seemed related to this. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng chose to use the dungeon. The system prompt sounded. Ding Dong, you have used the special Human Torch Dungeon. You will witness a history that has been sealed for countless years. Before the words had finished, Lin Feng's figure had already vanished, embarking on a journey to explore this mysterious history. Lin Feng's vision blurred momentarily before clarity returned. He found himself standing amidst a vast starry expanse, with countless tiny life planets and worlds beneath his feet, resembling a boundless desert. At that moment, Lin Feng's perspective felt godlike, overlooking the entire universe of life. He noticed a long river encircling this cosmic desert, the river of time and space. As Lin Feng marveled at the breathtaking scene, a powerful figure in tattered clothes emerged from the void. This warrior, carrying a massive axe, was covered in wounds, each step seeming to drain his strength. Countless sword lights surrounded him, continuously inflicting new injuries that healed before the eye. Lin Feng stared in disbelief as the warrior effortlessly crossed the river of time and space. The moment the warrior crossed the river, his body shrank to the size of dust, blending into the starry sea. Lin Feng's perspective shifted accordingly, shrinking to the size of dust along with him. He saw the axe-wielding warrior stumble into a star system and suddenly open his palm. Countless humans flew out from his hand, looking at the warrior with worry. Great Emperor, are you all right? Great Emperor, have we escaped? The warrior took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd, and smiled. We have escaped for now. The enemy can find us at any time. Settle here for now. I need to go back. The crowd urgently tried to dissuade him. Great Emperor, you can't go. You might not return alive. Let us fight together. The warrior's eyes flashed with determination as he declared, No, the enemy is strong, and we are weak. My death is inconsequential. The survival of our race is not. Suppressing their sorrow, the crowd asked, What if you don't return, Great Emperor? The warrior smiled calmly, Then I will not return. If I die, you all will live. If I live, the battle will never end. So live well. With that, he covered his left eye with his hand, then opened his palm to reveal a precious eye. His left eye socket was now empty. Take this treasure. It can open paths to countless worlds. He had transformed his own eye into a treasure to help his people secure a place to live. The human ancestors, trembling, took the precious eye, understanding the great emperor's resolve. Instantly, countless humans knelt and cried out, Farewell, Great Emperor! Farewell, Great Emperor! Farewell, Great Emperor! The axe-wielding warrior stood tall, turned, and stepped out of the star system, crossing the star fields and the river of time and space once more. Though his clothes were tattered and his body was scarred, his fighting spirit was unyielding. This journey was one of no return. This journey was final. Lin Feng watched in a daze, suddenly recalling the words of the divine prodigy Lu Xiaoan on the heavenly domain battlefield. Humans fled from the endless starry sky. If not for the land granted by the divine realm, they would have no place to call home. Could this be the human ancestors? Was that axe-wielding warrior the first great emperor of humanity? Lin Feng was shaken. He came from the void, crossed the river of time and space, and led his people to this universe, fighting for their survival. But who could force such a powerful being to this extent? Who was the true enemy of humanity? The scene continued, showing the human ancestors leading their people through the starry sky, suffering ridicule, mockery, attacks, and insults. They endured great hardships and finally arrived at the divine realm. The divine emperor, looking down from above, said coldly, You starry sea refugees, burdened with sins, will reap what you have sown. The divine realm will not shelter you. Hearing this, the human ancestors presented the precious eye. Our race is willing to exchange this treasure for a place to live. Greed flashed in the divine emperor's eyes. The treasure, formed from the body of a high-level tribulation saint, might help him ascend to that level. However, his wariness of the human ancestors was evident. After a moment's thought, the divine emperor said, We have a fragment of a world called destiny. Your race is strong, and it might not accommodate you. Our race will only offer protection if none of your people are above the saint level. The human ancestors exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. Divine Emperor, we need to discuss this. We will return in a day. A faint smile appeared on the divine emperor's lips. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the god emperor, but he maintained a calm exterior. After the human sages had withdrawn, he immediately gathered all the powerful beings of the divine race. He decided that if the human sages returned the next day and negotiations failed, he would resort to violence to seize the treasure. Once the sages left the divine realm, they convened to discuss their situation. They realized that the god emperor feared their power. Despite ruling over more than 10 realms, he insisted on confining them to fragmented worlds. Someone suggested directly seizing the realms under the god emperor's control, but this idea was quickly dismissed. As outsiders, they were well aware that every world in this universe was already claimed, with intricate relationships at play. Any rash action would undoubtedly lead to them being besieged. This concerns the survival of our race. We cannot take that risk, one sage said gravely. The great emperor entrusted our race to us. We must not fail him, another agreed. The great emperor sacrificed himself for us. How can we fear death? One of them exclaimed passionately. We fear nothing but death itself. Having reached a consensus, the sages summoned the human warriors. They explained, Today's momentary endurance is for the infinite future of our race. We will take our own heads and the great emperor's precious eye to see the god emperor. If we die, the human race will no longer pose a threat to him, and he will surely agree. The sages instructed the new leader to disperse the people to prevent any backtracking by the god emperor. Then, they each drew their blades and severed their own heads. The human leader clenched his fists, tears blurring his vision. In the divine realm, the human leader presented the sages' heads and the great emperor's precious eye to the god emperor. The god emperor gladly accepted the treasures and arranged for the humans to settle in Tianming continent. He mused privately, with no more powerful beings among the humans, I can accept this treasure with a clear conscience. I never thought the humans would gamble their lives like this. Despite this, the god emperor still considered the superhuman warriors a threat. He began plotting how to eliminate them to ensure his peace of mind. Lin Feng witnessed all of this. feeling an indescribable surge of complex emotions. He finally understood that the human's place of refuge in Tianming was not a benevolent gift from the divine realm but a hard-earned sanctuary secured by the sacrifice of the sages. This is the origin of the mandate of heaven for the human race. Lin Feng stood in silence. In that moment, he came to a sudden realization. The term flame not only represents the spiritual legacy left behind after one's physical demise, but also the self-sacrifice for the sake of the tribe. The flame of humanity is the embodiment of selfless righteousness. Lin Feng's heart trembled as he witnessed the mighty warrior with the giant axe, the first emperor of humanity, bravely returning to face death to ensure the tribe's survival. He saw the tragic scenes where the sages of humanity sacrificed themselves so their people could find a safe haven. All of this made him understand deeply that some things in this world are more important than one's own life. Whether it was the emperor with the giant axe or other powerful human warriors, they all chose their tribe without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Feng's vision shifted, and the scene before him returned to normal. If what he had seen earlier was an introductory cinematic, then what lay before him now was the real dungeon world, one that existed 100,000 years ago. A system prompt, dungeon officially opened, confirmed Lin Feng's suspicion. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng recalled the location of Tianqi City. Since Qing ascended the throne in that city, Tianqi City must hold important clues. Without hesitation, he flew towards Tianqi City. However, before reaching his destination, a scene that filled Lin Feng with immense rage appeared before his eyes. A human city was shrouded in a faint black mist, with continuous cries of anguish emanating from it. Focusing his gaze, Lin Feng saw countless malevolent spirits slaughtering the entire city within the black mist. Fragile humans were killed, their souls and blood extracted. Women and children had no means to resist and died instantly. Even the powerful human warriors were overwhelmed by numbers. The entire city resembled a living hell. The mastermind behind all this was a mage clad in a black robe, floating in the midst of the city, watching the massacre with excitement. "You die with purpose," the black-robed mage rasped. "Your deaths will become the source of my power. As long as I approach the realm of the supergods, I will become the first human to break through to the supergod level. On the day I become a supergod, I will dominate humanity." At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed mage. "Who are you?" the mage exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng coldly gazed at him as if looking at a corpse. "Why are you slaughtering your own kind?" The black-robed mage responded matter-of-factly. "To become stronger. To become a super god." Lin Feng's killing intent surged. "A super god?" The black-robed mage laughed maniacally. "I, the greatest necromancer, Fu, will become the first super god among humans." He sneered. "Those foolish god-level warriors threw their lives away fighting against divine punishment, only to end up disintegrated. That's because they lacked the power to resist divine punishment. But I, the great necromancer Fu, can harness the power of living souls and dead blood to gather infinite power, thus fearing no divine punishment. I shall be the first super god of humanity." Lin Feng stared at him indifferently, puzzled. Divine punishment? What is that? It seems to be an obstacle preventing human god-level warriors from breaking through to the super god level. But why is there no record of it? Lin Feng only pondered briefly. At this moment, he only wanted to send the black-robed mage to his death. "You've crossed my line. You shouldn't have slaughtered your own kind," Lin Feng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The necromancer Fu's body stiffened. Instantly, with a thunderous explosion, Fu was blown to bits. It was an involuntary self-detonation. The Grand Curse technique. Wind Spirit Puppet. Fu was effortlessly controlled by Lin Feng, watching in horror as he self-detonated. Yet Lin Feng remained unscathed. With Fu's death, the black mist enveloping the entire city dissipated instantly. The malevolent spirits roared unwillingly and vanished. Lin Feng shook his head at the scene and continued flying. Not long after, he encountered two mythic warriors, a father and daughter who bore a striking resemblance to each other. Lin Feng didn't disturb them but watched curiously from a distance. The two sat cross-legged, and the father suddenly spoke. "Jing Qian, I remember when you were little. You mischievously pointed a sword at me and asked, 'Why do others have mothers, but you don't?'" The father smiled calmly. "Now I'll tell you, your father. I was so deeply engrossed in the path of cultivation that your mother couldn't bear it. She left after giving birth to you." Jing Qian looked at her father silently, her eyes welling up with tears. The father continued, "You know, Qianer, I once thought that cultivation was the hardest thing in the world. But I was wrong. There are even harder things." The father suddenly laughed. "I didn't know when you were hungry, I didn't know when you were cold, and I didn't even know when you were sick. To make sure you lived a better life, I sought advice from a group of women and managed to raise you. In the blink of an eye, you've reached the pinnacle of myth." He spoke with great satisfaction. Your father, I, am a coward. Having survived for countless years, all of his peers had long since perished under divine retribution. Jing Qian's father sat on a simple wooden chair, staring blankly into the distance. He recalled those younger generations who had relentlessly pursued the breakthrough to superdeity status, their figures flashing through his mind one by one, eventually dissipating like wisps of smoke in the wind. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, causing the wooden chair to screech from the sudden movement. He turned to Jing Qian, his voice tinged with exhaustion and resignation. I used to think it was better to live miserably than to die. Only fools would attempt to break through to superdeity status. What good is it? It's just a path to self-destruction. His gaze fell on Jing Qian, a hint of pity in his eyes. With a bitter smile, he said, but now, it's your turn. I have lived a life of survival, contributing nothing to you or our people. So be it. Let me use this old body to shield you from divine retribution and help you achieve your dream. Hearing this, Jing Qian's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She trembled all over, wanting to speak but choking on her words, shaking her head repeatedly. Girl, her father suddenly smiled brightly. When you were little, you always said that other people's fathers were heroes, but yours was not. Now, give me a chance to be a hero. Jing Qian could no longer control her emotions, crying out hoarsely, no, I don't want to become a super deity. Father, I just want you to be okay. I don't want anything else. However, her father's eyes grew resolute. He said firmly, you must. Becoming the first super deity of our people is your dream. You said you wanted to follow the example of the Green Emperor, to benefit our people. You said you wanted to protect our tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook violently, and a powerful aura erupted from within him, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This was the precursor to breaking through to super deity status. Father! Jing Qian screamed in terror, her heart wrenching in pain. Her father turned around, his gaze fixed on the sky. His voice was firm and powerful. Girl, you protect our tribe, and I will protect you. With that, he extended his hand, pointing angrily at the sky. Divine retribution. Come on. At that moment, Jing Qian felt her own aura reaching its peak. Tears blurred her vision, but she could still see her father standing tall and majestic, as if he could hold up the sky. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart, and a giant sword glowing with golden light emerged from the rift. The sword's blade shattered the space around it, dragging countless fragments towards the father and daughter at high speed. Lin Feng, watching from a distance, felt his hair stand on end. He sensed an overwhelming pressure, even stronger than that of a super deity, a saint-level aura. This sword was a saint-level artifact. The sword's light flashed towards the father and daughter like lightning. Her father, holding his weapon, glared at the sword's light, shouting hoarsely, break, break, break. He burned the immortal substance within him, gathering all his strength, and charged towards the divine retribution without hesitation. The sword's light pierced through her father's body in an instant, then swept past Jing Qian. She gave a sorrowful smile, watching her father's figure disintegrate under the sword's light. She whispered, Father, in the next life, let me protect you. Before she could finish speaking, her body also began to fade away. In the blink of an eye, both were gone. The divine sword came swiftly and left just as quickly, disappearing in an instant. The divine retribution had passed, the trial had failed, and the human race still had no one who could become a super deity. Lin Feng, witnessing this tragic scene, instantly realized a cruel truth. The divine realm had sealed the path for humans to become super deities. His heart burned with rage, and he thought through gritted teeth, how dare they? Lin Feng witnessed what was called divine retribution, a sword from the realm of the gods, descending like a heavenly tribulation. He saw with his own eyes that whenever a human warrior attempted to break through to a superhuman level, this divine weapon would appear, effortlessly slaying the warrior as if they were mere chickens. The intentions of the divine realm were crystal clear to Lin Feng. With this new understanding, Lin Feng continued flying towards Tianqi City. As the distance shortened, the city's outline gradually became clear. Although it had not yet reached the grand scale it would achieve in 10,000 years, it had already expanded significantly compared to before, hinting at its future grandeur. As Lin Feng descended upon Tianqi City, a towering platform suddenly rose within the city, its height immeasurable. A group of solemn-faced warriors flew towards the platform, nodding lightly to each other, as if they had a mutual understanding. Upon reaching the platform, they sat cross-legged, closing their eyes to meditate. Lin Feng blended in with the group and asked a newly arrived warrior, "What are you all preparing for?" The warrior scrutinized Lin Feng, confirming his appearance as a human warrior, before replying, "We are here by invitation to participate in the second attempt to defy the heavens." "Who are you? How could you not know about such a significant event?" "Defy the heavens?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Such ambition. Who invited you? Why defy the heavens? And why is this the second attempt? The human warrior seemed bewildered by the barrage of questions and examined Lin Feng more closely, blurting out, "Are you really a human warrior? Not an imposter from another race?" Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. "I've been in seclusion for many years, so I truly don't know." The warrior realized that Lin Feng might be a dedicated hermit and relaxed his guard, patiently explaining, "You have too many questions. Let me start from the beginning." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The warrior began, 2,000 years ago. Emperor Qing emerged, and our human race gradually grew strong, becoming a significant force on the Destiny continent. Though Emperor Qing was one of the 3 emperors, her territory was larger than the other 2 emperors combined. At this point, the warrior's face showed pride, but then he shifted his tone. However, the other 2 emperors were backed by the Divine Realm, the rulers of the Destiny continent. The Divine Realm wanted the 2 emperors to wage war against Emperor Qing. Lin Feng's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The Divine Realm intended to incite internal strife among the human race. Regardless of who won, the humans would be severely weakened, while the Divine Realm would remain unscathed. What a sinister plan. The human warrior sneered. But the Divine Realm underestimated us humans. The 2 emperors naturally wouldn't sacrifice the human race for the Divine Realm, so they pretended to comply while secretly defying. This angered the Divine Realm, leading to the establishment of Divine Retribution. Divine Retribution? Lin Feng realized. So that's how it came about. It was the Divine Realm's impotent rage and a means to suppress human growth. As long as humans couldn't surpass the superhuman level, they posed no threat to the Divine Realm. The human warrior continued. Divine Retribution is a deadly weapon. He sighed. Since then, the human race has had no superhumans. Thus, 3 years ago, Emperor Qing initiated the first attempt to defy the heavens. Defy the heavens? Lin Feng was astonished. Emperor Qing had the audacity to challenge the gods with human strength. But how could humans, who couldn't even resist divine retribution, fight against the entire divine realm? Wasn't that suicidal? Emperor Qing seemed irrational, yet such spirit was extraordinary. No matter how powerful the enemy, she didn't back down. Her resolve was unparalleled. The human warrior went on. The first attempt was led by Emperor Qing. I still remember the grandeur of that time. Almost all human warriors were present, over 500 in total. However, Emperor Qing dismissed them all, saying she wanted to leave seeds for the human race. She led only a few old subordinates and charged into the divine realm. Lin Feng asked, "What happened next?" The human warrior smiled bitterly. After that, Emperor Qing vanished and never appeared again. Some say she is dead. Others say she is imprisoned by the gods. In any case, that's how the first attempt ended. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked, "So what is this second attempt about?" The warrior explained, "This second attempt is led by Yun, a respected human warrior raised by Emperor Qing. Yun's goal differs from Emperor Qing's. While Emperor Qing sought to completely break the inequality between gods and humans, Yun aims to shatter the divine realm's constraints." Lin Feng nodded. "She wants to defeat divine retribution?" The warrior smiled. "Exactly." Lin Feng shook his head. "Defeating divine retribution won't be easy." The warrior laughed. "Of course not. That's why Yun plans to use the power of an array, gathering the strength of hundreds of mythic warriors to defeat divine retribution." As they spoke, hundreds more warriors arrived. Soon, a woman in green appeared. Yun. However, Lin Feng was stunned the moment he saw Yun. He recognized her. 12,000 years ago, before a special instance was unlocked, Lin Feng had encountered an unknown girl in the night. She seemed both near and in a different time and space. In the end, she tossed a pair of earrings at Lin Feng's feet, enabling him to unlock the special instance from 12,000 years ago. And now, Yun was that same girl. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, realizing that everything seemed destined. Emperor Qing was merely a sacrifice, and because of Lin Feng, she became an emperor. Emperor Qing then adopted an orphan named Yun. But Yun was the one who had led Lin Feng to Emperor Qing. It all felt like a cycle, predestined yet mysterious. Lin Feng shook his head, clearing his thoughts. The situation was simple. Emperor Qing's first attempt to defy the heavens had left her missing. Yun was organizing the second attempt, with uncertain outcomes. Lin Feng pondered silently. It was time for him to act. This divine retribution. Let's see how formidable it truly is. Lin Feng mingled with a group of powerful beings, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Yun approached slowly, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, yet she seemed to ignore Lin Feng. A thought struck Lin Feng. Yun might be from a different time or space. He decided to wait and see how things would unfold. Yun's eyes finally settled on the group of powerful beings. She suddenly drew her long sword, pointing its tip skyward. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to defeat the divine punishment. Succeed, or die trying. She continued, though the divine punishment is formidable, through intense seclusion and training, I have finally discovered a way to break it. It involves forming a unified power array. A slight smile appeared on Yun's lips. We need 300 strong individuals, their life forces and souls connected, burning their immortal essence to form a divine realm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The powerful beings whispered among themselves, their faces showing shock. A divine realm, only those beyond gods possessed such a feature. Ancient texts mentioned that a being beyond gods with a divine realm could potentially counter the divine punishment by harnessing the power of 300 mythical warriors. Someone urgently asked, Elder Yun, how strong is this divine realm? Yun replied solemnly, beyond god level. The crowd gasped, excitement flickering in their eyes. However, another question arose. How much immortal essence needs to be burned? Yun fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, once the power array is activated, it cannot be stopped. The immortal essence will burn until life is exhausted. Her words hit the crowd like a heavy hammer. The sacrifice of 300 mythical warriors was an immense price to pay. Seeing their hesitation, Yun gritted her teeth and declared, for this array, I am willing to sacrifice my life. All I ask is to defeat the divine punishment. Resistance always comes with sacrifices, and it starts with me. As her words fell, someone stepped forward. Lin Lu stood up, his eyes blazing. Count me in. He looked around, passionately proclaiming, some of you may think there is still a way out, but one day, you or your loved ones will face a breakthrough. If killed by the divine punishment, how will you live with yourselves? Lin Li's words pierced the hearts of everyone like a sharp sword. He sneered. The divine realm thinks a mere divine punishment can make our human race submit? Dream on. Don't let the divine realm look down on us, and don't let our descendants despise us. He turned to Yun and loudly said, don't let future generations say we men are less than one woman. His words ignited a fire in the hearts of the crowd. More and more powerful beings stood up, passionately declaring their intentions. Count me in, even if it means death. I've lived long enough. What is there to fear in dying? For the future generations, I will give everything. Soon, the number of those standing far exceeded 300. The indomitable spirit of the human race was on full display. As long as this spirit remained, the human race would never perish. Yun selected 300 strong individuals from the crowd and set up the array, ready to burn the immortal essence of hundreds of mythical warriors and form the divine realm to battle the divine punishment. Lin Feng witnessed it all, his heart churning. The injustice, darkness, and decay of this world were laid bare. The strong ruled everything, and strength was the ultimate truth. He had long understood this, which is why he relentlessly pursued power. Invincibility is not his goal. Conquering everything is what he desires. He watched the unfolding events intently, as if trying to imprint every detail into his mind. A mythic powerhouse from the Yun dynasty slightly nodded. Determination flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura. His presence surged like a tidal wave, reaching its peak with a hint of breakthrough. Suddenly, a humming sound resonated through the air, shaking the atmosphere. A golden, radiant sword appeared out of thin air, wielding the power to tear through space. Just as Yun was about to order the burning of indestructible matter, a figure suddenly emerged. Though seemingly ordinary, this person exuded an unparalleled, dominating aura. Lin Feng had arrived. Facing this sacred artifact-level treasure, Lin Feng remained calm. As the sword sliced through the air, space shattered like glass. A direct hit would surely tear Lin Feng to pieces with spatial force. At this critical moment, Lin Feng unhesitatingly ignited the indestructible matter. Golden flames instantly engulfed him. Yun was astounded, exclaiming, no! Many powerful beings watched in shock, especially the one who had conversed with Lin Feng the most, now staring in utter disbelief. Lin Feng slowly clenched his fist and said in a deep, powerful voice, let there be light. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his fist began to shine brilliantly. In an instant, Lin Feng expended a massive amount of mana, stacking his skill to 10 million layers. Yet his mana was replenished in the blink of an eye. By now, the light on Lin Feng's fist was as dazzling as a black sun. The surrounding space couldn't contain this power and began to collapse violently. Lin Feng roared, break, 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 break. Without waiting for divine retribution, he charged forward. As his fist collided with the sword, the entire space trembled violently. The clash of these immense forces sent shockwaves that knocked hundreds of mythic beings off the high platform. With a crisp crack, a tiny fissure appeared on the divine sword. The crack spread like a spiderweb, growing larger and more numerous. Finally, under the astonished gazes of everyone, The divine sword shattered into countless fragments. Standing proudly, Lin Feng calmly uttered two words: divine punishment, obliterate. The sword light shattered. Divine punishment annihilated. Lin Feng stood motionless, seemingly untouched. However, as the sword light dissipated, his body crumbled like sand, gradually vanishing into the air. Just when everyone thought it was a mutual destruction, Lin Feng's figure mysteriously reappeared on the high platform. He calmly retrieved his spatial ring and looked up, coldly staring at the sky. Amidst the rolling clouds, a translucent face also gazed coldly at Lin Feng. Their eyes clashed in the void, and moments later, the face in the sky disappeared without a trace. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He had one. The divine punishment sword, a sacred artifact, was indeed the life weapon of a saint-level powerhouse. The immense power contained within could overwhelm even a high-level supergod, let alone a peak supergod. Yet Lin Feng not only withstood it, but also destroyed the weapon, provoking the saint-level powerhouse to reveal themselves. Good thing I have the undying ability, Lin Feng thought to himself. At that moment, he first shattered the divine punishment, and was then crushed by a terrifying force, the power of a saint-level being, far stronger than a god. Facing such power, Lin Feng was utterly suppressed, unable to resist or even know how to. But it didn't matter to him. The precautions he had taken and the hidden strands of hair left him fearless. Relying on his undying ability, Lin Feng forcefully destroyed the saint-level weapon and finally dealt with the divine punishment. This encounter gave him new insights into saint-level powerhouses, and he had already devised countermeasures. At the very least, he wouldn't be easily killed by a saint-level being again. The overflowing power blasted the surrounding human experts away. When they came to their senses, they found the divine punishment had vanished, and the mysterious senior stood there unscathed. Shocked, countless human experts were moved to tears, bowing in gratitude to Lin Feng. Senior, your righteousness is unparalleled. Thank you for your intervention. Your deeds for our people will be remembered forever. The experts were tearful with gratitude. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, but now realized they didn't have to. Yun, in particular, bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Her voice choked with emotion. Yun thanks you, Senior. Lin Feng looked calmly at the experts and said slowly, I'm also part of the human race. I just did what I could. It's nothing much. Recalling that Qing Fatian had vanished after the battle, Lin Feng realized he needed to go to the divine realm. He turned to the experts before him and asked, I want to find Qing Di. Do you know how he ascended to the divine realm? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all the experts showed strange expressions. Yun raised her head and hesitantly said, Senior, I know, but the divine realm is extremely dangerous. Qing Di went up 3 years ago and hasn't been heard from since. I'm afraid for your safety, Senior. Before she could finish, countless experts began to dissuade him. Yes, Senior, you mustn't go to the divine realm. In the realm of the gods, the strong are as numerous as clouds, and danger lurks at every turn. Many powerful beings advised Lin Feng to reconsider, reminding him that the divine retribution alone had caused great suffering to their clan, not to mention other unknown formidable methods. Lin Feng shook his head silently, his gaze falling on Yun. How did the Azure Emperor manage to enter the divine realm? Seeing Lin Feng's determination, Yun had no choice but to answer truthfully. The Azure Emperor used the numerous temples on the Destiny continent as leverage, severing the divine teachings to force the divine realm to reveal itself and open the passage. That's how he managed to enter. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Threaten the divine realm? Sever the teachings? Brilliant. The divine realm's dominance over the Destiny continent relies on these teachings. They are the foundation of their rule. He then asked, where exactly are these teachings located? Yun explained, Sir, every race on the Destiny continent has its own temples. The beastmen worship at the War God Temple, while our human race has the Temple of Light. Lin Feng nodded in realization. Understood. Farewell. He descended directly to the city of Apocalypse, where he found the ancient Temple of Light based on his memory. This temple was a place where new players received temporary buffs, but Lin Feng had never paid much attention to it due to his rapid progress and strength. Using his skills, he instantly appeared inside the temple. The interior of the temple resembled the style of the main city of Apocalypse. With just a quick glance, Lin Feng made his way to the statue of the God of Light and released his aura. In an instant, the statue of the God of Light underwent a transformation, its eyes glowing with light. A majestic voice echoed in the air. You have come, human who damaged my sword. Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting that the sword belonged to the God of Light, and that the divine retribution was also his doing. He sneered, Open the spatial passage. I want to go to the divine realm. The God of Light was astonished, doubting his ears. What are you talking about? Go to the divine realm? For what purpose? To overthrow the heavens. Lin Feng replied resolutely. The god of light burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He suddenly said, "Very well, come. I will be waiting for you in the divine realm. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Lin Feng smiled. Having an acquaintance certainly makes things easier. Going to the divine realm was not as difficult as he had imagined. Buzz. The air rippled as a mysterious portal materialized out of nowhere. Lin Feng pushed the door open without hesitation and stepped inside. In an instant, a system notification rang out. "You have discovered the divine realm. Prestige 10,000. Then another alert followed. Triggered 10,000-fold amplification. Prestige 1 billion. Lin Feng looked around and found himself in a remote part of the divine realm. The landscape before him was wild and untamed, yet distinctly different from the mortal world. The mountains and forests seemed to be imbued with a spirit of their own, with lush trees and vibrant life. Despite the divine realm being several tiers above the floating realm, Lin Feng wasn't overly impressed. Utilizing his limitless teleportation skill, Lin Feng traveled across much of the divine realm at an astonishing speed. Cautiously, he left strands of his hair near each divine city he passed, laying the groundwork for future actions. The divine cities were colossal, far surpassing the human imperial capital by 100-fold. Each city teemed with billions of inhabitants, with towering buildings densely packed together. To Lin Feng's surprise, there were many different species he couldn't even name. The scene reminded him of the phrase, a myriad of nations paying tribute. However, Lin Feng's mission wasn't to marvel at the divine realm's splendor. He hovered in the air, awaiting the trouble he knew was coming. Sure enough, a group of divine elites soon appeared before him. These young divine warriors wore matching uniforms and had book-shaped badges on their chests, indicating they were students from a particular academy. They murmured amongst themselves, "Is this the prophesied human? I heard he once killed our tribe's prodigy, Lu Shaoyin." Lu Shaoyin was the youngest son of the divine palace lord. "Forget it. His brother Theodore is the real monster. We're here to challenge him. Remember our mission? Let Wagner Patey, the weakest among us, go first." A divine warrior stepped out from the crowd and arrogantly introduced himself. "Yunxia Academy, Wagner Patey." Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming divine aura erupted from him. Lin Feng responded impassively. "Human, Xingtian." Wagner Patey immediately activated his divine realm. A gigantic, golden orb appeared from the void. The other divine warriors watched in awe, praising Yunxia Academy's prowess. Lin Feng glanced disdainfully at Wagner Patey's divine realm, a relaxed smile curling his lips. The aura of this divine realm was far weaker than Zhang's. Seeing Lin Feng's dismissive attitude, Wagner Patey was infuriated. He controlled the divine orb and hurled it at Lin Feng with immense force. Lin Feng frowned, sensing the space around him grow stagnant, the wind slowing, and the air solidifying. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he unleashed thunderous manifestation. A thunderclap echoed in the clear sky as Lin Feng conjured a giant hand made of lightning, with an underlying immortal essence. "Break!" he shouted, and the lightning hand collided fiercely with the divine orb. With a resounding crack, the divine orb shattered. Wagner Patey suffered a backlash, spitting blood. However, the lightning hand didn't dissipate. Instead, it accelerated toward Wagner Patey. With a thunderous boom, Wagner Patey couldn't evade and was engulfed by the giant hand. Amidst the flashing electricity, Wagner Patey met his end. The system notification immediately chimed. "You have slain the divine warrior Wagner Patey, receiving divine blood 1, divine soul 1, divine bone 1, primordial spirit 1, gold 56.42 million, experience 56.22 million, triggered 10,000-fold amplification, receiving divine blood 10,000, divine soul 10,000, divine bone 10,000, primordial spirit 10,000, gold 56.42 billion, experience 56.22 billion. Listening to the system notifications, Lin Feng smiled in satisfaction. These divine blood, souls, and bones were excellent materials for filling the rebirth pool, and the primordial spirit was an exceptionally rare item. Lin Feng was still striving to gather 10 billion innate spirits in hopes of deducing a forbidden magic. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded on the battlefield. Wagner Patey, a formidable deity, was instantly killed in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events left the other deities on the battlefield in utter shock. They stared in disbelief at the human warrior before them, alarms ringing in their minds. Instant kill? It was an instant kill. One deity murmured in astonishment, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. "Good heavens, this human warrior is indeed formidable, not to be underestimated," another deity said, swallowing hard, their voice slightly dry. Everyone secretly pondered. The potential of this person is simply unimaginable. Wagner Patey was a god-level warrior. If he becomes a super god-level warrior, what then? For a moment, the deities all wore grim expressions, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Someone whispered, in the entire Yunxia Academy, there are fewer than 3 who could instantly kill Wagner Patey. Wagner Patey died too tragically. One deity shook their head with a sigh. Who would have thought the opponent was hiding their strength, pretending to be weak while being so powerful? Now, the deities found themselves in a dilemma. Someone quietly asked, who will go next? My strength is about the same as Wagner Patey's, so I won't go to my death. One warrior quickly declined. Another warrior made an excuse, and me? I have to oversee the real-time broadcast with the heavenly eye for the Academy's students and teachers. I can't participate. Cowards, I'll go. Finally, one deity stepped forward. Meanwhile, at Yunxia Academy, the most prestigious institution of the deity, students and teachers were watching the thrilling battle in real time through their mystical treasures. When they witnessed Wagner Patey being instantly killed, everyone showed expressions of shock. Instant kill. What kind of power is this? The students exclaimed in amazement. A teacher began to analyze. This human warrior is adept at using elemental forces. That was lightning magic. However, a student raised a question. Since it's magic, why didn't this person use a staff? This question momentarily stumped the teacher. Another teacher quickly interjected, ahem. The infinite cosmos holds countless mysteries. Just because we don't understand something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I observe that this person is only at the god level, so they must have used a secret technique to amplify their skills. Hearing this explanation, the students nodded in understanding. One student speculated further, most secret techniques have limitations. Could it be that this person is good at burst attacks, but not at prolonged battles? The teacher looked at these quick-thinking students with approval and agreed. Exactly, that should be the case. Magic power can be exhausted, and if we can outlast this person, that would count as a victory. Amid the discussions, someone mentioned the deity who would fight next. The next battle will be with Buliman. His intelligence and strength are top-notch, and he should be able to figure out the key to victory. Buliman just needs to exploit the moment when this person's magic power is depleted to win. Finally, a teacher concluded, our chances of winning this battle are over 50%. These words slightly eased the tension within the academy, and everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming fight. From among the powerful beings of the Divine Clan, a shrewd and formidable figure emerged, none other than Bulei Haiman of the Yunxia Academy. His sharp, small eyes scrutinized Lin Feng up and down, as if trying to see through his opponent. Internally, Lin Feng was annoyed by the Divine Clan's procrastination and shook his head, saying, why don't you all come at me together? At these words, all the Divine Clan warriors were stunned. Bulei Haiman, in particular, laughed in anger. Beat me first, then we'll talk. Divine Realm. Before his words even finished, a massive island appeared out of the void, its scale rivaling that of the main city of the human clan. The aura it emitted was even more profound than the previous Divine Clan warriors, comparable to the Divine Realm level of Zhejiang. Bulei Haiman, along with the island, charged towards Lin Feng, causing the entire space to tremble. The Divine Clan warriors exclaimed in shock, realizing that Bulei Haiman had been hiding his true strength all along. Teachers and students within Yunxia Academy also witnessed this scene, with one teacher exclaiming, Bulei Haiman has grown even stronger. His power ranks among the top 3. However, faced with the ferocious charge of Bulei Haiman, Lin Feng remained expressionless as he invoked the great forbidden spell, Holy Light Incantation. A dazzling light gathered in his palm and then transformed into a massive beam of light, which pierced through Bulei Haiman and his divine realm with astonishing speed. When the holy light dissipated, Bulei Haiman and his divine realm had vanished without a trace. The system notification sounded immediately, announcing the generous rewards for Lin Feng's defeat of Bulei Haiman. With the enhancement of 10,000 times, Lin Feng obtained a vast amount of divine blood, divine souls, divine bones, and innate spirits, along with billions of gold coins and experience points. This scene shocked all the Divine Clan warriors and the teachers and students of Yunxia Academy present. Bulei Haiman, the most elite student of Yunxia Academy, had been instantly killed by a human warrior who seemed to be only at the divine level, completely overturning their understanding. At this moment, a million-strong Divine Clan army appeared in Lin Feng's sight. This army was incredibly powerful, with the weakest soldiers at the initial stage of the Super Divine level, and 2/3 being at the Mid-Super Divine level. Lin Feng realized that this was a testament to the profound foundation of the Divine Realm. As an authentic innate race, the children of the Divine Clan were born with divine-level strength, and upon reaching adulthood, they generally attained the peak of the divine level, with a little effort able to break through to the Super Divine level. This innate advantage allowed the Divine Clan to rule over more than a dozen realms. However, the Divine Clan also had its limitations. Their fertility was extremely low, and after countless years of accumulation, the entire Divine Realm had only around 10 billion divine inhabitants. This number, for a great realm, was indeed not much. The small blue planet alone has a population of billions, while the combined number of players and NPCs in the Destiny continent exceeds 100 billion. These seemingly enormous figures are merely the scale of a small world in Lin Feng's eyes. By comparison, the 100 billion population of the divine race seems rather modest. Lin Feng thought to himself that every member of the divine race is an irreplaceable and precious resource, a rare treasure. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the divine race army before him, and he felt indifferent towards the so-called innate races. He believed that the potential of players was in no way inferior to these innate races, and, in some aspects, even surpassed them. This idea both surprised Lin Feng and stirred his greed. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, as if he saw a mobile treasure trove. 1,000,000 divine race warriors meant 10 million innate spirits, and defeating 100 such armies would yield the required number of innate spirits. Lin Feng silently calculated the lucrative profit of this business. At that moment, the demon-slaying legion appeared. The divine race strongmen breathed a sigh of relief, especially the teachers and students from Yunxia Academy. The teachers began to discuss, praising the demon-slaying legion as one of the 5 great legions of the divine race, capable of easily reaching peak superdivine strength through formations. They emphasized that the legion's advantage lay not only in its peak superdivine power, but also in its astonishing endurance. The students were equally excited, exclaiming as they pointed towards the battlefield. "Look, the demon-slaying legion is starting to burn their immortal divinity," one person said excitedly. "Going all out so soon, this is thrilling." Another student confidently predicted, "Now our side's victory rate is at least 90. The human strongmen are bound to lose." Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The demon-slaying legion abruptly halted, and simultaneously, 1,000,000 superdivine warriors ignited their immortal essence. This scene caused Lin Feng's pupils to contract slightly, and he was secretly astonished. To use such a powerful move so quickly, it seems they are going all out for this battle. Despite facing such a formidable lineup, Lin Feng was not the least bit afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Before him were 1,000,000 superdivine warriors burning their immortal divinity. But so what? Lin Feng thought. Even if there were 100 billion superdivine beings, they would still just be lambs to the slaughter for him. Unless he encountered truly powerful individuals, such as saint-level beings, their numbers meant nothing to him. Boom! The void shattered. A colossal golden figure tore through the space, appearing abruptly. The warriors of the demon-slaying legion were enveloped in an immortal divinity, willing to burn themselves to continuously supply indestructible energy to the golden giant. The giant treaded the air, each movement causing spatial tremors. Even in a realm as stable as the divine realm, the space quivered under the giant's oppressive presence. This divine giant, summoned by the demon-slaying legion, was the demon-slaying general, with combat power reaching the pinnacle of superdivinity. Students of Yunxia Academy gazed up at the giant, their faces filled with excitement and awe. "The demon-slaying general," they cheered. "With this general, what is there to fear from Ranzu Xingtian? We've got this." Meanwhile, in the Temple of Light, a 100-meter-wide mirror floated in the air, clearly displaying everything happening around Lin Feng. Temple Master Bezier, a powerful figure with saint-level strength, calmly watched the scene. As the master of one of the 12 temples in the Divine Realm, one of the 3 saint-level powerhouses residing there, and also the vice principal of Yunxia Academy, Bezier had been observing Lin Feng's every move. The students of Yunxia Academy, the demon-slaying legion, and even the upcoming challenges that Lin Feng would face were all meticulously arranged by Bezier. He aimed to gauge Lin Feng's capabilities while also using the opportunity to train the Academy's students. If Lin Feng could overcome all the trials, he might be worth Bezier's personal attention. Lin Feng's brow twitched slightly. He sensed that the divine entity summoned by the Divine Legion was indeed extraordinary, with a faint hint of divine retribution, but ultimately it fell short of a holy artifact's divine punishment. To him, the demon-slaying legion was merely a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. In an instant, Lin Feng summoned 9 avatars and cast a series of grand forbidden spells: Holy Light Incantation, Eternal Nightfall, Wind Spirit Puppets, Cold Flame Ignition, followed by Meteor Shower, Thunderous Phenomenon, and Icebound Miles. He frantically consumed mana, stacking skills, and used a vast amount of indestructible energy to amplify his attacks. In the blink of an eye, the world within a radius of 10,000 miles changed color. Countless elemental forces converged, transforming into a cataclysmic energy that engulfed the demon-slaying legion and the students of Yunxia Academy. The students exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a grand forbidden spell." But soon, someone reassured, "Don't panic. We just need to withstand one round of the spell." The demon-slaying legion urged the golden giant to charge at Lin Feng, but the giant's power had significantly waned. The source of its immortal divinity was highly unstable, with many legion warriors already unconscious, their immortal divinity extinguished. Burdened with numerous negative skills, the demon-slaying legion could only exert 20-30 of its original power. Lin Feng smirked at the faltering golden giant. Indeed, as the supply of indestructible energy dwindled, the giant's form grew increasingly faint. Finally, with an unwilling roar, the golden giant dissipated. What shocked the students of Yunxia Academy even more was that Lin Feng's spells seemed endless. They barely withstood the first round of forbidden spells and were now enduring a second barrage, while Lin Feng appeared far from reaching his limit. "This is impossible," one student exclaimed, but was soon swallowed by the forbidden spell. Even divine beings struggled to withstand such an onslaught for long. The situation for the demon-slaying legion was even more dire, caught in a one-sided massacre. Many warriors, trapped by negative skills, fell like helpless targets. The teachers and students of Yunxia Academy were dumbfounded. Never had they witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. Countless forbidden spells relentlessly bombarding, shattering the demon-slaying legion, composed of a million super-divine beings, into pieces. Even more terrifying was the seemingly inexhaustible array of skills from Ranzu Xingtian. A teacher proficient in forbidden spells was utterly horrified, unable to comprehend how Lin Feng managed to achieve such a feat. This can't be happening," exclaimed a teacher from Yunxia Academy, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Lin Feng, the warrior known as the human tribe Xingtian, was casting one forbidden spell after another, seemingly without effort. "Holy crap, how can forbidden spells be used like this?" Another teacher muttered, sweat forming on his forehead. "Forbidden spells, those are forbidden spells. No, even for forbidden spells, it's impossible to sustain them for this long. It's common knowledge that the more powerful the skill, the more mana it consumes." Yet, Lin Feng seemed to defy this ironclad rule. He didn't need incantations, nor a staff. He could unleash devastating forbidden spells continuously. Even more astonishing, his mana appeared limitless, showing no signs of exhaustion. The students were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. One student, who prided himself on his deep mana reserves, murmured, "My mana has always been the pride of the academy, but compared to Xingtian, it's like a pond compared to the ocean." Meanwhile, in the Temple of Light, Baki Ale's face was dark with fury. "This is a disaster. A complete disaster," he growled through gritted teeth. "A million divine tribe members. The divine tribe's numbers are already limited, and now we've lost a million." Baki Ale felt an intense pain, as if Lin Feng had cut him 1,000 times. His eyes reddened with rage as he glared into the distance, wishing he could devour Lin Feng alive. After deep thought, he realized that the human tribe Xingtian was no ordinary opponent, and was worth his personal intervention. "We can't keep sending divine tribe warriors to their deaths. It's just feeding them to the slaughter." Baki Ale sneered, his figure vanishing in an instant. He knew the strength of the demon-slaying legion, which ranked among the top 5 of all divine tribe legions. This defeat would surely bring him trouble unless he could kill Xingtian. Back on the battlefield, under Lin Feng's relentless forbidden spells, the divine tribe army was utterly annihilated. The system's notifications bombarded Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Listening to the incessant system prompts, a smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips. "This is a huge win, a massive gain," he thought contentedly, reveling in the overwhelming victory. Ding dong, the system notification sound kept ringing, echoing in Lin Feng's ears with information amplified 10,000 times. Divine blood 10,000, divine soul 10,000, divine bone 10,000, innate spirit 10,000 points, gold coins 405.6 billion, experience 518.4 billion. The notification repeated over and over, with slight variations in numbers, but all within astronomical ranges. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but feel elated. This haul was simply heaven-defying. He quickly calculated. Just the materials to fill the rebirth pool were enough to support countless players' rebirths. Not to mention the astonishing haul of innate spirit. A million divine beings amounted to 10 billion points of innate spirit. This quantity was enough to deduce a forbidden magic skill. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately took out the elemental law tome. This ultra-high-level item glowed with mysterious light, and its effects were astonishing. It could be used to deduce various elemental magic, including forbidden and taboo magic. Lin Feng carefully read the deduction effects. 1 million points of innate spirit could deduce forbidden magic, while 10 billion points could deduce taboo magic. He didn't hesitate to choose the latter. "Ding dong, do you wish to consume 10 billion points of innate spirit to deduce taboo magic?" the system inquired. "Yes," Lin Feng answered decisively. Moments later, the system notification sounded again. "Deduction complete. You have obtained the taboo magic skill book, Law of Causality. The next deduction will be available in 30 days. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although there was a 30-day cooldown, considering the instantaneous completion of the deduction process, this limitation was fairly lenient. He eagerly checked the detailed information of the Law of Causality skill book. It was an ungradable taboo law skill, with effects including the acquisition of the special ability, Power of Causality, and enhanced defense against causal attacks. Lin Feng immediately learned the skill. The system notified him that he had mastered the Law of Causality, but this was just the elementary stage. Further enhancement required deeper comprehension of the Law of Causality. At that moment, Lin Feng's vision suddenly changed. He saw countless threads entwined around him, with one particularly thick and bright. When he tried to touch this thread, the scene before him transformed. A divine realm saint-level powerhouse, the light god, Betziel, appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng realized that this causal thread was the link between them, and it was rapidly shortening. In the next moment, Betziel was already standing before Lin Feng, looking down at him condescendingly. Xingtian, I underestimated you, Betziel said coldly, radiating the terrifying aura of a saint-level powerhouse. Lin Feng observed the continually evolving causal threads between them, gaining some insights. He stared directly at Betziel, unafraid, and responded, Light God? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Betziel sneered and extended his palm. In an instant, it seemed to cover the sky, completely obscuring Lin Feng's vision. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Swish! Betziel's massive hand descended like divine retribution, aiming to crush the human warrior Lin Feng. At this critical moment, the causal lines before Lin Feng's eyes underwent a violent shift. One particular thread began to tremble wildly, emitting a blinding light. Without hesitation, Lin Feng tapped on the highlighted causal line. In an instant, a horrifying vision flashed through his mind. Betziel's massive hand would kill him instantly. This was the cause and effect between them. The cause being their enmity, and the effect Lin Feng's death by Betziel's hand. Though he couldn't change the cause, Lin Feng realized he could alter the effect. He immediately harnessed the power of causality to change his fate from death to the use of his golden body. Under normal circumstances, with Lin Feng's god-level power, he would not be able to evade an attack from a saint-level warrior like Betziel. The gap between them was as vast as a whole super-god level, not to mention Betziel hadn't even used his full saint-level strength. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same. He had mastered the laws of causality and possessed the ability to alter causal lines. Divine golden body! Lin Feng shouted, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Betziel's massive hand crashed down but was stunned to find that it couldn't harm Lin Feng in the slightest. This scene left Betziel momentarily dumbfounded. While the divine golden body, a secret of the divine realm, was already astonishing, what shocked him more was that Lin Feng was still alive. Impossible! Betziel roared internally. As a saint-level warrior, he had transcended the limits of ordinary speed. His attacks were faster than light, as if his mere thought was enough to complete the action instantly. How could Lin Feng possibly evade it? It was absurd, defying everything Betziel knew. What Betziel didn't know was that Lin Feng had gained the power of causality. While Lin Feng couldn't attack causal lines yet, he could alter them. The original outcome was his death, but he changed it to using his golden body. The golden body granted him temporary invincibility, making his death impossible. Even a saint-level warrior like Betziel couldn't break through this defense, unless he too mastered the laws of causality. But as a newly initiated saint, Betziel had only just begun to grasp these laws. Lin Feng quickly dispelled the golden body, staring coldly at Betziel. Having mastered the use of causality, he was more confident than ever. This ability, which even saint-level warriors found hard to attain, gave Lin Feng a significant advantage in their duel. Betziel was utterly astonished, while Lin Feng, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. This time, he had hit the jackpot. Not only had he figured out how to utilize the power of causality, but he also felt his strength take a significant leap forward. At that moment, Lin Feng even harbored thoughts of taking the initiative. So what if they're a saint-level powerhouse? Lin Feng thought to himself as he began to unleash a series of powerful forbidden spells. Great Forbidden Spell, Holy Light Incantation, Great Forbidden Spell, Eternal Night, Great Forbidden Spell, Wine Spirit Puppet, Great Forbidden Spell, Cold Flame Ignition. He then followed up with other formidable skills like Meteor Shower, Thunderous Might, and Frozen Expanse. Lin Feng condensed all elemental forces into 7 radiant elemental orbs, each containing the power of a forbidden spell. Pushing himself to the limit, Lin Feng consumed 80 of his mana in one go, stacking countless skill releases in an instant. He also frantically used the indestructible substance within him to amplify and enhance his skills. At this critical moment, Lin Feng keenly noticed a change in the causality line between him and Betziel. Without hesitation, he chose the most active and brightest line. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng watched as his attack was effortlessly neutralized by Betziel. This won't do. Lin Feng thought frantically. I can't let Betziel get away unscathed. He immediately used the power of causality to alter the outcome, ensuring Baziel took the full brunt of his attack. The 7 elemental orbs shot towards Baziel like arrows loosed from a bow. Yet, Baziel's face showed a disdainful sneer. Is this it? Using sub-saint level attacks to challenge a saint level powerhouse? Foolish. Pathetic. Confident in his abilities, Baziel believed that a saint level warrior could resolve any attack effortlessly. To him, anyone below saint level was insignificant. Baziel threw a punch, expecting to easily obliterate the 7 elemental orbs and Lin Feng along with them. But to his surprise, his fist passed just a hair's breadth away from the orbs. Impossible. Baziel's eyes widened in disbelief. What astounded him even more was that no matter how he dodged, Lin Feng's attacks always hit their mark. It was as if the outcome was predestined and unavoidable. The 7 elemental orbs struck Baziel squarely. If not for his special saint-level physique, this blow would have killed him instantly. Even so, Baziel was significantly injured, though he quickly recovered. Baziel suddenly understood. This is the power of laws. He was shocked and couldn't determine if it was the law of fate or causality. As a newly ascended saint-level warrior, he couldn't discern such advanced powers. Lin Feng, mastering the power of laws? Baziel was completely baffled. How could a mere god-level individual possess an ability that even a saint-level warrior didn't have? It defied his understanding. Lin Feng was not surprised. Ever since he mastered the power of causality, he knew he had stepped into a new realm governed by the supreme power of laws. Even though it was just the most basic form of law, it was still a law. Lin Feng clenched his fists, the powerful sensation filling him with excitement. Baziel's expression turned serious. Lin Feng, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were already strong enough, making even transcendent-level warriors look like weaklings. That gave me the confidence to act, but I didn't expect you to possess the power of laws. He took a deep breath. Now, you are qualified to be my opponent. Saint Domain. Baziel muttered. Instantly, the world changed. Lin Feng's vision altered as if he had been transported to a mysterious, unfathomable space. Here, there was no elemental force at all. This meant that Lin Feng's elemental magic, his forte, was completely nullified, cutting his combat strength in half. Worse still, Lin Feng lost sight of Baziel. He couldn't locate him and could only sense Baziel's presence through the causality line. So this is the Saint Domain? Lin Feng pondered. He had encountered Baziel's Saint Domain before and knew its formidable power, but this experience was different. Baziel's voice echoed in the void. Lin Feng, this is my Saint Domain. In my domain, I am the master. If I want elements here, there will be elements. If I want none, there will be none. The laws of this place are all under my control. You are doomed. Baziel's voice echoed through the heavens, filled with authority and murderous intent. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze shifting to the lines of fate. This time, the number of jumping fate lines was countless, each one foretelling the same outcome: Lin Feng's death. He examined each one, discovering that he would die in countless ways, with no chance of survival. Lin Feng pondered, knowing he could alter the outcome, but the only choice left was death. Even if he could survive temporarily by using infinite nesting dolls, he would still face death on the 10,001st time. This method was meaningless, serving only to delay the inevitable. Realizing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. He spoke calmly. A saint-level powerhouse indeed has some tricks. But if you think killing me will be easy, you're delusional. Raising his voice, Lin Feng declared, God of Light, I have a bargaining chip. A bargaining chip? Baziel's voice carried a hint of doubt. That's right. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. I offer the lives of your billions of divine kin. Are you willing to negotiate? Baziel sneered. You're bluffing. How could you use the lives of billions of my kin as a bargaining chip? Shaking his head, Lin Feng replied firmly, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. I'll kill until you tremble in fear. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Feng suddenly self-destructed. Baziel was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's actions. In the next instant, Lin Feng's figure appeared above a city of the divine race. He hovered high in the air, quickly summoning 9 clones. God of Light, this city is a gift for you. Lin Feng sneered, then unleashed a series of powerful forbidden spells. Great Forbidden Spell. Holy Light Incantation. Great Forbidden Spell. Eternal Nightfall. Great Forbidden Spell. Wind Spirit Puppet. Great Forbidden Spell. Cold Flame Blaze. Meteor Shower. Thundering Myriad Forms. Icebound Miles. With a thunderous roar, the divine city was instantly reduced to rubble. System notifications rang out continuously, and Lin Feng gained a vast amount of resources and experience points. He stood resolutely, awaiting Baziel's arrival. Sure enough, Baziel appeared almost instantaneously. The Holy Realm reopened, and Lin Feng was drawn into it. Baziel's furious roar echoed through the heavens. You deserve to die. Lin Feng, I will tear you to pieces, grind your bones to dust. Basile's fury was like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. A divine city, home to millions of deities, was obliterated in an instant. The divine race was already scarce, numbering only in the billions. This loss was a dagger to his heart. What shocked Basile even more was Lin Feng's immortality. After self-destructing, he instantly resurrected near the divine city, which was beyond belief. While a saint-level being could teleport, Lin Feng came with a death wish, giving Basile no time to react. In his rage, Basile pulled Lin Feng into the holy realm once more. Under Basile's thunderous wrath, Lin Feng fell again, only to reappear above another divine city. Lin Feng sneered provocatively, "Come on, God of Light, come kill me." Before the words were fully out, Lin Feng had already raised his blade. He unleashed a series of grand curses: Holy Light Incantation, Eternal Nightfall, Wind Spirit Puppet, Cold Flame Ash. Then came Meteor Shower, Thunderous Phenomenon, and Frozen Wasteland. Amidst the deafening roars, the second divine city turned to dust, and countless deities perished. By the time Basile arrived, it was too late. This time, he didn't act rashly. His earlier impulsiveness had cost him dearly. He couldn't fathom the horror if Lin Feng destroyed a divine city each time he resurrected. Not only would it infuriate him, but it would also draw the wrath of the divine realm's higher-ups. Basile recalled the composition of saint-level beings in the divine realm. Some guarded other planes, some traveled the endless cosmos, some were in seclusion, and some, like him, were weaker and managed local affairs. Currently, only 3 saint-level beings resided in the divine realm, and Lin Feng was brought here by Basile himself. The realm's devastation was his responsibility. Bringing a wolf into the fold, smashing my own foot with a rock. Basile's regret was palpable. He looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression, feeling for the first time that he was facing a formidable opponent. This human warrior was simply unstoppable. Lin Feng met Basile's gaze calmly. With his immortality buff, he was full of confidence. As long as Basile dared to act, Lin Feng dared to slaughter the divine race. Basile clearly hesitated. Lin Feng understood. Basile had grasped the situation. He would never know how many times Lin Feng could resurrect, and each resurrection would severely damage the divine realm. This was Lin Feng's terrifying aspect. You never knew how many cards he had up his sleeve. "Can we talk now?" Lin Feng asked arrogantly. "Talk?" Basile's veins bulged on his forehead. "You killed the most talented students, an entire legion, and destroyed 2 divine cities. And now you want to talk? Why didn't you say so earlier?" He had forgotten that when Lin Feng first arrived in the divine realm, he had no intention of negotiating and treated Lin Feng like a toy. It was only after their confrontation that he realized this human warrior was worthy of being his opponent. "Is this how you want to negotiate?" Basile sneered. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. "The divine realm is powerful, and I am weak. Without such methods, would you have talked to me? Do you take me for a fool?" Basile snorted awkwardly. "What do you want to talk about?" "I want to know, where did the Qing Emperor go 3 years ago?" Lin Feng asked directly. "The Qing Emperor?" Basile frowned. "That's right. She attempted to challenge the heavens 3 years ago and then vanished," Lin Feng added. "She disappeared after arriving in the divine realm." "You can't say it has nothing to do with the divine realm." Basile pondered for a moment. He didn't dare to deceive Lin Feng. This human was already synonymous with cunning, shrewdness, and ruthlessness in his mind. Lying to him would be an insult to his own intelligence. "Of course, it has something to do with us," Basile said slowly. "But why should I tell you?" Lin Feng grinned. "I told you. Your divine race is my bargaining chip." Basile's anger flared but quickly subsided. "If I tell you, what will you do? What do you think I should do?" Lin Feng countered. "Get out of the divine realm. I don't want to see you again," Basile shouted. For a saint-level being to say such words, it was clear he was at his wit's end with Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. "That depends on whether you can satisfy me," Basile finally said. "The Qing Emperor went to the endless cosmos." "The endless cosmos?" Lin Feng's pupils contracted, immediately questioning. "You dare lie to me? The Qing Emperor is only at the god level. How could she go to the endless cosmos? What was she doing there?" Basile sneered. "Why would I lie to you? Who says a god-level being can't go to the endless cosmos? As for why she went, how would I know? Don't twist my words. I've already told you." Lin Feng sensed something fishy. At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding, your job transfer quest is complete. Ding, you have received a letter from the Qing Emperor and a forbidden spell mage job transfer scroll." Hearing the notification, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The quest was to find clues about the Qing Emperor, and Basile's information had completed it. Though still puzzled, Lin Feng couldn't force the saint-level being to divulge more. Perhaps the Qing Emperor's letter would provide more clues and details. With that in mind, Lin Feng stopped dwelling on it. He said to Basile, God of Light, I'm heading back. Basile was eager for Lin Feng to leave, but felt disgruntled at being ordered around. He waved his hand to open a space portal. Go, go, go. If you dare come back, I won't spare you. Lin Feng snorted. Spare me? It's more like me sparing your divine race. Stubborn fool. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already stepped through the portal, returning to the instance. Phew, finally back. Lin Feng shook his head, grateful for his immortality. Without it, even a million of him would be no match for a saint-level being. Even with mastery over the law of causality, it would be insignificant. Lin Feng took out the quest rewards, a letter and a job transfer scroll. He eyed the items, contemplating his next move. After Lin Feng completed his job transition, he received his mission rewards. The first thing he did was open a letter from the Azure Emperor, his eyes falling on the familiar handwriting. The letter reads as if we were meeting in person. It began. Yern, by the time you read this, I will be somewhere in the endless starry sky. Yes, I have left the divine realm. In the letter, the Azure Emperor revealed a shocking truth. Their ancestors came from another universe, exiles of the Star Sea who had no choice but to settle on the Destiny continent. She expressed her yearning to find the homeland of their ancestors, even though it might be a dangerous and distant dream. We are like pitiful insects, or perhaps toys, the Azure Emperor wrote, her words filled with defiance against fate. This feeling of despair and suffocation is unbearable. So I want to find our homeland, even if it means facing death along the way, or if the homeland is just an unattainable dream, or if I die in the search. I will not regret it. The letter also mentioned an ancient promise, a commitment the Azure Emperor had waited tens of thousands of years to fulfill but ultimately could not. I have waited for tens of thousands of years, only to find that the one who broke the promise was me, she wrote with regret and self-mockery. Finally, the Azure Emperor instructed, if the day comes when that person arrives to fulfill the promise, tell him that Qing is dead, and he need not wait any longer. Lin Feng read the letter silently, his heart filled with complex emotions. This letter not only explained the Azure Emperor's whereabouts and the reason for her quest, but also revealed a promise that spanned millennia promise between the Azure Emperor and Xing Tian. Instead of immediately using the forbidden spell mage job transition scroll, Lin Feng decided to first visit the soul-devouring valley from his memories. At the entrance of the soul-devouring valley, a massive stone inscribed with the words Soul-Devouring Valley stood imposingly. Even from outside the valley, one could smell the fragrance of flowers wafting from within. Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared inside the valley, and the sight before him made him question if he had come to the wrong place. What was once a sinister and eerie valley had transformed into a sea of flowers, fragrant and vibrant. The lake was still there, as clear as ever. By the lake stood a wooden cabin, and in front of it was a young girl with a sword on her back. Her demeanor was cold and resolute, exuding confidence and restraint. This girl was Yun. Lin Feng observed Yun, involuntarily comparing her to the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor gave the impression of an innocent and lively girl, outwardly delicate but inwardly strong, with a heart full of imagination about the world. In contrast, Yun seemed like a seasoned warrior who had transcended worldly struggles. Yun keenly sensed Lin Feng's arrival and quickly approached him. Senior, you have returned, she exclaimed, her eyes reflecting concern for the Azure Emperor's whereabouts. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement but unexpectedly asked, have you been here all this time? Yes, Yun replied. This soul-devouring valley is my home. I am the only child adopted by the Azure Emperor, and this place is extremely important to her. She instructed me to stay here before she left. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng handed Yun the letter from the Azure Emperor and a pair of mysterious earrings. This is a letter from the Azure Emperor, he said, and these earrings are also from her. In truth, Lin Feng lied. The earrings originally belonged to Yun, but from another timeline. Yun took the letter and earrings, and after reading the letter, even someone as strong as her couldn't help but tear up. The Azure Emperor is so foolish, she choked out. Only she would foolishly go searching for our homeland. Yun looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and slowly voiced her suspicion. Senior, you are the person mentioned in the Azure Emperor's letter, aren't you? Lin Feng remained silent. Yun gave a bitter smile and pointed to the two statues that had stood in the valley for tens of thousands of years, a man and a woman, representing Xing Tian and the Azure Emperor. Who else could resemble those statues so closely except you? Lin Feng glanced at the statues, preserved as if newly crafted, and did not deny Yun's guess. He simply said calmly, Qing's choice makes sense. In the future, humanity will indeed face countless existential crises. Humans are like insects, toys, ants. Lin Feng recalled his past life. The fusion of game and reality, the endless invasions that nearly destroyed the Destiny continent and Earth, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. They were like third-rate gladiators in an ancient Roman arena, fighting powerful foes with all their might, covered in scars. But Qing's vision was somewhat limited. Lin Feng continued. She foresaw the future crises for humanity and sought to find our roots to break the cycle. I, having experienced humanity's darkest moments, know that the true way to break the cycle is to have the power to overturn the table. Humanity should not be gladiators, nor mere spectators, but the supreme rulers of heaven and earth. Lin Feng looked at Yun and said, "Until we meet again." His figure dissipated like the wind, leaving Yun standing alone, speechless. Yun bit her lip, her eyes reddening once more. She softly asked, "Qing didn't wait for you. Will you go find her, senior?" Lin Feng returned to the primary world from the instance world, his heart brimming with the joy of his newfound insights. This journey had given him a profound understanding of the law of causality and allowed him to gauge the strength of divine-level experts by engaging in combat with them. Despite their invincible sacred domains and teleportation abilities, Lin Feng's immortality left them helpless. Standing on the soil of the primary world, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted to Qing's whereabouts. "The endless starry sky," he murmured, taking a deep breath. The endless starry sky was vast and boundless, teeming with countless universes, making even the divine realm seem like a mere drop in the ocean. Qing's courage to venture alone into the endless starry sky amazed Lin Feng, but he couldn't help but worry about her well-being after 10,000 years. Shaking his head, Lin Feng temporarily set these thoughts aside. He'll explore the endless starry sky when the opportunity arises. For now, enhancing my strength is the priority, he decided inwardly. Having witnessed the depths of the divine race's power, Lin Feng grew increasingly concerned about the human race's situation. In comparison, the yet immature players appeared far too inexperienced. Lin Feng took out a job change scroll, gently pinching it. With a faint tearing sound, a system prompt immediately appeared. "Notice, your experience bar seal has been lifted. You can continue to level up." For Lin Feng, experience was never an issue. Without hesitation, he chose to level up. "Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 111. You have gained 20 free attribute points." "Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 115. You have gained 20 free attribute points." "Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 120. You have gained 20 free attribute points." Notice, you have not completed your job change. Your experience bar has been sealed. Excess experience will be stored in the experience pool. Please complete your job change to unseal the experience bar. Level 120. Lin Feng's level far exceeded that of ordinary players. At this time, peak players were only at level 80, mainstream players were around level 70, and regular players were merely around level 60. Lin Feng's level was double that of a regular player. At that moment, a new job change quest prompt appeared. "Ding! You have received the Forbidden Spell Mage job change quest. Would you like to accept it?" "Accept." Lin Feng responded without hesitation. "Ding! You have accepted the Forbidden Spell Mage job change quest. Complete small world." Notice, a new task has been added to your task list. Please check the task list for details. Following the system's instructions, Lin Feng opened the task list and carefully read the quest details. Complete Small World Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Quest. Restriction: Forbidden Spell Mage. Quest difficulty: SSS level. Quest objectives: 1. Obtain a complete small world. Quest description: with great power comes great responsibility. As the bearer of the world's top profession and unparalleled combat strength, you must consider your entire race. Territory is the foundation of a race's survival. In the endless starry sky, races without territory are called starry sky nomads. Nomads are scorned by all because, without stable land, they cannot develop and will only grow weaker until their race perishes. Therefore, you must create a territory for your race, a complete small world. The higher the world's level, the greater its capacity. A large world can accommodate high-tier divine experts, a medium world can accommodate low-tier divine experts, while the limit for a small world is super divine experts. Strive to elevate your world to a higher level. Quest duration: long-term. Reward: Fountain of Life 1. Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Scroll 1. After reading the quest description, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This force-level difficulty quest seemed like a piece of cake to him. The most challenging part, obtaining a small world, had already accomplished with the floating world. Transforming it into a complete small world, with the help of the world tree seed, was merely a matter of time. Looks like those hundreds of thousands of luck points weren't wasted, Lin Feng mused. Compared to finding artifacts on the ground or getting divine gear from the sky, this luck is truly extraordinary. He thought to himself that it was time to start building his own power. Returning to the Yinhuang zone, Lin Feng hovered in midair. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. In the clouds, a faintly visible city caught his attention. Observing closely, he saw the city bristling with weapons and emanating divine auras. Divine race? Lin Feng's brows furrowed. his eyes filled with killing intent. How dare they descend upon the Destiny continent? Just then, Luo Ping flew over to Lin Feng's side. Master, Luo Ping greeted respectfully. Lin Feng pointed at the city in the sky and asked, "What's going on?" Luo Ping looked at the city above the clouds, a bitter smile on his face. Master, shortly after you left, that city suddenly appeared. After Mochi and I investigated the Sky City, we reported our findings to Lin Feng. We discovered that the city floating in the sky is actually a war fortress of the gods, a terrifying weapon designed to conquer various realms. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he could no longer suppress the killing intent within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of menace erupted from his body, spreading out like a tangible force. Even Luo Ping, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but take several steps back, secretly astonished. The master's killing aura is getting more intense, Luo Ping thought to himself. How many lives must he have taken to amass such a terrifying aura? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, "Is there anything special about this Sky City?" Luo Ping sighed and replied, "Yes, master. This city is truly extraordinary. It seems to be isolated from our current space. To us, it appears transparent, and neither physical attacks nor magical means can harm it. The city doesn't belong to our current space, likely utilizing some extremely advanced spatial array." Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression grew solemn. A spatial array, he muttered to himself, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he began to explain. It's like the Destiny continent is a painting. All of us, including myself, are figures within the painting. But the Sky City is outside the painting. No matter how hard those within the painting try, they can't affect what lies outside. He took a deep breath, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. We're at a disadvantage. This meant that, for now, Lin Feng had no means to harm the Sky City unless it actively integrated into the space of the Destiny continent entered the painting. However, Lin Feng did not feel discouraged. He silently considered his trump cards. The floating realm, which could accommodate all players and NPCs of the Destiny continent, and the ancestral temple with its statues of ancient sages that could protect the human race. Yet, the existence of the floating realm could not be easily revealed, or the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Lin Feng thought, if the gods intended to attack the Destiny continent, they would eventually have to integrate into this space. Once they entered, Lin Feng was confident he could ensure they would never return. The disadvantage only lay in the gods' ability to monitor and reinforce at any time, which wasn't a major issue. With this in mind, Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Let them be, he murmured to himself. The most important thing now is to seize the time to strengthen our forces and enhance the player's power. Lin Feng returned to the imperial capital, his expression calm and collected. He dismissed the threat of the Cloud City with a thought. If the gods dare to attack, I'll kill as many as they send. With his current strength, even beings of super-god level were mere ants to him. As for saint-level entities, they couldn't even descend to this small world, making them no threat at all. The immediate priority was to enhance his power in all aspects. Lin Feng opened the world interface and examined it closely. World tree sapling status, growing. Current maximum limit, young tree stage. Complete small world growth status, growing. 36.100002, 36.100003. Satisfied, he closed the panel. The world's growth rate wasn't slow. The progress bar had already reached 1/3. Lin Feng took out the divine craftsmanship, deciding to create devices that wouldn't appear until future generations. He examined the attributes of the divine craftsmanship closely. Mythical High Level, Tier 1. Mythical Effects. 1. Great Tome. Contains 180,000 blueprints of various artifacts. 2. Divine Craft. Can unlock technology tree directions using indestructible materials. 3. Creation. Can automatically deduce blueprints using indestructible materials. Description. The foundation of a strong nation lies in both powerful individuals and a prosperous and strong populace. This tome is an ultimate technology manuscript. Without hesitation, Lin Feng used the indestructible materials. System notifications sounded, presenting him with various options: ancestral return, machinery, magic, magi tech. He decisively activated the machinery and magic branches of the tech tree. The system immediately prompted, "You have activated machinery and magic, automatically deriving magi tech." Lin Feng further activated magi tech, and the system confirmed, "You have activated magi tech." Magi tech effect. Can deduce blueprints belonging to magi tech civilization. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of joy. In his past life, humanity had taken countless detours and expended enormous resources to achieve something in magi tech. Now, he had accomplished the culmination of all human wisdom with just a small amount of indestructible materials. This was the advantage of the game system. as if mastering the laws of causality effortlessly. Lin Feng understood the power of Magi tech well. With the blueprints, theoretically, every player could become an Iron Man or Batman. As for materials, he had no shortage. He immediately chose to deduce the blueprints. The system continuously prompted, "You have consumed indestructible materials, successfully deducing the blueprint for God-level initial stage battle armor. You have consumed indestructible materials, successfully deducing the blueprint for God-level initial stage elemental magic cannon." A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he quickly checked the blueprint details. God-level initial stage battle armor blueprint. Requirement: God-level engineer. God-level effect: can manufacture battle armor. Battle armor can change size at will, cover specific parts or the whole body, and grant the user God-level strength and defense. Required materials: 1. A-class energy. 2. Purple gold grade auxiliary materials. 3. Purple gold grade metals. 4. God-level magic rune array. 5. God-level combat wedge runes. Description: blueprint for manufacturing God-level Magi tech war equipment. God-level initial stage elemental magic cannon blueprint. Requirement: God-level engineer. God-level effect: can manufacture elemental magic cannons. Elemental magic cannon can gather elemental power and use elemental shells for lethal attacks. The longer the elements are gathered, the longer the attack range, with a maximum damage limit at God level. Required materials: 1. A-class energy. 2. Purple gold grade auxiliary materials. 3. Purple gold grade metals. 4. God-level magic array. 5. God-level combat wedge runes. Description: blueprint for manufacturing God-level Magi tech war equipment. Lin Feng closed the panel with satisfaction. These two war machinery blueprints were perfect, and he had all the required materials, even some of higher grade. Manufacturing them posed no issue. As for God-level engineers, there were NPCs on the Tianming continent who fit the bill. He immediately summoned an administrative NPC and ordered, "Spread my decree, gather all God-level engineers in the land." Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination, envisioning a grand future. Once the battle armor was manufactured and equipped by players, their strength would reach God level. Imagine the scene of tens of billions of iron men mobilizing at once. What a magnificent sight it would be. As Lin Feng was immersed in his vision of the future, an island in the infinite starry sky was rapidly approaching the Tianming continent. This star island, forged from a shattered world, was the hallmark vessel of the Star Pirates. An unknown crisis was quietly looming. Because the Star Pirates don't have a stable world to call home, their future is bleak. They survive by constantly raiding across the stars. On a star island, Muxio stood with his hands behind his back, his long purple hair gently swaying in the breeze. His deep purple eyes gazed into the distance, filled with both hope and deep worry. The Yinhuang tribe has been drifting through the endless cosmos for 10,000 years. As the chieftain, Muxio's desire to find a stable world for his people far surpasses his quest for power. He knows that without a safe haven, the Yinhuang tribe will eventually be destroyed by other star pirates or a passing powerful entity. Muxio is a prodigy that the Yinhuang tribe hasn't seen in a million years, with power approaching the saint level. In fact, he could have reached the saint level 10,000 years ago. However, fate played a cruel trick when the life world of the Yinhuang tribe exhausted its lifespan and was covered in ashes. To avoid extinction, the tribe had to follow their saint-level leaders and leave their homeland, beginning their endless journey through the stars. Yet, in the vast expanse of space, even saint-level beings are but slightly stronger ants. In just 10,000 years, the Yinhuang tribe's saint-level warriors have fallen one by one. Now, Muxio is the strongest among them, bearing the hope and weight of the entire tribe. This immense pressure has hindered his mental clarity and allowed inner demons to grow, blocking his path to advancement and keeping his power at the half-step saint level. Muxio knows well that if he can find a safe place for his people, he could quickly break through to the saint level with his accumulated foundation. As he pondered, Hongxiu quietly approached him. Muxio turned to this beautiful tribeswoman, forcing a smile. Hongxiu sighed. Every member of the tribe longs for a place to call home, except I have my reservations. Muxio was surprised. Why is that? Hongxiu shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness. Because we've become pawns of the divine realm, our lives no longer our own. Muxio gave a bitter smile. I understand. The divine realm uses life worlds as bait because there must be something on the destiny continent that they can't handle. But we have no other choice. Hongxiu sighed softly. Yes, if we continue drifting in the endless cosmos, we will eventually be destroyed. Going to the destiny continent at least offers a glimmer of hope. Muxio tried to remain calm, attempting to comfort her. Don't worry too much. The information from the divine realm is detailed. The strongest beings there are only at the super god level, and I am already a half-step saint. Hongxiu hesitated, then sighed. She turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. Mushio, can you avoid unnecessary killing? Mushio opened his mouth to speak, but had no words. He watched as Hongxio's body trembled slightly, and she walked away, leaving him with a mix of emotions. The harshness of the endless cosmos had forced Mushio to do anything for his tribe's survival, become a star pirate, an assassin, anything. All he sought was to preserve his tribe and continue their lineage. The Divine Realm's condition was that they annihilate the entire Destiny human tribe. Faced with such a harsh demand, Mushio had no room to negotiate and didn't dare slack off. Killing. Mushio bitterly smiled to himself. Who doesn't know that the more you kill, the stronger the karmic backlash? Who doesn't know that the heavier the bloodshed, the harder it is to overcome the tribulation to become a saint? But with no other options, what could he do? The cruelty of the cosmos was laid bare before him. Mushio closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze on his face, filled with both helplessness and determination. Apocalypse's main city. Hanji stood at the city gate, waiting. It didn't take long before a graceful figure appeared before him. His sister, Han Mei, skipped over with an excited smile on her face. Brother, how long have you been waiting? Han Mei asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hanji looked at his sister fondly, a slight smile on his lips. Not long, just a little while. In truth, Hanji had plans today. His regular monster hunting team had scheduled a raid on some wild beasts. But his sister wanted to see the floating realm, and as her brother, he couldn't refuse her. So, he asked his teammates to wait a bit. Han Mei looked around, her curiosity piqued. She pointed at the densely packed cannons on the city wall and asked, Brother, why does Apocalypse's main city look like a porcupine? Then she pointed to the sky. And what's that floating up there? Finally, her gaze landed on a massive object in the distance. Hey, and what is that big iron thing? Hanji chuckled and patiently answered her questions. He pointed to the wall and explained, those porcupine-like things are the barrels of magical element cannons, the third generation developed by President Xing Tian. They are incredibly powerful, capable of instantly killing high-level mythic beings, and even severely injuring peak-level mythic beings. Wow, that's amazing. President Xing Tian is awesome. Han Mei exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Hanji continued, the thing floating in the sky is an airship. They say its cannons are even more powerful than the elemental magic cannons, capable of severely injuring peak-level mythic beings with one shot. He then pointed to the big iron thing in the distance. That's a war mech, a magic war chariot developed by President Xing Tian. Its defense is comparable to mythic beings, and its attack can instantly kill high-level mythic beings. Han Mei was full of praise, her admiration for Xing Tian evident. Suddenly, Hanji extended his hand to reveal a black wristband and proudly asked, Do you know what this is? Han Mei blinked and smirked mischievously. Do you really think your little sister is from the countryside? That's a battle armor, right? Hanji puffed out his chest and proudly announced, This is Battle Armor 3. He expected to see a look of astonishment on his sister's face, but was met with a blank stare. With a sigh, Hanji explained, This is the latest product developed by President Xing Tian. It can elevate a player's combat power to high-level mythic. It's not something you can buy with money alone. You also need a lot of guild points. Han Mei's eyes lit up with surprise. Brother, really? Does that mean with this gear, you have the combat power of a high-level mythic? Hanji, brimming with pride, replied, Absolutely. Now, I can punch a low-level mythic boss to death with one hit. How about that? Your big brother isn't doing too bad, huh? Han Mei was full of admiration, giving him a thumbs up. You're amazing, brother. I wonder when he'll be as powerful as you. Hanji reassured her, Don't worry. With me around, you'll level up quickly. Let's go. Didn't you want to see the floating realm? Han Mei nodded eagerly. I heard it's a paradise for players now. Pretty much, Hanji laughed, recalling his experiences as one of the first players to enter the floating realm, from the pioneering days to the current era of magical machinery. This head start had given him the financial means to purchase the latest magical equipment. In no time, the siblings found themselves in the floating realm. Han Mei looked around, stunned by the incredible sights before her, unable to speak. Brother, am I dreaming? Han Mei murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. This world is so magical. Hanji smiled and said, No, everything you see is real. Xingtian is truly remarkable. He built all of this. Han Mei nodded, her eyes captivated by the extraordinary scene before her. In the sky, countless players darted around like swarms of bees. Some piloted sleek mechs, their metal surfaces gleaming in the sunlight, while others wore agile battle armor, soaring gracefully through the air. On the ground, players were few and far between, as if everyone had fallen in love with the freedom of the skies. What truly amazed Han Mei, however, was the city before here, or rather, the magnificent work of art. Spanning tens of thousands of miles, the colossal structure was made up of countless steel sky bridges, forming a layered, circular configuration. Each layer consisted of densely packed bridges, interconnected to create a vast three-dimensional circular city. Even more astonishing was that the city seemed alive. Every bridge constantly moved, affecting the entire layer and causing the city's structure to ebb and flow as if it were breathing. This was a city in perpetual motion, a city that was always changing. Within the city, countless players moved about, their faces alight with excitement and wonder. Some had come specifically to experience this extraordinary architecture, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was not just a city. It was a miracle, a fantastical dream come to life. Han Mei's gaze was drawn to a colossal object in the sky. It was a terrifying creation, far more formidable than any airship, clearly designed for war. It sent chills down her spine, making her feel as though she were staring not at a war machine, but at a monstrous beast, ready to devour anything in its path. Han Mei was completely spellbound. She suddenly realized that the floating realm and Tianming continent were like two entirely different civilizations. Hanji watched his sister's mesmerized expression and gently shook his head. He thought to himself, the floating realm's development is incredibly fast and its achievements are astonishing. All of this is thanks to President Xingtian's visionary leadership. To live in the same era as President Xingtian is both an unparalleled honor and a daunting challenge. Turning to his sister, Hanji said, "This is just the beginning. Let me show you something even more breathtaking." Han Mei blinked in surprise, her mind filled with questions. What could possibly be more stunning than the scene before her? She looked around, seeing countless players equipped with magical machinery bustling about, with colossal war machines towering among them. In the distance, an ultra-fantastical city loomed faintly. The sight was already awe-inspiring. What could be even more astonishing? At that moment, Hanji's thoughts sparked, and the armor on his wrist activated instantly. Layers of steel extended visibly, first wrapping around his entire arm, then covering half his body, and finally enveloping him completely. In the blink of an eye, Hanji was fully clad in metallic armor, exuding a powerful aura. Though Han Mei had seen the first-generation battle armor transform, this was her first time witnessing the latest third-generation model. She couldn't help but marvel silently. Compared to the first generation, the third-generation armor was undoubtedly more sleek and advanced. My brother looks so cool, she thought to herself. Hanji's voice came through the armor, unchanged. Let me show you the rebirth pool. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Han Mei and flew off into the distance. The rebirth pool was the critical step for players to undergo a transformation akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Those who completed their rebirth here could ascend to become mythical-level warriors. They would no longer need to rely on armor or mechs to fly freely. At that moment, hundreds of players were lined up in an orderly queue, each holding a number card, filled with anticipation for a significant boost in their strength. They eagerly awaited the sacred moment of rebirth. The Han siblings quickly arrived near the rebirth pool. Hanji dared not get too close, as the players waiting for rebirth were all top tier, far surpassing him in strength, status, and wealth. As someone nearing level 100 but not yet qualified for rebirth, Hanji could only keep a respectful distance. Han Mei was stunned by the scene before her, her mouth agape. She hadn't realized so many powerful players existed, to the point where even rebirth required a queue. Still curious, Han Mei asked, "Big brother, what was that enormous war machine I saw earlier, bigger than an aircraft carrier?" "That's a star cruiser," Hanji replied with awe in his voice. Star cruisers possess super god-level power, and there are only 5 of them in existence. It said they can instantly kill beings at the initial super god level. Instantly kill a super god? Han Mei was flabbergasted. That's incredible. Even a super god can be taken down in a second. Regaining her composure, Han Mei asked, "What's that circular fortress called?" "That's the Star Fortress," Hanji explained with a smile. "You're right, it is a kind of fortress, but it's special with multiple modes." He paused, then continued, "In normal mode, it functions as a fortress. In flight mode, its performance rivals that of a star cruiser. And in battle mode, its power is comparable to a star cruiser." Han Mei was thoroughly impressed, her mind overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it all. "Look!" Hanji suddenly pointed towards the rebirth pool. Han Mei followed his finger to see a player emerging from the pool. The player immediately began to integrate a divine core, a radiant light enveloping him. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, performing various aerial maneuvers, his joy evident. "Haha, I've become a god. I'm now a mythical-level warrior. This powerful feeling is amazing. Praise Xingtian, the guild leader, huh?" The player's jubilant shout echoed around. The players in line looked up, smiling at their newly ascended comrade. They didn't feel envious or jealous because they knew it would soon be their turn. They too would become mythical-level warriors. Next, number 39, called out a volunteer maintaining order. These volunteers were usually already mythical level players, working here part-time to earn guild points. These points could be exchanged for weapons, equipment, pet eggs, and skill books, as well as for purchasing magical machinery and divine cores. For mythical warriors wanting to help friends and family, guild points were always in high demand. Hanji took his sister on another tour before dropping her off at the Star Fortress. He didn't want to keep his fixed team waiting too long, so he quickly arrived at the rendezvous point within the Star Fortress. Finally, you're here, Han. I've been waiting forever. A teammate joked. Hurry up and join the team. Today, we're taking down the Super God Beast. With its drops, I can exchange guild points for permissions and buy the 3rd generation armor. Hanji quickly joined the team. He too was eager for the beast's drops. Nearing level 100, he was striving to acquire a divine core. The more points he had, the better the divine core he could exchange for. These drops could not only be exchanged for guild points, but also sold for money. Many top players had made their fortunes by farming Super God Beasts. Although Super God Beasts didn't drop experience points or gold coins, they were moving treasure troves. The one who defined the value of these treasures was none other than Xingtian. While ordinary players might not understand the intricacies, Lin Feng knew full well. Every part of a Super God Beast was a precious treasure. The materials from its body can be integrated into Magimex, creating various war machines. Its energy reserves are at an advanced level, providing a continuous power source for these war machines. In the era of Magimex, energy is paramount. Lin Feng was intently operating a complex Magamech device when a series of system notifications interrupted his thoughts. Ding dong, world tree seed growth complete. Current growth stage. Sapling with a complete small world. Ding dong, you have completed the class advancement quest. Complete small world. Ding dong, you have received quest rewards. Life, Springwater 1. Forbidden spell, mage, class advancement scroll 1. Hearing these notifications, Lin Feng paused his work, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He glanced around. The floating realm was in a stage of vigorous growth, providing him with a rare opportunity to catch his breath. Seizing this chance, Lin Feng devoted a significant amount of time to enhancing his secondary profession skills, now reaching a god-tier level. During this period, Lin Feng's achievements were remarkable. He developed a batch of high-quality blueprints for new war machines, including starships, star fortresses, and aircraft carriers. Additionally, he comprehensively upgraded existing equipment like elemental magic cannons, battle armor, and mechs. These accomplishments greatly boosted Lin Feng's confidence. With these advanced Magimex, Lin Feng transformed Destiny Continent into an impregnable fortress. Even if groups of mythic-level adversaries attacked, Lin Feng wouldn't need to intervene personally. The enemies would be repelled effortlessly. As his main stronghold, the floating realm was meticulously fortified by Lin Feng, with a defense system that could be described as flawless. Reflecting on his achievements, Lin Feng felt most proud of nurturing tens of thousands of mythic-level warriors and establishing a complete system for players to ascend to godhood. Although acquiring divine essence and maintaining the rebirth pool required enormous resources, Lin Feng possessed an inexhaustible supply, enough to support level 100 players in smoothly breaking through to the mythic realm. These were not pseudo-mythic beings relying on war machines, but genuine powerhouses. Lin Feng firmly believed that these top-tier players would become the backbone of humanity. In the foreseeable future, some of them would undoubtedly step into the super god realm, and perhaps even reach the supreme saint level. Moreover, Lin Feng had equipped millions of players with Magamech gear, effectively adding millions of mythic-level combatants to humanity's ranks. This was the foundation, the bedrock of the race, the powerful capital, and the essential means for humanity's survival and development. Lin Feng's gaze extended beyond the borders of the floating realm, looking into the distance. He knew this was just the beginning. Many more challenges and opportunities awaited him and all of humanity in the future. Lin Feng arrived at the location of the world tree, his expression focused as he opened the world interface. The information about the floating realm appeared before him. Complete world, small world limitations, human-exclusive permissions, Xingtian first sequence. The data was exhilarating. Current mineral resource refresh rate 100, monster refresh rate and quality 100, world area 100, item tier level 100. The world tree's level cap was shown as small world, and the world tree sapling had stopped growing. Lin Feng carefully examined the data, feeling a surge of joy. The upgrades to the floating realm were indeed remarkable, especially the monster refresh rate and quality, which he considered crucial. Although the increase was already 100 from its fragmented state, Lin Feng felt it still wasn't enough. His gaze drifted into the distance, his thoughts wandering to the current state of the game. Players were in a period of rapid power growth, particularly with the advent of monster creation rooms, which significantly lowered the difficulty of leveling up. With players' strength increasing rapidly, god-level monsters had become a rare resource. This was unimaginable in the past. Life god-level monsters had been something players aspired to for over a year. But with the support of magical machine technology, Players now dared to challenge even super god-level monsters. Faced with this situation, two solutions emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Continue nurturing the world tree or open up a new world. Both tasks could be pursued simultaneously. With this in mind, Lin Feng unhesitatingly used the life spring water he had received as a class change quest reward. The system prompt immediately sounded. World tree sapling is entering the growth phase. World cap progress at 50. Lin Feng realized that a single bottle of life spring water could only achieve half of the progress. Another bottle would be needed to break through to the medium world. He shrugged, deciding to take things slowly. Next, Lin Feng took out the class change scroll and gently tore it. With a ripping sound, the system notified him that his experience bar seal had been lifted, allowing him to continue leveling up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to level up. His level skyrocketed, and several system prompts sounded as he soared to level 130, gaining a total of 60 free attribute points. However, since he had not yet completed his class change, his experience bar was sealed again, with excess experience stored in the experience pool. Just as Lin Feng marveled at the simplicity of the class change process, an unexpected surprise arrived. The system informed him that he had achieved the level 130 milestone, rewarding him with a fragment of the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds star map. Even more astonishing, under the effect of a 10,000-fold increase, the fragment became a complete version. Lin Feng carefully examined the attributes of the star map. Unlimited uses, capable of obtaining maps of the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds. The map's description gave him deeper insight into the world structure. The Myriad Worlds were akin to star systems, above which were star rivers, star regions, and universes, with countless universes forming the endless starry sky. This map detailed the locations of various cities at the city level. Without hesitation, Lin Feng used the star map. A vast image instantly filled his vision, clearly marking the location of the floating Realma's small, red glowing gas cluster. Surrounding it were over 10,000 other gas clusters of varying sizes, representing other worlds. While Lin Feng was immersed in this grand star map, the system prompted him again, asking if he wished to accept the Forbidden Spell Mage class change quest. Lin Feng accepted the SS level quest titled World Invasion without hesitation. The quest objective was straightforward. Invade a small world, regardless of success or failure. The quest description was philosophical. For whoever has, to them more will be given, and they will have an abundance. But whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. You must possess everything. Otherwise, everything you have will be taken from you. The long-term quest offered generous rewards, an elemental magic heart and a forbidden spell mage class change scroll. Lin Feng took a deep breath, realizing he was about to embark on a new journey filled with challenges and opportunities. Elemental magic heart? The reward for this job change quest is actually an elemental magic heart. Lin Feng murmured to himself, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. He had already collected 4. With just 3 more, he could unlock the forbidden hall of time and space and derive the laws of temporal magic. The cost-effectiveness of this quest was unbelievably high, and it wasn't even that difficult. Just invade a realm, and it would be considered complete regardless of success or failure. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the current situation. The top-tier players were entering the ranks of mythical powerhouses, and the enhancement from magical mechanical equipment had prepared the vast middle-tier player base for action. Although they had resources from both the Destiny continent and the floating realm, it was far from enough. More realm resources would accelerate player development, like a timely gift in a snowstorm. The Star Island hovered on the outskirts of the Destiny continent. Mu Xiu stared at the life world shrouded in golden light. The world barrier acted like an invisible shield, blocking intruders. There were 3 ways to descend into this realm: forceful breach, using a space passage item, or an access item created by someone with first-order authority in this realm. Mu Xiu tightened his grip on the jade token in his hand, an access item bestowed by the divine realm. As a member of the highest authority in the divine race, they could distribute such privileges at will. The strong warriors of the Yinhuang tribe gathered on the Star Island, the entire tribe awaiting the order to attack. One of the tribe's mighty warriors exclaimed, "Chieftain, we will give it our all. For the honor of the Yinhuang tribe, we fear nothing. After 10,000 years, will we finally have our own territory?" Mu Xiu smiled and nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Yes, 10,000 years. The Yinhuang tribe has faced many hardships. I hope this will be a good beginning." Despite possessing near-saint-level strength, he decided to proceed cautiously, using the access item rather than forcibly breaking through the barrier. "Hongxiu, come with me." Mu Xiu took a deep breath. "Let's first get a sense of the situation in the Destiny world." He handed the jade token to Hongxiu, who had reached the pinnacle of super divine power. The two transformed into streaks of light, instantly entering the Destiny world. In the Huaxia district, 2 beings with purple hair, purple skin, and purple eyes suddenly appeared. Mu Xiu and Hongxiu took deep breaths of the life world's air, savoring it. Hong Xiu couldn't help but shed tears, recalling the life world the Yinhuang tribe once had in the years of struggling to survive in the endless starry sky. They traversed barren plains, alien lands, and human cities, eventually arriving at a roadside tavern in Tianyuan main city. They quietly absorbed the bustling surroundings, their hearts unusually calm. This world's civilization was strong, prosperous, and ecologically rich, so reminiscent of the homeland in their memories. Hong Xiu bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with hesitation. She softly asked, Mu Xiu, do we really have to eradicate them? Her words were laden with doubt and unease about the impending events. In this land of flourishing civilization and diverse races, Mu Xiu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he could find a place to settle in this bustling domain. His gaze swept over the towering buildings in the distance, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. However, this hope was soon overshadowed by the harsh reality. Mu Xiu took a deep breath, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily, and his eyelids fluttering slightly. He sighed deeply and said, in the vast expanse of the stars, we have no control over our fate. The Divine Realm has ordered us to annihilate all life on the Tianming continent. If we defy their will, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu immediately retorted, you are already half a step into the saint level, theoretically invincible below the saint level. Saints cannot descend into this small world, so why worry about the divine realm? Mu Xiu's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head slowly. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze grew profound. Even among half-saints, there are differences in strength. While I am not weak, I still have a long way to go before reaching the high tier of half-saints. He looked directly into Hong Xiu's eyes and continued, there are countless star wanderers like us in the boundless cosmos, not to mention the countless star pirates, many of whom are at the peak of the half-saint level. Mu Xiu's voice trembled slightly, revealing deep concern. If the divine realm can find us, they can find other star wanderers, or even those powerful star pirates. If the divine realm were to summon 3 half-saint level warriors, how could I possibly withstand them? His tone became heavy and resolute. The final outcome would be the extinction of my Yinhuang clan, and the death of Mu Xiu. Hearing this, Hong Xiu let out a deep sigh. She understood that in the survival of the fittest in the boundless cosmos, the Yinhuang clan was merely trying to continue their lineage, but they had no choice in the matter. At that moment, a faint ripple suddenly disturbed the air. Swish! A figure appeared out of thin air, exuding a powerful aura, clearly a super divine warrior. Mu Xiu and Hong Xiu instantly became alert, a trace of panic flashing in their eyes. An ominous premonition rose in their hearts simultaneously. We've been discovered. The super divine warrior walked up to them unhurriedly and spoke coldly. Luo Ping, by my master's command, invites you both to be our guests. Mu Xiu and Hong Xiu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. They had been monitored without even noticing, revealing how perilous the waters of Tianming continent truly were. Mu Xiu thought to himself, how could this be? I didn't detect any signs of surveillance at all. The depths of Tianming continent are truly terrifying. In an unremarkable tavern by the street, Luo Ping spoke coldly, by the master's order, you two are invited as guests. Mu Xiu and Hong Xiu felt a jolt in their hearts at these words. We've been exposed, they both thought simultaneously. The waters of the Tianming continent were deeper than they had imagined. Despite their caution, their presence had been detected. It seemed they had underestimated the power of this world. What they didn't know was that the moment they set foot on this land, Lin Feng had received an alert through his magical equipment, the Sky Eye and Skyear system. This system was a perfect fusion of magic and technology, covering not only the entire Tianming continent, but also having an independent setup in the floating realm. Even if a tiny creature from another world flew in, the Sky Eye would detect it immediately. Upon discovering Mu Xiu and Hong Xiu, Lin Feng did not act rashly. Since the two had chosen to sneak in, they probably wouldn't initiate a confrontation recklessly. Instead, Lin Feng was intrigued, wanting to see what these two powerful beings were plotting. Through the Sky Eye, he monitored their every move. He could sense that Hong Xiu was incredibly powerful, likely a super god-level warrior. However, Mu Xiu's strength was more enigmatic, appearing to be between super god and saint levels beyond super god, yet not quite at saint level. Under the surveillance of the Sky Eye, the movements of these two otherworldly warriors were completely exposed. Lin Feng analyzed their actions and conversations, piecing together their motives. To his surprise, he discovered that these two warriors from the Yinhuang tribe were executioners sent by the Divine Realm to slaughter the Tianming humans. However, these executioners seemed hesitant about their mission, appearing to be at their wits' end. Lin Feng calculated silently. If the Divine Realm could use them, why couldn't he? Not only did he plan to use these two, but he also intended to exact revenge on the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm was too troublesome, playing tricks from the shadows without direct involvement. It was time they paid the price. Mu Xiao and Hong Xiao exchanged a knowing glance, especially the ever-cautious Mu Xiao. Hong Xiao shook her head slightly, signaling that they should not go recklessly. Although the Yinhuang tribe had become wanderers of the stars and were well-traveled, this made them even more vigilant. If the other side had set up powerful formations or other traps, going in blindly could mean certain death. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Luo Ping's mouth. Just as the master predicted, you're afraid to come. In that case, let's fight. Mu Xiao suddenly spoke. Wait. His expression was resolute as he turned to Hong Xiao. You stay. I'll go. As a half-saint, I can come and go freely. You are different. Wait for me here. I want to see what these strongmen of this world are up to. Hong Xiao reluctantly nodded in agreement. In no time, Luo Ping had led Mu Xiao outside the city. Master, Luo Ping said as he approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng scrutinized Mu Xiao, this otherworldly warrior with a purple hue all over his body, a race he had never seen before. At that moment, the warrior's aura was restrained, making it difficult for Lin Feng to gauge his exact strength. Mu Xiao was also assessing Lin Feng. A god-level aura? Only god-level? Yet he can command a super god-level warrior, Mu Xiao thought. This person is not as simple as he seems. Either he's hiding his strength or has some unique abilities. Mu Xiao, ever cautious, never underestimated any opponent. Mu Xiao spoke. Yinhuang tribe, Mu Xiao, human tribe, Xingtian, Lin Feng replied. In an instant, Mu Xiao's aura exploded. The world seemed to change color. Luo Ping's face turned pale. The aura far exceeded that of a super god-level warrior, almost crossing into a higher realm. Saint level? Luo Ping's mind screamed alarms, but he was not afraid. With his master present, he would protect him at all costs. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this otherworldly warrior had not fully crossed into the saint level, but was just a step away. This was half-saint level strength. Mu Xiao's display was undoubtedly a show of power, indicating that if Lin Feng couldn't match it, Mu Xiao would not hesitate to act. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Mu Xiao's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The aura of the light ball kept rising, layer by layer, ultimately transforming into a black hole. The power was so immense that space began to fracture, and the light could no longer refract, making it appear as a pitch-black void. Shattering space. Mu Xiao gasped. This level of power, though not yet reaching that of a true saint-level warrior, was already invincible among super-god levels. Even he couldn't withstand such an attack for long. Mu Xiao's demeanor became serious. He thought, what the hell? This human clearly has only god-level cultivation, yet can unleash power rivaling the invincible below saint level. This is absurd. He finally understood that the person before him had real skills and was not to be underestimated. No wonder the divine realm is so troubled by this world. Lin Feng's words made Mu Xiao realize the dire situation the divine realm was facing. Against someone like Xing Tian, no matter how many supergods they sent, they would all perish, and the saints couldn't descend. Under these circumstances, the human race had become practically invincible. The divine realm isn't foolish. They had to use others to do their bidding. Mu Xiao took a deep breath, realizing just how daunting his task was. Seeing the change in Mu Xiao's expression, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he asked, what do you think? Mu Xiao's eyes sharpened, and in a deep voice, he said, very strong. But not strong enough. Lin Feng's smile widened, a hint of mockery in his tone. What if I told you this is only a fraction of my power? Would you believe me? Impossible. Mu Xiao exclaimed, his worldview shattering. How could a god-level being be this powerful? It felt like a dream. Lin Feng's next words left Mu Xiao completely bewildered. If I wanted to keep you here, you wouldn't be able to leave. I've fought saints before, and even they couldn't defeat me. Mu Xiao's mind went blank. The gap between god level and saint level was like that between humans and pigs. A god level being fighting a saint? Wait, Xingtian. Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Mu Xiao's head. He took several steps back, shouting in shock, Xingtian, you're the one who ascended to the peak of Yinhuang. The unparalleled genius of this era, Xingtian. Yinhuang peak, Xingtian, the prodigious figure who dominated his generation. Everything matched up. This explained why Xingtian, despite being merely god level, was so powerful. Ascending to the peak was one of the highest honors in the endless cosmos, albeit a preliminary one, but an achievement nonetheless. Lin Feng blinked, seemingly a bit surprised by his own fame. He asked, so, do you believe me now? How could Mu Xiao not believe him? With a bitter smile, he said, I believe you. It seems I can't complete this task from the divine realm. Unable to complete the task, he would continue to wander the endless cosmos, becoming a cosmic drifter. Otherwise, he'd have to confront Xingtian directly, but Mu Xiao wasn't willing to take that risk. His cautious nature made him avoid taking too many risks, as the Yinhuang tribe couldn't afford any turmoil. Upon hearing this, A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he smiled. I know what you seek. We can cooperate. After all, it's just a world of life. The divine realm has so many planes. What difference does it make if we take a few from them? Mu Xiu's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Lin Feng's proposal brought a glimmer of hope. The divine realm governs over a dozen planes, yet it refuses to grant the Yinhuang tribe a place to settle. Mu Xiu and his people, in their quest for territory, took the risky step of waging war against Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's words completely changed the situation. What you seek is merely a world of life, Lin Feng said calmly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. And I happen to know where all the worlds in the heavens are. Obtaining a world of life is quite simple, gasped Mu Xiu, inhaled sharply, his eyes widening. At that moment, he felt like a ragged beggar who had suddenly encountered a wealthy tycoon, nonchalantly offering him a mountain of gold instead of mere bread. Mu Xiu was momentarily speechless, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. For millennia, the Yinhuang tribe had sought only a stable place to live, free from the threats of the endless void. They were like wanderers longing for a safe harbor. The temptation in Lin Feng's words was immense for them, but reason quickly took over. Mu Xiu narrowed his eyes, thinking cautiously. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and opportunities don't just fall from the sky. To gain something, an equivalent price must be paid. The so-called cooperation might not be as rosy as it seemed. Now, the initiative clearly lay with Lin Feng. The specifics of the cooperation would depend on his explanation. Mu Xiu understood this well, so he asked carefully, what do you want in return? Lin Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he slowly revealed his condition. It's simple: become a vassal race to the human race. I can arrange a world of life for you. Sign a vassal contract, and what you desire will be yours. A vassal contract. This meant pledging the entire tribe's allegiance. Mu Xiu fell silent, his brow furrowed. The decision didn't take him long. The Yinhuang tribe had no other options. If they chose to fight, he might not even survive to return, and the tribe would be annihilated. If they didn't fight, they'd eventually perish in the endless void. Faced with a choice between life and death, who would choose death? Only those who have endured true hell understand the struggle to survive. Mu Xiu took a deep breath and decisively said, all right, I agree. Despite his quick agreement, Mu Xiu still had concerns. He frowned and asked, but how do you plan to deal with the divine realm? Lin Feng had put away the sharp blade handed to him by the divine realm, but he knew they wouldn't give up so easily. The divine realm, having suffered a setback, would not stop stirring up trouble. Mu Xiu's greatest fear was how to handle the next wave of semi-divine warriors sent by the divine realm. The world of life was not beyond the reach of the law. A powerful entity like the divine realm had countless ways to handle such situations. Otherwise, among the trillions of beings in the dozen planes they governed, there would always be some exceptional individuals. If they couldn't deal with them, how could they maintain their rule? Unless one was truly invincible below the divine level, survival against the divine realm's tactics would be difficult. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Mu Xiu's concerns were trivial. Lin Feng smiled confidently and said, unless a divine level being appears, I am invincible. No matter how many strong warriors come, they are just delivering themselves to me. When Lin Feng spoke of invincibility, he meant it in the truest sense. Even against a divine level being, he could put up a fight, but few could understand this level of power. Mu Xiu thought Lin Feng's claim of invincibility meant being extraordinarily powerful. Little did he know, Lin Feng's strength far exceeded his imagination. Boom! Mu Xiu's heart trembled as he re-evaluated the man before him, who had climbed to the pinnacle. Such unparalleled dominance and confidence made even Mu Xiu, a near-divine warrior, feel inferior. He didn't dare claim invincibility below the divine level, but Lin Feng did, and with absolute confidence. Lin Feng continued, you must understand, a vassal contract is not a master-servant contract. In theory, we are just in a superior-subordinate relationship. This is my bottom line. If you want more conditions, there's no deal. Lin Feng didn't seek complete control over the Yinhuang tribe. After all, he already had significant responsibilities toward the human race. Adding the Yinhuang tribe would increase his burden. He didn't want to worry about their future, they just needed to behave. He also didn't plan to have them live with the humans, nor would he open the floating world to them. Mu Xiu smiled bitterly at this, saying, fine, let's sign it. He sighed and continued, the divine realm is not benevolent. If they truly cared about us, they wouldn't push us to mutual destruction with you. In the end, I am just a pawn, likely to be discarded by them. From the beginning, all we wanted was a piece of land, not to conquer the world. Originally, Mu Xiu had no choice but to complete the divine realm's task. But now he had another option, to ally with Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng could truly be invincible below the divine level, the Yinhuang tribe's survival crisis would be resolved. Mu Xiu didn't worry about Lin Feng deceiving him. The divine realm despised the human race even more. The humans had fewer options than the Yinhuang tribe. Mu Xiu chose to trust Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and Mu Xiu signed the vassal contract. This contract's binding force was second only to a master-servant contract. It detailed the responsibilities the Yinhuang tribe would bear as a vassal race. The Yinhuang tribe must follow the orders of the human tribe and adhere to all their regulations. Simply put, the human tribe is the ruler, and the Yinhuang tribe is the subject. This hierarchical relationship is deeply ingrained between the two tribes. Lin Feng's expression was solemn as he slowly took out several sacred artifacts from his robe. He signaled Mu Xiu to come forward. Unseal them one by one, he instructed. Mu Xiu carefully received the artifacts, his fingers tracing intricate symbols in the air. As the final artifact seal was lifted, Lin Feng finally revealed the long-awaited universal star map. This is my method, Lin Feng said softly, his gaze fixed on the glimmering star map. Mu Xiu's eyes lit up, his intense gaze locked onto the map. With this star map, we can pinpoint the exact locations of various worlds, he said excitedly. Just like how I found the coordinates for the Destiny world to get here. Without the coordinates, finding the Destiny world would have been impossible. A slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. In other words, possessing this map allows us to locate all worlds across the universe, he said, turning to Mu Xiu. You are a demi-saint. You should be able to break through the world barriers. Once we open the barriers, we can invade and conquer entire worlds. Mu Xiu nodded in agreement. I do possess some saint-level power. While I can't fully manifest a saint realm, breaking through world barriers is a simple task. Satisfied, Lin Feng spread out the star map, pointing to a bright cluster. This world is called Yinhuang world, a small world under the jurisdiction of the God realm. Mu Xiu's eyes widened in shock. You're targeting the God realm? That's incredibly bold. He was secretly amazed at the human leader's audacity, thinking, normally, one would target weaker realms first. But to go after the God realm? That's asking for trouble. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. If the God realm dares to target me, why shouldn't I target them? In small worlds, saint-level beings can't descend. What's the harm in eliminating them? His eyes flashed with determination. In my previous life, the Destiny continent was always the one being invaded. I've had enough. Why should the Destiny continent always be on the defensive? His voice gradually rose. Now that I have the power, why can't I take the initiative to invade other worlds? As the star map's introduction says, the way of humanity is to diminish the insufficient to serve the abundant. Whatever you have, and even what you don't, will be given to you. Whatever you don't have, and even what you do, will be taken away. He clenched his fist. If that's the case, it's just a matter of you taking from me and me taking from you. So why should the Destiny humans always be the ones being taken from, instead of the ones doing the taking? Mu Xiu gave Lin Feng a deep look, thinking to himself, this human leader is incredibly brave. No, he's audacious. Audacious beyond measure. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, we follow your lead. The Yinhuang tribe is willing to follow you. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Then let's act now. Let's make the God realm bleed a little. Mu Xiu and Lin Feng found themselves in the same boat. After agreeing on a general strategy, Mu Xiu went back to discuss the invasion plans with his clan, while Lin Feng returned to the Yinhuang region, eager to examine the treasures he had acquired from the Divine Kingdom's treasury. Thanks to Mu Xiu's unlocking, the Holy Grade artifact was finally usable. Lin Feng held a humanoid puppet in his hand. Although it was weathered by time, he found it particularly appealing. He carefully examined the artifact's details. Wanjin puppet. Holy Grade restriction, Divine Grade consumption, immortal divinity required for use. This artifact can be activated by an unknown quantity of indestructible material, with a power cap at the peak of the Holy Grade. Effect. Once activated, the puppet can perfectly replicate all the abilities of the user, including talents, buffs, and skills, and can grow stronger as the user does. It also shares information and vision with the user. Description. A toy crafted by a calamity saint, unable to exceed its power limit. Lin Feng frowned in thought. This puppet was legitimate, but the unknown quantity of indestructible material sounded like a trap. Despite this, the artifact's advantages made him decide to take the risk. After all, he couldn't stay in the small world forever. He would eventually face challenges from mid-tier worlds and the infinite starry sky. Once he left the small world, he would face suppression from the divine realm. While Lin Feng did not fear death, he was concerned that the divine realm might seize the opportunity to attack his home. With this Holy Grade artifact, he could alleviate those worries. Lin Feng decisively chose to activate the artifact. System notifications began to appear one after another. Consumed 1,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 5,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 50,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking it was indeed a pitfall. But he was prepared. He immediately used a replication gem to duplicate 1 million units of indestructible material, determined to activate the artifact in one go. Consumed 100,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 300,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 600,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Lin Feng finally understood the true meaning of unknown quantity. He replicated another batch of indestructible material and continued to try. Consumed 500,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 800,000 units of indestructible material, not activated. Consumed 1 million units of indestructible material. Congratulations, the artifact has been activated. At the moment the system notification appeared, the puppet in Lin Feng's hand suddenly vanished. A flash of light appeared before him, gradually coalescing into an exact replica of Lin Feng. The puppet Lin Feng stayed in this world, while the real Lin Feng broke through the world's barrier and ventured outside. This was his second time leaving this world and his first time entering the infinite starry sky. Everywhere he looked was chaos. The starry sky was neither bright nor dark, like a deep, unfathomable ocean, and Lin Feng felt like a solitary fish swimming in it. So, this was the infinite starry sky? It was lonely, transparent, and mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall a saying. The more transparent something is, the more mysterious it becomes. The universe itself is transparent. You can see as far as your eyes can reach, but the farther you look, the more mysterious it becomes. There was also a peculiar sense of dissonance. In the world of life, the moon and the sun seemed within reach. But when you truly became part of the stars, you realized everything was so far out of reach. Meanwhile, in the Jialan star region, the calamity Saint Huaqi suddenly felt a disturbance. With a thought, countless threads of causality appeared before his eyes. One thread was glowing brightly. Huaqi frowned slightly and touched the thread. Boom! The image of a powerful human appeared before him. Huaqi's eyes narrowed. It's him, Xing Tian. Huaqi's frown deepened. He clearly remembered Xing Tian, an enemy of the dragon god. The dragon god had once given Huaqi millions of dragon crystals to eliminate Xing Tian. However, Xing Tian was in the world of life at the time, protected by its barrier. Huaqi not only failed to eliminate him, but also suffered a backlash. The dragon god left in anger. Huaqi gazed at Xing Tian's image, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Although this person was the dragon god's enemy, he was not Huaqi's personal foe. The real trouble began when Huaqi made a move against Xing Tian. This action created an unresolvable enmity between the two powerful beings at the Jiesheng level. At their level, such a conflict meant a fight to the death. Huaqi furrowed his brow, weighing his options. He knew how seriously Jiesheng level beings took matters of fate and causality. There was no way he would allow Xing Tian to grow strong enough to challenge him. The only wise choice was to eliminate the threat completely. However, Xing Tian's intimidating aura of destiny made Huaqi hesitant. Acting rashly could not only fail but also backfire disastrously. Am I destined to repeat past mistakes? Huaqi shook his head in self-mockery. Unless he could strike Xing Tian down in one blow right now, he stood little chance. Leaving the protection of the life world, Huaqi continuously pondered the feasibility of eliminating Xing Tian. Being outside the life world's shield did make the task somewhat easier, but he still dared not act recklessly. Hold on, Huaqi murmured, flipping his wrist to reveal a crystal-clear orb in his palm. Though I am a third-tier Jiesheng, my power alone isn't enough to see through Xing Tian's fate. Perhaps with this artifact, I can glimpse his future accomplishments, Huaqi thought. If Xing Tian is destined for greatness, I'll back off. If he's fated to die, then I'll strike when the time is right. Huaqi sighed inwardly, feeling the sting of his limitations. If only he were a sixth-tier Jiesheng, he wouldn't need any external tools to gain insight. Alright, show me Xing Tian's future. Huaqi activated the orb, his expression turning serious. Whoosh! Huaqi's pupils contracted sharply as a shocking scene appeared before him. A sixth-tier Jiesheng Huaqi was groveling like an ant at Xing Tian's feet, trembling with fear. Xing Tian looked down at him with disdain. Pop! The scene shattered abruptly. Huaqi's face turned ashen. Xing Tian is such a monster, he muttered in disbelief. No, this can't be right. Let me look again. Swish! A new scene unfolded before his eyes. This time, he saw his fifth-tier Jiesheng self trying to flee at the sight of Xing Tian. Yet, his body suddenly froze, leaving him helpless as Xing Tian approached step by step. Pop! The scene shattered once more. Huaqi collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Both futures. Show Xing Tian overpowering me. At this moment, Huaqi was filled with deep regret. His abilities allowed him to glimpse the future only twice, and both visions were alarmingly similar, Xing Tian completely suppressing him. This indicated that his own future was in grave danger. The seed of causality had been planted, and Huaqi now directed all his resentment towards the dragon god. If not for the dragon god, how would I have ended up like this with Xingtian? He gritted his teeth, abandoning any thoughts of opposing Xingtian. Huaqi's focus shifted instantly to the dragon god, determined to correct his mistakes. I will offer the dragon god to Xingtian? No, that's not enough. A fierce glint flashed in Huaqi's eyes. I must protect Xingtian while he's still weak. Only by forming a bond of goodwill can I hope to avert this disaster. In the eternal hall of the Songyang tribe within the Yufeng realm, leaders of various factions gathered. The air was thick with tension and unease, each person's expression reflecting their differing opinions. The news of the ancestors' impending demise hung over everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. We don't need to choose anymore. What's wrong with not having a sword bearer? One leader suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Exactly. The concept of a sword bearer is outdated. Why should the life and death of our entire tribe be controlled by one person? Another leader echoed, anger evident in his voice. As the primary tribe in the Yufeng realm, the Songyang tribe boasted millions of members. The leaders present represented the entire Songyang community. Just as the debate was reaching a fever pitch, a clear voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. In the year 2111 of the Yufeng calendar, the divine realm invaded our world. In 2150, unable to bear the enslavement of the divine realm, our tribe launched a counterattack. That same year, the ancestor established the Wuwang Palace and declared himself the sword bearer. In the year 52100, which is this year, our ancestor Zhengzha is about to pass away. The leaders silently listened to this historical recount. Although they were somewhat familiar with these events, it wasn't enough to sway their resolve to abolish the sword-bearer system. In their view, the power concentrated in the hands of a single sword-bearer was too great. Why? Why should my life be in someone else's hands? A powerful figure stood up, agitated. Shouldn't everyone control their own fate? This is unfair. His words immediately sparked a wave of agreement. The divine realm hasn't descended for 50,000 years. I doubt they will in the future. Exactly, with the ancestor about to pass away, some people must be eager to grasp supreme power, which is why they support the sword-bearer system, right? That's right. We can't agree to this. Our lives should be decided by ourselves. The leader who had recited the history of the Yufeng realm felt a chill as he listened to the fervent opposition around him. He looked around and found no one supporting him. They were either silent or openly against the sword-bearer system. He was alone in his stance. With a bitter smile and deep disappointment in his voice, he said, "The ancestor endured loneliness for tens of thousands of years for the sake of our tribe's survival and dignity." For whom? For our Songyang tribe. Without a sword-bearer, this realm and the Songyang tribe will perish. However, his words were met with derision from the crowd. While the eternal hall was embroiled in heated debate, an elder sat cross-legged like a statue in the Wuwang Palace on Wuwang Mountain. He remained motionless, as if he had been there for eternity. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air before the elder. Wei Lu, paying respects to the ancestor. The newcomer was the leader who had supported the sword-bearer system in the Eternal Hall. Ancestor Zhengzha slowly opened his eyes, a faint glimmer flashing within them. Wei Lu gazed at the ancestor, a wave of sorrow welling up in his heart. Ancestor Zhengzha had once been a prodigy, brimming with talent, nearly reaching the pinnacle of semi-sainthood. He was just a step away from breaking through to the saint level. However, during the battle with the divine tribe, the ancestor was severely injured, his wounds irreparable, and his strength greatly diminished. Even more terrifying was the immense pain he endured every day. For 50,000 years, the ancestor bore this unimaginable torment alone. Thinking of this, Wei Lu's sorrow nearly overwhelmed him. If the ancestor hadn't been injured, he would have broken through to the saint level, and there wouldn't be a dispute over the sword-bearer system today. As long as the ancestor was present, so was the sword-bearer. And the existence of the sword-bearer ensured that the Songyang tribe could live with dignity. "You've come." Zhengzha spoke calmly. "How goes the discussion on the next sword-bearer?" Wei Lu lowered his head, fists clenched, his voice trembling. "Ancestor. I? Heh." Zhengzha let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "I anticipated this. The world has been at peace for a long time. Few remember the perilous times when the Songyang tribe teetered on the brink of extinction. The times have changed," he continued. "I hold a bomb in my hand, one that can destroy this entire realm. Now, no one wants to sleep with a bomb. They all wish to abolish the sword-bearer system, don't they?" Wei Lu bowed his head lower, his voice filled with helplessness. "Yes, ancestor." Zhengzha took a deep breath. "So be it. My injuries are beyond suppression, and I will pass away tomorrow. After my death, I can no longer care." "Ancestor." Wei Lu's voice was filled with grief. Zhengzha sighed. "I once heard that we should give life to time, not just give time to life." Wei Lu remained silent. Zhengzha continued. "The Songyang tribe has a glorious history and civilization. We've given this period of time its splendor. After my death, I hope you all can maintain this. Don't just extend life to survive, but lose the essence of our entire civilization. Wei Lu solemnly nodded. Yes, ancestor. Zhang Jia shook his head, uncertain if his words would have any impact. He slowly stood up, a sword suddenly appearing in his hand. This was not just any sword. It was a weapon capable of annihilating the entire realm, an invisible bomb in the hearts of this world's beings. Destruction or survival was entirely in the sword-bearer's hands. Zhang Jia walked with the sword to Wei Lu's side and suddenly asked, "How long has it been since you looked at the stars?" Wei Lu was taken aback and replied, "So long that I can't remember." Zhang Jia smiled faintly, gazing through the window at the distant stars. He spoke softly, "Though we are all creatures of the gutter, we must frequently look up at the stars. There lies an endless universe, full of things beyond our imagination. It might be cruel, or it might be incredibly beautiful. But just the thought of witnessing an unknown world, far beyond our wildest dreams, makes life feel truly wonderful." Wei Lu nodded silently, his mind racing with thoughts. He mused that if the ancestor hadn't become a sword-bearer, he would have ventured into that boundless starry sky. After all, the ancestor loved stargazing so much, yet he never left this realm his entire life. The ancestor dedicated not only his life, but also his dreams to the clan. Zhang Jia turned to Wei Lu, his tone calm. "Go back and relay my words to them." As Wei Lu was about to leave, Zhang Jia looked up at the sky again and slowly said, "This sword will be buried with me forever." These words struck Wei Lu like a thunderbolt, making him tremble. Zhang Jia suddenly showed a hint of a bitter smile. "A dying man's words are kind. I have something to say to you, and to the entire Zongyang clan." Wei Lu immediately stood at attention. "Please, ancestor, speak." To lose one's humanity is to lose much, but to lose one's beastly nature is to lose everything. Zhang Jia finished, waving his hand. "You may go. Come back tomorrow to collect my body." Wei Lu's figure instantly disappeared into the night. Zhang Jia held his sword alone, gazing at the star-studded night sky. 50,000 years ago, his younger self often gazed at the stars like this. 50,000 years later, as his life neared its end, he still did the same. The night wind howled, lifting Zhang Jia's white hair and the fallen leaves on the ground. The leaves swirled through the air, drifting and finally settling back on the ground. Zhang Jia let out a long sigh. Over the years, he had been like a lion, shielding the clan from the wolves' covetous eyes. Yet he never expected that the people he protected would turn into a flock of sheep. Now, these sheep blamed the lion for blocking their way. The lion had grown old and was near death. If the destruction of civilization was inevitable, then perhaps death was a release for him. In the year Yufeng 52100, the ancestor of the Zongyang clan, Zhang Jia, passed away and was buried in the Palace of No Regrets. That same year, the Palace of No Regrets was overthrown and became ruins. The Zongyang clan celebrated, no longer having a sword-bearer. They believed they would now control their own fate. However, just 100 years later, in the year Yufeng 52200, the divine realm invaded. The unprepared Zongyang clan was powerless to resist and became slaves to the gods. All of the clan's warriors above the divine level were drained of their immortal essence and perished. Millions of clan members lost their sense of self and wandered aimlessly. Thus, the Zongyang civilization came to an end. In the outlands, a sudden sense of unease washed over Lin Feng. His eyes sharpened, and his body instinctively tensed. This familiar sensation had returned, more vivid and intense than before, as if a mysterious force was watching him. Without warning, the threads of causality on Lin Feng's body emerged, glowing faintly. He hadn't even activated them himself, which heightened his vigilance. Could it be that a powerful being is spying on me through causality? Lin Feng scrutinized the threads before him but found nothing unusual. He thought to himself that it might be because his mastery of the laws of causality was still at an elementary stage. Shaking his head, Lin Feng was about to retract the threads when a star island gradually appeared before him. Recognizing the familiar sight, a slight smile tugged at his lips. Two beams of light flashed and transformed into two figures who respectfully greeted him. "Yinxiu tribe, Hongxiu greets you, my lord." "Yinxiu tribe, Muxiu greets you, my lord." Lin Feng nodded slightly and issued a concise order. "Let's go to the Yufeng realm." Muxiu invited Lin Feng onto the Star Island, which then sped towards the Yufeng realm. Soon, they reached its outskirts. Muxiu gazed at the world barrier before them, eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, the Yinxiu tribe will have a place to call home. Standing with his hands behind his back, Lin Feng said calmly, "Break the world barrier. Don't worry about alerting the beings of this realm. Just do it." Muxiu took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, my lord." He felt a sense of security with a powerful backer, allowing him to act boldly. Muxiu flew to the vicinity of the Yufeng realm's barrier and extended his hands. Instantly, numerous runes lit up on his body, swirling around him before converging into his palms, forming two radiant energy spheres. A powerful aura emanated from them. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, noting to himself, saint-level power. Although Mu Xiao is only a demi-saint, he's already grasped the basics of saint-level power. Mu Xiao thrust his hands forward, and the energy spheres shot toward the world barrier like arrows, crashing into it with tremendous force. Energy surged from his palms, continuously battering the barrier. Hong Xiao watched Mu Xiao intently, silently cheering him on. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. The world barrier shattered under the immense force. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Hong Xiao immediately ordered the Star Island to pass through the broken barrier into the Yufeng realm, with Mu Xiao leading the way. The Star Island landed steadily within the Yufeng realm. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! You have discovered the Yufeng realm. Insight 1. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to enter a native star system life world. Rewarded with Divine Revival Pearl 1. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, pondering the unexpected reward. Insight? Could it be related to the laws of causality? He also considered the Divine Revival Pearl, marveling at his good fortune. Then, the system prompted again. Ding! You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You gain Insight 10,000 points. Ding! You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You gain the Ultra Divine Revival Pearl. Lin Feng quickly retrieved the precious item from his inventory and examined its attributes. Ultra Divine Revival Pearl. Restriction: none. Usable by NPX players. Grade: Ultra Divine. Effect: can be used to revive a being below saint level. Note: only effective on targets dead for less than 1 minute. Special: revives the target with their pre-death strength and memories intact at full state. Description: a toy created by a bored transcendent saint. Lin Feng was impressed by the item's power. Originally a divine-level reward, it had been elevated to ultra-divine through the 10,000-fold increase, capable of reviving demi-saints. However, he also realized the importance of timing, given the 1-minute time limit. He reminded himself not to misuse it, as reviving a god-level entity would be extremely foolish. With that thought, he carefully stored the item away. Just then, Mu Xiao returned to the Star Island and reported to Lin Feng, "My lord, I have just gathered some preliminary information about this realm." Lin Feng nodded for him to continue. Mu Xiao hesitated briefly, his expression turning peculiar before he said, "I discovered that this place has no native civilization left. It's all populated by god slaves taken from various realms." God slaves? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the term. Mu Xiao explained, "My lord, you may not be aware, but the god realm classifies beings into several tiers. The first tier consists of the god race elites who live in luxury and hold supreme authority. The second tier includes allied races responsible for managing various planes. The third tier is composed of commoners who enjoy significant freedom and basic privileges. The fourth class consists of the outcasts, who have extremely limited freedom and almost no rights." Lin Feng listened, his brows slightly furrowed. The fifth class is even worse off. They are the divine slaves. Their lives are at the mercy of those in the first and second classes, and even the third class can bully them without consequence. Divine slaves are seen as tools of the divine realm, bearing the most grueling and arduous labor. They might sweat in the mines, feed the divine pets with their flesh, or toil endlessly in the vast divine fields. In the hierarchy of the divine realm, the status of divine slaves is considered even lower than that of livestock. After listening quietly, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. What position does the human race hold in the divine realm's hierarchy? He weighed the information carefully and finally concluded. They barely qualify as fourth-class outcasts. Although their freedom is restricted and their rights are minimal, at least they haven't fallen to the level of being driven like cattle. Despite coming from the endless starry sky, the human race has not yet been relegated to the lowest fifth class in their ongoing struggle against the divine realm. However, Lin Feng did not take pride in this. The fourth class, though labeled as people, is essentially no different from divine slaves. The human race should not feel complacent just because they haven't become divine slaves. He gazed deep into the starry sky, silently vowing, "One day, the human race will become the rulemakers, standing among the supreme races like the divine realm." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng asked, "Our actions must have alerted the powerful beings of this realm. What are their movements?" A cold gleam flashed in Mu Xiao's eyes as he replied gravely, "Sir, they are already preparing. They are gathering a large army. More troubling is that several half-saint level warriors are among them." "Half-saint level," Lin Feng murmured, his face remaining as calm as still water. He chuckled lightly, "A battle is inevitable, so it's better to end it quickly. But let me make it clear, you and I will split this realm equally." Hearing this, a flash of joy appeared in Mu Xiao's eyes, and he gratefully said, Thank you for your generosity, sir. He began to calculate in his mind. This entire small world is vast and rich in resources. His tribe, numbering only in the billions, would be well off with just 1/5 of it. Lin Feng's offer was beyond his expectations. Seeing Mu Xiu's grateful expression, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He calculated that while he would fight alone, Mu Xiu and his powerful tribe would charge ahead, paying the highest price. Not only would Lin Feng complete his mission, but he would also gain half of a small world. This deal was undoubtedly a win-win for him. Mu Xiu's gratitude was just an unexpected bonus. Lin Feng continued, "This is only the first realm. My goal is to sweep through all the realms of the divine world." Mu Xiu took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Your ambition is unparalleled, sir. I cannot compare." He then added, "We should prepare for the upcoming battle." Lin Feng's gaze turned to the distance, his voice calm and resolute. "They are coming. They're here." Lin Feng's eyes were sharp as he stared into the distance. The air was thick with tension, and the presence of countless powerful beings surged like a tidal wave. "It's the Guardian Legion from the Divine Realm stationed in this world," Mu Xiu said gravely, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Before he finished speaking, Mu Xiu's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. The entire Star Island's war machine roared to life, and countless tribesmen quickly formed ranks, their formations appearing like an unstoppable tide. Swish, swish. Super God-level experts shot out like arrows, standing in neat rows behind Mu Xiu, their gazes firm and expressions solemn. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the shadow of war loomed over everyone's hearts. Thud, thud, thud. From all directions of Star Island, four legions appeared, their momentum overwhelming. These were the elite troops under the Divine Realm's command. Each legion was led by a divine expert, while the soldiers were all non-divine beings. After all, the Divine Realm ruled over more than a dozen planes, and divine experts were incredibly precious and would not easily engage in battle. The four legions halted not far from Star Island, encircling it completely. At this moment, a divine expert flew out from one of the legions and landed steadily in front of Star Island. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto this divine expert like a sharp sword, instantly assessing his strength half-saint level. The half-saint divine expert's face was filled with anger, and his voice was dripping with disdain and fury. "You Star Wanderers have some nerve. Instead of staying in the endless void, you come to the world of life to seize territory? Have you forgotten the world covenant? Or do you see our divine realm as weak and easily bullied?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Mu Xiu, asking, "What's this world covenant?" Mu Xiu blinked and briefly explained, "The endless void holds the world of life in high regard. No matter which star region, there are similar covenants in place. The covenant states that if star wanderers or pirates attack the world of life, they will be hunted by the major forces of the local star region until they are exterminated. Is that so?" Lin Feng seemed to understand, but his eyes flashed with disdain. He said calmly, "Then there's no need for more words. Attack." Mu Xiu nodded in agreement and charged towards the half-saint divine expert of the Divine Realm. The super god-level experts behind him followed closely, leading the Yinhuang tribe's army from Star Island, surging towards the Guardian Legion of the Divine Realm. However, the half-saint divine expert showed signs of fear. Seeing Mu Xiu's aggressive approach, he quickly retreated into his legion and loudly ordered an attack on Mu Xiu. Boom! The warriors of the Divine Realm Legion roared in unison, starting to burn their indestructible matter and unleashing powerful auras. The Legion's strength instantly soared to the super god peak. At the same time, their divine realms unfolded, manifesting as a long spear and a beast claw. Lin Feng's eyes widened, keenly sensing the anomaly. The divine realm of the Legion was a long spear, but the aura within the beast claw carried the pressure of a saint realm. Lin Feng vividly remembered the saint realm. Back in the divine realm, even with the power of causal laws, he could only self-destruct in the saint realm, relying on his indestructible nature to ravage divine realm cities and threaten saint-level experts. The saint realm was terrifying. This beast claw seemed to contain some form of divine punishment, imbued with part of the saint realm's power. Mu Xiu's hand flickered with runes, and a rune sword appeared out of thin air, instantly shattering the divine realm spear of the opposing legion. However, under the beast claw, his rune sword was as fragile as paper, easily broken. At the same time, the beast claw expanded massively, crashing down on Mu Xiu like a mountain. As a half-saint, Mu Xiu had the ability to move with a single thought. With a quick thought, he dodged the beast claw's attack, but his expression turned serious, a domain treasure. He stared at the beast claw, his heart vigilant. This domain treasure contained part of the saint realm's power, crafted with the painstaking effort of a saint-level expert, and was immensely powerful. Even ordinary half-saints would struggle against it. Mu Xiu didn't dare to confront it hidden and could only barely dodge the domain treasure's attacks, losing the ability to counterattack. The situation in the other three directions was equally grim. The guardian legions of the divine realm had the same configuration. Legions formed by divine experts, burning indestructible matter to unleash super god-level power, and possessing divine realms and domain treasures. In contrast, the Yinhuang tribe only had divine realms at most, and they were on the verge of collapse under the domain treasures assault. Lin Feng pondered. So this is what interrealm warfare looks like? He finally understood the true nature of war. Making a decisive choice, Lin Feng summoned 9 avatars. Almost simultaneously, his avatars and his main body began to deal with the domain treasures. Holy light gathered in Lin Feng's hands, and with the support of a large amount of indestructible matter, the holy light shattered space, refracted sight, and transformed into a black hole. Break, 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 boom, boom, boom. Holy light clashed heeden with the domain treasures, both annihilating each other. Boom. The warriors of the Divine Realm Legion were stunned. Mu Xiu was shocked, and even the half-saint divine expert showed an expression of disbelief. The domain treasure was destroyed in a single blow. Hissed, Mu Xiu gasped, his heart filled with awe. How much raw power did this take? Only now did he truly realize the terrifying strength of Lin Feng. He was indeed incredibly powerful, beyond imagination, stronger than a demi-saint. Mu Xiu recalled the moment he almost clashed with Lin Feng, and cold sweat broke out instantly. The battle before him left him utterly shocked. While he could only flee pathetically under the fierce attacks of the domain treasure, Lin Feng effortlessly neutralized them. The disparity in their strength was glaringly obvious. Seeing this, the Yinhuang warriors' morale soared. Without the protection of the domain treasure, both sides were finally on equal footing. Who would emerge victorious? Only battle could tell. Lin Feng strode forward confidently, appearing in front of the army led by the demi-saint from the divine realm in an instant. Simultaneously, his avatars appeared at the other 3 divine realm guard camps. Without hesitation, Lin Feng invoked the law of causality, uttering 2 words, "Die. All die." Then, he shouted, "Holy light incantation." The outcome was inevitable. In an instant, a blinding holy light rose like the sun, enveloping the entire battlefield. All the divine realm guard soldiers, including the demi-saint, melted away like snowmen in spring. Lin Feng single-handedly annihilated the entire divine realm guard, as effortlessly as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The Yinhuang warriors were petrified, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Enemies who were burning indestructible materials just a moment ago had vanished into thin air. The feeling was so surreal it defied description. Hong Xiu was equally shocked but relieved that Mu Xiu had made the right choice back then. Otherwise, the entire Yinhuang tribe might have been obliterated. Mu Xiu was left speechless, his face full of incredulity. Could a human really achieve such feats? Instantly killing the domain treasure, a demi-saint, and 4 major armies, each with millions of divine-level soldiers, it was utterly absurd. Mu Xiu couldn't help but compare himself to Xing Tian, feeling as weak as a baby in comparison. He was secretly grateful for making the right choice. The thought of the terrifying fate his tribe would have faced if he had chosen wrongly sent shivers down his spine. Xing Tian was terrifying beyond belief. System notifications kept ringing in Lin Feng's ears, some indicating he had obtained innate spirits, while others did not. However, he did gain a substantial amount of divine blood, bones, and souls, making it a significant haul. As for the regular equipment, skill books, gold coins, and experience points, Lin Feng no longer cared about them. At that moment, another series of system notifications sounded. Ding. You have completed the job transfer quest. World invasion. Ding. You have obtained the Heart of Wind Magic Element 1 inch. Ding. You have obtained the Forbidden Spell Mage Job, Transfer Scroll Level 1401 inch. Elemental Heart of Magic. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. The unsealing of the Forbidden Tome was one step closer. He silently calculated that 7 elemental hearts of magic were needed to unlock the tome, and he already had 5, leaving only 2 more to go. Lin Feng retrieved a job change scroll from his storage space and gently tore it open with his fingertips. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, your experience bar seal has been lifted, and you can continue leveling up. He glanced at his level 130. He was still 70 levels away from breaking into the super god tier. Using this scroll would directly boost him to level 140. As the scroll's power infused him, the system prompts followed one after another. Ding, your level has increased to 131. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding, your level has increased to 135. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding, your level has increased to 140. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Immediately, the system issued a new alert. Notice, you have not yet completed your job change. Your experience bar is sealed, and excess experience will be stored in the experience pool. Please complete your job change to unseal the experience bar. Lin Feng nodded slightly. At level 140, he recalled the achievements he unlocked at level 130 and wondered if there were more milestones ahead. Just then, the system chimed again. Ding, you have received the Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change quest. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Feng responded without hesitation. Ding, you have accepted the Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change quest. Swordbearer. Notice, a new quest has been added to your quest log. Please check the quest log for details. Following the prompt, Lin Feng opened the quest log and read carefully. Swordbearer. Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change quest. Restriction. Forbidden Spellcaster. Quest difficulty. SSS. Quest objective. Travel to Yinhuang Mountain in the Wind Realm and find an unnamed tomb buried underground. Inside the tomb lies a sword that controls a hidden destructive array. Obtain this sword to fully control the Wind Realm. Quest description. The first swordbearer, Zhang Jia, was buried with the sword at coordinates 122,325 in Yinhuang Mountain. This sword is crucial, as it determines the realm's fate. Only by mastering this sword can you fully control the realm. Quest duration, long-term. Reward, Grand Forbidden Spell, Ice and Fire Reincarnation Wheel 1. Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll 1. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The reward for this job change quest was a Grand Forbidden Spell, which was impressive. But the quest itself seemed peculiar. A swordbearer? A sword that could determine the fate of an entire realm meant that even if he conquered the realm, losing the sword would spell its doom. The sword must be in my possession, Lin Feng resolved silently. He turned to Mu Xiao and said, continue to suppress this realm. I need to go somewhere. Mu Xiao, who now held Lin Feng in the highest regard, akin to a saint-level powerhouse, responded respectfully, yes, sir. Lin Feng nodded and, with a flash, flew towards the coordinates. He knew that conquering a realm was no easy feat. Cities, resources, population, and special buildings all needed to be controlled. After completing the job change quest, he planned to activate the realm's teleportation array and relocate some NPCs to gradually build up the realm. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the designated coordinates on Yinhuang Mountain. He lifted his right foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground cracked, and fissures spread out like a spiderweb. A tomb buried deep underground was revealed. Rise! Lin Feng commanded, using wind magic to lift the entire tomb to the surface. He shattered the tomb's covering, exposing a coffin inside. The coffin slowly opened to reveal an uncorrupted corpse with a dusty sword beside it. Although the corpse seemed ordinary, an invisible pressure emanated from it. Is this the sword? Lin Feng reached out, and with a thought, the sword floated out of the coffin and into his hand. However, at that moment, an overwhelming mental force surged into Lin Feng's mind like a tsunami. The impact was terrifying. It felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his brain, causing excruciating pain. His grip on the sword loosened involuntarily. Ding! The sword clattered to the ground, emitting a clear sword hum. The aggressive mental force vanished instantly, and Lin Feng's mind cleared. Lin Feng gasped. What a powerful sword! What a strong mental attack! He stared at the sword on the ground in shock. Even against saint-level powerhouses, he could remain composed. But this sword made him deeply uneasy. Quickly calming down, Lin Feng analyzed the situation. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It seemed to contain the unique energy of a powerful being. The energy was similar to the Saint realm but incomplete, riddled with flaws. It appeared to be crafted by a peak semi-saint who couldn't break through to the Saint level. Combining a Saint realm and a sword? Isn't that a dead end? Lin Feng shook his head. There's no way to break through to the Saint level in the future. What a reckless path. Merging man and sword. The strength and weakness both lie there. Quite bold indeed. Daring to do such a thing is akin to forging one's own path of cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine this powerful individual as if they were abandoning conventional routes in a vast desert, boldly heading into the unknown. That direction might have an end, or it might be endless. Lin Feng frowned in deep thought, realizing that failing to subdue this sword meant the mission was far from complete. More importantly, without mastering the sword, he couldn't control the fate of this world. He speculated that this powerful individual must have feared that the sword would fall into others' hands after their death. Hence, they took a desperate gamble, choosing to merge with the sword. Unless one possesses saint-level strength, it's impossible to wield this sword, Lin Feng muttered to himself. But saint-level beings can't descend to this world. He realized that this powerful individual was determined to keep the sword forever sealed, making it inaccessible to anyone but themselves. This dilemma left Lin Feng momentarily stumped, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like a shooting star in the night. Wait a minute. He looked up sharply. If only the sword's master can wield it, then I just need to get the master to lift the seal. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the coffin. The corpse buried with the sword was undoubtedly the master himself. He took an item from his backpack, thinking it wasn't impossible to meet the sword's master. Let's give this a try. Lin Feng held in his hand the time reversal array, a one-time use saint-level artifact. When used, it could reverse time in a designated area. The more imperishable material consumed, the greater the time span crossed, and the longer the reversal would last. Imperishable material? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. For him, it was no problem at all. He could simply use the replication gem to endlessly duplicate immortal fragments. Lin Feng designated the current area of Wuwang Mountain and unhesitatingly activated the time reversal array. The system immediately prompted. This item requires a large amount of imperishable material. Please confirm. Confirm. Lin Feng responded resolutely. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Ding dong, the item has been successfully used. Lin Feng stood outside the formation, his eyes fixed on the strange scene before him. The once calm space now rippled like a lake, and time began to flow backward. The ground that Lin Feng had shattered started to restore itself at a visible pace. The sword, following the reversal of time, returned to the coffin. Around the coffin, the scattered stones reassembled, forming a tomb chamber that slowly sank back into the earth. The surroundings constantly changed, soon reverting to the state they were in when Lin Feng first arrived. Watching time flow backward felt like watching a replay. Lin Feng ignored the system notifications echoing in his ears. Before coming to this world, he had synthesized a substantial amount of imperishable matter, enough to sustain this time reversal. At this moment, Lin Feng was awestruck by the miraculous scene before him. It wasn't the spectacle itself that shocked him, but rather the incredible power of the artifact and the might of the legendary Tribulation Saints. This artifact, created by a Tribulation Saint, already showcased such profound manipulation of time laws. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine how terrifying it would be to face a Tribulation Saint of this level. A single gesture from a Tribulation Saint could turn enemies into infants or even reduce them to a pile of bones. Who could withstand such power? Thinking of this, Lin Feng recalled the super-powerful being he encountered during the National War. That being could travel through the river of time, freely moving between the past and future, and simultaneously attack all timelines. If he were to face such a being, immortality would be futile. The super-powerful being could destroy any version of him across all time and space, erasing him completely. Even as a player with the ability to respawn infinitely, he would be trapped in an endless cycle of resurrection and death, no different from true death. This thought filled Lin Feng with anticipation for unlocking the Forbidden Tome of Time. Once unlocked, he could learn the magic of time laws. At that point, he wouldn't need artifacts to perform time reversals. He could use it to explore secrets, kill enemies, and defend himself, making it an unparalleled power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng encouraged himself. Just 2 more magical hearts to go. There's hope. As time continued to reverse, the scene within the formation changed significantly. Lin Feng watched closely as countless refugees gathered, repenting to the Wuwang Mountain. Ancestor, we regret listening to you. Ancestor, Ancestor, our civilization is doomed. Doomed by Zhengyang. Ancestor, if you have any spirit left, save us. We were wrong, Ancestor, wrong. Zhengyang is doomed. Our civilization is doomed. Alas. Lin Feng found this scene intriguing. Because it was in reverse, the refugees gradually disappeared, replaced by groups of healthy-looking beings. They appeared on Wuwang Mountain, facing the Wuwang Hall with disdain. One of them spat at the palace, shouting, "Bah! This mountain is useless. How can this palace still exist? Come on, let's tear down this broken hall. We will never be oppressed again. This is a great era, an era without sword-bearers," another being shouted. A group of beings vandalized the Wuwang Hall and desecrated the mountain before leaving satisfied. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. From an observer's perspective, he saw things more clearly. The stark contrast between the scenes of regret, repentance, and desperation and the disdain, disrespect, and fearlessness of the beings was striking. It was a colossal irony, a heart-wrenching irony. Shaking his head, Lin Feng continued to watch. The scene within the formation changed again. A group of beings gathered on Wuwang Mountain with wine and food, celebrating wildly. Haha, no more sword-bearers. Yes, no more looking down on us from above. Right, no need to worry about being destroyed along with the world. Not just us, but our sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons won't have to worry. There should never have been sword-bearers. Our lives should be in our own hands. The era of sword-bearers is over. Let's welcome a new era of freedom and peace. Silently observing, Lin Feng thought. Do these beings know that beneath their feet lies an unnamed grave with just one person and one sword? Do they know that one day, they will come here in despair, repenting and begging the ancestor for salvation? Do they know that a god will destroy their civilization and enslave them, while an outsider watches the entire farce? Shaking his head, Lin Feng couldn't muster any pity sympathy, or compassion for them. This was their own choice. The endless starry sky is a zoo of beasts. The Songyang tribe broke their own teeth and dulled their claws. The outcome was inevitable. Beasts with sharper claws and teeth would kill them. They gambled that all beasts would be fair, peaceful, and enjoy the world's sunshine and air like them. Was this stupidity? No. It was arrogance. Arrogance towards the beasts, towards humanity, towards the endless starry sky. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng reminded himself, fear your enemies, but also build great strength. The fate of the Songyang tribe gave him profound insights. He was also grateful for having lived through the darkest, bloodiest times in his previous life, understanding the paramount importance of survival. Though Lin Feng was akin to a sword-bearer for humanity, he would never give anyone the chance to take the sword from his hand. Those who dare to challenge will die, no matter who they are, even if they are human. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Feng thought to himself, I may not be the best leader, but I will be the most domineering one. Only I can lead humanity into the future because I am strong enough. Lin Feng continued to observe the time reversal scene. Time flew by, and the revelers vanished. In the vast world, there was only an old man, alone with a sword. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He recognized the old man and the sword he held. That was the sword master. At this moment, Lin Feng was still outside the formation. To contact the sword master, he had to step inside, merging with the time reversal formation to enter its time. Maintaining the formation's time, Lin Feng calmly stepped inside. The time reversal array activated, and as Zheng Jia was about to reach his final moments, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Lin Feng, his piercing gaze sweeping over Zheng Jia before he spoke. I am Xingtian, and you are? A hint of confusion flickered in Zheng Jia's eyes as he scrutinized Lin Feng. He noticed that Lin Feng's strength was merely at the mythic level, but the sharp, unparalleled aura emanating from him was unmistakable. Zheng Jia couldn't quite decipher Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the sword in Zheng Jia's hand. With a calm expression, he said, I come from many years in the future of this world. This statement struck Zheng Jia like a thunderclap. His eyes suddenly brightened. A strong warrior from the future. For some reason, Zheng Jia didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Perhaps it was because a warrior with such an aura would disdain deceit. However, if Lin Feng truly came from the future, a sense of foreboding welled up in Zheng Jia's heart. He keenly realized that the Yufeng realm might have already faced disaster. Otherwise, this warrior wouldn't have traveled through time to find Heimer, more precisely, to find this sword. The Songyang clan. Zheng Jia hesitated. Though he had already guessed the outcome, he was still unwilling to believe it. Lin Feng nodded lightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The divine realm invaded and destroyed the civilization of this world. The Songyang clan had no warriors above the god level, and its people have been enslaved by the divine realm for many years. Now, the Songyang clan is likely a forgotten name. These words hit Zheng Jia like a heavy blow to the heart. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing the news of his clan's annihilation still filled him with deep sorrow. It was like knowing a loved one would pass away someday, but being unable to accept it when the time came. Suppressing his grief, Zheng Jia sharply perceived Lin Feng's true purpose. So, you suppressed the divine realm and now seek to obtain my sword? Lin Feng couldn't help but be impressed by Zheng Jia. This warrior was indeed astute and perceptive, worthy of being the pillar of his clan. Exactly, Lin Feng admitted openly, his gaze fixed on the sword in Zheng Jia's hand. I used the time array to come here specifically for this sword. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Jia asked, why should I give it to you? Lin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile as he countered, why shouldn't you? This question struck Zheng Jia like a wake-up call. Indeed, the Songyang clan no longer existed. What reason did he have to refuse? He had nothing left to hold on to. Very well, the sword is yours, Zheng Jia said with a bitter smile. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. The mission seemed secure. But he didn't want to end it there. So he asked, do you have any last wishes? Zheng Jia sighed deeply, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. I could have attained sainthood, but my clan was suppressed by the divine realm, leaving me in loneliness for tens of thousands of years. After my death, they exterminated my clan. My life was ruined by the divine realm. Sometimes I think, why did I have such unparalleled talent? It would have been better to be an ordinary person, living 100 years without such pain. He looked at Lin Feng with a glimmer of hope. You fight against the divine realm. They won't give up easily. Just promise me you'll kill more of them. Now, I can rest in peace. Lin Feng saw through Zheng Jia's heart. Rest in peace? You're clearly unwilling. You hate. You suffer. You grieve. Can you truly rest? You're just escaping, he suddenly asked. What if you were still alive? This question struck Zheng Jia like a bolt of lightning. His body immediately erupted with the powerful aura of a peak semisage. He raised his sword to the sky, eyes brimming with boundless battle intent. If I were still alive, I would storm the divine realm, making them bleed rivers. I wouldn't stop until every last one of them was dead. Lin Feng took a deep breath, seemingly making a decision. I can bring you back to life. Zhang Zha's eyes widened, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Lin Feng took out a pearl and explained seriously. I possess a treasure called the Resurrection Pearl. It can instantly revive a dying person, fully restoring their state and preserving their memory and consciousness. Zhang Zha calmed down and asked in a low voice, conditions? What price do I need to pay? As a warrior who had endured hell and persisted for tens of thousands of years, he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. A slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Naturally, there are conditions. I will form an alliance to slay the gods. After reviving you, you must join it. Without any hesitation, Zhang Zha nodded decisively. All right, I will join. Then you may die now, Lin Feng said. Zhang Zha laughed heartily, holding the sword upside down. The tip pointed at his heart, ready to embrace death and be reborn anew. Thud. The sword pierced through Zhang Zha's heart, and blood gushed out. This was never meant to be a weapon of bloodshed. Its mission was to protect or safeguard the entire realm and its people. Yet today, it was tainted with Zhang Zha's blood. That scorching blood carried 50,000 years of silence, yet it remained as fiery as ever. It surged with the flames of hatred, bearing the tragic fate of a mighty warrior who had been solitary for millennia. Zhang Zha fell, his life rapidly fading away. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the resurrection orb in his hand, and the system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Are you sure you want to use the resurrection orb to revive Zhang Zha? This item is extremely precious and cannot be undone once used. Without hesitation, Lin Feng confirmed. The system promptly responded. Notice, resurrection conditions met. Resurrection successful. You have successfully revived the peak-level semi-saint Zhang Zha. As soon as the words fell, the scene before Lin Feng suddenly changed. A fully restored Zhang Zha appeared out of thin air, the greatest prodigy in the history of the Songyang clan. This semi-saint who had been lonely for 50,000 years was revived. Lin Feng and Zhang Zha exchanged a knowing smile. No words were needed. Everything was understood in silence. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, the massive time reversal array dissipated in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Zha stood there, fully intact, and the sword in his hand was restored to its original state. Zhang Zha felt the onset-tormenting wounds within him vanish, and immense gratitude towards Lin Feng welled up inside him. This act of revival was a grace as vast as the heavens. This bond of fate was heavier than the sky. Lin Feng calmly looked at the sword in Zhang Zha's hand and asked, May I borrow your sword? This was the objective of his mission. Zhang Zha laughed heartily and handed over the sword without hesitation. At that moment, another system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! Zhang Zha wishes to recognize you as his master. Please confirm. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Zha in surprise, then confirmed. Zhang Zha immediately showed utmost respect, bowing deeply. Zhang Zha greets his master. Rise, Lin Feng said. From now on, we are comrades in arms. Zhang Zha asked with a smile. Who are we fighting? Lin Feng replied firmly. We fight the heavens. Whoever dares to be the sky above us, we fight against them. The moment Lin Feng grasped the sword, a series of system notifications chimed in. Ding dong, you've completed the job transfer quest. Swordbearer. Ding dong, you've obtained the Grand Forbidden Spell. Ice and Fire Rebirth Wheel 1. Ding dong, you've obtained the Forbidden Spell Mage Job. Transfer Scroll Level 1501. With the Forbidden Spell Mage Job transfer quest completed, Lin Feng returned the sword to Zhang Zha. He thought to himself that since Zhang Zha was now his ally, it didn't matter who held the sword. Lin Feng carefully examined his new acquisitions. The skill description for the Grand Forbidden Spell, Ice and Fire Rebirth Wheel, appeared before him. Requirement: Forbidden Spell Mage Level 10. Max Level Effect: a powerful composite Grand Forbidden Spell that combines ice and fire elements. Special: the damage of this skill depends on the caster's strength. Cost: 10 mana. Duration: none. Description: ice and fire are the most basic magical elements. However, the simplest elemental forces are often the most powerful. The pinnacle of elemental magic often involves simplifying complexity, returning to the basics. This skill is a prime example of that principle. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the skill book. The system notification sounded again. Ding dong, you've learned the Grand Forbidden Spell, Ice and Fire Rebirth Wheel. Hint: a new skill has been added to your skill bar. You can view the details in the skill bar. Lin Feng calculated in his mind that aside from the Holy Light incantation, he now had another powerful offensive forbidden spell. Next, Lin Feng took out the Forbidden Spell Mage Job transfer scroll. The system prompted. Ding dong, your experience bar seal has been lifted. You can continue to level up. Lin Feng mused that ordinary players indeed leveled up much faster. The job transfer quests for hidden classes were more challenging, making it harder to level up later on. He chose to level up without hesitation. 3 consecutive notifications chimed. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, 141. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, 145. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, 150. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint: you have not completed the job transfer. Your experience bar is sealed. Excess experience will be stored in the experience pool. Please complete the job transfer to unlock the experience bar. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He was now level 150, just 50 levels away from his goal. Not wanting to travel around, he took out the Starry Sky teleportation array he had obtained from the Divine Kingdom's treasury. This item had been sealed before, but after being unsealed by Mu Xiao, it was now usable. Lin Feng checked the item details. Starry Sky teleportation array. Level 1. Grade Sacred. Effect: establishes a two-way teleportation array across dimensions when used. Description: this array was crafted by a powerful saint and is extremely useful in interdimensional warfare. Lin Feng immediately used the Starry Sky teleportation array. The system prompted. Ding dong, you have used the Starry Sky teleportation array. Hint: please set the Bound City teleportation array. Ding dong, setting successful. Lin Feng set the teleportation array in the floating realm, completing the two-way teleportation link between the floating realm and the roaming wind realm. From now on, players wishing to enter the roaming wind realm would have to go through the floating realm. After setting up the teleportation array, Lin Feng took Xingxia to Star Island. At this moment, Mu Xiao and Hong Xiao were busy taking control of the entire world, a task that was evidently not easy. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm's Divine Might Hall, a group of powerful deities gathered with grim expressions. The Surveillance Hall had reported that Starry Sky Wanderers had appeared in the roaming wind realm, and the entire Guardian Legion had been annihilated. This news shocked the entire Divine Realm. Divine Might Hall's leader, Simon Irwin, was inquiring for details. When he learned that Mu Xiao was responsible, he was furious. It was he who had instigated Mu Xiao to attack the Destiny world, hoping that Mu Xiao and Xing Tian would fight to the death. However, now Mu Xiao had turned against the Divine Realm, seizing its territory. What shocked Simon Irwin even more was that Xing Tian had also appeared in the roaming wind realm. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he issued orders. Deploy the Bloodslaughter Legion to Destiny World and kill all the human tribes of Destiny. Not satisfied, he continued. Send the 13th Legion to the roaming wind realm to suppress Xing Tian. The gathered deities' eyes lit up at these words. With Xing Tian absent from the Destiny World, this was their chance. The Sky City was currently in the Destiny World, and with a single command, millions of troops could arrive instantly. Although the Bloodslaughter Legion did not number in the millions, it was still several 100,000 strong. The warriors raised by the Divine Realm possess godlike powers, capable of unleashing extraordinary strength and equipped with domain treasures. In the face of the Destiny World, they are undoubtedly a formidable force. The 13 legions are not a single unit but a collective term for 13 super legions composed of god-level warriors nurtured by the Divine Realm. This massive force boasts over 10 million soldiers, including numerous semi-Santa-level powerhouses. Even when confronted with formidable adversaries like Xingtian, suppression is possible, albeit at a cost. Upon receiving orders, this powerful legion immediately set out to execute their mission. The scene shifts to the Lingxiao Palace in the Divine Realm. Break! An angry shout is followed by a surge of immense energy, forming a giant fist. As the fist travels, space shatters like thin paper, carrying an unstoppable force towards the Divine Warrior opposite. However, the Divine Warrior remains unfazed and unmoved. Boom! The fist lands heavily on the Divine Warrior, but it has no effect, as if it sank into a bottomless pit. Panting heavily, Bach shook his head with a wry smile. Theodore, you're like an impregnable fortress. I can't even make a dent. Theodore responded with a calm smile. I've reached the peak of the semi-saint level, but I'm still no match for Funerer. Bach grinned. I'm also at the peak of the semi-saint level, but facing you feels like a god facing a super deity. The disparity at the semi-saint peak is just too vast. Theodore nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were Funerer, he could defeat you in an instant. The semi-saint peak realm is quite subtle. Mastering the power of saints is considered the early peak. Mastering instantaneous thoughts is the mid-peak. Grasping a hint of the saint realm is the high peak. Only by condensing a vague saint realm can one be called the super peak. Theodore continued. Funerer has already surpassed the super peak. His saint realm is in a state of near completion, making him even stronger than the super peak. No wonder he represents the divine race in the Qianlong ranking. Bach sighed. With him representing the divine race, you might miss your chance. Theodore shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. He's just a madman, consumed by the pursuit of power, not worth emulating. Bach shrugged. You might still have a chance to represent the divine race in the Qianlong ranking, but my hopes are gone. I'm planning to descend to the mortal realm and meet Xingtian. The name Xingtian made Theodore furrow his brows, painful memories surging to the surface. His younger brother, Lu Zian, once hailed as a prodigy among the gods, had fallen at the hands of Xingtian. Bach noticed Theodore's change in expression and flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I will avenge your brother, Lu Zian. Theodore nodded, but the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but say, Xingtian is incredibly powerful. Based on the information I've gathered, I fear you might not be his match. Bach laughed dismissively. So what if he wiped out the guardians of Yifeng realm? I can handle it. He winked, his tone brimming with confidence. Don't forget, I'm the disciple of the master of divine might temple. I have a full set of divine treasures. Even if I'm not as strong as Xingtian, with these artifacts, he won't take me down easily. Theodore sighed inwardly. He wanted to tell Bach that true strength should come from within, not from relying on external aids. Like Fiener, who, despite having the most powerful and abundant resources in the divine realm, never used them. He relied solely on his extraordinary talent and relentless training to achieve feats that left other prodigies in the dust. But Theodore knew Bach too well. Such words would fall on deaf ears. Seeing Bach about to leave, he could only advise, I'm off. By the way, you should still try for the Hidden Dragon list. There have been instances in divine history where two representatives competed for the list simultaneously. A flash of determination crossed Theodore's eyes as he smiled. Of course, I won't give up easily. Fiener is strong, but I won't back down. Bach laughed. When I return victorious, I'll join you for the Hidden Dragon list. Theodore took a deep breath and thought to himself, don't underestimate Xingtian, or you might not come back at all. He kept these words to himself, knowing that saying them aloud would only irritate Bach. After all, Bach was also a prodigy of the divine race, the beloved son of the master of divine might temple, and possessed a full set of divine artifacts crafted by the temple master himself, which even ordinary saint-level warriors found hard to break through. The Hidden Dragon list is a star-level rookie competition, open only to warriors below the saint level. The list is periodically reset, and each reset sparks a frenzy among semi-saint-level warriors. Making it onto the list not only brings attention from major forces across the star realm, but also offers generous rewards. This star-level competition is akin to an intercontinental event on Earth, attracting countless semi-saint warriors. Meanwhile, on an island in Yifeng realm, Lin Feng heard the system's notification sound. Ding, you have received the Forbidden Spell Mage class change quest? He instinctively opened the quest tab and carefully examined the quest details. Divine Realm Suppression. Forbidden Spell Mage class change quest. Restriction. Forbidden Spell Mage. Quest difficulty. SSS level. Quest objectives. 1. Repel the invaders from the Divine Realm. 2. Survive. Quest description. You have turned Muxiao and occupied Yifeng realm, angering the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm is about to launch a full-scale attack. You must repel the invaders and ensure your survival. Quest duration. Long-term. Rewards. New version activation scroll 1. Forbidden Spell Mage class change scroll 1. New version activation scroll? Lin Feng was stunned, then delighted. The quest itself wasn't particularly difficult for him. As long as no saint-level warriors showed up, he was invincible. But what truly intrigued him was the new version activation scroll. He couldn't help but wonder if the new version might integrate the game with reality. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Regardless of what the new version entailed, he was ready for the challenge. However, the quest also revealed a crucial piece of information: the Divine Realm was about to take action. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately summoned Muxiao and other strong warriors to prepare for the impending crisis. At the same time, in the Cloud City of Destiny continent, Luo Ping felt a sudden wave of unease. This inexplicable anxiety made him sense that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, Lin Feng's puppet clone appeared before Luo Ping. This puppet possessed the same strength as the original and could share all its gains. It had now reached level 150. Lin Feng looked toward the Divine Realm's Cloud City in the sky, his tone grave. Luo Ping, prepare for war. Luo Ping's heart skipped a beat, realizing that a great battle was imminent. He didn't dare hesitate and immediately ordered the entire realm into a state of war. Every city activated its defense mechanisms, and various war machines were brought online. Lin Feng decided not to involve the players. His experience in Yifeng realm had shown him the formidable power of Divine Realm artifacts, which the current players lacked. Lin Feng faced the Divine Army alone, without needing anyone else's help. At that moment, the Blood Slaughter Legion in the Cloud City split into two groups, totaling millions of warriors, and marched out of the city. As soon as they stepped beyond the boundaries of the Cloud City, Lin Feng sensed something unusual. The Cloud City, which originally existed outside the painting and beyond space, now allowed the Legion to enter the painting and arrive in the Destiny world. Lin Feng was powerless against the Cloud City hidden beyond the realm, but he had a strategy for dealing with the Blood Slaughter Legion that had entered the Destiny world. Suddenly, several powerful auras erupted without restraint. These were semi-saint level experts, comparable in strength to Mu Xiao, and there were 4 or 5 of them. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing near the 2 legions. The Blood Slaughter Legion immediately went into combat mode, burning their immortal divinity and summoning divine realms and domain treasures. At the same time, the 5 semi-saint level experts surrounded Lin Feng. Although it appeared that they had the upper hand, Lin Feng's sudden appearance caused these experts to feel uneasy. Hadn't the Lord of the Divine Might Hall said that Xingtian had left the Destiny continent? Why was he here now? Clearly, there was a mistake in their intelligence. However, with the arrow already on the bowstring, they couldn't turn back. Since Xingtian had appeared, they had no choice but to fight. The semi-saint level experts began burning their immortal divinity, fully aware of Xingtian's formidable power. This battle was extremely perilous. Although they had surrounded Xingtian, it felt more like Xingtian had encircled them. Meanwhile, the treasures they carried transmitted the scene back to the Divine Realm in real time. With a command from a Divine Realm expert, the Blood Slaughter Legion launched a ferocious attack. The 5 semi-saint level experts also began their assault on Lin Feng. They weren't bullying him with numbers. Rather, they wished there were 10 or even 100 times more companions beside them. Xingtian was simply too powerful, and they fought with the resolve to die. If Xingtian didn't die, it would be them who would perish. The semi-saint level experts of the divine race gave their all, fighting desperately as if their lives depended on it. Boom! The Blood Slaughter Legion's attack descended like a torrential storm, and the assault of the semi-saints from the divine realm enveloped the area like an inescapable net. At this moment, divine power surged like crashing waves, and the might of domain treasures loomed like towering mountains, submerging Lin Feng within. However, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Lin Feng remained as calm as a walk in the park, his expression untroubled. The fierce attacks seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, always missing him by mere inches. Even area attacks and homing skills inexplicably veered off course, failing to hit their mark. This bizarre scene was like a sharp blade hovering over Lin Feng's neck, yet unable to cut through his skin. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have become an invincible shield, standing motionless while countless attacks fell short. Such an incomprehensible spectacle sent a chill down the spines of the semi-saint experts from the divine realm present. They couldn't help but exclaim internally, "How can Xingtian be this powerful? This is impossible. We're doomed. We underestimated him." These semi-saints believed they had fully understood Lin Feng and had gone all out. Yet, Lin Feng's performance far exceeded their expectations, making him seem even more monstrous than they had anticipated. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. The law of causality, he mused silently. By altering the outcome, I can achieve this level of invulnerability. He was filled with confidence, knowing that even against millions of semi-saints, the result wouldn't change, for he had mastered the supreme law of causality. "My turn," Lin Feng said calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a torrent of ice and fire elements coalesced in the void, instantly forming a vast ocean of elements. Faced with this terrifying sight, the semi-saints' faces turned pale, some trembling, and others falling into despair. "Run! Run! Run!" Someone shouted loudly. "Better to be a deserter than dead. Hurry, as long as we're fast enough, death can't catch us." When faced with the choice between life and death, these semi-saints chose life. Most of them were not true divine realm powerhouses, but were strong beings from realms ruled by the divine realm, including the Blood Slaughter Legion. True divine realm powerhouses would never stoop to come and die personally. Therefore, they fled without hesitation, internally justifying, "It's not that we didn't try hard. The enemy is just too powerful." At that moment, the ocean of elements in the void surged violently. Whoosh! The waves of ice and fire elements instantly engulfed all the enemies in front of them. Countless damage numbers floated up within the elemental ocean. Ding dong, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You've obtained the Divine Sovereign Armor Super God Peak 1. Ding dong, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You've obtained the Skill Book Shadowless Form Super God Peak 1. Ding dong, you've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You've obtained Innate Spirit 10,000, Imperishable Material Shard 10,000. Lin Feng had a buff that automatically collected drops. With each target he killed, his infinite backpack automatically stored the enemy's loot. In the blink of an eye, no living enemy remained before Lin Feng. The million-strong Blood Slaughter Legion and several semi-saint powerhouses were all dead. This scene mirrored the battle's onset. Their attacks could not harm Lin Feng, while Lin Feng's attacks left them no place to hide. Despite their utmost efforts, they couldn't evade Lin Feng's powerful true damage and terrifying attack power, ultimately being instantly slain. Lin Feng coldly gazed at the city above the clouds, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Send more if you dare, he thought. I'll kill as many as you send. Meanwhile, the sky over the wandering wind realm churned with clouds. 13 divine legions descended with overwhelming momentum. Millions of divine powerhouses, tens of thousands of super god-level powerhouses, and hundreds of semi-saint powerhouses formed the main force of this expedition. They unleashed their auras without restraint, instantly alarming all the beings in the realm. The weak trembled as if the sky were falling. On Star Island, Muxio's face suddenly changed. The divine realm has arrived, he said cautiously, worried for his people. Sir, let me accompany you in this battle, and leave my people here. Lin Feng nodded without saying much. Zhang Jia appeared thrilled, laughing. Perfect timing. My sword has been itching for action. Let's go, Lin Feng said succinctly. Swish. Lin Feng and the two other powerhouses instantly appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the grand formation of the divine realm, their expressions varied. Muxio's eyes showed worry. The divine realm had clearly gone all out this time. 13 legions with millions of divine powerhouses, each legion combined, was like a peak semi-saint powerhouse. Not to mention there were hundreds of actual semi-saint powerhouses. Such strength was truly terrifying. Zhang Jia's eyes, however, gleamed with excitement. No, madness. He had been stifled for too long, and never had he felt this exhilarated in tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the impending battle. The moment Lin Feng and the other two appeared, a semi-saint immediately ordered, "Form up." Hundreds of semi-saints quickly formed a small military formation. Meanwhile, Bach and several peak semi-saints landed nearby, exuding confidence in their own strength. Bach scrutinized the three powerhouses before finally locking his gaze on Lin Feng. Destined human, Xingtian, he challenged, his voice filled with provocation. Lin Feng sensed the intense battle intent in Bach's eyes and merely glanced at him indifferently. Boom. Bach's aura exploded, radiating golden light, and the aura of his domain treasures was particularly striking. In terms of sheer pressure and momentum, he alone suppressed the 13 legions. Xingtian, do you dare to fight me? Bach sneered, his eyes like sharp swords piercing towards Lin Feng. A unknown duel? You're not worthy, Lin Feng said calmly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Hearing this, Bach was furious. He was, after all, a prodigy of the divine clan and the youngest son of the divine might hall's master, adored and showered with treasures. His entire body was equipped with domain artifacts, and in terms of talent and strength, he surpassed many other divine prodigies. While he couldn't quite compare to some of the monstrous talents in the divine realm, he was not far behind. Just a mere human. How dare you boast? Bach roared, brandishing his long sword as he charged at Lin Feng. The powerful aura from his domain artifacts caused Muxio to retreat 3 steps, and even Zhang Jia had to step back half a step. Only Lin Feng stood his ground, unmoved. Die! Bach shouted as he slashed down with his sword. With a thunderous crash, the space within this complete world couldn't withstand his power and collapsed. The sheer might of his attack was evident. Lin Feng sneered, clenching his fist. His fist, wrapped in dazzling light, met Bach's sword heaten. Boom! Bach's sword strike veered off course, hitting nothing but air, while Lin Feng's punch landed squarely on Bach. In the blink of an eye, Bach's body was obliterated into dust by the force of the punch. A system notification sounded. Ding, you have slain Bach of the Divine Clan. Your relationship with the Divine Clan has reached a point of no return. Ding, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained 10,000 units of innate spirit, 1 super divine peak heavenly spirit armor, and 1 super divine peak blood burst technique skill book. The prodigy of the Divine Clan, Bach, was thus instantly killed by Lin Feng's punch, while Lin Feng remained unscathed. Muxio's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit his fist. Lin Feng had once again shattered his worldview. Zhang Jia was equally astonished, now having a clearer understanding of his master's power. He thought to himself, that strong one has about 5/10 of my strength. Even if I wanted to kill him instantly, I'd have to use my full power. Yet, master effortlessly crushes him like an ant. Truly formidable. Boom. The legions of the divine realm were in an uproar. They knew Bach's strength all too well, yet he ended up being killed instantly. Lin Feng was terrifying. The semi-saint of the divine realm suddenly snapped out of it, shouting, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" This was a special signal. Boom, boom, boom. All the legion warriors ignited their indestructible essence. This battle would be fought to the bitter end. Lin Feng remained calm as ever and uttered a single word, "Kill." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Jia and Mu Xiao, both semi-saint level warriors, sprang into action. Mu Xiao's body was enveloped in runes, which transformed into beasts, swords, and landscapes, sweeping toward the enemy forces. However, these attacks caused only limited damage due to the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia, wielding a razor-sharp sword, dashed into the throng of enemies like a bolt of lightning. His sword was so powerful that it could slice through even domain treasures. Sword that splits mountains. Sword that roars to the heavens. A sword for eternity, he shouted as his sword energy surged, cutting down warriors left and right, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Kill him. Kill that swordsman. Came the urgent cries from the enemy ranks. Quick, quick, quick. We can only hold out for 3 breaths. The semi-saint level army of the divine realm quickly activated their formation. A half-bodied phantom appeared out of thin air, exuding the aura of a saint-level warrior. The energy from this formation reached the holy realm. In an instant, the surrounding space began to collapse. The small world couldn't withstand such immense power, and the entire area trembled violently. Facing this terrifying sight, Zhang Jia felt not fear but exhilaration. Covered in blood, he laughed wildly. This is exhilarating. After tens of thousands of years of solitude, today I am unleashed. How exhilarating! Unfazed, he stared at the saint-level phantom in the void and suddenly shouted, "Go!" His sword shone brightly, causing the surrounding space to crack like a spiderweb. The sword has gone. Wherever the sword light passed, it carved a deep black hole in space, shattering the surrounding area. Holy realm suppression. The semi-saint army directed the saint-level phantom, which raised its hand to strike Zhang Jia's sword. Swish. As Zhang Jia's sword made contact with the holy realm, the impact caused the space within a 100-mile radius to collapse, revealing a black hole hundreds of miles across. Some god-level warriors who couldn't evade in time were instantly reduced to ashes. Swish. Zhang Jia's sword pierced through the saint-level phantom's hand and then its body. The semi-saint army, consisting of hundreds of warriors, suffered a backlash, spitting out blood. The holy realm could no longer be sustained and vanished without a trace. Breaking the holy realm with one sword. Piercing the heavens. Zhang Jia exclaimed with joy. What of the holy realm? What of hundreds of semi-saints combined? I can cut them down with one sword. Sword, come, he shouted, and the sword light flew back into his hand. He turned into a stream of light, charging into the semi-saint warriors for a frenzied slaughter. Mu Xiao watched Zhang Jia's display, deeply shaken. He thought to himself, what a terrifying warrior. I thought Lin Feng was already extraordinary, but Zhang Jia is equally impressive. He truly is near saint-level strength. He shook his head. I need to break through quickly. I can't hold Lin Feng back. I must seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, above Lin Feng's head, a giant hand formed from ice and fire elements, almost covering the entire plane. With a thunderous crash, the giant hand descended like Mount Tai. Boom. Under the giant hand, no life remained. 3 billion. 3 billion. 3 billion. The system notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding, you've triggered a 10,000-fold increase, gaining 10,000 innate spirits and 10,000 fragments of indestructible matter. In an instant, all life in the area was annihilated. Protected by Lin Feng's law of causality, Mu Xiao and Zhang Jia remained unharmed. Instant kill. Zhang Jia, drenched in blood, laughed heartily. How satisfying. A flash of light cleaned his body of all impurities, and he returned to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was impressed by Zhang Jia's strength, feeling pleased to have such a powerful subordinate. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding, you have completed the Divine Realm Suppression class quest. Ding, you have received the new version scroll and the 160-level Forbidden Spell Mage class scroll. Listening to the system prompts, Lin Feng took out the class scroll and gently tore it. Ding, your experience bar seal has been lifted, and you can continue to level up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to upgrade. Ding, your level has increased to 151. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding, your level has increased to 155. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding, your level has increased to 160. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Note: you have not yet completed your class change. The experience bar has been sealed. Excess experience will be stored in the experience pool. Please complete the class change to lift the experience bar seal. Level 160. Lin Feng calculated that he needed to complete 4 more class change quests to reach the super god level. Lin Feng then took out the new version scroll and carefully examined its attributes. New version scroll special type. Special item effect, used to unlock the new game version. Starry Sea. Description: the Starry Sea chapter will merge the real world with the game world. All player data will be retained in the real world, and the entire game system will continue to exist. Note that the merging of the game and reality will occur through the fusion of 2 worlds, meaning Blue Star will become an independent small world with its coordinates made public. Additionally, players who die unexpectedly in the Destiny continent will not be resurrected, excluding those with resurrection skills, buffs, items, or equipment. Most importantly, whoever controls the world origin of Blue Star will have the highest authority over the Blue Star interface. Lin Feng stared at the new version scroll in his hand, memories, sadness, and anger flashing in his eyes. The new version indeed involved merging with reality. He recalled the tragic scenes of his past life. The public coordinates of Blue Star had attracted countless invaders from other races and worlds, nearly driving humanity to extinction. But this time was different. Lin Feng was far stronger than in his past life. He vowed silently that he would never let those tragedies happen again. Any invaders would pay with their lives. This is our home. Blue Star is home. Trespassers will die. Lin Feng murmured. He looked at the new version scroll in his hand again, feeling hesitant. Although he was ready, the other players clearly were not. Let's wait a bit longer, Lin Feng thought. After everything is in order, I can unlock the new version. The impact is too significant. With that in mind, Lin Feng carefully placed the new version scroll back into his backpack. The battle yielded abundant rewards, and Lin Feng felt as if he had struck gold. He acquired countless divine blood, bones, souls, and fragments of divine essence. These rare materials would become crucial components for the rebirth pool, paving the way for players to achieve god-level breakthroughs. The time was ripe, and ordinary players were ready to advance. Compared to hidden classes, their job change quests were astonishingly simple. With the superior environment provided by Lin Feng, their leveling speed skyrocketed. These resources perfectly met their needs. However, challenges followed. Once players broke through to god level, the scarcity of mythic-level monster resources would become a bottleneck. This was the fundamental reason Lin Feng was eager to expand his territory. With the abundant resources of the Yinhuang realm, players' demand for god-level resources would be greatly alleviated. Moreover, the greatest gain was the innate spirits. Unfortunately, the cautious deities had only sent warriors from vassal races, with few innate beings among them. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was not worried. The true interpretation of elemental laws was still in a 30-day cooldown period, so slowly accumulating innate spirits was not a problem. As for advancing to the upper divine realm, Lin Feng believed the time was not yet right. If the divine realm dispatched a group of saint-level powerhouses to oversee the situation, he would lose the leverage of threatening the lives of their people. Why make a futile effort? This battle also yielded a large number of peak superdivine equipment and skill books. Although the current world level restriction only allowed for saint-level items, these were considered top-notch by ordinary players. Lin Feng planned to sell these items, which he deemed inferior, to the players. Most importantly, Lin Feng had finally established a firm foothold in the Yinhuang realm. After this battle, the divine realm would likely have learned its lesson and would not easily make the same mistake again. With this in mind, Lin Feng turned to Mu Xiao and issued an order. You can start developing now. Occupy the entire world and make the most of the time to grow. Yes, my lord, Mu Xiao responded respectfully, his gaze shifting between Lin Feng and Zhang Jia. As the weakest among the three powerhouses, he was more reverent than usual. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, you have a new job change quest. Hint, you have a new task. Please check the quest log for details. Lin Feng immediately checked the details of the job change quest. Blue Star Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Quest. Restriction: Forbidden Spellcaster. Difficulty: SSS level. Objectives: 1. Master the origin of the Blue Star world and gain the highest authority. 2. Defend Blue Star. Quest description: Blue Star is a complete microworld with its own world origin. Whoever controls the origin of Blue Star has the highest authority over it. You must obtain the world origin of Blue Star and gain the highest authority. Once Blue Star's coordinates are made public, it will become a prime target, attracting the attention of numerous predators in the current star region. You must protect Blue Star from destruction and maintain the highest authority. Hint: Star nomads are desperate for a home, and Blue Star is worth fighting for. Space pirates won't miss the opportunity to plunder Blue Star's resources. They will take everything they can get. There are countless realms and major forces in the current star region, all with expansion ambitions. A world with public coordinates is like a beacon in the dark, drawing attention. You must become extremely powerful to protect Blue Star and its inhabitants from wave after wave of invasions. Quest duration: long-term. Rewards: Dragon List Entry Qualification 1. Forbidden Spellcaster Job Change Scroll 1. Lin Feng carefully read through the job change quest details and felt a rare sense of pressure. He had experienced many strange and high-difficulty quests, but had never felt this kind of pressure before. Perhaps it was because this quest was related to Blue Star. After all, Blue Star was home, his homeland. The quest unusually provided hints. Lin Feng already understood the star nomads, as Mu Xiao had once been one of them. He could imagine their desperation for a livable world. and the public coordinates of Blue Star would be fatally attractive to this group. How vast was the star region? Lin Feng did not know, but he was aware that countless waves of star nomad invasions would follow. Then there were the space pirates. From Muxio's description, Lin Feng understood this group. They were pirates who specialized in plundering various resources. A force that could become space pirates would have at least saint-level powerhouses. It was said that powerful space pirate forces could dominate entire star systems, making the lives of all worlds within the system miserable. How terrifying! A blue star with public coordinates would undoubtedly become a delicacy in the eyes of space pirates. If these were just minor threats, there were even more formidable entities, the major forces in the star region. These forces' strength far surpassed that of the divine realm. The status of the divine realm within the star domain is at best akin to that of a wealthy rural landowner. Compared to the major powers in the star domain, the influence of the divine realm is negligible. It is said that the most powerful faction in the current star domain is called the Bronze Tree, which controls 1/3 of the entire star domain and has thousands of realms like the divine realm under its command. In this vast expanse of stars, every inch of territory has been divided among various factions. To expand their power, these factions are forced to fiercely compete for every possible resource. With the emergence of the new blue star, these star domain powers will undoubtedly covet it eagerly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, calculating in his mind. As long as he doesn't encounter a saint-level expert, he is confident he can handle all challenges. In fact, the difficulty of this mission doesn't seem as daunting as described in the job transition task introduction. He just needs to adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the mission rewards. The Dragon List? Competition entry? These terms were unfamiliar to him. However, since these are rewards for the job transition task, they are likely valuable. Although these rewards can't benefit from the 10,000-fold amplification, their value might sometimes surpass certain amplified items. Lin Feng decided not to overthink it for now. The answers would naturally reveal themselves upon completing the mission. Meanwhile, in the Divine Hall of the Divine Realm, 3 saint-level experts gathered: Ando, the Lord of the Divine Hall; Simon Irwin, the Lord of the Divine Might Hall; and Becky Ayler, the Lord of the Light Hall. Their expressions were extremely grave. After Lin Feng instantly killed the invaders from the Destiny continent, a vague figure flashed in Becky Ayler's mind, gradually overlapping with Lin Feng's image. He seemed to recall something but couldn't articulate it. "This kid is terrifying," Becky Ayler exclaimed. Simon Irwin gritted his teeth and said, "Xingtian is a scourge to our divine realm. Damn the surveillance hall, how could their information be wrong?" Xingtian was supposed to be in the Yufeng realm. Ando sighed and shook his head. When it came to hatred for Xingtian, his was the deepest. His youngest son, Luxion, had died at Xingtian's hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't descend into the small world to seek revenge himself. Next, they saw images of Lin Feng in the Yufeng realm. Lin Feng killed Bach with a single punch, and Simon Irwin instantly flew into a rage, standing up abruptly. Damn it, Xingtian must die. My son," he roared in anguish. Ando's face was dark as he asked, "What do we do next?" Simon Irwin gritted his teeth and said, "Xingtian must die. I'm willing to pay any price for his death." Becky Ayler pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we contact the Moon Worship Mountain?" He added with a cold smile, "I don't believe that the strongest assassination force in the star domain can't kill Xingtian." Simon Irwin's eyes widened, and he responded decisively, "Whatever the cost, count me in." Ando also stated, "Count me in as well." Becky Ayler nodded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "With top assassins on the job, let's see if Xingtian can escape death." In the distant reaches of the Destiny world lies a region called the Jialan Starfield. Within this starfield is a mystical realm known as the Misty Rain Galaxy. Dominating this galaxy with unparalleled assassination skills is Baiyue Mountain. It is not an actual mountain, but rather a colossal world that governs the myriad realms of the heavens. At this moment, in a hidden secret realm within Baiyue Mountain, a breathtaking duel is unfolding. A massive Qian Yuan beast with gleaming golden eyes warily eyes the formidable opponent before it. The beast exudes an aura of saint-level power, its holy domain encompassing several miles. However, its adversary, Yale Xiao, is merely a half-saint-level warrior. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the Qian Yuan beast, Yale Xiao remains remarkably calm. Suddenly, he unleashes his divine domain, instantly displacing the beast's holy domain and creating a unique field centered around himself, spanning 100 miles. This divine domain is extraordinarily peculiar, with hundreds of figures appearing in the void, each possessing half-saint-level strength. These figures form a complex formation whose power rivals that of the Qian Yuan beast's holy domain. Die! The Qian Yuan beast roars as it charges at Yale Xiao, its massive body like a mountain. Yet, it passes right through its opponent and crashes into the void. A flicker of astonishment crosses the Yinhuang beast's golden eyes as it realizes that its opponent has mastered the laws of the void, the most suitable power for stealth and assassination. Suddenly, Yale Xiao emerges from the void, his staff striking the Yinhuang beast like a torrential rain. Each strike seems to produce a dull thud, but in reality, the staff has landed millions of blows in that brief moment. Despite being a saint-level life form, the Yinhuang beast is overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Each strike feels like a needle piercing its body, causing unbearable pain. Yale Xiao abruptly halts, takes a deep breath, and calmly says, "It's over." As soon as he speaks, a series of crackling sounds erupt from within the Yinhuang beast. Its muscles and bones shatter, its flesh torn apart, and an astonishing energy bursts forth from its body. With a thunderous boom, the massive beast disintegrates into dust. Yale Xiao appears slightly fatigued, having just employed a significant amount of his threaded energy. In that brief instant, he had attacked billions of times, each strike channeling the energy into the Yinhuang beast's body, ultimately creating an explosive focal point that destroyed it from within. Just then, a figure suddenly appears. The newcomer is dressed in plain linen, with long hair tied casually with a grass rope and bare feet. Although you've passed your trial, the linen-clad figure says, "Yale Xiao, you still rank second. There's a significant gap between your strength and that of the top-ranked on the golden list." "Yes, instructor," Yale Xiao responds respectfully. "I will continue to strive." The linen-clad figure nods and continues. "The golden list has been dominated by that person for a century. You could choose to break through to the saint level and enter the heavenly list, where the resources are far richer." Yale Xiao's eyes gleam with determination as he softly replies, "Instructor, I wish to wait a bit longer. I aspire to be like the powerful predecessors in history, defeating saint-level initial stage warriors with my half-saint power. Having ambition is commendable," the linen-clad figure praises. "To reach that level, you need a guardian to help you consolidate an invincible stance within your realm. Your points are still insufficient. I have a task for you. Once completed, you should have enough to request the assistance of a saint guardian." "Instructor, I'm ready," Yale Xiao eagerly asks. "What's the task?" The linen-clad figure frowns slightly and slowly reveals, "This task is rather peculiar. The target is a divine-level warrior, but the information provided by the employer states that the target is virtually invincible below the saint level. God level? Practically unbeatable below saint level?" Yale was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Immediately, a powerful fighting spirit surged within him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Could it be that I'm facing one of the top talents of our generation? The man in the simple robe revealed a peculiar expression upon hearing this. He spoke calmly. "Xing Tian, a formidable human warrior from the Tianming continent, once reached the pinnacle of the summit. Indeed, he is one of the top talents of our time. Your task is to kill him." The robed man paused before continuing. "You have mastered the basic laws of the void and possess secret techniques. I believe you can complete the task." "Really?" Yale's eyes lit up, excitement evident in his expression. For years, he had never taken on a mission to assassinate a god-level warrior. Now, he was thrilled beyond measure. He quickly said, "I accept this mission." The robed man nodded slightly and continued to explain. "You are the most suitable candidate for this mission. Jun Bujian of the Frost Galaxy is currently amassing an invincible aura, having already challenged half-saint level warriors across the galaxy. He is preparing to challenge peers in our Misty Rain Galaxy. From our Bayou Mountain, only the top-ranked on the golden list is capable of standing out, but he is currently preparing for battle and cannot take on this mission." "Jun Bujian," Yale murmured softly, a look of admiration appearing on his face. He thought to himself, Jun Bujian has challenged the entire galaxy and plans to traverse the entire star domain, challenging numerous half-saint level warriors under the protection of his Tao Protector, all to amass an invincible aura. Once this invincible aura is formed, breaking through to saint level would elevate him to the peak of saint level warriors. Should he succeed, he would become a peak saint level warrior upon breaking through. He intends to trample the top talents of the entire star domain, forging his path to invincibility on their defeats. Yale sighed inwardly. "Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to face him." He knew that Bayou Mountain would only choose the strongest to challenge Jun Bujian, and the strongest was undoubtedly the top-ranked on the golden list. The robed man seemed to sense Yale's disappointment. His figure gradually dimmed, and his voice became ethereal. "Do not be discouraged. Many warriors remain unknown below the saint level, but once they break through to saint level and find their path, they become astonishingly powerful, achieving the honor of being the strongest of their era." He paused, then added, "If you can complete this mission, I will personally be your Tao Protector." Upon hearing this, a look of determination flashed in Yale's eyes. He confidently replied, "Thank you, instructor. I will definitely complete the mission." On the desolate plains of the Destiny continent, thousands of players gathered before a transparent portal. This was the legendary monster creation room, where one could encounter monsters matching their own strength. The air was thick with tension and anticipation as players chatted amongst themselves to pass the time. Usually, there aren't many people here. Why is it so crowded now? A new player asked, glancing over the dense crowd. A nearby player explained, it's because guild leader Xingtian made a global announcement, saying that the game and reality are about to merge. Soon, there will be no distinction between the two, so everyone is rushing to level up. Exactly. Another player nearby agreed. When the game and reality merge, the world will change dramatically. Everything will be reset, and only strength will matter. Someone laughed and said, no wonder some lifestyle players who are usually so laid back have been grinding levels like crazy these days. It's even made resources a bit more expensive. Merging the game and reality is a complicated matter, an experienced player cautioned. It could easily lead to chaos. Let's see what guild leader Xingtian has planned. For now, let's just focus on leveling up and not overthink it. Absolutely. The surrounding players nodded in agreement. No matter how the merge happens, strength is fundamental. At that moment, a few players emerged from the monster creation room, their faces beaming with satisfaction, clearly having gained substantial rewards. Seeing this, the waiting players grew even more eager. It's our turn. A team of players approached the portal. Let's do this. The system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Entering the monster creation room requires a payment of 100 gold coins. Duration: 60 minutes. The team leader, Yinhuang, quickly paid the coins. Another prompt appeared. Attention, based on the current player level, a god-level monster will spawn. As the prompt ended, the team vanished from sight. Entering the unknown-filled monster creation room, the scene shifted to the floating realm. Lin Feng stood by a sapling of the world tree, holding the spring of life in his hand, hesitant to use it. The floating realm had become a complete small world, and further upgrades would elevate it to the level of a mid-tier life world. This would allow saint-level powerhouses to descend, posing a potential threat to Lin Feng. Not far away, a fierce battle was underway. A ferocious wild beast was surrounded by a well-coordinated group of players. Skydragon, a warrior player shouted, charging forward. The wild beast was knocked dizzy and, before it could recover, was launched into the air by the Skydragon skill. Ice Spike. A mage player seized the moment, casting an ice spell that froze the airborne beast. Simultaneously, another mage began preparing an earth spell. Floating Arrow. An archer's arrow whistled through the air, sending the beast flying again just as it was about to land. Blood Strike. An assassin player, glowing with a blood-red aura, slashed the beast with lightning-fast strikes. As the beast was about to land, the assassin deftly moved aside, giving space to teammates. Earth Shatter. The mage's earth spell activated. A giant fist formed from the ground, sending the beast flying once more. The assassin seized the opportunity to continue the onslaught. Meanwhile, the warrior's aerial skill had cooled down. Skydragon. With a loud crash, the beast was sent airborne again, unable to touch the ground, left at the mercy of the player's relentless attacks. Before long, the beast let out its final roar and collapsed, transforming into a pile of equipment and items. Great job. Hanji looked at the loot on the ground and gave his teammates a thumbs up. The mage player excitedly suggested, our teamwork is getting better and better. God-level beasts are no longer a challenge for us. How about we try taking on a super god-level beast? I'm in. The archer player agreed. We're all god-level, and our damage output is decent. We should be able to handle a super god-level beast. Hanji, however, shook his head. Let's wait a bit. Our coordination is good, but we still lack powerful skills. How about we accumulate more resources in exchange for some strong skills from the guild before we challenge them? The teammates didn't object to his suggestion. Sounds good, the mage player said. I've had my eye on a mythical skill book, and I'm just a few points short. Let's play it safe for now. I've got my eye on something too, the assassin player laughed. The guild has so many good items. I have to say, guild leader Xingtian is amazing. He can even bulk supply super god-level weapons and equipment. Absolutely, guild leader Xingtian is a legend, Hanji laughed. I've pledged my loyalty to him for life. Haha, one. The mage player grinned. I'm a die-hard fan of the guild leader. 10,086. Count me in. Other teammates echoed. The scene shifted again, this time to the Wind Realm. The top 5,000 players on the world ranking board had gathered. To ordinary players, they were unreachable gods and legends, but now they were all silent and serious. Standing before them was the legendary figure among players Xingtian. Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword sweeping over everyone present. His voice was quiet but carried an undeniable authority. The merging of the game world and the real world is inevitable. Lin Feng stood on the stage, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his voice cold as ice. He scanned the crowd and spoke each word deliberately, I don't want to see chaos and disorder in the world. If anyone dares to cause trouble and wreak havoc after the game merges with reality, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The players present collectively gasped, and many broke into a cold sweat. Xing Tian's power and influence were unquestionable. Everyone knew he was the strongest in the game. More importantly, Xing Tian's prestige among the players was akin to that of a supreme leader. His words carried immense weight. The top players, all shrewd individuals, quickly grasped the implications of Lin Feng's words. Even those who might have had ulterior motives had to reconsider the severe consequences of angering Xing Tian. Lin Feng continued, his tone calm yet unwavering. I want a world of order and stability. Whatever Tianming continent is like, Blue Star should be the same. Before he finished, an old player from a guild suddenly stood up. He sternly scanned the other players and declared loudly, Guild Master, we understand your message. I want to make my stance clear now. You will always be our guild master. Anyone who doesn't follow your rules will be our enemy, and they can test the sharpness of our blades. His words seemed to ignite a spark, and more players stood up, voicing their support in unison. Guild Master, I support you. Guild Master, we all support you. However, Lin Feng's keen eyes noticed some players looking uneasy, standing up to show support but clearly harboring ulterior motives. He knew too well the nature of players. In a chaotic world, many ambitious individuals would see an opportunity to reshuffle the power dynamics. With the strength to dominate millions of players, who wouldn't covet greater power? But Lin Feng was determined not to give them that chance. His gaze was piercing, his voice rising above the noise. After the game merges with reality, I won't force you to stay in the guild. Those who can stay can't be kept by force. But from now on, if you leave the guild, you won't be able to return. His voice grew even colder. All guild resources will be off limits to those who leave. Moreover, if anyone causes trouble and brings widespread outrage, even if they have been with me the longest, I will make sure they are obliterated. You'd better remember this. Finally, Lin Feng waved his hand and announced, meeting adjourned. Lin Feng left immediately after speaking. He was always blunt in his actions, drawing a hard red line across it, and you're dead. This simple and direct threat left a heavy atmosphere in the air. As soon as Lin Feng's figure disappeared from sight, the previously silent players began to whisper among themselves in small groups. One of them, voice trembling, said, Damn, the guild leader was terrifying just now. I almost passed out from fear. Another player let out a long breath and remarked, Facing a super god-level boss alone wasn't as scary as that. Tell me about it, a player said, patting his chest. I didn't even dare to breathe, afraid the guild leader might think I had second thoughts. Heaven knows, my loyalty to the guild leader is harder than a diamond. Some players, still shaken, quietly analyzed, the guild leader had a point. Now that the game and reality have merged, those troublemakers in real life have gained immense power. Who knows how ruthless they could be? Don't we know what players are like? Another player laughed, realizing they were all players themselves. Lin Feng's words were actually a warning to all of them. They were the ones with the power to wreak havoc. Anyway, I'm sticking with the guild leader. A sincere voice chimed in. I'll do whatever he tells me to do, fight whoever he tells me to fight. I'm molded by him. Without the guild leader, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Looks like I need to warn my buddies to tone it down, a player said with a sigh. Our power has grown too quickly, and people's hearts are too complex to control. Who would dare to stand out now? Another player whispered. The guild leader will definitely make an example of anyone who steps out of line. In critical times, showing off is a death wish. Lin Feng arrived at a secluded spot and took out a new version activation scroll from his backpack. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding dong, confirm to use the new version activation scroll? Confirm. Lin Feng responded without hesitation. The system prompts followed one after another. Activation successful. The game world and the real world are beginning to merge. After the merge, players will no longer need gaming devices to log in. After the merge, the game system will still exist. For levels above Super God, players need to comprehend breakthroughs to advance. After the merge, all systems will remain unchanged. After the merge, players who die on Blue Star will not be able to revive. After the merge, the Heaven Gate will be activated. The Heaven Gate exists in each player's mind and can instantly appear at the bound resurrection point. Note: currently, only Destiny has a resurrection point. Except for Blue Star, deaths in any other realm will automatically appear at the resurrection point. After the merge, version update maintenance time will commence, estimated at 5 minutes. After the update, all players will default to Blue Star. Lin Feng listened carefully to the system prompts, quickly analyzing the changes. Overall, the changes were minor, but 3 points were noteworthy. First, players no longer need gaming devices to log in, and each player has a Heaven Gate that allows them to return to their bound resurrection point. Second, Blue Star has become a unique existence. In other realms, players can return to their resurrection point after death, but on Blue Star, they cannot revive. There must be some hidden reason behind this. Third, and most importantly, players above the super god level need to break through their realms on their own. Reaching a certain level does not guarantee awakening to the divine realm. Everything depends on the player's own breakthroughs. Lin Feng thought to himself, there are bound to be bugs. Hopefully, the system will automatically patch them in the future. After all, this is the first time two worlds are merging. Although for him, this is the second time. At that moment, a world announcement echoed in all players' ears. Player Xingtian has activated the new version. The game and reality worlds are about to merge. The system will enter update maintenance time, estimated at 5 minutes. All update details will automatically be sent to each player's mind. Please log out promptly. Countdown begins. 59, 58, 57, 56. Lin Feng logged out decisively. His vision blurred, and he opened his eyes to find himself still immersed in nutrient fluid in his gaming pod. It was the world's top-grade nutrient fluid he had bought, capable of sustaining him for a whole year in the game, now mostly unused and somewhat wasted. Stepping out of the gaming pod, Lin Feng was surprised to find his spatial ring had been brought back to reality. He also felt a space he could open at any time, presumably the system backpack. Even more delightful was the presence of the game interface in his vision, now very transparent. All game systems, such as professions, pets, equipment, skills, and factions, were still there, accessible at his will. Curious if his abilities remained intact, Lin Feng extended his hand and silently invoked Holy Light Incantation. The space rippled, and a ball of holy light appeared in his hand. Good, my powers are intact. Lin Feng was relieved and quickly took a shower to wash off the nutrient fluid. Meanwhile, players worldwide logged out one after another, experiencing the differences between reality and the game. Many discovered two new things in their minds: an explanation of the changes after the merge and a mysterious portal to Heaven Gate. A new era was about to begin. At that moment, a maintenance time was displayed on the Heaven's Gate, forcing players to temporarily leave the game world and return to the real world, Blue Star. However, to everyone's astonishment, the powers, items, skills, and pets they had acquired in the game followed them into reality. A mage player stared in shock at the small fireball floating in his palm and laughed foolishly, saying, "Awesome. I won't need a lighter anymore. I can just summon a little fireball." Nearby, a burly young man tentatively extended a finger and lightly touched a heavy truck parked by the roadside. To his amazement, he effortlessly pushed the truck several meters with just one finger. "With my current strength, a single finger can lift a heavy truck," he muttered to himself, staring at his hand in disbelief. Not far away, an archer player squinted and looked at the dazzling sun through a window, eagerly saying, "What if I try to shoot down the sun?" As the players reveled in their newfound abilities, the 5 minutes of maintenance time quickly passed. A crisp ding-dong sounded, accompanied by a system announcement. Heaven's Gate is open. Players can now use Heaven's Gate to bind resurrection point cities. Please note, Starry Sky teleportation arrays can now be set up on Blue Star for faster travel to desired realms. World announcement: Blue Star's origin is forming. Once complete, Blue Star's coordinates will be revealed in this star region. Players, defend Blue Star. This announcement caused a stir among the players. "What's an origin?" someone asked in confusion. Suddenly, many players simultaneously felt a powerful presence awakening in the north. Why do I sense a strong presence awakening in the north? A perceptive player first noticed the anomaly. Soon, more players became aware of this mysterious force. Blue Star's origin sounds valuable. Where is it? Could it be that awakening presence in the north? Someone speculated. As the discussion heated up, groups of players decided to head north to investigate. Among them were myth-level powerhouses capable of flying at incredible speeds. Some players, using the power of magical machinery, also possessed myth-level abilities, making flight easy for them. However, in their rush to find the origin, they overlooked a crucial issue. What consequences would revealing Blue Star's coordinates bring to this world? This might be a common flaw among players. They often focus on immediate benefits while ignoring potential risks. At that moment, Lin Feng also sensed the awakening of the origin. For him, it was not just an opportunity but a mission. His class advancement quest required him to control the origin and fend off the various forces and strong individuals coveting Blue Star. "The origin must be mine," Lin Feng resolved silently. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a distant place, speeding towards the source of the mysterious northern presence. "The essence of origin," Lin Feng murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let's go check it out." He thought to himself, if he could master the essence, even the great Xingtian would struggle to compete with him. As the system's notification echoed in the ears of all players, they each had their own thoughts and rushed towards the source of the energy. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared above the ocean. He looked down at a swirling vortex on the water's surface, where faint, multicolored lights could be seen flickering within. Without hesitation, he dived into the sea, heading straight for the vortex's depths. By igniting an indestructible material, Lin Feng created a dry space within the water, rapidly approaching a fist-sized ball of radiant light. Up close, it was spherical and resembled a small soccer ball, with light flowing within it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reached out to touch the essence. In that moment, his mind roared, and his vision shook violently. When everything calmed down, he was astonished to find himself seemingly possessing a God-say view. He could sense everything in the world simultaneously: mountains, oceans, birds, beasts, even a tiny flower or a blade of grass. He saw players from the Dawn Guild flocking towards the source, and players in cities who were either excited or bewildered. Extending his sight beyond Earth, he observed space stations in near-Earth orbit, rovers on the Moon and Mars, and the vast, deep expanse of space. A peculiar feeling surged within him, felt like the master of the planet, his will manifesting absolutely. Lin Feng tried to move a mountain. With just a thought, the mountain rumbled and shifted precisely 1 centimeter to the left. He then raised massive waves hundreds of meters high in the ocean, causing marine life to leap and frolic. So this is the power of the essence, Lin Feng realized. No wonder death on Earth means no resurrection, because Earth has this essence, while small worlds like the Floating Realm and Wind Realm do not. He suddenly understood that the Destiny continent must also possess an essence, which enabled the creation of the player's cultivation system and resurrection mechanism. However, learning how to use this power to create similar rules would require time and study. At that moment, the system's notification sounded, asking if he wanted to master the essence and warning that the refining process must not be interrupted, or severe consequences would follow. Lin Feng didn't dare delay. He immediately sent his puppet on Destiny Continent to find Zhang, while exiting the fusion state with the essence and flying to the vortex above. By then, players had already begun to arrive. Guild leader, you're really here. The players greeted Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng quickly ordered, Dawn Legion, listen up. Immediately seal off a radius of 10,000 miles. No one is allowed to enter. Yes, Commander. The players obeyed and spread out to guard the designated area. As more players arrived, they voluntarily joined the defense. Lin Feng dove back into the essence's location and chose to refine it without hesitation. The system then issued a world announcement, warning that the battle for Earth's defense was about to begin. At the same time, a private notification sounded in Lin Feng's ear. The essence refinement was expected to take 7 days, during which he would be unable to move or perform any actions. The news caused an uproar among the players. Some worried about Earth's safety, while others felt confident in their own strength. Regardless, a battle for their homeland was imminent. In the realm of winds, Lin Feng's puppet and Zhang Jia stood side by side, their expressions grim. Suddenly, Mu Xiu came running, his face filled with astonishment. Sir, an open coordinate has appeared on the star chart, Mu Xiu said, gasping for breath and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such occurrences are extremely rare in the starry sky. Even newly born worlds rarely have public coordinates. Sir, this world is near our galaxy. Should we seize the opportunity? Lin Feng's puppet smiled slightly, exuding confidence. This world is already within my grasp. Mu Xiu, you will stay here in the realm of winds to guard against any intrusions from the divine realm. Zhang Jia and I will go. Yes, sir, Mu Xiu responded respectfully. In the next moment, Lin Feng's puppet and Zhang Jia had descended upon the new world. Zhang Jia looked around, his brows furrowed. Master, is this the ancestral land you spoke of? With the coordinates made public, this place will likely become a battlefield. Lin Feng was unperturbed. As long as no saint-level beings emerge, there's no need to worry. My true body is already refining the origin. We only need to hold out for 7 days. No storm can shake us. The two arrived at the origin of the world, and Lin Feng gathered all the powerful beings there. He spoke sternly, inform everyone to leave Blue Star immediately. This place is about to become a war zone. The powerful beings pleaded to stay and protect their homeland. Lin Feng responded coolly, it's entirely voluntary. If you die from the ensuing chaos, don't blame me. Now, you must quickly notify everyone to evacuate. Soon, emergency notices appeared on the internet, radio stations, and short video apps of various nations. All players must return to the game world through the Heavenly Gate immediately. Blue Star is about to face endless invasion and war. Most players chose to return to the game world, while a few were determined to stay and defend their home. Those who remained were filled with fervor, making preparations for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Luo Jia, the no-sail pirate crew, had already infiltrated Blue Star. As the eyes and ears of his organization, he spent 3 days gathering intelligence. When he returned to Star Island to report to the captain was shocked to learn that the Black Sail pirate crew, the Star Nomads, various local galaxy forces, and even the alliance of the myriad worlds were getting involved. The aura of a saint-level being burst forth from the captain, causing Luo Jia to shiver. He sighed inwardly. This realm is likely doomed. If they're lucky, some might escape and become star nomads. If not, the entire realm could be consumed by war. The captain rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, this is giving me a headache. The pirate captain rubbed his temples, his expression serious. Even with the strength of the no-sails pirates, they had to tread carefully in this situation. He calculated in his mind, realizing he must weigh the risks and rewards cautiously, or they could end up losing everything. Meanwhile, spies from various factions were withdrawing and reporting the intelligence they had gathered. As the information was compiled, the pressure on each faction increased immensely. The enticing prize before them now seemed laced with poison, and attempting to seize it could come at a devastating cost. The divine realm was particularly shocked. What? There's a trace of the Tianming human race there? It seems Xingtian is involved. A high-ranking deity murmured. This matter is of grave importance. We must watch and wait. With Xingtian in play, anyone who tries to take over that plane is likely to break their teeth. We in the divine realm need to act cautiously and bide our time. The scene shifted to Blue Star. Before Lin Feng stood two emissaries from different races. One was a slender, naturally alluring fox spirit, and the other a formidable demon warrior. The demon emissary got straight to the point. We want control over this plane and promise your human race only a small piece of land to inhabit. The fox spirit, hearing this, cast a charming glance at the demon warrior and said sweetly, our fox clan is far more generous. All we ask is to establish a portal between our world and this one, allowing equal exchange between the two realms. The demon warrior snorted, glaring at the fox spirit, and sneered, anyone who trusts your fox clan is a fool. You just want to slowly erode this plane with a knife that cuts slowly. Lin Feng's patience had run out. He coldly interrupted their bickering. Enough! Go back and tell your leaders that I reject both of your offers. His eyes flashed with disdain. You should find out what happens to those who oppose me from the divine realm. Do you really think your demon and fox clans can threaten me? You don't have what it takes. Lin Feng looked down at the two emissaries, his tone filled with menace. If you don't leave now, you'll never get the chance to return. The fox spirit hurriedly tried to negotiate. Wait, our fox clan can also help you fend off your enemy. Get out. Lin Feng barked sternly. Don't make me say it again. The fox spirit and demon warrior left with a mix of embarrassment and resentment on their faces, gritting their teeth. Once they were gone, Zhang Jia, who had been standing by, asked puzzledly, Master, why humiliate them instead of killing them? Lin Feng replied indifferently, right now, all the factions are watching each other, and no one dares to make a rash move. But none of them are willing to give up either. If we stay on guard constantly, it will drain our energy even more. His eyes turned cold, and his voice deepened, as they say, strike hard once to avoid 100 strikes later. I need to set an example. To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Zhang Jia suddenly understood. The fox and demon clans were the chickens to be sacrificed, serving as a warning to others who might covet their territory. The more they infuriated these two, the more effective the warning would be. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and asked, Zhang Jia, are you afraid? Zhang Jia also smiled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Afraid? I'm only afraid there won't be enough enemies, or that they won't be strong enough to make the fight satisfying. The envoys of the demon clan and the strongmen of the monster clan left in a fury. Clenching their teeth, they secretly vowed to make the human clan pay. The two envoys exchanged a knowing glance before taking off, their movements immediately detected by various powerful factions. News spread quickly. The envoys from the demon and monster clans have left with dark expressions. It seems the negotiations have failed. Various factions began to stir, anticipating the upcoming conflict. In the demon realm, the envoys headed straight for the leader in charge of the matter. The leader frowned and asked, what was the outcome of the negotiations? The envoy respectfully replied, the human clan rejected our demands. The leader seemed indifferent, but the envoy's hesitant expression caught his attention. What else? Speak up, the leader demanded sharply. The envoy gritted his teeth and recounted the insults from the human clan's Xingtian. Upon hearing this, the leader flew into a rage, trembling with fury, and ordered the Divine Slaughter Legion to assemble, swearing to annihilate the human clan. A similar scene played out in the monster realm. A fox demon tearfully reported the human clan's disrespectful behavior to the monster clan leader, vividly describing how she was humiliated. The leader was infuriated and immediately commanded the Tianluo mountain forces to mobilize, vowing to eradicate the human clan, especially Xingtian. Suddenly, space distorted, and the star islands of the demon and monster clans appeared almost simultaneously. This spectacle was observed by all major factions. On a starship, a saint-level warrior of the Universal Alliance watched everything unfold and said to his companion, Feng Wan, The young ones from the human clan are quite capable, managing to anger both clans at the same time. Feng frowned, looking at the demon and monster clan armies with disgust. He briefly outlined the power distribution in the Qinglian galaxy and expressed his disdain for the three clans. His companion chuckled. It's normal to get sick of the constant fighting. Feng then revealed that it was rumored this world's human clan had connections with the Chaos Human clan. This news piqued his companion's interest, and they discussed the status of the Chaos Human clan among the starfaring human races and the ongoing communications between the Universal Alliance and the Chaos Human clan. Now that's interesting, his companion mused, looking forward to the further development of events. The corners of the Mighty One's mouth curled into a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He spoke slowly. It seems no one will be able to get their hands on this piece of meat. With the formidable strength of the Chaos Humans, no force in the Qinglian star system dares to act recklessly. He paused, his tone laced with amusement. However, we must see if the humans can hold out until then. It's all up to fate. Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm as he responded. The demon and monster clans are just the vanguard. The star nomads will definitely fight tooth and nail for it. His brow furrowed slightly, but the real concern is the star pirates. Those lunatics. The Mighty One couldn't help but curse with a laugh, though a hint of caution flickered in his eyes. The star pirates have no scruples. Feng Wen's tone turned solemn, his gaze as sharp as a knife. If they feel the loss is too great and avoid clashing with the humans in the world, they might just use their high-level saint power to destroy this realm from the outside. The Mighty One nodded in agreement, a serious look in his eyes. High-level saints can destroy a world with ease. They certainly have the guts to do it. Meanwhile, undercurrents surged throughout the universe. Hundreds of star nomad tribes held back their restless ambitions, thinking to themselves, let the demon and monster clans make the first move. It saves us the trouble of testing the strength of this world's champions. Once they fail and the champions are severely weakened, we can swoop in and pick the fruits. The star pirates were also unwilling to miss out. 7 or 8 major pirate groups had already taken their positions. They whispered among themselves, let's hope the demon and monster clans don't destroy the realm. Another voice responded, no rush, let's see how things play out. We haven't invested anything yet. Stay calm. When we strike, it will be deadly. As the cosmic currents swirled, Lin Feng and Zhengzhan Blue Star simultaneously sensed 2 powerful energy waves from outside the realm. The energy was so strong that it could be clearly felt even within the plane. Excitement flashed in Zhengzha's eyes. Only the elites would come. Lin Feng's puppet took a deep breath, his aura unfolding like a tide. His voice cold as a blade. This battle, let them come and never return. The sword in Zhengzha's hand suddenly hummed, as if it too sensed the impending battle. He looked at his sword and laughed heartily. Old friend, you can't wait to slay enemies either? Let's go together and drink the blood of our foes. The external presence grew stronger, one in particular so powerful that all the mythic level players within the realm could feel it. Players flocked to the public channel, buzzing with excitement. Are the enemies here? They're here. Let's see who's coming to challenge us. Go, President Xingtian. May you remain invincible forever. War God Xingtian, it's all on you now. Boom, boom. The world's barriers were under a fierce assault, collapsing in an instant. 2 places simultaneously flashed with dazzling light as the star islands of the demon and monster clans materialized out of thin air, emanating a terrifying pressure. All eyes focused on these 2 formidable alien armies. Master, I shall go. Zhang Zha's spirit surged as he brandished his sword and charged toward the demon star island. Lin Feng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing near the monster star island. On the demon star island, a powerful figure sensed the rapidly approaching sword light and shouted, God-slaying formation. In an instant, countless demon warriors ignited indestructible matter, converging into a divine state in the void while activating their domain treasures. Zhang Zha's figure emerged in the light, standing alone with a long sword in hand. The demon leader yelled, kill. The domain treasures and divine state unleashed astonishing power, suppressing Zhang Zha as the surrounding space shattered under the immense force. However, facing an onslaught that would terrify even ordinary semi-saints, Zhang Zha remained composed, his face glowing red. Clang! A soft sound echoed as his sword was unsheathed. The sword light suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal beam that collided with the demon's divine state and domain treasures. With a thunderous boom, the sword light sliced through the divine state as if it were tofu, sending the domain treasures flying and completely destroying the demon formation. Semi-saint pinnacle, the demon leader exclaimed in shock, then gritted his teeth. That swordsman, don't get cocky. Attack. He signaled to several nearby semi-saint pinnacle warriors, who attacked together, attempting to suppress Zhang Zha. One sword to break 10,000 path. The light on Zhang Zha's sword swirled, countless sword beams coalescing into a vast sea of swords, engulfing the demon warriors like a monstrous wave. Amidst their agonized screams, the semi-saint demons fell one by one. Despite their peak power, they stood no chance against Zhang Zha, each meeting their end in a single strike. Blood still flows, the cup shall not rest. Zhang Zha roared skyward and transformed into a beam of light, plunging into the heart of the demon Star Island. Sword light erupted and extinguished across the island, which shattered into pieces, countless bodies falling to the ground. Ha! Demons, nothing more. Zhang Zha sheathed his sword, his cold gaze sweeping the horizon as if piercing through the world's barriers to the myriad forces beyond. Meanwhile, on the Monster Star Island, Lin Feng walked step by step toward the island. His actions left the monster warriors baffled, unable to believe someone dared to disregard their entire army. Form up, commanded a monster leader, and the warriors quickly arranged themselves, their divine state unfolding, domain treasures at the ready. Yet Lin Feng continued his advance, expressionless and undeterred. The monster leader felt deeply insulted and roared, "Kill!" The divine state enveloped Lin Feng, and the domain treasures crashed down. To everyone's shock, Lin Feng emerged unscathed from the divine state. This makes no sense, the monster leader muttered in disbelief, his worldview shattered. They had never seen anything so bizarre as a seemingly god-level warrior able to ignore their divine state and domain treasures. Keep attacking. The monster leader's voice trembled, losing his previous confidence. The causal lines on Lin Feng's body constantly shifted, all attacks narrowly missing him as if he were a perfect insulator. He thought to himself, instant kills may show my strength, but not how strong I truly am. Perhaps being more arrogant will have a better deterrent effect. At that moment, deep within the space, a pair of eyes suddenly widened. Causal law. Yale Su's heart raced. His target had mastered the power of law, far more terrifying than he had imagined. He began to wonder if his presence had already been detected. Against a master of causal law, any plan could be preemptively revealed, defeat assured before even making a move. This mission was unimaginably difficult. By now, Lin Feng had swaggered into the Monster Star Island. The monster warriors were utterly dumbfounded, unsure whether to continue attacking. Any further action might lead to the destruction of their own stronghold. Encountering me is your bad luck. Lin Feng coldly surveyed the monster warriors before him. Suddenly, a blinding light emerged from his body, so intense it was unbearable to look at. Grand forbidden spell, holy light incantation. Blinding light pierced through, tearing the fabric of space. The surrounding area shattered like glass, with cracks rapidly spreading and fragmenting the entire star island into countless pieces. The force of the spatial rift swept through, reducing weaker mythic beings to ashes in the chaotic space, while slightly stronger ones had their divine sources torn apart, dying instantly. Even half-saint-level warriors couldn't escape this endless spatial rupture. Their divine realms collapsed, and their bodies disintegrated in an instant. The onslaught continued relentlessly until no life remained. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications sounded. Ding! You've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired innate spirit 10,000. Ding! You've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired innate spirit 10,000. Ding! You've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired innate spirit 10,000. Experience points, gold, equipment, and skill books poured in like snowflakes, their sheer quantity astonishing. The star island of the demon clan was annihilated. Yluxiu trembled with shock, his heart a mix of excitement and fear. Despite mastering the elementary laws of the void, the target's power could pierce through multiple layers of space and harm him. Taking a deep breath, Yluxiu thought to himself, it seems I have only one advantage left. My divine realm rivals that of an ordinary saint. While the target doesn't even have a divine realm, I still have a chance. Seizing the moment, Yluxiu instantly traversed to Lin Feng's vicinity. He maneuvered skillfully in the deep layers of space, his void law granting him unparalleled speed and stealth. Boom! Yluxiu burst out from the space, immediately unleashing his divine realm. A tremendous power erupted, collapsing the space under its saint-like might. Crash! The sound of the collapsing space drew the attention of all the powerful beings beyond the realm. They widened their eyes in surprise. Who could be so lavish to hire an assassin from Baiwei Mountain? This human kid is doomed. Yluxia's divine realm enveloped Lin Feng, and an overwhelming force descended upon him. Heh! Lin Feng felt the immense power far beyond his own and sneered. Battle Saint Physique. Mana conversion. The system prompt immediately sounded. Conversion successful. Your current health is 889.58 trillion points. Boom, boom, boom. Yluxia's attacks, capable of reducing world fragments to dust, rained down on Lin Feng, but he remained unscathed. Kill. Yluxiu was horrified, wielding his long staff in his most powerful attack. Even saint-level fighters can't withstand my silk technique. You may be strong, but you will die. Yluxia's staff struck with incredible speed, delivering millions of blows in an instant. This strike, enhanced with a special secret technique, could kill an elementary saint-level fighter. Boom, boom, boom. Countless staff shadows fell, but Yluxiu was stunned. His weapon couldn't hit Lin Feng, always missing by a hair. No, not a hair, but billions of hairs. This was the power of the law of causality. Yluxiu gritted his teeth, contemplating retreat. This mission is a trap. I'm out. He immediately melded into the deeper layers of space, attempting to flee. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng deactivated his attribute conversion, a cold smile on his lips. Swish! A sword light suddenly appeared, slicing through space like ink on white paper, shattering everything in its path. Clang! Yluxiu hastily swung his staff to block, but the sword forced him out of space. Zhang Jia emerged, his gaze as cold as ice. Die! Lin Feng took a step, instantly appearing beside Yluxiu. His fist, enveloped in the power of ice and fire elements, created a grinding force that destabilized the surrounding space. Escape! 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 Yluxiu tried to merge into space again, but found it unusually distorted. His strength mysteriously halved, his mind foggy. Grand Forbidden Spell, Eternal Night, Ferocious God Domain. Boom! Lin Feng's fist struck, sealing Yluxiu's fate. Yluxiu was shattered to pieces by the punch. The second-ranked assassin of Baiyue Mountain's gold list met his end. System notifications sounded continuously. Ding! You have acquired the Super Height-Ear Secret Technique Silk Technique. Ding! You have acquired the Super Height-Ear Secret Technique Divine Forging Technique. Ding! You've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired the Peak Half-Saint Silk Technique. Ding! You've triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. You have acquired the Peak Half-Saint Divine Forging Technique. Listening to the system notifications, Lin Feng retrieved 2 secret techniques from his storage space. The first, Peak Half-Saint Silk Technique. Restriction, Super Height-Ear. Effect, Peak Half-Saint. Usage allows learning of this secret technique. Description, created by a saint-level warrior of Baiyue Mountain, capable of inflicting significant damage on saint-level fighters. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He recalled that his damage against saint-level fighters was reduced in the dungeon. If he mastered this secret technique, could he instantly kill saints? Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it yet. Smiling, he stored the technique back in his space. The second, Super High-Tier Divine Forging Technique. Restriction, Super Height-Ear. Effect, Peak Half-Saint. Usage allows learning of this secret technique. Description, created by a saint-level warrior of Baiyue Mountain, this technique can make a Super Height-Ear fighter's divine realm comparable to that of an elementary saint-level fighter. Lin Feng's heart stirred. So the assassin used this technique to suppress him with his divine realm. Taking a deep breath, he thought, learning this technique will make me unafraid of saint-level divine realms. With my strength, I can contend with saint-level fighters. These 2 secret techniques were incredibly powerful. The boundless starry sky truly held endless mysteries. Lin Feng exhaled, storing the techniques away, deciding to learn them once he reached the Super High-Tier level. Zhang Jia crushed the demon army with overwhelming force, while Lin Feng effortlessly subdued the monster legion. This astonishing scene was witnessed by god-level players around the world. They were all struck by Zhang Jia's power, and their confidence in Lin Feng grew even stronger. No matter what difficulties we face, Chairman Xingtian never lets us down, one player remarked. Exactly, another player agreed. Chairman Xingtian is like a giant tree, shielding us from storms. Though he absorbs most of the sunlight, we grow faster because of the system he established. The players chatted and laughed, discussing their idol. My idol has always been unbeatable. He may seem cold, but he's always thinking of us. This time proves it let most players leave and took on the whole world by himself. Chairman Xingtian not only carries our entire group, but also leads this era forward, someone sighed. I wonder when we will grow strong enough to fight alongside him. I'm fed up with my own ineptitude too, another voice said somberly. Meanwhile, saint-level powerhouses also witnessed everything. They had thought that the swordsman was already an extraordinary talent, but they hadn't expected the human warrior's strength to be even more terrifying, easily annihilating the monster legion. Lin Feng made wiping out the monster race look too easy. Someone among the universal powerhouses commented. So easy it seemed arrogant, even rebellious. Fengwen smiled faintly. He did it for our benefit. With his strength, eliminating the monster race is like crushing an ant. He's sending a message to the external powerhouses. Anyone who dares to come must weigh their own strength first. This world has the swordsman and the human warrior. Leaving little chance for other forces, a universal powerhouse shook his head. but some forces might resort to desperate measures to force them out. Feng Wen's gaze shifted to where the cosmic nomads and space pirates were. A saint-level powerhouse among the space pirate side. We can't fight them. None of our peak semi-saints can match those two. Only one way left: force them out. Dangerous thoughts echoed in the minds of the space pirates. Let's see what the cosmic nomads do. They're more desperate than us. The cosmic nomads felt a chill. Without saint-level intervention, they're nearly invincible. Saints can't descend into small worlds without being rejected. We have to force them out. In space, our saint-level powerhouses can crush them. But isn't that the pirate style? Someone retorted. We've wandered the endless cosmos for years without a place to call home. Sooner or later, we'll perish in space. This small world is our only hope. Why not try negotiating with them? Useless. If negotiations worked, why would the demon and monster races wage war? Then let's act. 100 cosmic nomad tribes, forming a star-destroying array. We'll force those two out. If they don't come out, we'll wipe out this world. The cosmic nomads quickly coordinated. 100 tribes formed a massive array, countless powerhouses burning indestructible material. Under the guidance of several saint-level powerhouses, they gathered energy, soon emitting an aura surpassing ordinary saint-level strength. This disturbance alarmed all closely watching forces. Damn, these cosmic nomads are crazy. The pirates cursed with laughter. Fine. We'll see if there's any benefit to be had after they finish. These lunatics will do anything for a world, the space pirates observed. Feng Wen smiled. Those two powerhouses in that world have no choice now. Stay hidden, and watch the world be destroyed. Come out, and they'll be suppressed by saint-level powerhouses. Yes, it's a tough choice. A universal powerhouse shook his head inside. Such is the cruelty of the endless cosmos. Strength is everything. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. Causal lines suddenly appeared. The second time they manifested during a major crisis. Lin Feng quickly examined all the highlighted causal lines. When he closed the causal lines, his face turned grim. Master, is something wrong? Zhang Jia noticed Lin Feng's unusual behavior and asked. Yes, it's quite serious. Lin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke slowly. Outside the realm, there's a powerful array formed by cosmic nomads. They plan to destroy this world to force us out. If we go out, we'll be suppressed by saint-level powerhouses. If we don't, the world will be destroyed. Those cosmic nomads are ruthless. Zhang Jia opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Lin Feng quickly made a decision. The situation was urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. I'll go out. You stay here, he said resolutely, clenching his fists. If they dare threaten me, then it's do or die. Master, come back victorious. Zhang Jia wasn't surprised by Lin Feng's decision. He had made similar choices in the past, sacrificing himself to protect his people for 50,000 years. His adversaries had shifted from enemies to time, from time to human nature, and finally to his own people. Zhang Jia had no regrets. Given another chance, he would make the same decision, even knowing the outcome. Just follow your heart, Lin Feng said. He thought of the sages who had sacrificed for their people. Emperors who turned back to the battlefield to protect their kin. Ancestors of the human race who took their own lives to secure a place for their people. Countless human warriors in the past who gave their lives for humanity. Lin Feng took a step forward, and his entire figure vanished. Master, Zhang Jia murmured, then waved his hand. Countless sword lights flew from his hand, transforming into giant swords that hovered before numerous players, showing scenes from outside the world. The players, initially surprised by the sudden change, quickly adapted. They saw a familiar figure appear outside the realm. That's Chairman Xingtian. A player exclaimed in surprise. Why did my idol go out? Another player wondered. Could it be that Chairman Xingtian is no longer satisfied with defense and has switched to offense? Another player speculated excitedly. No, I feel like Chairman Xingtian was forced out. Yeah, I sense a terrifying aura. No way, Chairman Xingtian wouldn't go out to die. Shut up, you jinx. War God Xingtian is invincible. Not even the apocalypse could kill him. Look, Chairman Xingtian is charging forward. Go, my idol. Outside the boundary, Lin Feng appeared. Instantly, countless eyes locked onto him, and the air grew thick with tension. Feng Wen watched Lin Feng's arrival calmly, but his hand trembled slightly in involuntary motion that did not escape the notice of the surrounding powerful beings from all realms. In Feng Wen's eyes, Lin Feng's figure overlapped with a familiar silhouette from his memory. Once, that figure had faced the Star Pirates, but now Lin Feng confronted a more complex situation. Star Nomads, Pirates, and various other factions all eyeing him greedily. Back then, that figure was only at the peak of the semi-saint level, but today Lin Feng had already stepped into the god-level realm. The powerful beings from all realms glanced at Feng Wen, hesitant to speak. They recalled their first encounter with him, facing the threat of the pirates destroying an entire plane. Feng had stubbornly stepped outside the boundary, ready to fight to the last moment. Time had passed, and Feng had grown into a saint-level powerhouse, even successfully eradicating the pirate threat from back then. However, the feeling of being in a desperate situation must have been deeply etched into his bones. The powerful being sighed inwardly. He's out, he's out. The pirates' faces lit up with excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed. Although only Lin Feng had appeared, they were confident that another swordsman would show up sooner or later. In their experience, there had never been an exception to this pattern. The pirates suppressed their inner excitement, eager for the downfall of both strong figures so they could plunder at will. A saint-level strongman among the star nomads frowned. He's alone? Then he relaxed. Fine. We'll lure them out one by one and kill them. It's better he comes out than stays hidden. Other saint-level strongmen from the nomad factions cracked their knuckles, eager for action. Just a god level, weak as an ant. A saint-level strongman suddenly burst forth with a powerful aura, expanding his saint domain, intending to directly suppress Lin Feng. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the saint domain, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He summoned 9 avatars and used a displacement skill, shooting towards the star nomads like an arrow. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying saint domain descended, enveloping Lin Feng. On Blue Star, countless players watched the thrilling scene displayed on the sword's back with bated breath. Though they couldn't experience it firsthand, they could still imagine the terrifying pressure of the saint domain. Guild Master. A guild player couldn't help but worry for Xingtian. War God. You are the war god. You are invincible. Please be safe. A player bit their lip in anxiety, their nails digging deep into their palm without them noticing. Xingtian, a female player, was already in tears. Suddenly, within the saint domain, Lin Feng's figure blossomed like fireworks, dissipating into countless specks of dust. Lin Feng, dead. Guild Master. The players who witnessed this scene were instantly devastated, their faith crumbling as they let out heart-wrenching cries. No. Tears streamed down their faces, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Xingtian is dead. No. How could Xingtian die? He can't die. Xingtian is dead. What do we do now? Fake. Fake. It's all fake. A player grabbed their hair, looking crazed, shouting incessantly, it's all an illusion. An illusion? Yes, we're dreaming. This game is fake. I'm fake. Sob, sob, sob. Guild Master. He was incoherent, completely falling into chaos. At that moment, Lin Feng's figure reappeared before everyone. His reappearance was like a beacon of light, instantly reigniting the extinguished flame of hope in the players' hearts. The Guild Master isn't dead. A player broke into a smile through their tears. I knew it, I knew it. You are the war god, our guardian. You wouldn't die. Another player mumbled to themselves while wiping away tears. Guild Master, hang in there. Outside the boundary, Lin Feng continued to charge towards the star nomads without hesitation. What the hell? The saint-level strongman was shocked. Can this human resurrect? Damn it, are you all just going to stand there? Kill him together, he roared. As soon as he finished speaking, several saint-level strongmen unleashed their divine domains, once again trying to suppress Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng kept pushing forward. Ahead lay both despair and hope. It was both a death zone and a lifeline. My only chance is... Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng's figure was suppressed again. This time, all the saint-level strongmen joined forces, suppressing Lin Feng and all his avatars. Swish! Lin Feng reappeared, summoning his avatars and charging forward relentlessly. A fight to the death. Boom! Lin Feng suddenly appeared within the star nomad's territory. Come on, scum! The saint domain descended, and Lin Feng fell again. However, Lin Feng's appearance was but a moment. Explode! With a thunderous explosion, Lin Feng's self-destruction was terrifying, collapsing even the stars. Countless star nomads were crushed into dust by the destructive force. Saint domains descended again. Lin Feng died, and Lin Feng lived again. Explode! 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 Boom, boom, boom. Each time Lin Feng resurrected, he self-destructed again, causing massive casualties in the star nomads' camp. On Blue Star, players were silent. They watched Lin Feng fearlessly charge into the death zone, being suppressed and dying repeatedly. Yet, that stubborn figure always reappeared in an instant, over and over again. Living in death. The Guild Master was living in death. The joy from Lin Feng's resurrection hadn't faded when sadness overwhelmed the players once more, tears streaming uncontrollably. Xingtian, the eternal deity. The players could no longer hold back their emotions. Choking up, they spoke these words, no longer just as a meme, but as a heartfelt acknowledgement. At that moment, Lin Feng began his relentless self-destruction. Over and over again, without end. The players were once again stunned, their hearts filled with indescribable pain for Xingtian. They wiped away their tears, but the tears kept flowing. Even those who prided themselves on being strong were now weeping like children. Outside the battlefield, Feng Wen silently shook his head. He wasn't surprised by Lin Feng's power, but by his sheer determination. The strong from all realms sighed, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. By now, the saint-level warriors had gone mad. The number of star nomads had drastically dwindled, with nearly two-thirds of their people gone. Even if they won the realm, their race would struggle to rise again. Despair and rage intertwined, and the saint-level warriors roared hysterically, "Kill him! Kill him!" Lin Feng was like an unstoppable machine, reviving only to self-destruct again. He had no other choice, as the future of his entire race rested on his shoulders. "If you kill all our people, you won't be able to protect your world either." A saint-level warrior shouted through gritted teeth. "Must we all perish together?" Lin Feng's self-destruction paused momentarily. With a blank expression, he retorted, "Will you give up? If it's a fight you want, then a fight you'll get. Ready to battle or retreat at any time. Then let's perish together." A saint-level warrior, nearly driven mad by the loss of his people, laughed maniacally. "Come on, who's afraid of whom? I'll destroy all my cultivation if it means fighting you to the death." A sinister smile appeared on the saint-level warrior's face, and the immortal energy on his body erupted like flames. His saintly cultivation also began to burn, a desperate gamble to exchange life for power. "Die, all of you." The saint-level warrior let out a final roar and directed his attack toward Blue Star. "Destroy it for me." In that critical moment, the chaotic space suddenly rippled. The immortal flames on the crazed saint-level warrior were instantly extinguished. All the saint-level warriors of the star nomads melted away in the space ripples, like snowmen under a scorching sun. Saint-level, dead. Numerous saint-level warriors from the 180 star nomad tribes died without any resistance, easily dissipated by the spatial waves. Feng Wen and the other strong from all realms stood up in shock simultaneously. "Tribulation Saint." The strong from all realms muttered two words. "A tribulation saint has arrived." Feng Wen was even more astonished. Sensing something, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward a certain direction. In an instant, all the saint-level experts around Lin Feng fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present. Lin Feng, sensing something, cast his gaze in a certain direction. Silently, as if the space itself were soft silk tearing apart, two figures emerged. Their presence was restrained, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding an unfathomable, transcendent aura. One of them wore a black robe with an embroidered bronze ancient tree on the chest, eyes glimmering with a faint smile as he glanced at Hua Qi beside him. Hua Qi, feeling uneasy, cautiously glanced at this sixth tribulation saint expert and tried to explain calmly, "I cannot stand seeing the strong bully the weak, or the many oppress the few. Just now, I accidentally killed a few in the heat of the moment." His tone was casual, as if it were truly just a spur of the moment. The sixth tribulation saint expert smiled and blinked, his gaze unintentionally sweeping over the star pirates and the multiverse experts. Feng Wen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That casual glance brought back the fear of being targeted by a mythic expert during his mortal days. "Go, go, go. Leave now," he trembled, urging the multiverse experts to flee. The multiverse experts, with bitter smiles, piloted their starship away. "You don't need to tell us twice. If the big shots from the Bronze Tree are here, this human kid must have some serious backing." On the Star Pirate side, several saint-level experts felt a chill run down their spines. "Go, go, go. As far as possible. We can't stay here. It's the Bronze Tree, and there are two tribulation saints. This human has such powerful allies. We can't afford to mess with him." Their thoughts of plundering vanished, replaced by a desperate urge to escape. Lin Feng openly scrutinized the two experts. In his memory, only the eternal saint he had met during the founding of the world could easily wipe out saint-level experts. The depth of these two's strength was beyond his immediate comprehension. The two experts didn't mind Lin Feng's scrutiny and observed him in return. The Bronze Tree expert's eyes were filled with curiosity and probing, seemingly using some secret technique to see through Lin Feng. Hua Qi remained outwardly calm, though waves of emotion surged within him. The Bronze Tree Six Tribulation Saint expert spoke. "Hua Qi, you have business with him too, right? Why don't you go first?" Hua Qi quickly responded respectfully, "I wouldn't dare. Senior and Hao has official matters to attend to. My business is trivial in comparison, so naturally you should go first." And Hao smiled, inwardly surprised by Lin Feng's depth. He quickly grasped that Hua Qi must know some inside information, given his covert assistance to Lin Feng. "Xingtian," and Hao said with a gentle smile, "I am Hao, an envoy of the Bronze Tree." "Bronze Tree? The one reputed to be the strongest force in the Jialan starfield?" Lin Feng recalled information he had heard during a job change mission, inwardly astonished. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what brings you here? And Hao flipped his wrist, producing a special invitation out of thin air. Have you heard of the hidden dragon ranking? Lin Feng glanced at the invitation and immediately understood. I know a little. It's a competition organized by the Bronze Tree for sub-saint level experts to showcase their strength. And Hao smiled and clarified, yes and no. It used to be a regional competition hosted by the Bronze Tree, but this time it's different. His expression turned serious. This time, other Starfield forces are joining the Bronze Tree to host the first ever Cosmic Hidden Dragon Ranking competition. All the top experts from the Jialan Starfield's Hidden Dragon Ranking must participate. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, sensing the deeper significance behind this competition. Am I considered one of the top experts on the Hidden Dragon Ranking? He asked, somewhat surprised. And Hao laughed, Xingtian, you have no idea how renowned you are. You're one of the top prodigies of this era, not only on the ranking but quite high up. Oh. Lin Feng blinked, curious. You're ranked 29th, and Hao informed him. The Bronze Tree is selecting the top 30 experts from the ranking, and you made the cut. With that, he handed the invitation to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the invitation, immediately feeling its weight like a mountain. He grunted, using 90% of his strength to hold it steadily, gaining a new appreciation for Hao's power. And Hao's eyes showed a hint of admiration. I still have to deliver invitations to other experts, so I won't stay long. This invitation has mysterious properties and will transport you to the Bronze Tree's designated location when the time comes. Do your best. Farewell. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Lin Feng respectfully said, safe travels, Senior. And Hao turned to Hua Qi, saying lightly, Hua Qi, I'm leaving now. Farewell. Farewell, Senior and Hao. Hua Qi bowed respectfully, and Hao's figure quickly disappeared. Lin Feng curiously looked at Hua Qi, pondering, strange, why do I feel some connection between this senior and myself? The Bronze Tree wants me to join the Hidden Dragon Ranking competition, but what does Senior Hua Qi want from me? Hua Qi, relieved to see the Bronze Tree expert leave, felt a bit awkward now that he had to face Lin Feng alone. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Lin Feng continued to look at Hua Qi with a puzzled expression. Hua Qi took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. Xingtian. My name is Hua Qi. A slightly awkward smile appeared on his face as he cautiously probed. Do you know the Dragon God? Dragon God? Lin Feng frowned and asked. I do. Do you know him too, Senior? Regret immediately appeared on Hua Qi's face, and his tone was filled with resentment. To be honest, the Dragon God once approached me, asking me to use the law of causality to eliminate you. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, the Dragon God actually played such a dirty trick? What does Hua Qi mean by this? Hua Qi continued, his face full of remorse. At that time, I was blinded by greed and did indeed make a move against you. But you were protected by the world of life and had immense fortune. Instead, I suffered a backlash from the law of causality. The damage from that incident has yet to fully heal. Half-truthfully, Hua Qi lamented, his tone sincere. I came this time to settle this karma with you and to form a good bond. Recalling the scene when he used a treasure to glimpse Xing Tian's future trajectory, Hua Qi had always been worried about this karma. He initially intended to come alone, but coincidentally met a powerful Sixth Tribulation saint from the Bronze Tree and decided to come together. He had been following Xing Tian's causal line and had foreseen this tribulation. Therefore, at the critical moment, he decisively killed the vagrant saint-level strongman, hoping to resolve past grievances by doing a favor. Hua Qi knew well that ordinary Sixth Tribulation saints could only deduce the future of common strongmen. For someone like Lin Feng, who had immense fortune, even a 7th Tribulation saint would find it difficult to deduce without special treasures. Senior and Hao was just a 6th Tribulation saint. Hua Qi was secretly pleased, thinking that currently, only he was paying attention to Xing Tian's fate. Forming a good bond with a future powerhouse now would be much easier and more effective than waiting until Xing Tian grew into a powerhouse. I see, Lin Feng said with an expressionless face, making it hard to guess his thoughts. Hua Qi extended his hand, revealing a pearl the size of an apple, glowing with a flowing light. Upon closer inspection, one could see a figure inside the pearl struggling in despair. Xingtian, look at this, Hua Qi explained with a smile. It's the Dragon God. The bad karma between us all started with him. It took me great effort to suppress the Dragon God in this pearl. Now, I leave his fate in your hands. How about we settle our karma this way? Lin Feng stared at the Dragon God inside the pearl. The Dragon God, upon seeing Lin Feng, roared furiously, but his voice couldn't penetrate the pearl's barrier, rendering his efforts futile. All right, Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. The fact that the saint-level vagrants were killed by Hua Qi was enough to demonstrate his sincerity. Hua Qi, relieved, handed the pearl to Lin Feng. This is the Dragon Refining Pearl. Once you activate the refining array inside, It will only take a few days to refine the Dragon God. Lin Feng took the Dragon Refining Pearl and activated the internal array without delay. A system notification immediately sounded, indicating that the Dragon Refining Pearl's quality had significantly improved due to 1,000-fold amplification. The Dragon God inside the pearl showed an expression of extreme pain. Huaqi admired Lin Feng's decisiveness and thought to himself that this person was indeed a future powerhouse. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Do you know why the hidden dragon ranking competition is different this time?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing as he realized Huaqi was about to reveal some insider information. "It's to resolve the blade handle calamity," Huaqi explained meaningfully. "The interstellar conflicts have never ceased, causing countless strongmen to fall, which is too costly. To reduce losses, the Saint Sovereigns of various domains proposed the Cosmic Hidden Dragon Ranking Competition, distributing benefits based on the rankings. The domain with the highest ranking will gain the most benefits." Lin Feng suddenly understood why the Bronze Tree valued this competition so much. The rankings were related to the interests of the entire domain, making it a matter of great importance. Huaqi sighed. "You are still weak. Although you have great potential, achieving a good ranking with your current god-level strength is extremely difficult. The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking all have records of defeating saint-level strongmen." Lin Feng remained silent. In the vast cosmos, countless strongmen with exceptional talent existed. Huaqi's words were not unfounded. "So you must quickly reach the supergod level. Having a divine realm is essential," Huaqi hinted. "This dragon refining pearl will greatly aid in building your divine foundation." Lin Feng gave Huaqi a deep look, understanding his good intentions. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He couldn't help but acknowledge this favor. Satisfied, Huaqi continued. "The higher the ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the more generous the rewards. This time, the rewards for the Cosmic Hidden Dragon ranking competition will undoubtedly be even more abundant. You must strive for a good ranking. It will be highly rewarding." "I understand," Lin Feng nodded. "Then, I shall take my leave," Huaqi said, smiling as he had achieved his goal. "Farewell," Lin Feng responded. Huaqi's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded, indicating that Lin Feng had completed the class change quest, earning the qualification to participate in the Hidden Dragon ranking and a Forbidden Spell Mage class change scroll. With the competition invitation and system support, the rewards for this Hidden Dragon ranking would surely be abundant. Lin Feng's immediate priority was to quickly level up to 200, reaching the super god threshold and refining his divine realm to enhance his strength. He was confident that once he had a divine realm, defeating saint-level strongmen would be a piece of cake. He took out the class change scroll and tore it with both hands. The system notified him that the experience bar seal had been lifted, and he could continue leveling up. Lin Feng clicked to level up without hesitation. After 3 consecutive upgrades, Lin Feng's level reached 170, gaining a total of 60 free attribute points. However, the system notified him that he had not yet completed the class change, sealing the experience bar again. The excess experience was temporarily stored in the experience pool, and he needed to complete the class change as soon as possible to lift the seal. Level 170. After Lin Feng finished leveling up, he returned to the realm. The players, seeing him unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief. "We did it, but it wasn't easy," one player remarked. "President Xingtian will lead us to victory every time." "I believe that," another player said confidently, admiration for Lin Feng shining in their eyes. As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the realm, Zheng Jia greeted him with a joyful smile. "Master, that battle was truly remarkable," he said. Lin Feng shook his head modestly. "I just borrowed the power of the Tribulation Saint. It's not real skill. I still need to participate in the Hidden Dragon rankings, so I must boost my strength." He then explained the Bronze Tree's invitation in detail to Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia's expression turned serious as he sighed. "Surviving in the starry sky is incredibly harsh. Even competing within the domain is brutal, let alone facing powerful outsiders. The major star regions are always at each other's throats, and with years of accumulated grudges, they won't hold back against non-local contestants. Master, you indeed need to enhance your power." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Yes." A few days later, Lin Feng arrived at the source land. As he fully refined the source, the system notification sounded. "Ding dong, you have successfully refined the source. Congratulations on fully mastering the blue star source, gaining the highest authority in this realm. Ding dong, you have obtained 100 points of source spirit. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained 1 million points of source spirit." Reminder: you can unlock various functions of Blue Star in the world interface. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, "Source spirit?" He quickly checked the detailed description of the item. Source spirit. Level. Rank. Effect. Can unlock various functions of the realm. Special. Source spirit is a top-tier material for constructing a divine realm. Introduction. At the beginning of the universe, the source was everywhere, each evolving into many life worlds. The source, the origin of life, the origin of creation, has many wonderful uses. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was already level 200 and was preparing to construct his divine realm, and source spirit was the best material for it. At that moment, the system prompted again. Ding dong, you have received a job change quest. Reminder: there is a new quest in the current quest log. Please check the quest log for details. Lin Feng immediately opened the quest log and carefully read the details of the new quest. Unlock Blue Star Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Quest. Restriction: Blue Star Source Master. Quest difficulty: SS level. Quest objective: unlock all basic systems of Blue Star, Template Destiny Continent. Special: basic systems include but are not limited to the following choices. Player Resurrection System. After unlocking, players can still revive after dying on Blue Star. World Growth System. After unlocking, Blue Star can grow using world growth items. Quest Introduction. Unlocking the basic systems of Blue Star requires a large amount of source spirit. The source spirit you have obtained may not be enough, but if you wait for a while, the source power will automatically overflow into source spirit, the time depending on the strength of the current realm's creatures. Please operate in the world interface for specific situations. Quest duration: long-term quest. Reward: Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Scroll Level 1801. Following the system's instructions, Lin Feng opened the world interface and indeed saw the options that needed to be unlocked, displayed in a dim state. A total of 1,000 points of source spirit were required. Clearly, this job change quest is just like when I had to win the national war at level 40 to get the Destiny Gem, Lin Feng thought with a knowing smile. It's a ridiculously difficult quest. He smirked and thought, with my 10,000-fold increase system, having 1 million points of source spirit, I won't foolishly wait to accumulate enough. I'll unlock it right now. Lin Feng decisively consumed 1,000 points of source spirit, a trivial amount for him. The system immediately notified: you have successfully unlocked all systems. Ding dong, you have unlocked all systems of Blue Star. A world announcement will be made, covering all your territories, including Destiny Continent, Floating World, Wind World, Blue Star, etc. The world announcement soon rang out. Player Xingtian has successfully unlocked the basic systems of Blue Star. Please note that players can revive after dying on Blue Star, and monster points on Blue Star will soon refresh. Hearing the system notification, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Another notification sound followed. Ding dong, you have completed the job change quest to unlock Blue Star. Ding dong, you have obtained the Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Scroll Level 1801. Time to level up again. This is unbelievably fast, Lin Feng said as he unhesitatingly chose to level up. After leveling up, a new job change quest appeared. Construct Blue Star Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Quest. Restriction: Blue Star Source Master. Quest difficulty: SS level. Quest objective: 1. Construct Blue Star, building 7 main city-level cities. 2. Construct no fewer than 100 cities of various levels. Quest introduction: build Blue Star to the end, making it the most secure rear base for the human race. Quest duration: long-term quest. Reward: Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Scroll Level 1901. Forbidden Spell Mage Job Change Scroll Level 2001. Lin Feng was stunned. What was going on? The quest reward was 2 job change scrolls in a row. Lin Feng quickly accepted the task reward. He thought to himself, since the system dared to issue the task, he naturally dared to accept it. However, as he carefully considered the task details, he couldn't help but frown. This task seemed to be delaying his leveling up. Feeling slightly dissatisfied, Lin Feng muttered to himself, these 2 consecutive tasks are just trying to slow me down, making me develop gradually, like farming. But then, he thought of the Magitech he had developed and felt grateful for his wise choice. Good thing I chose Magitech over other technologies, he reassured himself. Magitech can complete the tasks at the fastest speed. Without further ado, Lin Feng immediately commanded his puppet clones to coordinate across different realms. Soon, through the newly unlocked Starry Sky teleportation array, countless Magitech equipment and city modules were transported to the site. Additionally, a large number of guild players arrived, their enthusiasm high and spirits lifted. With everyone's concerted efforts, the construction progressed rapidly. In just half a day, 7-star fortress-level main cities and 100 various levels of Magitech cities were completed, and the task was successfully accomplished. The system notification sounded. Ding, you have completed the job transfer task, unlocking Blue Star. Ding, you have received Forbidden Spell Mage Job Transfer Scroll Level 191. Forbidden Spell Mage Job Transfer Scroll Level 201. Lin Feng was delighted. As long as he leveled up, he could reach the threshold of becoming a super god, then construct a divine realm to become a super god-level powerhouse. Although the tasks were tricky, the rewards were indeed tempting. How satisfying! He couldn't help but exclaim. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to level up, first to level 190, then to level 200. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 200. Notification. Congratulations on achieving the unique special achievement of level 200. Ding, you have received the achievement reward, Divine Realm Secret Tome Super God Peak. Ding, you have activated the 10,000-fold amplification. Receive Divine Realm Secret Tome, Half Holy Peak. Notification. The Divine Realm Secret Tome can help you construct a super divine realm. Notification. The job transfer task ends here. In the future, levels will be restricted by realms, and you can continue to level up only after breaking through realms. Listening to the continuous system notifications in his ear, Lin Feng felt somewhat dazed. The new rules meant that job transfer tasks were now a thing of the past. From now on, as long as he broke through realms, he could surpass level restrictions. Most importantly, he could finally construct a divine realm and achieve super god status. Thinking of this, Lin Feng remembered the Qian Si Gene and the god forging technique. Once he mastered these two secret techniques, he could kill saint-level powerhouses beyond his level. Thinking about the future possibilities, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Saint-level powerhouses? Ha! He thought disdainfully, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Spirits, Zhang Jia began to explain, his voice deep and full of wisdom. All living beings possess consciousness. Those with strong consciousness are considered gods. Living beings are born with innate spirituality. Lin Feng listened intently, furrowing his brow slightly as he pondered before asking, so, beings with powerful consciousness are gods? Yes, master. Zhang Jia nodded in affirmation and continued, gods are immortal. Their immortality is one of their defining traits. But to transcend godhood, immortality alone is insufficient. One must also possess power. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had reached level 200 and was stuck at the threshold of transcendence. Knowing that transcendent beings all have a divine realm, yet he didn't understand what it entailed. Zhang Jia, being at the peak of a semi-saint, undoubtedly had unique insights into this divine realm. NPCs couldn't enhance their power through levels. They relied entirely on cultivation and enlightenment, painstakingly breaking through to achieve their accomplishments. These hard-earned experiences were etched into their very beings, making Zhang Jia's explanation exceptionally precise and thorough. Power is the combined force, Zhang Jia patiently elaborated. Gods and spirits are born with their nature, yet they are inherently separate. Combining them forms power. Only with power can one achieve a realm. He smiled slightly. The next step is to construct your divine realm. I see. Lin Feng suddenly understood. He realized he could no longer increase his level through job quests, meaning he now had to rely on enlightenment and breakthroughs, just like NPCs, to continue leveling up. The conveniences he once enjoyed had become obstacles. Lin Feng's path to breakthrough was even more challenging than that of NPCs because he lacked foundational enlightenment. However, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. I can still make one last push, he thought. Recalling that he still had some enlightenment points left, he decided to use them. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, enlightenment points can enhance your current lacking insights, filling in the gaps in your realm. Would you like to use them? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. These points were meant to fill gaps, not to elevate. Without hesitation, he chose to use them. Tip. You have used enlightenment points, strengthening your divine realm. Tip. You have used enlightenment points, comprehending the realm of power. Tip. You have used enlightenment points, comprehending the divine realm. Ding, please construct your divine realm as soon as possible. Having used up his enlightenment points, Lin Feng was now at the threshold of constructing his divine realm. He then took out a unique item he had received as an achievement reward. Divine Realm Codex. Exclusive to peak semi-saints, with the effect of Xingtian. Upon use, you can choose a supreme divine realm structure. Description. Constructing a divine realm is a necessary step towards sainthood and forms the foundation of the saint realm. The more supreme the divine realm structure, the stronger the foundation and the greater the power after achieving sainthood. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading the details, thinking that such an item could only be obtained with incredible luck. He valued its importance highly, equating it to his sacred battle physique. He immediately chose to use it. Ding, you have used the Divine Realm Codex? Lin Feng's vision was suddenly filled with numerous divine realm structures, all of them extremely supreme. He examined each one carefully before ultimately choosing a structure that resonated with him. Tip. You have chosen the Samsara of Life and Death Realm. Samsara of Life and Death Realm. Divine Realm Structure Restriction. Xingtian Level. Supreme Effect. Upon use, you can condense eyes of life and death from immortal divinity and the void, forming your own divine realm. Special. Constructing the divine realm requires spiritual essence, divine essence, and foundational essence. Description. The samsara of life and death realm. Life leads to endless descent, Death leads to self-destruction. Life is accompanied by extinction, death by annihilation. This is the supreme realm. Lin Feng chose the samsara of life and death realm as his divine realm structure, condensing eyes of life and death from immortal divinity, left for life, right for death. Life would cause targets to fall into endless despair, while death would lead to their self-destruction. This was the essence of samsara, powerful and supreme. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng chose to use it. Ding, you have obtained the samsara of life and death realm. Please fill in the materials to construct your divine realm. Boom. Lin Feng's body trembled as he expanded his divine realm. In the void, a pair of eyes appeared. One white and one black, left for life, right for death. However, these eyes lacked spirituality, and their coverage was illusory. Dragon Refining Pearl. Lin Feng took out the Dragon Refining Pearl, which had been fully refined before he even refined his essence. The dragon god's figure was gone, leaving behind a large amount of mystical liquid. The Dragon Refining Pearl contained not just divinity but also saintly essence, making it the most supreme divine essence. Lin Feng placed the Dragon Refining Pearl into his divine realm. With a pop, the pearl shattered, and the mystical liquid within was instantly absorbed by the eyes of life and death. The eye's power surged, comparable to a semi-saint's divine realm. And the essence of origin. Lin Feng used up all the remaining essence of origin. Tip: you have used the essence of origin, the previously lifeless eyes of life and death, now infused with a vast amount of essence of origin, became incredibly spirited. Lin Feng felt as though these eyes were about to develop their own consciousness. Using the essence of origin as spiritual essence was the most supreme choice. Amazing! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng felt the surge of power within him, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. He realized clearly that his divine realm strength now rivaled that of a peak semi-saint, which made him ecstatic. However, he knew he was still one step away from true perfection. Cultivating in the divine realm requires 3 essential items: spiritual essence, divine materials, and foundation materials. Ordinary supergods often use mundane materials, resulting in mediocre strength. From the beginning, Lin Feng chose the supreme cycle of life and death, destined to tread the path of the ultimate divine realm. This is why he opted for rare materials like the Dragon Pearl and the Primordial Spirit. When it came to foundation materials, Lin Feng had equally high standards. Common items simply did not meet his requirements. He decided to wait patiently, hoping to encounter the finest foundation materials in the future. After all, some things are indeed rare and cannot be forced. It's better to wait for the right opportunity than to settle for less. Although he had yet to obtain the foundation materials, Lin Feng was eager to learn the 2 secret techniques of Baiyue Mountain, the divine forging technique and the silk manipulation technique. With the formation of his divine realm, he finally qualified to learn them. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have learned the secret technique silk manipulation. Lin Feng immediately opened the details of the secret technique and began to read carefully. Silk manipulation. Rank: super god level. Restriction: peak semi-saint. Effect: uses immortal divinity to form threads that penetrate every part of the target's body. The more threads, the greater the damage. The threads are controlled by you and can be detonated at any time. Description: every cell of a saint-level being has transcended the ordinary, making them immune to common damage. Only attacks targeting their saintly physique can inflict severe damage. Silk manipulation is such a technique, created by a master of Baiyue Mountain, designed to target the deepest structures of a saint-level physique and cause devastating harm. After reading the details, Lin Feng suddenly understood. He recalled that his attacks in the dungeon had not significantly harmed saint-level beings because each of their cells had transcended the ordinary, far beyond what ordinary god-level beings could handle. A slight smile curved at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and a confident gleam appeared in his eyes. Now that he had mastered silk manipulation, even the saintly physique of a saint-level being was within his power to destroy. This realization filled him with anticipation, as if he could see a broader future ahead. The technique of controlling threads has been mastered. This secret art can be considered a skill. Lin Feng turned his attention to another secret art, the God Refining Method, which is aimed at the holy realm of saint-level powerhouses. He focused on studying it, and soon, the system notification sounded. Ding, you have mastered the secret art, God Refining Method. Lin Feng immediately checked the details of the secret art. The God Refining Method is a super divine level secret art suitable for those at the peak of semi-saint level. Its effect is to temper the divine realm, and when perfected, it can rival the initial stage of the holy realm. This secret art is divided into 3 levels. The first level expands the foundation of the divine realm, the second enhances the divine realm, and the third tempers the divine realm. The introduction mentioned that the holy realm of saint-level powerhouses can connect with the power of heaven and earth, meaning that any opponent is essentially fighting against the power of the entire universe. The core idea of the God-refining method is to break through all methods with force, to break through the heavens with force, tempering the divine realm to the extreme to contend with the holy realm. This secret art was created by a powerhouse from Bayue Mountain, aimed at enhancing the resilience and power of the divine realm to compete with the holy realm. In other words, when the divine realm is cultivated to its limit, it can indeed rival the holy realm. After reading, Lin Feng understood thoroughly. He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a secret art, it truly lives up to its name as a secret technique, not something an ordinary powerhouse can obtain. Bayue Mountain's heritage is profound. It's impressive that both of these secret arts originated from there. He decided to start practicing immediately, beginning with the first level of the God-refining method. The scene shifts to the Misty Rain Galaxy in the Jialan Star Domain. Within Bayue Mountain, a coach dressed in hemp robes warmly greeted a saint-level powerhouse. Brother Song Gao, long time no see. His gaze fell on the young man in white beside Song Gao, smiling. This must be your talented disciple, Jun Bujian? Truly outstanding and handsome. The coach then introduced the stern-looking man in black beside him. This is my disciple, Jiji. Saint-level powerhouse Song Gao glanced at Jiji and praised. I heard the top spot on the golden list has been dominated by Jiji for 100 years. Surely his strength is extraordinary. I have brought my beloved disciple from the Frost Star River to learn from your disciple's skills. I hope my old friend can arrange a fair match. Song Gao turned to Jun Bujian and asked, Are you ready, Jianer? Jun Bujian smiled calmly and replied, I have been ready for a long time. I can fight any time. The coach in hemp robes laughed and said, Then please head to the guest hall and wait while we arrange the venue. He then left with Jiji. On the way, the coach suddenly asked, Jiji, do you know what you are about to face? Jiji replied succinctly, I know. If I lose, it means death or crippling. The coach sighed. Exactly. I didn't want you to fight, but besides you, no one else can match Jun Bujian. Jiji, filled with battle intent, responded, It's fine. The coach explained, This matter is not without benefits. Jun Bujian aims to gather an invincible momentum, and once he breaks through, he will reach the peak of the holy realm. If you defeat him, all the momentum he has gathered will be yours. Jiji nodded. Understood. The coach urged, In any case, you must win. He calculated in his mind that if Jiji wins, Jun Bujian would have paved the way for him, and the invincible momentum gathered on Jun Bujian would become Jiji's. If Jiji loses, the consequences would be dire. Jun Bujian has already been invincible in the Frost Star River. Although he appears gentle and refined, he is actually ruthless. Of the powerhouses who have lost to him, 90% are dead, and 10% are crippled. The coach understood that only through true life-and-death battles, teetering on the edge of death, can one comprehend the essence of life, unleash potential, and accumulate the foundation for breakthroughs. This is also why a protector is needed. Without a protector, killing others' beloved disciples or children would invite catastrophic revenge. Jiji is the coach's most prized disciple and the strongest among the younger generation of Bayue Mountain. If he sent a lesser disciple and they were defeated by Jun Bujian, it would imply that Bayue Mountain was in decline. Therefore, Jiji had no choice but to fight. The benefits, however, were equally immense one step to the top. On the other side, Saint-level powerhouse Song Gao asked, Jianer, how confident are you this time? Jun Bujian pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, Master, I have a 98% chance of winning. Song Gao's mouth twitched, thinking that his disciple was still being modest, or rather, overly cautious. No, just showing off. He sighed, then finish it quickly. There's another force in the Misty Rain Galaxy. After this, we'll move on to the next match. Jun Bujian respectfully replied, Yes, Master. Bayue Mountain arranged a secret realm for this challenge. Saint-level powerhouses can create their own secret realms, and the stronger the saint, the more perfect the secret realm. Bayue Mountain has many secret realms created by various saint-level powerhouses throughout history, so they could easily choose one without worrying about damage. Outside the secret realm, Song Gao asked, Jianer, do you have anything to say? Jun Bujian playfully blinked and said, Master, don't forget to give me the reward after the match. You little rascal. Jiesheng Song Gao laughed and scolded, his eyes filled with helplessness and affection. All the treasures I have will be swindled by you sooner or later. Jun Bujian immediately retorted, wearing a look of feigned grievance. Swindled? This is just a reward from a teacher to a student. How can you call it swindling? Song Gao couldn't be bothered to argue with his cunning disciple, silently feeling sorry for his treasures for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, a robed warrior was concernedly asking Jiji, Are you ready? How confident are you? Jiji took a deep breath and replied expressionlessly, 50-50. The robed warrior awkwardly smiled, thinking that Jiji always said 50-50 but managed to crush his tasks every time. Asking was pointless. Just do your best, the robed warrior said with resignation. Okay, Jiji responded coldly, as if saying a few more words or smiling would cost him his life. At that moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation suddenly descended. Both the robed warrior and Song Gao's expressions changed as they sensed a formidable presence. A high-level Jieshang, at least 6 tribulations, the robed warrior thought, alarmed. As a 4th tribulation Jieshang, he was among the top 5 in Baiwei Mountain, but now he felt pressured. Although Song Gao was also at the 4th tribulation, he wasn't too worried due to the strong backing he had. He was more curious about who the visitor might be. The space suddenly split open, and a powerful figure in a black robe emerged. His robe was embroidered with the emblem of a bronze tree, exuding an extraordinary aura. Bronze tree, 6 tribulation Jieshang, and how? The robed warrior immediately recognized the newcomer. Greetings, bronze tree envoy, everyone present, including the robed warrior, Song Gao, Jun Bujian, and Ji Ji, bowed respectfully. And Hao smiled gently and said, "No need for formalities, no need. We're all old friends." His tone was mild, but his gaze carried undeniable authority. "I suppose you can guess why I'm here." And Hao said 2 invitations to the Qianlong ranking tournament appearing out of thin air in his hand. This competition is different from the past. Both Jun Bujian and Ji Ji must participate. There's no need for your match anymore. Go and compete with the geniuses from other star regions. The robed warrior and Song Gao exchanged looks, each revealing a helpless smile. Their original plans were clearly disrupted. Jun Bujian and Ji Ji remained calm. Ji Ji was still expressionless, as if it didn't matter who his opponents were. But Jun Bujian's eyes gleamed slightly, already scheming how to make the most of this tournament and exploit both his teacher and the bronze tree. The divine realm. The spatial portal has opened, connecting one end to the divine realm and the other to the destiny continent. For god-level warriors stand at the entrance, anxiously awaiting the arrival of their final companion. Why isn't Menger here yet? Time's running out. One god-level warrior with a beard grumbled in frustration. They all knew that once the allotted time passed, the spatial portal would close, and their mission to destroy the destiny continent would fail. "The consequences of failure are something none of us can bear," said another god-level warrior with golden curls, his face darkening as he spoke coldly. "That damned cripple." A burly god-level warrior spat angrily. "No wonder the son of the Lingxiao Hall's master is looked down upon by its warriors, reduced to working with us." All right, interrupted a scar-faced warrior. "Menger is still the son of the Lingxiao Hall's master. So what if he's late? Lingxiao Hall stands above all other halls. You should be careful about bad-mouthing him, or he might make things difficult for you when he gains power." "Him? Ha!" scoffed the golden-haired warrior. "That cripple can't even return to Lingxiao Hall, let alone gain power. He's dreaming." "Yeah, Menger has always had a weak divine sense. Even now, he's just barely at god level. A complete waste." Another warrior chimed in. "If I had his resources, I'd be a demi-saint by now." A cripple making a comeback? That's a joke. As they continued their unrestrained mockery, Menger slowly flew towards them, thinking to himself, "By now, Xingtian should have received my message." Seeing Menger, the god-level warrior's eyes filled with disdain. "Is that the infamous cripple of the divine realm, Menger?" "Yes, that's him. The son of the Lingxiao Hall's master, Menger the Waste." "Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. What are you afraid of? I'm a super god-level warrior, and he's just a god-level nobody." Menger pretended not to hear them and continued flying, his mind flashing back to the figure of a human warrior from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, a human warrior had ventured into the most dangerous forbidden area of the divine realm, the Rakshasa Sea. Recalling that place, Menger couldn't help but shiver, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Legend had it that deep within the Rakshasa Sea lay the gate of the universe, which could transport one to another universe at a great cost. At that time, Menger was a guard of the Rakshasa Sea. Born with a weak divine sense, he was not valued by his father or brothers, and the entire divine realm looked down on him. His brothers had driven him to this forbidden area, feared even by saint-level warriors, to monopolize resources. There, Menger encountered the Destiny Continent humans for the first time and witnessed their faith and determination. The human warrior named Qing was the only being in Menger's life who did not look down on him. "Qing, the whole world thinks I'm a waste and looks down on me. Why don't you?" Menger asked curiously. Qing smiled and replied, "Menger, just because everyone believes something is right, does it make it right? To me, the beauty of life lies in its diversity. Should all beings have the same skin color, strength, and understanding? I don't think so." At the time, Menger only half understood, but he felt genuine joy because finally, someone saw him as an equal soul. After some time, Qing, relying on incredible talent and perseverance, reached the middle layers of the Rakshasa Sea. Using his authority as a guard, Menger found her and saw the torment and pain she endured, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Qing, give up. It's too painful. You can't make it to the deepest part of the Rakshasa Sea, Ming'er advised kindly. Qing forced a smile, her usual expression. Ming'er, what makes you think that? We humans from the Destiny continent don't believe in can't, only in whether we have the determination. With determination, anything is possible. Really? So if I have determination, I can become the strongest in the divine realm. Ming'er blinked, feeling something unlock in his mind. Of course you can, Ming'er, Qing affirmed. But I'm a cripple, Qing. Ming'er said dejectedly. Ming'er, being crippled is your inherent weakness, but you can overcome it with effort, Qing smiled. I think instead of being the strongest in the divine realm, why not be the strongest, Ming'er? You are yourself. You don't need to compare with others. Isn't being the strongest version of yourself more meaningful than being the strongest in the divine realm? This time, Ming'er finally understood, his heart filled with gratitude. Qing, will you reach the deepest part of the Rakshasa Sea? Ming'er asked. Yes, Ming'er, I will, Qing said firmly. Why do you have to go there? Ming'er asked, puzzled. Because I've already broken a promise to someone, Qing replied. Qing's face suddenly showed a trace of sadness. He sighed deeply and said, I don't want to mess up the most important thing he entrusted to me. I can't save our tribe now, but I will do everything I can to find a way to save them. Ming'er returned with his gains. Years later, through sheer determination, he had trained his body to an astonishing level. With just one finger, he could easily crush a superpowered being, although his spiritual consciousness remained at the divine level. Yet, no one knew his true strength. All of this stemmed from Qing's influence. Without Qing, there would be no such powerful Ming'er. Ming'er was determined to find Qing. This time, he found him deep within the Rakshasa Sea. Qing, why would you rather endure countless years of suffering in the depths of the Rakshasa Sea than open the gate of the universe? Ming'er asked, puzzled. Qing weakly countered, you can already open the gate of the universe. Do you know the price of doing so? What is it? It's forgetting everything. Qing's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with memories. It was as if he could see a distant past, a rainy afternoon in soul-devouring valley, a figure descending from the sky, and a rainbow held in her hand. Since you refuse to forget, why won't you give up? What is it you're staying here for? Ming'er remained confused. Qing's smile didn't waver as he softly said, perhaps, both require courage. Suddenly, he asked, Ming'er, what is the endless starry sky like? Ming'er's eyes lit up. I think it must be incredibly cruel. I've read many descriptions of the endless starry sky in the ancient texts, and they all sum it up in one word, cruel. The starry sky must be cruel. All the powerful beings, whether from the divine realm, other realms, or from millions or tens of millions of years ago, all believe the starry sky is cruel, a place of survival of the fittest, filled with slaughter. Qing, you shouldn't open the gate of the universe. Even if you do, it would just be moving from one purgatory to another. Qing maintained his smile and asked, Ming'er, just because everyone believes something is true, does that make it so? Must we passively accept reality and do nothing? I think just because everyone believes something is true, doesn't mean it is. I want to do something different, something that offers the world another choice. Besides cruelty, there must be another way, Qing said firmly. Will you open the gate of the universe? Is your memory that important to you? Ming'er inquired. Qing looked towards the gate that existed between illusion and reality and replied, there is someone who is very important to me. If you meet Xing Tian, tell him the Qing Emperor is dead. I don't know if I'll open the gate of the universe or how long I'll stay here. This was the last time Ming'er saw Qing. Years later, Ming'er stood before a space portal, gazing at the path leading to the Destiny continent. He murmured, Qing, are you still in the Rakshasa Sea? Shaking his head to dispel the memories, he said, I'm going to destroy your homeland, Qing. But you were right. The endless starry sky shouldn't have just one choice. I've found a way to notify the person you could never forget, Xing Tian. I'm sorry, I couldn't lie. Ming'er smiled bitterly in his heart. I also told him where you are. If you're still there, maybe you can meet again. He took a deep breath and landed beside 4 divine-level powerhouses. One teammate complained, Ming'er, what took you so long? Lin Feng quietly felt the divine power surging within him, secretly delighted. His cultivation of the divine refining technique had reached its peak, and his strength had soared to the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. Reflecting on how he was merely at the god level not long ago, and now able to contend with saint-level experts, the speed of his progress was truly astonishing. However, Lin Feng was not content. He sighed softly, realizing that his god realm was not yet perfected. Although he possessed the ability to challenge saint-level opponents, there was still a gap to his ultimate potential. If I could find the treasures to perfect my god realm, my strength would surely rise to a whole new level, he pondered. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. He looked up to see ripples forming in the space around him, indicating the arrival of a powerful presence. Beside him, Zhang Jia also noticed the anomaly, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, a figure slowly emerged. The newcomer wore luxurious robes, had a striking appearance with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin Feng and Zhang Jia scrutinized the individual, but couldn't discern his exact strength. Human race. Zhang Jia muttered softly, his vigilance slightly easing. Lin Feng's pupils contracted in surprise. Among the countless humans in the infinite cosmos, where did this formidable individual come from? The newcomer's divine sense scanned the entire world, carefully sensing its essence. So this is the ancestral land of the Chaos Human clan, he murmured, then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise and satisfaction in his eyes. This person has exceptional talent. Even among the younger generation of our Chaos Human clan, few can match him, the strong figure thought, feeling gratified that such a prodigy had emerged from their ancestral land. My name is Lana Mo, a sixth tribulation saint of the Chaos Human clan. The newcomer introduced himself with a warm smile, his gaze briefly sweeping over Zhang Jia before locking onto Lin Feng. Are you the one in charge of this ancestral land? Lin Feng and Zhang Jia were both taken aback. A sixth tribulation saint was a powerhouse among powerhouses. Junior Lin Feng of the human clan greets the senior. Lin Feng responded steadily. Zhang Jia, servant of Lin Feng, greets the senior. Zhang Jia respectfully saluted. Lana Mo nodded in satisfaction and said slowly, Lin Feng, a good name. Our Chaos Human clan originates from this very place. The ancestors, upon learning of the ancestral land's reappearance, specifically sent me to investigate. He looked around, contentedly adding, it seems the ancestral land is showing signs of spiritual revival. Given time, it will surely return to its ancient glory when myriad paths thrived. Lin Feng and Zhang Jia listened quietly, not daring to interrupt. Lin Feng, Lanamo suddenly smiled. Do you know where our Chaos Human clan resides now? I do not, Lin Feng admitted. Haha, Lanamo laughed heartily. Our clan has now moved to the Chaos Universe, adjacent to your All-Gods universe. Lin Feng gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing the junior's reaction, Lanamo felt a sense of pride and continued. Our clan initially developed in the All-Gods universe but had to migrate to the Chaos universe after offending a powerful faction. Over the ages, we established a foundation there and eventually moved the entire clan. Lin Feng came to realize the profound history of the Chaos Human clan, feeling a deep sense of respect. So, Lanamo said meaningfully, this ancestral land still needs your management. The ancestors hold this place in high regard, and if you can make significant contributions, they will surely reward you generously. May I ask, what level of strength is the ancestor? Lin Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked cautiously. An 8 tribulation saint, Lanamo replied with a slight smile. Boom. Lin Feng felt as if his mind had exploded. An 8 tribulation saint. That was the pinnacle of existence in the infinite cosmos, second only to the mythical 9 tribulation realm. The 9 tribulations sacred realm rarely shows itself, while the 8 tribulations sacred realm can definitely traverse the endless cosmos. The ancestor of the Chaos Human tribe is an 8 tribulations sacred realm powerhouse, possessing astonishing strength. Lanamo smiled and extended his hand, following the traditional greeting of the Chaos Human tribe. A palm-sized piece of earth appeared from nowhere in his hand, exuding an ancient aura. According to our tribe's customs, we should exchange gifts when we first meet, he explained softly. This is the 9 heavens earth, a rare and precious primordial substance. Lanamo gently handed over the treasure, his eyes sparkling with kindness. This item is just right for you. I believe it will be extremely useful for you in constructing your divine realm, so I am giving it to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Especially the phrase, extremely useful for constructing your divine realm, made his heart race. He quickly reached out to accept it, his excitement barely contained. He thought to himself, I still needed one foundational item to complete my divine realm, and now, unexpectedly, this precious gift has come my way. With the 9 heavens earth, I can truly perfect the cycle of life and death realm. Holding the treasure, Lin Feng understood that his background had clearly been seen through by the powerful figure before him. However, for a 6 tribulation sacred realm powerhouse, seeing through the cultivation of someone at the peak of the semi-saint level was effortlessly easy. It was for this reason that Lanamo had given Lin Feng the item he most urgently needed. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Truly a master, so considerate. Lanamo smiled gently. Although this item is rare, its value depends on who holds it. For a 6 tribulations sacred realm powerhouse, the greatest value of such a treasure lies not in the item itself, but in the novelty it brings. Suddenly, Lan Mo's gaze shifted to Zhang Jia, and he asked, do you use a sword? Zhang Jia was momentarily stunned but quickly responded respectfully, yes, senior, I use a sword. Lan Mo nodded and smiled. Your path is quite interesting. somewhat resembling the swordsmanship of our chaos human tribe. Coincidentally, I specialize in swordsmanship. Today, I will impart our tribe's swordsmanship techniques to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia trembled with excitement. Thank you, senior. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Deep inside, Zhang Jia couldn't help but sigh. Heaven has shown mercy. The path he walked was different from the traditional path to sainthood in the universe of 10,000 gods. He had to figure it out on his own, stumbling many times. Even now, though he had the capability to become a saint, he dared not attempt it rashly. He was worried that once he became a saint, he might face unforeseen circumstances, and it would be too late to change. However, Lonimo not only specialized in swordsmanship but was also a Six Tribulations realm powerhouse. Receiving guidance from someone at the top of the endless cosmos was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhang Jia to change his destiny. This sword technique is called the 3000 Sword Path. Lonimo pointed a finger in the air, and a beam of light instantly entered Zhang Jia's body. With a piercing gaze, he continued, once you can merge the 3000 sword path into one, your swordsmanship will have reached a minor accomplishment. Upon entering the saint level, you will be at the peak of the saint level. Zhang Jia clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. Thank you, senior. Lonimo, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, no need for thanks. Just assist Xingtian well. He then turned to Lin Feng. Xingtian, until we meet again, farewell, senior. Lin Feng said respectfully. Farewell, senior. Zhang Jia echoed. With a swish, Lan Mo's figure flickered and vanished instantly. Lin Feng and Zhang Jia looked at each other, deeply shaken by the sudden visit of this powerful chaos human tribe expert at the Six Tribulations saint level, which had brought a significant twist to their destinies. Zhang Jia now had a clear path for his cultivation, no longer needing to grope in the dark. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had obtained the 9 Heavens Breath Soil, which would complete the last piece of his divine realm. Lin Feng calculated in his mind. Using the innate divine beings and saint-level dragon god to construct the divine realm, nurturing the divine realm's spirit with the world's origin spirit, and using the 9 Heavens Breath Soil as the foundation to build the divine realm, combined with the supreme divine realm and the cycle of life and death. Let's refine the 9 Heavens Breath Soil now. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open his divine realm and throw the 9 Heavens Breath Soil into it. The soil gradually dissolved and was quickly absorbed by the divine realm. Suddenly, Lin Feng's divine realm manifested, with 2 eyes appearing, one representing life and the other death. A powerful aura rippled around, making the space unstable, as if the entire area was about to collapse. The divine realm is complete. Lin Feng smiled as he retracted his divine realm. He had already perfected the divine forging technique, and now his divine realm was in full bloom, its power comparable to the saint level. With the addition of his thread-pulling strength, he could even contend with saint-level experts. Congratulations, master, on achieving the full bloom of the divine realm, Zhang Jia said, feeling overwhelmed by the formidable presence of Xingtian's divine realm. His master had just entered the super divine level and already displayed such might. Truly a peerless prodigy. Lin Feng laughed. Zhang Jia, you're not bad yourself. With the sword cultivation method, breaking through to the saint level won't be difficult for you. Once you break through, you'll be at the peak of the saint level. I owe it to you, master. Zhang Jia smiled. I found that the sword cultivation method perfectly aligns with my path, and I no longer have to worry about breaking through. At that moment, on the Destiny continent, Lin Feng's puppet suddenly opened its eyes. A streak of light appeared, and Lin Feng reached out to grab it. He opened his palm to find a note that read, the divine realm plans to destroy the Destiny continent's origin. Also, the Green Emperor might be in the depths of the divine realm's Rakshasa Sea. Boom. Lin Feng's aura exploded in anger. The divine realm dared to destroy the Destiny continent's origin. He knew that only the Destiny continent and Blue Star had world origins, and the origin spirit was the most fragile yet crucial part of a world. If the origin was destroyed, the Destiny continent would be doomed. Lin Feng pondered. The Destiny continent had the most players. If the origin was destroyed, the revival system might collapse. At that point, player deaths would become true deaths, and billions of players could vanish in an instant. He had to thwart the divine realm scheme. Meanwhile, 5 divine realm experts emerged from a spatial passage, appearing on the Destiny continent. Their mission was to destroy the Destiny continent's world origin. Monarch, where is the Destiny continent's origin spirit? One of the divine realm experts asked. They said the world origin of the Destiny continent is deeply hidden and would take an immense amount of time to find. So, they gave you a treasure to draw out the origin spirit. Use it now. Monarch smirked. Use it now? Of course, another expert said impatiently. Do you expect us to find it ourselves? Remember, we only have 30 minutes. If we miss this spatial passage, we'll have to find our own way back to the divine realm. Stop dawdling and draw out the world origin spirit. the others urged. Moner sighed deeply and said helplessly, "All right." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure blurred into a series of afterimages, disappearing and then reappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, the other four powerful beings of the divine realm felt an inexplicable wave of drowsiness wash over them and involuntarily fell into a deep sleep, collapsing to the ground. Moner gazed calmly at his fallen comrades and shook his head slightly. "We can't stay here," he murmured. He then made sure his teammates were plunged into an even deeper slumber. From his personal storage space, Moner produced a treasure and quickly activated it. In the blink of an eye, Moner and his companions vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's spiritual sense spread like an invisible net, enveloping the entire Destiny continent. Despite not knowing the source or specific content of the note, he remained highly vigilant, closely monitoring every movement on the continent and preparing to respond to any unusual occurrences. Suddenly, Lin Feng's spiritual sense detected an anomalia spatial passage. The clear image of the passage immediately formed in his mind. This must be the space tunnel connecting the divine realm to Destiny continent, Lin Feng thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng flashed to the entrance of the spatial passage without hesitation. He stared at the passage, recalling his previous battle with divine realm saints in a dungeon. Back then, he had yet to break through to the divine realm and could only give the divine realm a small setback. Now, his strength had reached the peak of the half-saint level, possessing the supreme divine realm, and he had mastered two secret techniques specifically designed to counter saint-level opponents. He no longer feared a confrontation with the divine realm's powerhouses. To the divine realm, Lin Feng decided swiftly, his eyes gleaming with determination. This time, I will make the divine realm suffer and extinguish any thoughts of opposing me. His heart surged with killing intent as he vowed to teach the divine realm a harsh lesson. Lin Feng's thoughts then turned to Qing. Qing is likely in the divine realm as well. Although I don't know the exact location of Luo Shaxi, I can search for it once I'm there. His eyes flickered with complex emotions. Taking one last look at the entrance of the spatial passage, Lin Feng resolutely stepped inside. Divine realm, here I come. Are you ready? His voice brimmed with challenge and determination as he disappeared into the passage, embarking on his journey to the divine realm. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew into the spatial passage, thinking to himself, divine realm, here I come again. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared in the vast sky of the divine realm. He made no effort to conceal himself, releasing a terrifying aura like a tidal wave, while his divine sense swept the surroundings like a hawk. Almost immediately upon his arrival, numerous gods, super gods, and saint-level powerhouses sensed this alarming presence. Xingtian, roared Simon Elvin, the lord of the divine might palace, his eyes burning with rage. This powerful being, who had killed his son Bach, dared to set foot in the divine realm. Simon Elvin swore to ensure Xingtian would never leave alive. Ando, the lord of the divine light palace, disappeared in a flash, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His son, Lucian, had also died at Xingtian's hands on the celestial battlefield. Now that his enemy had come knocking, how could he let him go? Betziel, the lord of the radiant palace, wore an iron-hard expression and vanished from sight. As a saint-level powerhouse, his lifespan spanned millions of years, and even a casual seclusion could last hundreds of thousands of years. 10,000 years had passed since he last fought Xingtian, and although he was still at the initial stage of the saint level, he was close to a breakthrough. Who dares trespass in the divine realm? Surround him. Divine realm guards appeared like a tidal wave, fulfilling their duty. In no time, 500,000 soldiers surrounded Lin Feng. Meanwhile, countless divine powerhouses emerged, eager to see the audacious intruder. Soon, millions of divine beings gathered around Lin Feng. He smirked and raised his voice to echo throughout the divine realm. I, Xingtian, of the human race, have come to the divine realm to seek justice. Boom. Lin Feng's words ignited the fury of the surrounding divine powerhouses. A mere human dares to boast, someone shouted. The commander of the guard corps waved his hand. Seize this arrogant fool. Kill him. The divine powerhouses were incensed. Such arrogance. How dare you come to the divine realm seeking justice? Ridiculous. Attack. Crush this madman. The divine powerhouses shouted in unison. Kill. The guard corps swiftly formed a formation, creating a massive divine domain, ready to crush Lin Feng. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed his divine domain. Cycle of life and death, he intoned. Instantly, a pair of eyes, hovering between illusion and reality, appeared in the void, one representing life, the other death. With a thunderous boom, the supreme divine domain shattered the guard corps' formation effortlessly. Shockingly, this was achieved without using any divine power, merely by unfolding his divine domain, reducing the formation created by millions of divine powerhouses to dust. Swish. The faces of the Guard Corps soldiers turned pale, and millions of divine beings were filled with terror. Is this a divine domain? Even a saint-level domain isn't this powerful. My worldview is shattered. The supreme divine domain dominated all other domains, like a lion among sheep, exerting absolute bloodline suppression. Life and death. The cycle never ends, Lin Feng murmured. Buzz. The cycle of life and death erupted, with his left eye emitting a dazzling white light and his right eye a deep black light. The black and white beams intertwined like a net, enveloping millions of divine beings. The black and white eyes closed and then snapped open. In an instant, nearly 1,000,000 divine beings melted away like snow under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated. At this moment, a saint-level domain descended with overwhelming pressure, enveloping Lin Feng. Before, an ordinary super god like Lin Feng would have had no chance against such a domain, resorting to self-destruction to survive. But now, with the supreme divine domain, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, colder than death itself. The black and white beams erupted again, forcing the saint-level domain back, firmly protecting Lin Feng and aggressively claiming a territory. The supreme divine domain could withstand a saint-level domain. Lin Feng now clearly saw Betziel. In previous encounters, Lin Feng couldn't even locate him within the saint-level domain, but now he could see him at a glance. Was this the power of the divine domain? Betziel stared at the black and white eyes as if he were looking at a monster. Such a domineering divine domain was unheard of. This is absurd. Can a divine domain be this powerful? Is my saint-level domain just a joke? What's the point of being a saint? He marveled inwardly. At this moment, Simon Elvin and Ando appeared, each unleashing their saint-level domains, surrounding Lin Feng in a triangular formation. The combined pressure of 3 saint-level domains squeezed Lin Feng's divine domain. Astonishingly, although Lin Feng's domain shrank, it did not collapse. Instead, it became more resilient. A single divine domain could resist 3 saint-level domains, shattering Simon Elvin's understanding. Xingtian has grown this powerful? Ando was deeply shocked. Xingtian. Bei Qi Ai Lu roared, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Feng, his eyes blazing with fury. As the leader of the Heavenly Mandate tribe, how dare you act recklessly in our divine realm? You've slaughtered millions of our people. Do you think our realm is easy to bully? You're guilty, and am here to bring you to justice. Lin Feng raised his head proudly, his gaze icy, and retorted coldly. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll turn your divine realm upside down. Nonsense. What crimes has our divine realm committed? Bei Qi Ai Li's voice was filled with anger. Even if there were crimes, do you, Xingtian, have the right to judge us? Lin Feng let out a cold snort, his eyes sharp as blades. The first crime of the divine realm. Caring only for its own interests while ignoring the lives of all other realms. Don't pretend you didn't send powerful beings to destroy the source of the Heavenly Mandate continent. These words left the 3 holy-level beings of the divine realm speechless, their expressions shifting. They knew very well that this was indeed a scheme they had planned together. Lin Feng pressed on. You want to take everything from me, and I can't retaliate? The divine realm is in the wrong. The second crime of the divine realm. Imprisoning the emperor of my tribe. Lin Feng's gaze was as piercing as lightning as he stared at Bei Qi Ai Lu. It's this very stronghold that falsely claimed Qing had left long ago. The Green Emperor was imprisoned by you. Don't deny it. The 3 holy-level beings exchanged puzzled glances. Qing? The human emperor from 10,000 years ago? Didn't she voluntarily go to the Sea of Rakshasa? How could this be blamed on the divine realm? Lin Feng's momentum continued to rise, his voice thunderous. The third crime of the divine realm. I say you're guilty, and you can't do anything about it. His final words echoed throughout the divine realm, reverberating endlessly. You can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. The entire divine realm was shaken, countless beings were horrified, and the strong were in an uproar. The 3 holy-level beings exchanged a tacit glance. This Xingtian was clearly here to cause trouble, being deliberately unreasonable. Ando quietly gathered energy, ready to strike at any moment. Simon Irwin was almost spitting blood in rage, gritting his teeth. In a million years, I've never seen such an arrogant and defiant person. Bei Qi Ai Lu could no longer hold back, shouting angrily, kill him and be done with it. Kill. Bei Qi Ai Lu was the first to strike. Kill. Simon Irwin followed closely behind. Kill. Ando wasn't far behind. Lin Feng's fighting spirit soared. Facing the siege of 3 holy-level beings, he showed no fear. He sneered, if we're going to fight, why waste words? With that, he charged towards the 3 powerful beings without any hesitation. The holy-level warriors unleashed their domains with full force, and various secret techniques rained down like a storm. A fierce glint flashed in Simon Irwin's eyes as he cast the divine secret technique, Elemental Black Hole. In an instant, a million elemental spheres gathered around Lin Feng, frantically absorbing everything around them and even devouring each other. Space was torn apart, forming several massive elemental black holes that exuded a terrifying power. Let's see if you can survive this, Simon Irwin sneered, as this move was comparable to a full-strength strike from a high-ranking holy-level warrior. Ando followed closely, using the divine secret technique, Heaven and Earth Transformation. His body instantly transformed into a colossal giant, and his right arm swept down, causing space to collapse wherever it passed. Betsy Eller then used a support secret technique, condensing the power of the world into countless weapons that surged towards Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Facing the onslaught of 3 holy-level warriors, Lin Feng's eyes were solemn. He mobilized the surrounding elemental energy, instantly creating a sea of intertwined ice and fire elements that flooded the entire area. As a natural amplifier, Lin Feng's elemental energy quality far surpassed that of ordinary people. More importantly, he also mastered the law of cause and effect. I have the law of cause and effect. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he found a way to break the attack among countless causal lines. Explode! Simon Irwin commanded, and the elemental black holes detonated with a thunderous roar, shattering the space of the great world. Ando's giant palm then struck down, and Betsy Eller's torrent of weapons engulfed Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's sea of ice and fire elements had already swallowed the 3 holy-level warriors. Just as the 3 holy-level warriors showed a look of disdain, they suddenly noticed something unusual within their bodies. Every cell had been implanted with a mysterious power, which, though painless, caused them great alarm. Something's wrong, Ando exclaimed, while Betsy Eller quickly used the secret technique, life condensation, in an attempt to protect himself. As the dust settled, Lin Feng stood unharmed in midair. The times have changed, gentlemen, he said coldly. Today, we shall honor the ancestors of the Tianming people with the blood of holy-level warriors. Before he finished speaking, Simon Irwin and Ando's bodies disintegrated into powder. A system notification immediately sounded, informing Lin Feng that he had acquired 2 divine secret techniques and triggered a 10,000-fold amplification, elevating them to the peak semi-saint level. Lin Feng swiftly learned the 2 secret techniques, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Betsy Eller was still alive. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed that Betsy Eller had transformed into a beam of light and was rapidly fleeing. Running away? Lin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent as he disappeared from his original spot with a single step. He decided to see what tricks Betsy Eller had up his sleeve. Today, the divine realm would be bathed in blood. Betsy Eller was frantic, desperately fleeing towards the Lingxiao Hall. There, numerous powerful warriors were in seclusion, and if he could awaken them, they could deal with Xingtian. Seeing the Lingxiao Hall come into view, hope ignited in Betsy Eller's heart. If he could just reach there, he could annihilate Xingtian. Whoosh! Beiki Al finally landed in Lingxiao Hall, the towering sacred place of the divine realm. He quickly roused the sequestered holy-level powerhouses and urgently transmitted a message through a treasured artifact. Everyone, the divine realm is facing a formidable enemy. 2 of our holy-level defenders have already fallen. Come out quickly and face the threat. Several puzzled voices echoed from the artifact. Do not panic. What kind of enemy dares to kill our holy-level powerhouses? It's the Heavens Mandate human, Xingtian. Beiki Al responded swiftly. Heavens Mandate humans? Aren't they as weak as ants? The secluded holy-level powerhouses were stunned. Are you sure it's them? How dare the Heavens Mandate humans act so recklessly in the divine realm? As they struggled to believe it, Lin Feng hovered above Lingxiao Hall. This symbol of the divine realm's highest authority now seemed trampled underfoot. Beiki I'll keep running. Lin Feng sneered, gathering elements to form a giant hand that slammed down. Empowered by the law of causality, this strike was unstoppable, causing mountains to crumble and palaces to collapse. How dare you? An angry shout echoed from Lingxiao Hall, and several figures appeared instantly. A mere human dares to seek death here. 5 holy-level auras burst forth, compressing Lin Feng's divine realm and dispersing the elemental giant hand. Lin Feng quickly scanned the scene, noticing not only early-stage holy-level powerhouses but also several mid-stage ones. He was unaware that Lingxiao Hall, as the chief temple, was a retreat for many holy-level powerhouses. In terms of numbers, I fear you not. Lin Feng summoned 9 clones of equal strength and unleashed his supreme divine realm. He used the secret technique, Elemental Black Hole, and countless black holes enveloped the sky. Several clones performed Heaven and Earth Transformation, becoming towering giants that rampaged through the battlefield. The divine realm's powerhouses were astonished. How does he know our secret techniques? With a thunderous explosion, the elemental black holes detonated, shattering the divine realm space and revealing chaotic turbulence. Lingxiao Hall was reduced to dust. The fists of Lin Feng's clones descended like a collapsing sky. System notifications chimed continuously as Lin Feng killed 3 early-stage, holy-level powerhouses, earning substantial rewards. However, 3 mid-stage holy-level powerhouses were still alive, albeit severely injured. Lin Feng coldly declared, "Though I can't kill you instantly, I can wear you down to death." The mid-stage holy-level powerhouses exchanged glances. "We can't defeat him. This heaven's mandate human is too strong. Another 3 rounds and we'll be dead." Lin Feng didn't rush to attack. He knew he needed to provoke them. One of his clones stomped on the foundation of Lingxiao Hall, as if trampling the face of the divine realm. Too much insolence. The divine realm's holy-level powerhouses were enraged. "We will fight this person to the death." They ignited their immortal divinity, causing their holy realms to surge in power. Going all out? Bring it on. Lin Feng's blood boiled as he and his clones launched a coordinated assault. He performed the secret technique cycle of life and death, casting black and white beams that enveloped the holy-level powerhouses, but failed to break through their holy realm defenses. The battleground was a scene of chaos, with the sky collapsing and the earth shattering. Just then, the divine realm space trembled, and a figure approached, roaring in fury. "Human, you're playing with fire, courting death." The entire divine realm quaked. The divine tribulation saint had returned. "You're courting death." The furious roar of the divine realm's catastrophe saint echoed like thunder, shaking the entire divine realm. In an instant, countless beings of the divine realm were moved to tears, falling to their knees, folding their hands in reverence, chanting the saint's name devoutly. "It's the catastrophe saint, our catastrophe saint. The divine realm is saved." They were ecstatic, finally seeing hope to punish the human warrior wreaking havoc in the divine realm. The beings of the divine realm were well aware of the actions of the fated human warrior had stormed the divine realm, slaughtered numerous super-divine, semi-saint, and saint-level warriors, and even razed the Lingxiao Hall to the ground. Faced with such humiliation, the divine realm's warriors dared not act rashly, only praying in their hearts for the catastrophe saint, who wandered the infinite stars, to return and save the divine realm from destruction. 3 mid-tier saint-level warriors heard the saint's voice and were overjoyed. They quickly distanced themselves from Lin Feng, knowing that continuing the fight would lead to their inevitable death. "It's our divine realm's strongest catastrophe saint, the tri-catastrophe saint-level warrior, Lord Bart," they thought, relieved. "With Lord Bart here, Xingtian is doomed. That mere fated human has no real power other than Xingtian. How can he compare to our divine clan?" Lin Feng remained calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Catastrophe saint, huh?" he thought disdainfully. Suddenly, a roar exploded in Lin Feng's mind. "Die!" He felt a deadly threat rush towards him, as if he would be annihilated in the next second. But just at the critical moment, the pressure on him vanished, as if some mysterious force was protecting him. A towering figure appeared out of thin air. It was the tri-catastrophe saint-level warrior of the divine clan, Catastrophe Saint Bart. His eyes burned with intensity as he glared at Lin Feng, gritting his teeth. "What do you have on you?" he demanded. Clearly, his lethal strike had been nullified by some unknown power, infuriating him. The surrounding saint-level warriors of the divine realm were dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. "Lord Bart," they murmured, filled with confusion. Lin Feng stood tall and coldly replied, "Heh, I'm a participant in the potential dragon ranking. Do you think a mere tri-catastrophe saint-level warrior like you can kill me? A mere tri-catastrophe saint-level?" Bart's anger surged, veins bulging. "How dare you speak such words? Potential dragon ranking," participant Bart quickly realized. So, it's Hao who gave him this support. He clenched his fists, thinking, but so what? The invitation can protect you once, but can it protect you forever? Lin Feng provocatively smiled. "Do you dare to kill me? Kill me, and the bronze tree won't spare you or the divine clan." This potential dragon ranking is extraordinary, co-hosted by many star regions. Only the top 30 participants qualify to represent the Jia Lan star region. Right now, my importance to the bronze tree is no less than that of a catastrophe saint. "Do you dare to kill me?" Bart suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, eyes bloodshot with rage. "Ha ha ha. I, a dignified catastrophe saint, will not be manipulated by ants like you. Do I not dare to kill you? You've slaughtered my divine clan's beings, destroyed our Lingxiao Hall, and you still ask if I dare kill you. Today, I will kill you for sure." Bart's body trembled, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped Lin Feng. He sneered, "The aura on the invitation, it's Hao's doing, right? If you have the guts, let him come. Ha ha ha. And die." Just then, Lin Feng's body suddenly shone brightly, and a phantom appeared out of nowhere. The phantom effortlessly neutralized Bart's catastrophe saint power, then swiftly moved forward, kicking Bart away and firmly stepping on his face. I am here, the Phantom said calmly. It was none other than the Bronze Tree's envoy, a 6th catastrophe Saint-level warrior, and how? The Saint-level warriors of the Divine Realm were stunned, finding it hard to believe what they were witnessing. Lord Bart is being stepped on by a mysterious warrior. Their worldview shattered, and they were filled with grief. Why has our divine clan fallen into such humiliation? Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased. The rumors were true. The stronger the catastrophe saint, the keener their senses. A powerful catastrophe saint can sense even the slightest mention of their name. Senior, and how really came. And how, expressionless, coldly asked, I am here. Bart, still dazed, quickly regained his composure and angrily said, Senior, I refuse to accept this. Xingtian and my divine clan have a deep blood feud, irreconcilable. You're favoring him like this. I refuse to accept it. Refuse to accept? And how did not remove his foot from Bart's face, speaking indifferently, I don't care about your grudges. Right now, Xingtian cannot die. After he competes in the potential dragon ranking, you can do as you please. Do you understand? Veins bulged on Bart's face, his eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, clearly finding it hard to swallow this humiliation. And Hao's brow furrowed, his voice chilling. Do you want the divine clan to be exterminated, Bart? Bart trembled all over, gritting his teeth. I understand. Only then did Hao remove his foot from Bart's face, saying indifferently, before the potential dragon ranking begins, no catastrophe saint of your divine clan may set foot in the myriad worlds, or I will punish you severely. Now, get lost. Bart stood up, glared hatefully at Lin Feng, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. And Hao turned to Lin Feng, frowning slightly, and warned, Xingtian, take good care of yourself. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Lin Feng nodded in gratitude. A hint of a smile appeared on Hao's face as his phantom gradually faded away. The catastrophe saint of the divine realm had come in fury but left in humiliation. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at the 3 saint-level warriors, who were now devoid of fighting spirit. His gaze was sharp as a knife, making the 3 saints uneasy. This is bad. Lord Bart has left. We are severely injured and no match for him. We have no choice but to flee, the 3 saints thought. Lin Feng seemed to read their minds, smiling playfully. You can run. But I don't believe all of your divine clan's beings can escape. Now, I demand some benefits using the lives of your divine realm's beings as leverage. Is that unreasonable? The 3 saints' faces changed drastically upon hearing this. Using the lives of the divine realm's beings as leverage, this is kidnapping, extortion, and it's one man extorting an entire realm, a super divine extorting saint-level warriors. Xingtian is actually kidnapping the entire divine realm. He's lawless, too arrogant. They raged inwardly. He's just one man. How dare he say this? But we really have no way to deal with him. It's so frustrating. So damn frustrating. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.